Briquimalt or Briquimont, François de Beauvais, Seigneur de Roman, 1,001,572, leader of the Huguenots during the First Religious Wars, was the son of Adrien de Briquimalt and Alexandre de Saintville, and was born about 1502. His first campaign was under the Count of Brissac in the Piedmontese Wars. On his return to France in 1554, he joined Admiral Coligny, charged with the defense of Rouen. In 1562, he resigned in favor of Montgomery, to whom the Prince of Condé had entrusted the task, and went over to England, where he concluded the Treaty of Hampton Court on the 20th of September. He then returned to France and took deep from the Catholics before the conclusion of peace. If his share in the Second Religious War was less important, he played a very active part in the third. He fought at Jarnac-Roche Bay, and Montcontour assisted in the siege of Poitiers, was nearly captured by the Catholics. Berg de revictualled Vézelay and almost surprised Bourges in 1570, being charged by Coligny to stop the army of the princes in its ascent of the Rhône valley. He crossed Burgundy and effected his junction with the admiral at Saint-Étienne in May. On the 21st of the following June, he assisted in achieving the victory of Arnel-Duc, and was then employed to negotiate a marriage between the Prince of Navarre and Elizabeth of England. Being in Paris the night of St. Bartholomew, he took refuge in the house of the English ambassador, but was arrested there with his friend Arnaud de Cavaignes. He was delivered over to the Parliament, and failed in courage when confronted with his judges seeking to escape death by unworthy means. He was condemned nevertheless on the 27th of October 1572 to the last penalty, and to the confiscation of his property, and on the 29th of October he and Cavaignes were executed. See Histoire ecclésiastique des Églises réformées au Royaume de France, New Edition, 1884, Vol. Roman II, La France Protestante, 2nd edition, Vol. Roman II, article Beauvais. Briquette, diminutive of fr brique, brick, a form of fuel known also as patent fuel, consisting of small coal compressed into solid blocks by the aid of some binding material. For making briquettes, the small coal, if previously washed, is dried to reduce the moisture to at most 4, and if necessary crushed in a disintegrator. It is then incorporated in a pug mill with from 8 to 10 of gas pitch, and softened by heating to between 70 and 90 Roman 100 to a plastic mass, which is molded into blocks and compacted by a pressure of 12 to 2 tons per SQ in a machine with a rotating D-plate somewhat like that used in making semiplastic clay bricks. When cold, the briquettes, which usually weigh from 7 to 20 lb each, although smaller sizes are made for domestic use, become quite hard and can be handled with less breakage than the original coal. Their principal use is as fuel for marine and locomotive boilers, the evaporative value being about the same as or somewhat greater than that of coal. The principal seat of the manufacture in Great Britain is in South Wales, where the dust and smalls resulting from the handling of the best steam coals, which are very brittle, are obtainable in large quantities and find no other use. Some varieties of lignite, when crushed and pressed at a steam heat, soften sufficiently to furnish compact briquettes without requiring any cementing material. Briquettes of this kind are made to a large extent from the tertiary lignites in the vicinity of Cologne. They are used mainly for house fuel on the Lower Rhine and in Holland, and occasionally come to London. Brisbane, Sir Thomas MacDougall, 17,730,1860, Scottish soldier and astronomer, was born on the 23rd of July 1773 at Brisbane House near Largs in Ayrshire. He entered the army in 1789 and served in Flanders, the West Indies, and the Peninsula in 1814. He was sent to North America. On the return of Napoleon from Elba, he was recalled, but did not arrive in time to take part in the Battle of Waterloo in 1821. He was appointed governor of New South Wales during the 4 years for which he held that office. Although he allowed the finances of the colony to get into confusion, he endeavored to improve its condition by introducing the vine, sugar-cane, and tobacco plant, and by encouraging the breeding of horses and the reclamation of land. At his instigation, exploring parties were sent out, and one of these discovered the Brisbane River, which was named after him. He established an astronomical observatory at Parramatta in 1822, and the Brisbane Catalogue, which was printed in 1835 and contained 7385 stars, was the result of observations made there in 18,221,826. The observatory was discontinued in 1855. After his return to Scotland, he resided chiefly at Makerstown in Roxburghshire, whereas at Brisbane House he had a large and admirably equipped observatory. Important magnetic observations were begun at Makerstown in 1841, and the results gained him in 1848 the Keith Prize of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, in whose transactions they were published. In 1836 he was made a baronet and G Roman 100B in 1837, and in 1841 he became general. He was elected president of the Royal Society of Edinburgh after the death of Sir Walter Scott in 1833, and in the following year acted as president of the British Association. He died at Brisbane House on the 27th of January 1860. He founded 2 gold medals for the encouragement of scientific research, one in the Roman 5-powered of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, and the other in that of the Scottish Society of Arts. Brisbane, the capital of Queensland, Australia. It is situated in Stanley County, on the banks of the river Brisbane 25 Roman 1000 from its mouth in Moreton Bay. It is built on a series of hills rising from the riverbanks, but some parts of it, such as Woolloongabba and South Brisbane, occupy low-lying flats, which have sometimes been the scene of disastrous floods. The main streets and principal buildings of the city are situated on a tongue of land formed by a southward bend of the river. The extremity of the tongue, however, is open. Here, adjoining one another, are the botanical gardens, the grounds surrounding Government House, the official residence of the Governor of the colony, and the Houses of Parliament and Queen's Park, which is used as a recreation ground. From this park, Albert Street runs for about 3/4 of a mile through the heart of the city, leading to Albert Park, in which is the observatory. Queen Street, the main thoroughfare of Brisbane, crosses Albert Street midway between the 2 parks and leads across the Victoria Bridge to the separate city of South Brisbane on the other side of the river. The Victoria Bridge is a fine steel structure which replaced the bridge swept away by floods in February 1893. Brisbane has a large number of buildings of architectural merit, though in some cases their effect is marred by the narrowness of the streets in which they stand. Among the most prominent are the Houses of Parliament, the Great Domed Custom House on the riverbank, the Lands Office, the General Post Office, the Town Halls of Brisbane and South Brisbane, and the Opera House. The Roman Catholic Cathedral of St. Stephen, Elizabeth Street, is an imposing building having a detached campanile containing the largest bell in Australia, the foundation stone of the Anglican Cathedral, on an elevated site in Ann Street, was laid by the Prince of Wales as Duke of York in 1901. The city is the seat of a Roman Catholic archbishop and of an Anglican bishop. Many of the commercial and private buildings are also worthy of notice, especially the Queensland National Bank, a classic Italian structure, the massive Treasury buildings, one of the largest erections in Australia, the Queensland Club with its wide colonnades in Italian Renaissance style, and the great buildings of the Brisbane Newspaper Company. Brisbane is well provided with parks and open spaces. The Victoria Park and Bowen Park are the largest. The high-lying Mount Coot commands fine views, and there are other parks and numerous recreation grounds in various parts of the city, besides the admirable botanical gardens and the gardens of the Acclimatization Society. Electric tramways and omnibuses serve all parts of the city, and numerous ferries ply across the river. There is railway communication to north, south, and west by careful dredging. The broad river is navigable as far as Brisbane for ocean-going vessels, and the port is the terminal port for the Queensland mail steamers to Europe, and is visited by steamers to China, Japan, and America. And for various intercolonial lines, there is wharf accommodation on both banks of the river, a graving dock, which can be used by vessels up to 5,000 tons, and 2 patent slips, which can take up ships of 1,000 and 400 tons respectively. The exports are chiefly coal, sheep tallow, wool, frozen meat, and hides. The annual value of imports and exports exceeds 7 and 9 millions sterling respectively. There are boot factories, soap works, breweries, tanneries, tobacco works. Roman 100. The climate is on the whole dry and healthy, but during summer the temperature is high, the mean shade temperature being about 70 F. Brisbane was founded in 1825 as a penal settlement, taking its name from Sir Thomas Brisbane, then Governor of Australia. In 1842, it became a free settlement, and in 1859 capital of Queensland. The town up to that time having belonged to New South Wales, it was incorporated in the same year. South Brisbane became a separate city in 1903, the municipal government of the city and also of South Brisbane is in the hands of a mayor and 10 aldermen. The suburbs are controlled by shire councils and divisional boards. The chief suburbs are Kangaroo Point, Fortitude Valley, New Farm, Red Hill, Paddington, Mylon, Toowong, Breakfast Creek, Bulimba, Woolloongabba, Highgate, and in Dorripoli. The population of the metropolitan area in 1901 was 119,907, of the city proper 28,953, of South Brisbane 25,481. Bryeux Charles Etienne Roman 1,001,754, French architect. He was especially successful as a designer of internal decorations, mantelpieces, mirrors, doors and overdoors, ceilings, consoles, candelabra, wall panelings, and other fittings, chiefly in the Louis Quinze mode. He was also an industrious writer on architectural subjects. His principal works are L'architecture moderne, 2 vols, 1728, L'art de bâtir les maisons de campagne, 2 vols, 1743, Trait du beau essentiel dans les arts, applique particulièrement à l'architecture, 1752, and Trait des proportions harmoniques. Brissac, Dukes of the fief of Brissac in Anjou, was acquired at the end of the 15th century by a noble French family named Casse, belonging to the same province. René de Casse married into the Gouffier family, just then very powerful at court, and became premier panelier, chief pantler to Louis Roman XII. 2 of his sons were marshals of France. Brissac was made a countship in 1560 for Charles the eldest, who was Grand Master of Artillery and Governor of Piedmont and of Picardy. The second artist, who held the offices of Grand Panetier of France and Superintendent of Finance, distinguished himself in the religious wars. Charles Roman II de Casse fought for the League, and as Governor of Paris, opened the gates of that town to Henry Roman IV, who created him Marshal of France in 1594. Brissac was raised to a duchy in the peerage of France. In 1611, Louis Hercule Timoleon de Casse-du de Brissac, and Commandant of the Constitutional Guard of Louis Roman XVI, was killed at Versailles on the 9th of September 1792 for his devotion to the king. Roman 1000 p. Brisson Eugene Henry 1835, French statesman, was born at Bourges on the 31st of July 1835. He followed his father's profession of advocate, and having made himself conspicuous in opposition during the last days of the Empire, was appointed Deputy Mayor of Paris. After its overthrow, he was elected to the Assembly on the 8th of February 1871. As a member of the extreme left, while not approving of the Commune, he was the first to propose amnesty for the condemned on the 13th of September 1871, but the proposal was voted down. He strongly supported obligatory primary education and was a firm anti-clerical. He was president of the chamber from 1881, replacing Gambitato March 1885, when he became prime minister upon the resignation of Jules Ferry, but he resigned when, after the general elections of that year, he only just obtained a majority for the vote of credit for the Tonking expedition. He remained conspicuous as a public man, took a prominent part in exposing the Panama scandals, was a powerful candidate for the presidency after the murder of President Carnot in 1894, and was again president of the chamber from December 1894 to 1898. In June of the latter year, he formed a cabinet when the country was violently excited over the Dreyfus affair. His firmness and honesty increased the respect in which he was already held by good citizens, but a chance vote on an occasion of especial excitement overthrew his ministry in October. As one of the leaders of the radicals, he actively supported the ministries of Waldeck Rouse and Coombs, especially concerning the laws on the religious orders and the separation of church and state. In 1899, he was a candidate for the presidency. In May 1906, he was elected president of the Chamber of Deputies by 500 out of 581 votes. Brisson Mathurin Jacques 17,230,1806, French zoologist and natural philosopher, was born at Fontenay-le-Comte on the 30th of April 1723. The earlier part of his life was spent in the pursuit of natural history. His published works in this department, including Le Rygne Animal 1756 and Ornithology 1760, after the death of Raf Réaumur 16,830,1 1757, whose assistant he was. He abandoned natural history and was appointed professor of natural philosophy at Navarre and later at Paris. His most important work in this department was his Poids spécifiques des corps 1787, but he published several other books on physical subjects, which were in considerable repute for a time. He died at Croissy near Paris on the 23rd of June, 1806. Roman 5p. Brissot Jacques Pierre 17,540,1793, who assumed the name of de Warville, a celebrated French Girondist, was born at Chartres, where his father was an innkeeper. In January 1754. Brissot received a good education and entered the office of a lawyer at Paris. His first works, Theorie des lois criminelles 1781 and Bibliothèque philosophique du législateur 1782, were on the philosophy of law and showed how thoroughly Brissot was imbued with the ethical precepts of Rousseau. The first work was dedicated to Voltaire and was received by the old philosopher with much favor. Brissot became known as a facile and able writer, and was engaged on the Mercure, on the Courrier de l'Europe, and on other papers ardently devoted to the service of humanity. He projected a scheme for a general concourse of all the savants in Europe, and started in London a paper journal du Lycée de Landers, which was to be the organ of their views. The plan was unsuccessful, and soon after his return to Paris, Brissot was lodged in the Bastille on the charge of having published a work against the government. He obtained his release after 4 months and again devoted himself to pamphleteering, but speedily to retire for a time to London. On this second visit, he became acquainted with some of the leading abolitionists and founded later in Paris a Société des Amis des Noirs, of which he was president during 1790 and 1791. As an agent of this society, he paid a visit to the United States in 1788, and in 1791 published his Nouveau Voyage dans les états unis de l'Amérique septentrionale, 3 vols. From the first, Brissot threw himself heart and soul into the Revolution. He edited the Patriote Franchise from 1789 to 1793, and being a well-informed and capable man, took a prominent part in affairs. Upon the demolition of the Bastille, the keys were presented to him. Famous for his speeches at the Jacobin Club, he was elected a member of the municipality of Paris, then of the Legislative Assembly, and later of the National Convention. During the Legislative Assembly, his knowledge of foreign affairs enabled him, as member of the Diplomatic Committee, practically to direct the foreign policy of France, and the declaration of war against the Emperor on the 20th of April 1792, and that against England on the 1st of July 1793, were largely due to him. It was also Brissot who gave these wars the character of revolutionary propaganda. He was in many ways the leading spirit of the Girondists, who were also known as Brissotins. Vergniaud certainly was far superior to him in oratory, but Brissot was quick, eager, impetuous, and a man of wide knowledge. But he was at the same time vacillating and not qualified to struggle against the fierce energies roused by the events of the Revolution. His party fell before the mountain sentence of arrest was passed against the leading members of it. On the 2nd of June 1793, Brissot attempted to escape in disguise, but was arrested at Moulins. His demeanor at the trial was quiet and dignified, and on the 31st of October 1793, he died bravely with several other Girondists. See Memoirs de Brissot sur ses contemporains et la Révolution Francaise, published by his sons with notes, by F. de Montreal, Paris, 1830, Helena Williams, Souvenirs de la Révolution Francaise, Paris, 1827, F. A. Aulard, Les Auteurs de la Législative et de la Convention, 2nd ed. Paris, 1905, F. A. Aulard, Les Portraits littéraires à la fin du XV siècle, pendant la Révolution, Paris, 1883. Bristol earls and marquises of this English title has been held in the Hervey family since 1714, though previously an earldom of Bristol in the Digby family is associated with 2 especially famous representatives, of whom separate biographies are given. The Herveys are mentioned during the 13th century as seated in Bedfordshire and afterwards in Suffolk, where they have held the estate of Ickworth. Since the 15th century, John Hervey, 16,161,679, was the eldest son of Sir William Hervey, Roman 500, and was born on the 18th of August 1616. He held a high position in the household of Catherine, wife of Charles, Roman II, and was for many years Member of Parliament for Hythe. he married Elizabeth, the only surviving child of his kinsman William Lord Hervey of Kidbrooke Roman 500, but left no children when he died on the 18th of January 1679, and his estates passed to his brother Sir Thomas Hervey. Sir Thomas, who was Member of Parliament for Bury St Edmunds, died on the 27th of May 1694, and was succeeded by his son John, who became the first Earl of Bristol. John Hervey, 1st Earl of Bristol, 16,651,751, born on the 27th of August 1665, was educated at Clare Hall, Cambridge, and became Member of Parliament for Bury St Edmunds in March 1694. In March 1703, he was created Baron Hervey of Ickworth, and in October 1714 was made Earl of Bristol as a reward for his zeal in promoting the principles of the Revolution and supporting the Hanoverian succession. He died on the 20th of January 1751 by his first wife, Isabella Roman 500, daughter of Sir Robert Carr, Bart of Sleaford. He had one son, Carr Lord Hervey, 16,911,723, who was educated at Clare Hall, Cambridge, and was member for Bury St Edmunds from 1713 to 1722. It has been suggested that Carr, who died unmarried on the 14th of November 1723, was the father of Horace Walpole. He married secondly Elizabeth Roman 500, daughter and co-heiress of Sir Thomas Felton Bart of Playford, Suffolk, by whom he had 10 sons and 6 daughters. His eldest son, John, 16,961,743, took the courtesy title of Lord Hervey on death of his half-brother Carr in 1723, and gained some renown both as a writer and a politician. C. Hervey of Ickworth, another son, Thomas, 16,991,775, was one of the members for Bury from 1733 to 1747, held various offices at court, and eloped with Elizabeth, wife of Sir Thomas Hanmer. He had very poor health, and his reckless life frequently brought him into pecuniary and other difficulties. He wrote numerous pamphlets, and when he died, Dr. Johnson said of him, Tom Hervey, though a vicious man, was one of the gentlest men who ever lived. Another of the first Earl's sons, Felton, 17,121,773, was also member for the family borough of Bury St Edmunds, having assumed the additional name of Bathurst. Felton's grandson, Felton Elwell Hervey Bathurst, 17,821,819, was created a baronet in 1818, and on his death, a year later, the title descended to his brother Frederick Anne, 17,831,824, the direct ancestor of the present baronet. The first Earl died in January 1751, the title and estates descending to his grandson, George William Hervey, 2nd Earl of Bristol, 17,211,775, the eldest son of John Lord Hervey of Ickworth by his marriage with Mary, 17,001,768, daughter of Nicholas Lepel, was born on the 31st of August 1721. He served for some years in the army, and in 1755 was sent to Turin as envoy extraordinary. He was ambassador at Madrid from 1758 to 1761, filling a difficult position with credit and dignity, and ranked among the followers of Pitt, appointed Lord Lieutenant of Ireland in 1766. He never visited that country during his short tenure of this office, and after having served for a short time as Keeper of the Privy Seal, became Groom of the Stole to George Roman III in January 1770. He died unmarried on the 18th or 20th of March 1775, and was succeeded by his brother, Augustus John Hervey, 3rd Earl of Bristol, 17,240,1779, was born on the 19th of May 1724, and entered the Navy, where his promotion was rapid. He distinguished himself in several encounters with the French, and was of great assistance to Admiral Hawke in 1759, although he had returned to England before the Battle of Quiberon Bay in November 1759, having served with distinction in the West Indies under Rodney. His active life at sea ceased when the Peace of Paris was concluded in February 1763. He was, however, nominally commander-in-chief in the Mediterranean in this year, and was made Vice-Admiral of the Blue in January 1778. Hervé was Member of Parliament for Berry from 1757 to 1763, and after being for a short time member for Saltash again, represented Berry from 1768 until he succeeded his brother in the peerage in 1775. He often took part in debates in Parliament and was a frequent contributor to periodical literature, having served as a Lord of the Admiralty from 1771 to 1775. He won some notoriety as an opponent of the Rockingham ministry and a defender of Admiral Keppel. In August 1744, he had been secretly married to Elizabeth Chudleigh, 17,201,788, afterwards Duchess of Kingston Curoman V. But this union was dissolved in 1769. The Earl died in London on the 23rd of December 1779, leaving no legitimate issue, and having as far as possible alienated his property from the Roman V title. He was succeeded by his brother. Many of his letters are in the Record Office and his journals in the British Museum. Other letters are printed in the Grenville Papers vols Roman III and Roman IV London 18,521,853, and The Life of Admiral Keppel by the Hun T. Keppel London 1852. Frederick Augustus Hervé, Bishop of Derry 17,301,803, who now became 4th Earl of Bristol, was born on the 1st of August 1730 and educated at Westminster School and Corpus Christi College, Cambridge, graduating in 1754. Entering the church, he became a royal chaplain, and while waiting for other preferment spent some time in Italy, whither he was led by his great interest in art. In February 1767, while his brother, the 2nd Earl, was Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, he was made Bishop of Cloyne, and having improved the property of the see, he was translated to the rich bishopric of Derry. A year later, here again, he was active and philanthropic. While not neglecting his luxurious personal tastes, he spent large sums of money on making roads and assisting agriculture, and his munificence was shared by the city of Londonderry. He built splendid residences at Downhill and Balliscullion, which he adorned with rare works of art. As a bishop, Hervé was industrious and vigilant. He favored complete religious equality and was opposed to the system of tithes. In December 1779, he became Earl of Bristol, and in spite of his brothers, Will succeeded to a considerable property. Having again passed some time in Italy, he returned to Ireland, and in 1782 threw himself ardently into the Irish volunteer movement, quickly attaining a prominent position among the volunteers, and in great state, attending the convention held in Dublin in November 1783. Carried away by his position and his popularity, he talked loudly of rebellion, and his violent language led the government to contemplate his arrest. Subsequently, he took no part in politics, spending his later years mainly on the continent of Europe. In 1798, he was imprisoned by the French at Milan, remaining in custody for 18 months. He died at Albano on the 8th of July, 1803, and was buried in Eichworth Church. Varying estimates have been found of his character, including favorable ones by John Wesley and Jeremy Bentham. He was undoubtedly clever and cultured, but licentious and eccentric in later life. He openly professed materialistic opinions. He fell in love with the Countess Lichtenau, mistress of Frederick William Roman II, King of Prussia, and by his bearing he gave fresh point to the saying that God created men, women, and Hervés. In 1752, he had married Elizabeth Roman 500, daughter of Sir German Davers Bart, by whom he had 2 sons and 3 daughters. His elder son, Augustus John Lord Hervé, 17,571,796, had predeceased his father, and he was succeeded in the title by his younger son. Frederick William Hervé, 5th Earl and 1st Marquess of Bristol, 17,690,1859, was born on the 2nd of October 1769. He married Elizabeth Albana Roman 500, daughter of Clotworthy, 1st Baron Templetown, by whom he had 6 sons and 3 daughters. In 1826, he was created Marquess of Bristol and Earl German, and died on the 15th of February 1859. he was succeeded by his son Frederick. William 18,001,864, Roman 1000 p. For Bury St. Edmunds 18,301,859, as second Marquess, and by the latter's son Frederick William John 18,341,907, Roman 1000 p. For West Suffolk 18,590,1864, as third Marquess. The latter's nephew Frederick William Fane, Hervey b. 1863, who succeeded as fourth Marquess, served with distinction in the Royal Navy, and was Roman 1000 p. for Bury St. Edmunds from 1906 to 1907. See John Lord Hervey Memoirs of the Reign of George Roman II, edited by J. W. Croker, London, 1884, John Hervey, 1st Earl of Bristol, Diary Wells, 1894, and Letter Books of Bristol, with Sir T. Hervey's letters during courtship and poems during widowhood, Wells, 1894. Also, the articles in the Dictionary of National Biography, Vol. Roman 26, London, 1891. Bristol George Digby, 2nd Earl of 116,121,677, eldest son of the 1st Earl C. Below, was born in October 1612. At the age of 12, he appeared at the bar of the House of Commons and pleaded for his father, then in the Tower, when his youth, graceful person, and well-delivered speech made a great impression. He was admitted to Magdalen College, Oxford, on the 15th of August, 1626, where he was a favorite pupil of Peter Heylin, and became Roman 1000 A. In 1636. He spent the following years in study and in travel, from which he returned, according to Clarendon, the most accomplished person of our nation, or perhaps any other nation, and distinguished by a remarkably handsome person. In 1638 and 1639 were written the letters between Lord George Digby and Sir Kenelm Digby KNT concerning religion, Pubble 1651, in which Digby attacked Roman Catholicism. In June 1634, Digby was committed to the Fleet till July for striking Crofts, a gentleman of the court in Spring Gardens, and possibly his severe treatment and the disfavor shown to his father were the causes of his hostility to the court. He was elected member for Dorsetshire in both the short and long parliaments in 1640, and in conjunction with Pym and Hampden, he took an active part in the opposition to Charles. He moved on the 9th of November for a committee to consider the deplorable state of the kingdom, and on the 11th was included in the committee for the impeachment of Strafford, against whom he at first showed great zeal. He, however, opposed the attainder, made an eloquent speech on the 21st of April 1641, accentuating the weakness of Vane's evidence against the prisoner, and showing the injustice of ex post facto legislation. He was regarded in consequence with great hostility by the parliamentary party, and was accused of having stolen from Pym's table Vane's notes, on which the prosecution mainly depended. On the 15th of July, his speech was burnt by the hangman by the order of the House of Commons. Meanwhile, on the 8th of February, he had made an important speech in the Commons advocating the Reformation and opposing the abolition of episcopacy. On the 8th of June, during the angry discussion on the army plot, he narrowly escaped assault in the House, and the following day, in order to save him from further attacks, the king called him up to the Lords in his father's barony of Digby. He now became the evil genius of Charles, who had the incredible folly to follow his advice in preference to such men as Hyde and Falkland. In November, he is recorded as performing singular good service and doing beyond admiration in speaking in the Lords against the instruction concerning evil counsellors. He suggested to Charles the impeachment of the 5 members, and urged upon him the fatal attempt to arrest them on the 4th of January 1642, but he failed to play his part in the Lords in securing the arrest of Lord Manville, to whom, on the contrary, he declared that the king was very mischievously advised, and, according to Clarendon, his imprudence was responsible for the betrayal of the king's plan. Next day, he advised the attempt to seize them in the city by force. The same month he was ordered to appear in the Lords to answer a charge of high treason for a supposed armed attempt at Kingston, but fled to Holland, where he joined the Queen, and on the 26th of February was impeached. Subsequently, he visited Charles at York disguised as a Frenchman, but on the return voyage to Holland, he was captured and taken to Hull, where he for some time escaped detection, and at last he cajoled Sir John Hotham after discovering himself into. Permitting his escape later, he ventured on a second visit to Hull to persuade Hotham to surrender the place to Charles. But this project failed. He was present at Edgehill and greatly distinguished himself at Lichfield, where he was wounded. While leading the assault, he soon, however, threw down his commission, consequence of a quarrel with Prince Rupert, and returned to the king at Oxford, over whom he obtained more influence. As the prospect became more gloomy, on the 28th of September 1643, he was appointed Secretary of State and a Privy Councillor, and on the 31st of October, High Steward of Oxford University. He now supported the Queen's disastrous policy of foreign alliances and help from Ireland, and engaged in a series of imprudent and ill-conducted negotiations, which greatly injured the king's affairs, while his fierce disputes with Rupert and his party further embarrassed them. On the 14th of October 1645, he was made Lieutenant General of the Royal Forces north of the Trent, with the object of pushing through to join Montrose, but he was defeated on Roman 5 Peth 15th at Sherburn, where his correspondence was captured, disclosing the king's expectations from abroad and from Ireland, and his intrigues with the Scots, and after reaching Dumfries, he found his way barred. He escaped on the 24th to the Isle of Man, thence crossing to Ireland, where he caused Glamorgan to be arrested. Here on this new stage, he believed he was going to achieve wonders. "Have I not carried my body swimmingly?" he wrote to Hyde, in irrepressible good spirits, who being before so irreconcilably hated by the Puritan party, have thus seasonably made myself as odious to the Papists. To his project now was to bring over Prince Charles to head a royalist movement in the island, and having joined Charles at Jersey in April 1646, he intended to entrap him on board, but was dissuaded by Hyde. He then travelled to Paris to gain the Queen's consent to his scheme, but returned to persuade Charles to go to Paris, and accompanied him thither, revisiting Ireland on the 29th of June once more, and finally escaping to France on the surrender of the island to the Parliament at Paris. Amongst the royalists, he found himself in a nest of enemies eager to pay off old scores. Prince Rupert challenged him, and he fought a duel with Lord Wilmot. He continued his adventures by serving in Louis Roman XIV's troops in the War of the Fronde, in which he greatly distinguished himself. He was appointed in 1651 Lieutenant General in the French army and commander of the forces in Flanders. These new honors, however, were soon lost during Mazarin's enforced absence from the court. Digby aspired to become his successor, and the cardinal, who had from the first penetrated his character and regarded him as a mere adventurer, on his restoration to power, sent Digby away on an expedition in Italy, and on his return informed him that he was included in the list of those expelled from France, in accordance with the new treaty with Cromwell in August 1656. He joined Charles Roman II at Bruges, and desirous of avenging himself upon the cardinal, offered his services to Don John of Austria in the Netherlands, being instrumental in effecting the surrender of the garrison of St. Ghislain to Spain in 1657. On the 1st of January 1657, he was appointed by Charles Roman II Secretary of State, but shortly afterwards, having become a Roman Catholic, probably with the view of adapting himself better to his new Spanish French, was compelled to resign office. Charles, however, on account of his jollity and Spanish experience, took him with him to Spain in 1659, though his presence was especially deprecated by the Spanish, but he succeeded in ingratiating himself, and was welcomed by the King of Spain subsequently at Madrid. By the death of his father, Digby had succeeded in January 1659 to the peerage as second Earl of Bristol, and had been made KG the same month. He returned to England at the Restoration, when he found himself excluded from office on account of his religion, and relegated to only secondary importance. His desire to make a brilliant figure induced a restless and ambitious activity in Parliament. He adopted an attitude of violent hostility to Clarendon in foreign affairs. He inclined strongly to the side of Spain, and opposed the king's marriage with Catherine of Portugal. He persuaded Charles to dispatch him to Italy to view the Medici princesses, but the royal marriage and treaty with Portugal was settled in his absence. In June 1663, he made an attempt to upset Clarendon's management of the House of Commons, but his intrigue was exposed to the Parliament by Charles, and Bristol was obliged to attend the House to exonerate himself when he confessed that he had taken the liberty of enlarging, and his comedian-like speech excited general amusement. Exasperated by these failures in a violent scene with the king early in July, he broke out into fierce and disrespectful reproaches, ending with a threat that unless Charles granted his requests within 24 hours, he would do somewhat that should awaken him out of his slumbers and make him look better to his own business. Accordingly, on the 10th, he impeached Clarendon in the Lords of High Treason, and on the charge being dismissed renewed his accusation, and was expelled from the court, only avoiding the warrant issued for his apprehension by a concealment of 2 years. In January 1664, he caused a new sensation by his appearance at his house at Wimbledon, where he publicly renounced, before witnesses, his Roman Catholicism, and declared himself a Protestant, his motive being probably to secure immunity from the charge of recusancy preferred against him. When, however, the fall of Clarendon was desired, Bristol was again welcomed at court. He took his seat in the Lords. On the 29th of July, 1667, the king wrote Pepys in November, who not long ago did say of Bristol that he was a man able in 3 years to get himself a fortune in any kingdom in the world, and lose all again in 3 months, do now hug him, and commend his parts everywhere above all the world. 5. He pressed eagerly for Clarendon's committal, and on the refusal of the Lords, accused them of mutiny and rebellion, and entered his dissent with great fury. 6. In March 1668 he attended prayers in the Lords. On the 15th of March 1673, though still ostensibly a Roman Catholic, he spoke in favor of the Test Act, describing himself as a Catholic of the Church of Rome, not a Catholic of the Court of Rome, and asserting the unfitness of Romanists for public office. His adventurous and erratic career closed by death on the 20th of March 1677. Bristol was one of the most striking and conspicuous figures of his time, a man of brilliant abilities, a great orator, one who distinguished himself without effort in any sphere of activity he chose to enter, but whose natural gifts were marred by a restless ambition and instability of character fatal to real greatness. Clarendon describes him as the only man I ever knew of such incomparable parts, that was none the wiser for any experience or misfortune that befell him, and records his extraordinary facility in making friends and making enemies. Horace Walpole characterized him in a series of his smartest antitheses as a singular person whose life was one contradiction. He wrote against popery and embraced it. He was a zealous opposer of the court, and a sacrifice, for it was conscientiously converted in the midst of his prosecution of Lord Strafford, and was most unconscientiously a persecutor of Lord Clarendon. With great parts, he always hurt himself and his friends with romantic bravery. He was always an unsuccessful commander. He spoke for the Test Act, though a Roman Catholic, and addicted himself to astrology on the birthday of true philosophy. Besides his youthful correspondence with Sir K. Digby on the subject of religion already mentioned, he was the author of an Apology, 1643, Thomason, Tracts E34-32, justifying his support of the King's cause of Elvira, a comedy, 1667, printed in R. Dodsley's Select Collect of Old English Plays, Hazlitt, 1876, Vol. Roman 15, and of Worse and Worse, an adaptation from the Spanish acted, but not printed. Other writings are also ascribed to him, including the authorship with Sir Samuel Tuke of The Adventures of 5 Hours, 1663, his eloquent and pointed speeches, many of which were printed, are included in the article in the Biog Brit. And among the Thomason tracts, see also the General Catalogue in the British Museum. The catalogue of his library was published in 1680. He married Lady Anne Russell, daughter of Francis, 4th Earl of Bedford, by whom besides 2 daughters, he had 2 sons, Francis, who predeceased him unmarried, and John, who succeeded him as 3rd Earl of Bristol, at whose death without issue the peerage became extinct. Authorities see the article in Dic Nat Biog Woods, Ath Oxon Bliss Roman 30 1105 Biographia, Brit Kippis Roman 52, 38 H. Walpole's Royal, and Noble Authors Park, 1806, Roman 3, Ratius Anglicanus by J. Downes, pp. 30, 136, 1789, Cunningham's Lives of Eminent Englishmen, 1837, Roman 3, Summers Tracts, 1750, Roman 30, 1809, Roman 4, Harleian Miscellany, 1808, Roman 5, Roman 6, Life, by T. H. Lister, 1838, State Papers. P. Roman 100 White. Bristol John Digby, 1st Earl of 115,801,653, English diplomatist, son of Sir George Digby of Coleshill, Warwickshire, and of Abigail, daughter of Sir Arthur Henningham, was born in Roman 5p, and entered Magdalen College, Oxford, in 1595, Roman 1000 A 1605, becoming a member of the Inner Temple in 1598. In 1605, he was sent to James to inform him of the safety of the Princess Elizabeth. At the time of the Gunpowder Plot, he gained his favor, was made a gentleman of the Privy Chamber, and one of the King's Carvers, and was knighted in 1607. From 1610 to 1611, he was Member of Parliament for Haydon. In 1611, he was sent as ambassador to Spain to negotiate marriage between Prince Henry and the Infanta Anne, and to champion the cause of the English merchants, for whom he obtained substantial concessions, and arranged the appointment of consuls at Lisbon and Seville. He also discovered a list of the English pensioners of the Spanish court, which included some of the ministers, and came home in 1613 to communicate this important intelligence to the king. In 1614. He again went to Spain to effect a union between the Infanta Maria and Charles, though he himself was in favor of a Protestant marriage, and desired a political and not a matrimonial treaty. In 1616, on the disgrace of Somerset, he was recalled home to give evidence concerning the latter's connections with Spain, was made vice-chamberlain and a privy councillor, and obtained from James the manor of Sherborne forfeited by the late favourite. In 1618, he went once more to Spain to reopen the negotiations, returning in May, and being created Baron Digby on the 25th of November, he endeavoured to avoid a breach with Spain on the election of the Elector Palatine, the king's son-in-law, to the Bohemian throne. And in March 1621, after the latter's expulsion from Bohemia, Digby was sent to Brussels to obtain a suspension of hostilities in the Palatinate. On the 4th of July, he went to Vienna and drew up a scheme of pacification with the emperor, by which Frederick was to abandon Bohemia and be secured in his hereditary territories. But the agreement could never be enforced. After raising money for the defense of Heidelberg, he returned home in October, and on the 21st of November, explained his policy to the Parliament and asked for money and forces for its execution. The sudden dissolution of Parliament, however, prevented the adoption of any measure of support, and entirely ruined Digby's plans. In 1622, he returned to Spain with nothing on which to rely but the goodwill of Philip Roman IV, and nothing to offer but entreaties. On the 15th of September, he was created Earl of Bristol. He urged on the marriage treaty, believing it would include favourable conditions for Frederick, but the negotiations were taken out of his control, and finally wrecked by the arrival of Charles himself and Buckingham in March 1623. He incurred their resentment, of which the real inspiration was Buckingham's implacable jealousy, by a letter written to James informing him of Buckingham's unpopularity among the Spanish ministers, and by his endeavouring to maintain the peace with Spain. After their departure in January 1624, he left Spain, and on arriving at Dover in March, Buckingham and Charles having now complete ascendancy over the king, he was forbidden to appear at court, and ordered to confine himself at Sherborne. He was required by Buckingham to answer a series of interrogatories, but he refused to inculpate himself and demanded a trial by Parliament. On the death of James, he was removed by Charles Roman I from the Privy Council and ordered to absent himself from his first Parliament on his demand. In January 1626, to be present at the coronation, Charles angrily refused and accused him of having tried to pervert his religion in Spain. In March 1626, after the assembling of the Second Parliament, Digby applied to the Lords who supported his rights, and Charles sent him his writ, accompanied by a letter from Lord Keeper Coventry, desiring him not to use it. Bristol, however, took his seat, and demanded justice against Buckingham Thomason tracts E 12620, the king endeavoured to obstruct his attack by causing Bristol on the 1st of May to be himself brought to the bar on an accusation of high treason by the Attorney General. The Lords, however, ordered that both charges should be investigated simultaneously. Further proceedings were stopped by the dissolution of Parliament on the 15th of June. Prosecution was ordered by Charles in the Star Chamber, and Bristol was sent to the Tower, where he remained till the 17th of March, 1628, when the peers on the assembling of Charles III Parliament insisted on his liberation and restoration to his seat in the Lords. In the discussions upon the petition of Right, Bristol supported the use of the king's prerogative in emergencies, and asserted that the king, besides his legal, had a regal power, but joined in the demand for a full acceptance of the petition by the king. After the first unsatisfactory answer, he was now restored to favour, but took no part in politics till the outbreak of the Scottish rebellion, when he warned Charles of the danger of attacking with inadequate forces. He was the leader in the Great Council held at York, was a commissioner to treat with the Scots in September 1640 at Ripon, and advised strongly the summoning of the Parliament in February 1641. He was one of the peers who advocated reforms in the administration, and were given seats in the council. Though no friend to Strafford, he endeavoured to save his life, desiring only to see him excluded from office, and as a witness was excused from voting on the attainder, he was appointed Gentleman of the Bedchamber on the king's departure for Scotland, and on the 27th of December he was declared an evil counsellor by the House of Commons. Cromwell on the 28th, moving an address to the king to dismiss him from his councils on the plea that he had advocated the bringing up of the Northern Army to overawe Parliament in the preceding spring. There is no evidence to support the charge, but Digby was regarded by the parliamentary party with special hatred and distrust, of which the chief causes were probably his Spanish proclivities and his indifference on the great matter of religion, to which was added the unpopularity reflected from his misguided son. On the 28th of March, 1642, he was sent to the Tower for having failed to disclose to Parliament the Kentish petition liberated in April. He spoke in the Lords on the 20th of May in favour of an accommodation, and again in June, in vindication of the king, but finding his efforts ineffectual, and believing all armed rebellion against the king a wicked violation of the most solemn oaths, he joined Charles at York, was present at Edgehill, and accompanied him to Oxford on the 1st of February 1643. He was named with Lord Herbert of Raglan for removal from the court and public office for ever, and in the propositions of November 1644 was one of those accepted from pardon in January. He had endeavoured to instigate a breach of the independence with the Scots. Bristol, however, was not in favour of continuing the war and withdrew to Sherborne, removing in the spring of 1644 to Exeter, and after the surrender of the city, retiring abroad on the 11th of July by order of the Houses, which rejected his petition to compound for his estate. He took up his residence at Caen, passing the rest of his life in exile and poverty, and occasionally attending the young king. In 1647, he printed at Caen an apology defending his support of the royal cause. This was reprinted in 1656. Thomason Tracts, E 897-6. He died at Paris on the 16th of January 1653. He is described by Clarendon as a man of grave aspect, of a presence that drew respect, and of great parts and ability, but passionate and supercilious, and too voluminous a discourser in council. His aim was to effect a political union between England and Spain. Apart from the religious or marriage questions, a policy which would probably have benefited both English and European interests, but it was one understood neither in Spain nor in England, and proved impracticable. He was a man of high character who refused to compound with falsehood and injustice, whose misfortune it was to serve two Stuart sovereigns, and whose firm resistance to the king's tyranny led the way to the great movement which finally destroyed it. Besides his apology, he was the author of several printed speeches and poems, and translated a defense of the Catholic faith by Peter du Moulin. 1610, he married Beatrix, daughter of Charles Walcott and widow of Sir John Dive, and besides two daughters left two sons, George, who succeeded him as 2nd Earl of Bristol and John, who died unmarried. Bibliography. The best account of Bristol will be found in the scattered notices of him in the Hist of England, and of the Civil War by S.R. Gardiner, who also wrote the short sketch of his career in Roman 5 Peth Dict of Nat Beag, and who highly eulogizes his character and diplomacy for Lives. See Biographia Britannica. Hippie's Roman 5 Woods, Ath Oxon Bliss Roman 3 Roman 500 Lloyds, Memoirs, 1668 579, Collins, Peerage Bridges 1812, Roman 5, Fuller's Worthies Nichols 1811, Roman 2, H. Walpole's Royal and Noble Authors Park, 1806, Roman 3, also Clarendon's Hist of the Rebellion Esp Roman 6 Clarendon State Papers, and Cal of Roman 150 State Papers Old. Parliamentary History, Kabbalah 1691, Letters Camden Soch Miscellany Vol Roman 61871, Defense of his Spanish Negotiations, ed. by S.R. Gardiner Summers, Tracts 1809 Roman 2 Thomason Tracts, in Brit Museum Hardwicke State Papers Roman 1, the MSS at Sherborne Castle, of which a selection was transcribed and deposited in the public record. Office were calendared by the Hist MSS Commission in Rep Roman 8 Ap Roman 1 P 213, and 10th Rep Ap Roman 1 P 520. There are numerous references to Bristol in various collections calendared in the same publication, and in the Cal of State Papers Dom series, see also Harleian MSS, Brit Muse, 1580 Art 3148, and add MSS indexes and calendars. P. Roman, 100 White. Bristol, a township of Hartford County, Connecticut, USA, in the central part of the state, about 16 Roman 1000 SW of Hartford. It has an area of 27 SQ Roman 1000, and contains the village of Forestville and the borough of Bristol, incorporated in 1893. Both are situated on the Pequabuck River, and are served by the western branch of the Midland Division of the New York-New Haven-Hartford Railway, and by electric railway. Hartford, New Britain, and Terryville Pop, 1890-73-80 to 1996-43, including that of the borough 62-68, 1910, 13,502, borough 95-27. Among the manufactures of the borough of Bristol are clocks, woolen goods, iron castings, hardware, brass, ware, silver plate, and bells. Bristol clocks, first manufactured soon after the War of Independence, have long been widely known. Bristol, originally a part of the township of Farmington, was first settled about 1727, but did not become an independent corporation until the formation in 1740, of the first church known after 1744 as the New Cambridge Society. In 1740, a Protestant Episcopal Church was organized, and before and during the War of Independence, its members belonged to the Loyalist Party. Their rector, Rev. James Nichols, was tarred and feathered by the Whigs, and Moses Dunbar, a member of the church, was hanged for treason by the Connecticut authorities. Chippen's Hill, about 3 Roman 1000 from the center of the township, was a favorite rendezvous of the local Loyalists, and a cave there known as the Tories' Den is a well-known landmark. In 1785, New Cambridge and West Britain, another ecclesiastical society of Farmington, were incorporated as the township of Bristol, but in 1806 they were divided into the present townships of Bristol and Burlington. Bristol, a city-county of a city municipal county and parliamentary borough, and seaport of England, chiefly in Gloucestershire, but partly in Somersetshire, 11,812, Roman 1000 W, of London Pop, 1901 328,945. The Avon here forming the boundary between Gloucestershire and Somerset, though entering the estuary of the Severn. Bristol Channel, only 8 Roman 1000 below. The city is here confined between considerable hills, with a narrow valley floor, on which the nucleus of the city rests. Between Bristol and the Channel, the valley becomes a gorge crossed at a single stride by the famous Clifton Suspension Bridge above Bristol, the hills again close in at Keynsham, so that the city lies in a basin-like hollow some 4 Roman 1000 in diameter, and extends up the heights to the north. The Great Western Railway, striking into the Avon Valley near Bath, serves Bristol from London, connects it with South Wales by the Severn Tunnel, and with the southern and southwestern counties of England. Local lines of this company encircle the city on the north and the south, serving the outports of Avonmouth and Portishead on the Bristol Channel. A trunk line of the Midland Railway connects Bristol with the north of England, by way of Gloucester, Worcester, Birmingham, and Derby. Both companies use the central station Temple Mead. The nucleus of Bristol lies to the north of the river. The business centre is in the district traversed by Broad Street, High Street, Wine Street, and Corn Street, which radiate from a centre close to the floating harbour. To the south of this centre, connected with it by Bristol Bridge, an island is formed between the floating harbour and the new course of the Avon, and here are Temple Mead Station, above Victoria Street. Two of the finest churches, the Temple and St. Mary Redcliffe, the General Hospital, and other public buildings immediately above the bridge. The little river Frome joins the Avon owing to the nature of the site. The streets are irregular in the inner part of the city. They are generally narrow, and sometimes, with their ancient gabled houses, extremely picturesque. The principal suburbs surround the city to the west, north, and east. Churches Roman 100, in the centre of Bristol, a remarkable collection of architectural antiquities, is found principally ecclesiastical. The city owes mainly to a few great baronial families, such as the Earls of Gloucester and the Berkeleys in its early history, and to a few great merchants, the Cannings, Shipwards, and Framptons in its later career. The See of Bristol, founded by Henry Roman VIII in 1542, was united to that of Gloucester in 1836, but again separated in 1896. The diocese includes parts of Gloucestershire and Wiltshire, and a small but populous cathedral portion of Somerset, the cathedral standing above the so-called Cannons Marsh, which borders the floating harbour, is pleasantly situated on the south side of College Green. It has two western towers and a central tower, nave, short transepts, choir with aisles, and Eastern Lady Chapel and other chapels, and on the south, a chapter house and cloister court. The nave is modern by Street, 1877, imitating the choir of the 14th century, with its curious skeleton vaulting in the aisles, besides the canopied tombs of the Berkeleys, with their effigies in chain mail, and similarly fine tombs of the crocered abbots. There are memorials to Bishop Butler, to Stearns Eliza Elizabeth Draper, and to Lady Hesketh, the friend of Cowper, who are all interred here. There is also here William Mason's fine epitaph to his wife, Roman 500, beginning, "Take holy earth all that my soul holds dear," of Fitzharding's Abbey of St. Augustine, founded in 1142, of which the present cathedral was the church. The stately entrance gateway, with its sculptured mouldings, remains hardly injured. The abbot's gateway, the vestibule to the chapter house, and the chapter house itself, which is carved with Byzantine exuberance of decoration, and acknowledged to be one of the finest Norman chambers in Europe, are also perfect. On the north side of College Green is the small but ornate Mayor's Chapel, originally St. Mark's, devoted to the services of the mayor and corporation. It is mainly decorated and perpendicular of the churches within the centre of the city. The following are found within a radius of half a mile from Bristol Bridge. St. Stephen's Church, built between 1450 and 1490, is a dignified structure, chiefly interesting for its fantraceried porch and stately tower. It was built entirely by the munificence of John Shipward, a wealthy merchant. The tower and spire of St. John's, 15th century, stand on one of the gateways of the city. This church is a parallelogram without east or west windows or aisles, and is built upon fine-groined crypt. St. James' Church, the burial place of its founder, Robert, Earl of Gloucester, dates from 1130, and fine Norman work remains in the nave. The tower is of the 14th century. St. Philip's has an early English tower, but its external walls and windows are for the most part debased perpendicular. Robert Fitzhammond's Norman Tower of St. Peter, the oldest church tower in Bristol, still presents its massive square to the eye. This church stands in Castle Street, which commemorates the castle of Robert, Earl of Gloucester, the walls of which were 25 ft thick at the base. Nothing remains of this foundation, but there still exist some walls and vaults of the later stronghold, including a fine early English cell. Adjacent to the church is St. Peter's Hospital, a picturesque gabled building of Jacobean and earlier date, with a fine courtroom. St. Mary Le Porte and St. Augustine, the less, are churches of the Perpendicular era, and not the richest specimens of their kind. St. Nicholas Church is modern, on a crypt of the date 1503, and earlier on the island south of the floating harbour are two of the most interesting churches in the city. Temple Church, with its leaning tower 5 ft off the Perpendicular, retains nothing of the Templars' period, but is a fine building of the decorated and perpendicular periods, the Church of Roman 5p St. Mary Redcliffe, for grandeur of proportion and elaboration of design and finish, is the first ecclesiastical building in Bristol and takes high rank among the parish churches of England. It was built for the most part in the latter part of the 14th century by William Canning or Canninge's Curoman 5, but the sculptured north porch is externally decorated and internally Early English. The fine tower is also decorated on an Early English base. The spire, decorated in style, is modern among numerous monuments, is that of Admiral Penn Roman 500, the father of the founder of Pennsylvania. The church exhibits the rare feature of transeptal aisles of St. Thomas in the vicinity. Only the tower, 15th century, remains of the old structures. All Hallows Church has a modern Italian campanile, but is in the main of the 15th century, with the retention of 4 Norman piers in the nave, and is interesting from its connection with the ancient Guild of Calendars, whose office it was to convert Jews, instruct youths, and keep the archives of the town. Theirs was the first free library in the city, possibly in England. The records of the church contain a singularly picturesque representation of the ancient customs of the fraternity. Among conventual remains, besides those already mentioned, there exist of the Dominican Priory, the Early English refectory and dormitory, the latter comprising a row of 15 original windows and an oak roof of the same date, and of St. Bartholomew's Hospital. There is a double arch with intervening arcades, also Early English these, with the small chapel of the Three Kings of Cologne Holy Trinity Hospital, both perpendicular, and the remains of the house of the Augustinian canons attached to the cathedral comprise the whole of the monastic relics. There are many good specimens of ancient domestic architecture, notably some arches of a grand Norman hall, and some Tudor windows of Colston's house, Small Street, and Canning's house, with good perpendicular oak roof of buildings to which historic interest attaches. There are the Merchant Venturers' Almshouses, 1699, adjoining their hall. This guild was established in the 16th century. A small house near St. Mary Redcliffe was the school where the poet Chatterton received his education. His memorial is in the churchyard of St. Mary, and in the church a chest contains the records, among which he claimed to have discovered some of the manuscripts, which were in reality his own. A house in Wine Street was the birthplace of the poet laureate Robert Southey, 1744. Public buildings, Roman 100. The public buildings are somewhat overshadowed in interest by the ecclesiastical. The Council House, at the cross of the 4 main thoroughfares, dates from 1827, was enlarged in 1894, and contains the city archives and many portraits, including of Van Dyck and a Kneller. The Guildhall is close by. A modern Gothic building, the Exchange, used as a corn market, is a noteworthy building by the famous architect of Bath, John Wood, 1743, Edward Colston, a revered citizen and benefactor of the city. Roman 500 is commemorated by name in several buildings and institutions, notably in Colston Hall, which is used for concerts and meetings. A bank close by St. Stephen's Church claims to have originated in the first savings bank, established in England 1812. Similarly, the City Free Library, 1613, is considered to be the original of its kind. The Bristol Museum and Reference Library were transferred to the corporation in 1893. Vincent Stuckey Lean, Roman 500, bequeathed to the Corporation of Bristol the sum of £50,000 for the further development of the free libraries of the city, and with a special regard to the formation and sustenance of a general reference library of a standard and scientific character. The Central Library was opened in 1906. An art gallery presented by Sir William Henry Wills was opened in 1905. Among educational establishments, the Technical College of the Company of Merchant Venturers, 1885, supplies scientific, technical, and commercial education. The extensive buildings of this institution were destroyed by fire in 1906. University College, 1876, forms the nucleus of the University of Bristol. Chartered 1909. Clifton College, opened in 1862 and incorporated in 1877, includes a physical science school with laboratories, a museum, and observatory. Colston's Girls' Day School, 1891, includes domestic economy and calisthenics, among the many charitable institutions, are the General Hospital, opened in 1858, and since repeatedly enlarged Royal Hospital for sick children and women Royal Victoria Home, and the Queen Victoria Jubilee Convalescent Home. Of the open spaces in and near Bristol, the most extensive are those bordering the river in the neighbourhood of the Gorge d'Urdam and Clifton Downs on the Gloucestershire side. Clifton. Others are Victoria Park, south of the river, near the Bedminster Station, Eastville Park, by the Frome on the northeast of the city beyond Stapleton Road Station, St Andrews Park, near Montpelier Station to the north, and Brandon Hill west of the cathedral, an abrupt eminence commanding a fine view over the city, and crowned with a modern tower commemorating the 4th centenary of the discovery of America by John Cabot and Sons Louis Sebastian, and Sanctus. Other memorials in the city are the High Cross on College Green 1850, and statues of Queen Victoria 1888, Samuel Morley 1888, Edmund Burke 1894, and Edward Colston 1895, in whose memory are held annual Colston banquets. Harbour and Trade. Bristol Harbour was formed in 1809 by the conversion of the Avon, and a branch of the Frome into the Float, by the cutting of a new channel for the Avon, and the formation of 2 basins. Altogether, the water area at fixed level is about 85 acres. 4 dry docks open into the floating harbour in 1884. The Avonmouth and Portishead docks at the river entrance were bought up by the city, and the port extends from Hanham Mills on the Avon to the mouth of the river, and for some distance down the estuary of the Severn, the city docks have a depth of 22 ft, while those at Avonmouth are accessible to the largest vessels. In 1902, the construction of the extensive Royal Edward Dock at Avonmouth was put in hand by the corporation, and the dock was opened by King Edward VII in 1908. It is entered by a lock 875 ft long and 100 ft wide, with a depth of water on the sill of 46 ft at ordinary spring and 36 ft at ordinary neap tides. The dock itself has a mean length of 1120 ft and a breadth of 1000 ft, and there is a branch and passage connecting with the old dock. The water area is about 30 acres, and the dock is so constructed as to be easily capable of extension. Portishead Dock on the Somerset shore has an area of 12 acres. The port has a large trade with America, the West Indies, and elsewhere, the principal imports being grain, fruit, oils, or timber, hides, cattle, and general merchandise, while the exports include machinery, manufactured oils, cotton goods, tin, and salt. The elder Dempster Dominion and other large steamship companies trade at the port. The principal industries are shipbuilding, rope walks, chocolate factories, sugar refineries, tobacco mills, and pipe-making, glassworks, potteries, soaperies, shoe factories, leather works, and tanneries, chemical works, sawmills, breweries, copper, lead, and shot works, iron works, machine works, stained paper works, anchors, chain cables, sailcloth, buttons. A coal field, extending 16 Roman 1000 southeast to Radstock, avails much for Bristol manufactures. The parliamentary borough is divided into 4 divisions, each returning 1 member. The government of the city is in the hands of a Lord Mayor, 22 aldermen, and 66 councillors. The area in 1901 was 11,705 acres, but in 1904 it was increased to 17,004 acres. History. Bristol. Brigstow. Bristol is one of the best examples of a town that has owed its greatness entirely to trade. It was never a shire town or the site of a great religious house, and it owed little to its position as the head of a feudal lordship or as a military post. Though it is near both British and Roman camps, there is no evidence of a British or Roman settlement. It was the western limit of the Saxon invasion of Britain, and about the year 1000, a Saxon settlement began to grow up at the junction of the rivers Frome and Avon. The natural advantages of the situation favouring the growth of the township, Bristol owed much to Danish rule, and during the reign of Canute, when the wool trade with Roman 5p Ireland began, it became the market for English slaves. In the reign of Edward the Confessor, the town was included in the earldom of Sweyn Godwinson, and at the date of the Domesday Survey, it was already a royal borough, governed by a reeve, appointed by the king, as overlord, the king's geld being assessed at 110 marks. There was a mint at the time of the conquest, which proves that Bristol must have been already a place of some size, though the fact that the town was a member of the royal manor of Baston shows that its importance was still of recent growth. 1/3 of the geld was paid to Geoffrey de Coutances, Bishop of Exeter, who threw up the earthworks of the castle he joined in a rebellion against William Roman II, and after his death, the king granted the town and castle as part of the honour of Gloucester to Robert Fitz-Hammon, whose daughter Mabel, marrying Earl Robert of Gloucester in 1119, brought him Bristol as her dowry. Earl Robert still further strengthened the castle, probably with masonry, and involved Bristol in the rebellion against Stephen. From the castle, he harried the whole neighbourhood, threatened Bath, and sold his prisoners as slaves to Ireland. A contemporary chronicler describes Bristol Castle as seated on a mighty mound and garrisoned with knights and foot soldiers, or rather robbers and raiders, and he calls Bristol the stepmother of England. The history of the charters granted to Bristol begins about this time. A charter granted by Henry Roman II in 1172 exempted the burgesses of Bristol from certain tolls throughout the kingdom, and confirmed existing liberties. Another charter of the same year granted the city of Dublin to the men of Bristol as a colony with the same liberties as their own town. As a result, probably, of the close connection between Bristol and Ireland, the growth of the wool trade was maintained. Many Bristol men settled in Dublin, which for a long time was a Bristol beyond the seas, its charters being almost duplicates of those granted to Bristol. About this time, Bristol began to export wool to the Baltic and had developed a wine trade with the south of France, while soap-making and tanning were flourishing industries. Bristol was still organized manorially rather than municipally. Its chief courts were the weekly 100 Court and the Court Leet, held 3 times a year, and presided over by the reeve appointed by the Earl of Gloucester by the marriage of Earl John with the heiress of Earl William of Gloucester. Bristol became part of the royal domain, the rent payable to the king being fixed, and the town shook off the feudal yoke. The charter granted by John in 1190 was an epoch in the history of the borough. It provided that no burgess should be impleaded without the walls, that no non-burgess should sell wine, cloth, wool, leather, or corn in Bristol, that all should hold by burgage tenure, that corn need not be ground at the Lord's mill, and that the burgesses should have all their reasonable guilds at some uncertain date. Soon after this, a commune was established in Bristol on the French model. Robert Fitz-Nichol, the first mayor of Bristol, taking the oath in 1200. The mayor was chosen not like the reeve whom he had displaced by the overlord, but by the merchants of Bristol, who were members of the Merchant Guild. The first documentary evidence of the existence of the Merchant Guild appears in 1242. In addition, there were many craft guilds later. At least 26 were known to exist, the most important being the guilds of the weavers, tuckers, and fullers, and the Guild of the Calendars of Bristol, which devoted itself to religious, educational, and social work. The mayor of Bristol was helped by 2 assistants who were called provosts until 1267, and from 1267 to 1311 were known as stewards, and after that date as bailiffs. Before this time, many religious houses had been founded. Earl Robert of Gloucester established the Benedictine Priory of St. James. There were Dominican and Franciscan priories, a monastery of Carmelites, and an abbey of St. Augustine, founded by Robert Fitzharden. In the reign of John, Bristol began the struggle to absorb the neighbouring manor of Bedminster, the eastern half of which was held by the Templars by gift of Earl Robert of Gloucester, and the western half, known as Redcliffe, was sold by the same Earl to Robert Fitzharden, afterwards Lord Berkeley. The Templars acquiesced without much difficulty, but the wealthy owners of the manor of Redcliffe, who had their own manorial courts, market fair, and quay, resisted the union for nearly 100 years. In 1247, a new course was cut for the River Frome, which vastly improved the harbour, and in the same year, a stone bridge was built over the Avon, bringing Temple and Redcliffe into closer touch with the city. The charter, granted by Henry Roman III in 1256, was important. It gave the burgesses the right to choose coroners, and as they already farmed, the geld payable to the king, Bristol must have been practically independent of the king. The growing exclusiveness of the Merchant Guild led to the Great Insurrection of 1312. The oligarchical party was supported by the Berkeleys, but the opposition continued their rebellion until 1313, when the town was besieged and taken by the royal forces during the reign of Edward Roman III. Cloth manufacture developed in Bristol. Thomas Blanket set up looms in 1337, employing many foreign workmen, and in 1353, Bristol was made one of the staple towns, the office of mayor of the staple being held by the mayor of the town. The Charter of 1373 extended the boundaries of the town to include Redcliffe, thus settling the long-standing dispute, and the waters of the Avon and Severn up to the steep and flat homes, and made Bristol a county in itself, independent of the county courts, with an elected sheriff, and a council of 40 to be chosen by the mayor and sheriff. The town was divided into 5 wards, each represented by an alderman, the aldermen alone being eligible for the mayoralty. This charter, confirmed in 1377 and 1488, was followed by the period of Bristol's greatest prosperity, the era of William Canning, of the foundation of the Society of Merchant Venturers, and of the voyages of John and Sebastian Cabot. William Canning, 13,991,474, was 5 times mayor and twice represented Bristol in Parliament. He carried on a huge cloth trade with the Baltic and rebuilt St. Mary Redcliffe. At the same time, cloth was exported by Bristol merchants to France, Spain, and the Levant. The records of the Society of Merchant Venturers began in 1467, and the society increased in influence so rapidly that in 1500 it directed all the foreign trade of the city and had a lease of the port dues. It was incorporated in 1552 and received other charters in 1638 and 1662. Henry Roman VII granted Bristol a charter in 1499, confirmed in 1510, which removed the theoretically popular basis of the corporation by the provision that the aldermen were to be elected by the mayor and council. At the dissolution of the monasteries, the Diocese of Bristol was founded, which included the counties of Bristol and Dorset. The voyages of discovery, in which Bristol had played a conspicuous part, led to a further trade development. In the 16th century, Bristol traded with Spain. The Canaries and the Spanish colonies in America shared in the attempt to colonize Newfoundland and began the trade in African slaves, which flourished during the 17th century. Bristol took a great share in the Civil War and was 3 times besieged. Charles Roman II granted a formal charter of incorporation in 1664, the governing body being the mayor, 12 aldermen, 30 common councilmen, 2 sheriffs, 2 coroners, a town clerk, clerk of the peace, and 39 minor officials, the governing body itself filling up all vacancies in its number. In the 18th century, cloth trade declined owing to the competition of Ireland and to the general migration of manufactures to the northern coalfields, but the prosperity of the city was maintained by the introduction of manufactures of iron, brass, tin, and copper, and by the flourishing West Indian trade, sugar being taken in exchange for African slaves. The hot wells became fashionable in the reign of Anne, who granted a charter in 1710, and a little later Bristol was the center of the Methodist revival of Whitefield and Wesley. The city was small, densely populated, and dirty, with dark, narrow streets, and the mob gained an unenviable notoriety for violence in the riots of 1708, 1753, 1767, and 1831. At the beginning of the 19th century, it was obvious that the prosperity of Bristol was diminishing comparatively, if not actually, owing to the rise of Liverpool, which had more natural facilities as a port than Bristol could offer, to the abolition of the slave trade, Roman 5p, which ruined the West Indian sugar trade, and 3, the extortionate rates levied by the Bristol Dock Company, incorporated in 1803. These rates made competition with Liverpool and London impossible, while other tolls were levied by the merchant venturers, and the corporation. The decline was checked by the efforts of the Bristol Chamber of Commerce, founded in 1823, and by the Municipal Reform Act of 1835. The new corporation, consisting of 48 councillors and 16 aldermen, who elected the mayor, being themselves chosen by the burgesses of each ward, bought the docks in 1848 and reduced the fees in 18,771,880. The docks at the mouth of the river at Avonmouth and Portishead were made, and these were bought by the corporation in 1884. A revival of trade, rapid increase of population, and enlargement of the boundaries of the city followed. The chief magistrate became a Lord Mayor in 1899. C.J. Corey, History of Bristol, Bristol 1816, J. Walloway, Antiquities, 1834, J. Evans, Chronological History of Bristol 1824, Bristol Val of Brit Archeol Inst, J. F. Nishal and J. Taylor, Bristol Past and Present Bristol and London, 1882, W. Hunt, Bristol, in Historic Towns Series, London. 1887, J. Latimer, Annals of Bristol, Various Periods, G. E. Ware, Collectania, relating to the Bristol Friars, Bristol 1893, Samuel Sayer, History of Bristol and Bristol Charters, 1812, The Little Red Book of Bristol, 1900, The Mayor's Calendar, Camden Soch, 1872, Victoria County History, Gloucester. Bristol, a borough of Bucks County, Pennsylvania, USA, on the Delaware River, opposite Burlington, New Jersey, 20 Roman 1000 NE, of Philadelphia Pop, 1890, 65, 53, 1971, 04, 1134, foreign-born 1910, 92, 56. It is served by the Pennsylvania Railway. The borough is built on level ground, elevated several feet above the river, and in the midst of an attractive farming country. The principal business houses are on Mill Street, while Radcliffe Street extends along the river. Among Bristol's manufacturing establishments are machine shops, rolling mills, a planing mill, yarn hosiery, and worsted mills, and factories for making carpets, wallpaper, and patent leather. Bath Springs are located just outside the borough limits, though not so famous as they were early in the 18th century. These springs are still well known for the medicinal properties of their chalybeate waters. Bristol was one of the first places to be settled in Pennsylvania after William Penn received his charter for the province in 1681, and from its settlement until 1725, it was the seat of government of the county. It was laid out in 1697 and was incorporated as a borough in 1720. The present charter, however, dates only from 1851. Bristol, the Shire Township of Bristol County, Rhode Island, USA, about 15 Roman 1000 SSE of Providence, between Narragansett Bay on the W and Mount Hope Bay on the E, thus being a peninsula. Pop, 1969, 01 of whom 1923 were foreign-born. 1905 State Census, 7512, 1910 8565 Area 12, Esq Roman 1000. It is served by the New York, New Haven, Hartford, and the Rhode Island Suburban Railways, and is connected with the island of Rhode Island by ferry. Mount Hope 216 FT on the eastern side commands delightful views of Landscape Bay and river scenery. Elsewhere in the township, the surface is gently undulating and generally well adapted to agriculture, especially to the growing of onions. A small island, Hog Island, is included in the township. The principal village, also known as Bristol, is a port of entry with a capacious and deep harbor, has manufactories of rubber and woolen goods, and is well known as a yacht-building center. Several defenders of the America's Cup, including the Columbia and the Reliance, having been built in the Herreshoff yards here at the close of King Philip's War in 1676. Mount Hope Neck, which had been the seat of the vanquished sachem, with most of what is now the township of Bristol, was awarded to Plymouth Colony in 1680. Immediately after Plymouth had conveyed the neck to a company of 4, the village was laid out the following year in anticipation of future commercial importance. The township and the village were named Bristol from the town in England. The township became the Shire Township in 1685, passed under the jurisdiction of Massachusetts in 1692, and in 1747 was annexed to Rhode Island. During the War of Independence, the village was bombarded by the British on the 7th of October 1775, but suffered little damage. On the 25th of May 1778, it was visited and partially destroyed by a British force. Bristol, a city of Sullivan County, Tennessee, and Washington County, Virginia, USA, 130 Roman 1000 NE of Knoxville, Tennessee, at an altitude of about 1700 FT. Pop, 1880, 3209 1890 62 26 1998 50, including 1981 Negroes, 1910 13,395, of whom 7148 were in Tennessee and 6247 were in Virginia. Bristol is served by the Halston Valley, Southern, the Virginia Southwestern, and the Norfolk Western Railways, and is a railway center of some importance. It is near the great mineral deposits of Virginia, Tennessee, West Virginia, Kentucky, and North Carolina, an important distributing point for iron, coal, and coke, and has tanneries and lumber mills, iron furnaces, tobacco factories, furniture factories, and packing houses. It is the seat of Sullens College Methodist Episcopal South, 1870, for women, and of the Virginia Institute for Women Baptist, 1884, both in the state of Virginia, and of a normal college for Negroes on the Tennessee side of the state line. The Tennessee-Virginia boundary line runs through the principal street, dividing the place into two separate corporations. The Virginia part, which before 1890, when it was chartered as a city, was known as Goodson, being administratively independent of the county in which it is situated. Bristol was settled about 1835, and the town of Bristol, Tennessee, was first incorporated in 1856. Bristow Benjamin Helm, 18,321,896, American lawyer and politician, was born in Elkton, Kentucky, on the 20th of June, 1832, the son of Francis Marion Bristow, 18,040,1864, Whig member of Congress in 18,540,1855 and 18,590,1861. He graduated at Jefferson College, Canonsburg, Pennsylvania, in 1851, studied law under his father, and was admitted to the Kentucky bar in 1853. At the beginning of the Civil War, he became lieutenant colonel of the 25th Kentucky Infantry, was severely wounded at Shiloh, helped to recruit the 8th Kentucky Cavalry, of which he was lieutenant colonel and later colonel, and assisted at the capture of John H. Morgan in July 1863, in 18,630,1865, was state senator in 18,651,866, assistant United States district attorney, and in 18,661,870 district attorney for the Louisville district, and in 18,701,872, after a few months' practice of law with John Roman 1000 Harlan, was the first appointed Solicitor General of the United States. In 1873, President Grant nominated him Attorney General of the United States in case George H. Williams were confirmed as Chief Justice of the United States, a contingency which did not arise as Secretary of the Treasury. 18,740,1876. He prosecuted with vigor the so-called whiskey ring, the headquarters of which was at St. Louis, and which, beginning in 1870 or 1871, had defrauded the federal government out of a large part of its rightful revenue from the distillation of whiskey. Distillers and revenue officers in St. Louis, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, and other cities were implicated, and the illicit gains, which in St. Louis alone probably amounted to more than 2,500,000, in the 6 years 18,701,876, were divided between the distillers and the revenue officers, who levied assessments on distillers ostensibly for a Republican campaign fund to be used in furthering Grant's re-election. Prominent among the ring's alleged accomplices at Washington was Orville E. Babcock, private secretary to President Grant, whose personal friendship for Babcock led him to indiscreet interference in the prosecution. Through Bristow's efforts, more than 200 men were indicted, a number of whom were convicted, but after some months' imprisonment were pardoned, largely owing to friction between himself and the president. Bristow resigned his portfolio in June 1876. As Secretary of the Treasury, he advocated the resumption of specie payments and at least a partial retirement of greenbacks, and he was also an advocate of civil service reform. He was a prominent candidate for the Republican presidential nomination in 1876. After 1878, he practiced law in New York City, where he died on the 22nd of June, 1896. See Memorial of Benjamin Helm, Bristow, largely prepared by David Wilcox, Cambridge, Mass. Privately printed 1897. Whiskey Frauds, 44th Cong. 1st Sesame's Doc. No. 186 Secrets of the Great Whiskey Ring, Chicago, 1880, by John MacDonald, who for nearly 6 years had been Supervisor of Internal Revenue at St. Louis. A book by one concerned, and to be considered in that light. Roman 5 p. Bristow Henry William 18,171,889 English geologist, son of Major General H. Bristow, who served in the Peninsular War, was born on the 17th of May 1817. He was educated at King's College London under John Phillips, then Professor of Geology, in 1842. He was appointed Assistant Geologist on the Geological Survey. In that service, he remained for 4 to 6 years, becoming Director for England and Wales in 1872, and retiring in 1888. He was elected FRS in 1862. He died in London on the 14th of June 1889. His publications Sigil Mag, 1889 p. 384, include a Glossary of Mineralogy, 1861, and the Geology of the Isle of Wight, 1862. Britain gr. lat. Britannia, rarely Britannia, the anglicized form of the classical name of England, Wales, and Scotland, sometimes extended to the British Isles as a whole. Britannici, insulae. The Greek and Roman forms are doubtless attempts to reproduce a Celtic original, the exact form of which is still matter of dispute. Brittany fr. Bretagne in Western France derived its name from Britain owing to migrations in the 5th and 6th century A. Roman 500. The personification of Britannia as a female figure may be traced back as far as the coins of Hadrian and Antoninus Pius, early 2nd century A. Roman 500. Its first appearance on modern coins is on the copper of Charles Roman II. See numismatics. In what follows, the archaeological interest of early Britain is dealt with in connection with the history of Britain in pre-Roman, Roman, and Anglo-Saxon days, this account being supplementary to the articles England, English History, Scotland, Roman, 100 pre-Roman Britain. Geologists are not yet agreed when and by whom Britain was first peopled. Probably, the island was invaded by a succession of races. The first, the Paleolithic men, may have died out or retired before successors arrived during the Neolithic and Bronze Ages. We can dimly trace further immigrations. Real knowledge begins with 2 Celtic invasions, that of the Goidels in the later part of the Bronze Age, and that of the Brythons and Belgae in the Iron Age. These invaders brought Celtic civilization and dialects. It is uncertain how far they were themselves Celtic in blood, and how far they were numerous enough to absorb or obliterate the races which they found in Britain. But it is not unreasonable to think that they were no mere conquering caste, and that they were of the same race as the Celtic-speaking peoples of the Western continent by the age of Julius Caesar. All the inhabitants of Britain, except perhaps some tribes of the far north, were Celts in speech and customs. Politically, they were divided into separate and generally warring tribes, each under its own princes. They dwelt in hill forts with walls of earth or rude stone, or in villages of round huts sunk into the ground, and resembling those found in parts of northern Gaul, or in subterranean chambered houses, or in hamlets of pile dwellings constructed among the marshes. But at least in the south, market centers had sprung up. Town life was beginning. Houses of a better type were perhaps coming into use, and the southern tribes employed a gold coinage and also a currency of iron bars or ingots attested by Caesar, and by surviving examples which weigh roughly some 2/3 of a pound, some 223 lb, but mostly 113 lb. In religion, the chief feature was the priesthood of Druids, who here, as in Gaul, practiced magical arts and barbarous rites of human sacrifice, taught a secret lore, wielded great influence. But at least as Druids took ordinarily no part in politics, in art, these tribes possessed a native late Celtic fashion descended from far-off Mediterranean antecedents, and more directly connected with the Latin culture of the continental Celts. Its characteristics were flamboyant and fantastic treatment of plant and animal, though not of human forms, a free use of the geometrical device, called the returning spiral, and much skill in enameling. Its finest products were in bronze, but the artistic impulse spread to humbler work in wood and pottery. The late Celtic age was one which genuinely delighted in beauty of form and detail. In this, it resembled the Middle Ages rather than the Roman Empire or the present day, and it resembled them all the more in that its love of beauty, like theirs, was mixed with a feeling for the fantastic and the grotesque. The Roman conquest of northern Gaul 5750 B. Roman 100 brought Britain into definite relation with the Mediterranean. It was already closely connected with Gaul, and when Roman civilization and its products invaded Gallia Belgica, they passed on easily to Britain. The British coinage now begins to bear Roman legends, and after Caesar's 2 raids 55-54 B Roman 100, the southern tribes were regarded at Rome, though they do not seem to have regarded themselves as vassals. Actual conquest was however delayed. Augustus planned it, but both he and his successor Tiberius realized that the greater need was to consolidate the existing empire and absorb the vast additions recently made to it by Pompey, Caesar, and Augustus. Roman Britain. Roman 1. The Roman conquest. The conquest of Britain was undertaken by Claudius in A Roman 502. Causes coincided to produce the step on the one hand, a forward policy, then ruled at Rome, leading to annexations in various lands on the other hand. A probably Philo-Roman Prince Cunoblin known to literature, as Cymbeline had just been succeeded by 2 sons, Caractacus Q Roman 5 and Targadumnus, who were hostile to Rome. Caligula, half-insane predecessor of Claudius, had made in respect to this event some blunder which we know only through a sensational exaggeration, but which doubtless had to be made good. An immediate reason for action was the appeal of a fugitive British prince, presumably a Roman partisan and victim of Cunoblin's sons, so Aulus Plautius, with a singularly well-equipped army of some 40,000 men landed in Kent and advanced on London. Here Claudius himself appeareth, one reigning emperor of the 1st century, who crossed the waves of ocean, and the army crossing the Thames moved forward through Essex and captured the native capital Camulodunum, now Colchester. From the base of London and Colchester, 3 corps continued the conquest. The left wing, the 2nd Legion, under Vespasian, afterwards emperor, subdued the south. The center, the 14th and 20th Legions, subdued the Midlands, while the right wing, the 9th Legion, advanced through the eastern part of the island. This strategy was at first triumphant. The lowlands of Britain, with their partly Romanized and partly scanty population, and their easy physical features, presented no obstacle. Within 3 or 4 years, everything south of the Humber and east of the Severn had been either directly annexed or entrusted as protectorates to native client princes. A more difficult task remained. The wild hills and wilder tribes of Wales and Yorkshire offered far fiercer resistance. There followed 30 years of intermittent hill fighting. A Roman 50,079. The precise steps of the conquest are not known. Legionary fortresses were established at Wroxeter for a time. Only Chester and Caerleon facing the Welsh hills, and at Lincoln in the northeast. Monmouthshire and Flintshire with its lead mines were early overrun. In 60, Suetonius Paulinus reached Anglesea. The method of conquest was the establishment of small detached forts in strategic positions, each garrisoned by 500 or 1,000 men, and it was accompanied by a full share of those disasters which vigorous barbarians always inflict on civilized invaders. Progress was delayed too by the great revolt of Boadicea Q Roman 5, and a large part of the nominally conquered lowlands. Her rising was soon crushed, but the government was obviously afraid for a while to move its garrisons forward. Indeed, other needs of the empire caused the withdrawal of the 14th Legion about 67, but the decade A Roman 50,080 was decisive. A series of 3 able generals commanded an army restored to its proper strength by the addition of Legio Roman 2 Adiutrix, and achieved the final subjugation of Wales and the first conquest of Yorkshire, where a legionary fortress at York was substituted for that at Lincoln. The third and best known, if not the ablest of these generals, Julius Agricola, moved on in A Roman 500 to the conquest of the farther north. He established between the Clyde and Forth a frontier meant to be permanent, guarded by a line of forts, Roman 5 Pitwo, of which are still traceable at Camelon near Falkirk and at Bar Hill. He then advanced into Caledonia and won a famous victory at Mons Gropius, sometimes, but incorrectly spelt Grampius, probably near the confluence of the Tay and the Isla, where a Roman encampment of his date Inchtatil has been partly examined. See Galgacus. He dreamt even of invading Ireland and thought it an easy task. The home government, judged otherwise jealous possibly of a too brilliant general, certainly averse from costly and fruitless campaigns, and needing the Legio Roman 2 Adiutrix for work. Elsewhere it recalled both governor and legion, and gave up the more northerly of his nominal conquests. The most solid result of his campaigns is that his battlefield, misspelled Grampius, has provided to antiquaries, and through them to the world, the modern name of the Grampian Hills. What frontier was adopted after Agricola's departure, whether Tweed or Cheviot or other, is unknown. For 30 years A Roman 500,115. The military history of Britain is a blank. When we recover knowledge, we are in an altered world. About 115 or 120, the northern Britons rose in revolt and destroyed the 9th Legion posted at York, which would bear the brunt of any northern trouble. In 122, the second reigning emperor who crossed the ocean, Hadrian, came himself to Britain, brought the 6th Legion to replace the 9th, and introduced the frontier policy of his age for over 70 Roman 1,000 from Tyne to Solway, more exactly from Wallsend to Bowness. He built a continuous rampart, more probably of turf than of stone, with a ditch in front of it. A number of small forts along it, 1 or 2 outposts a few miles to the north of it, and some detached forts. The best known is on the hill above Meriport, guarding the Cumberland coast, beyond its western end. The details of his work are imperfectly known, for though many remains survive, it is hard to separate those of Hadrian's date from others that are later. But that Hadrian built a wall here is proved alike by literature and by inscriptions. The meaning of the scheme is equally certain. It was to be as it were a Chinese wall, marking the definite limit of the Roman world. It was now declared not by the secret resolutions of cabinets, but by the work of the spade, marking the solid earth forever, that the era of conquest was ended. Roman Britain. But empires move though rulers bid them stand still. Whether the land beyond Hadrian's wall became temptingly peaceful or remained in vexing disorder, our authorities do not say. We know only that about 142 Hadrian's successor Antoninus Pius, acting through his general Lollius Urbicus, advanced from the Tyne and Solway frontier to the narrower isthmus between Forth and Clyde, 36 Roman 1,000, across which Agricola had fortified before him. Here he reared a continuous rampart with a ditch in front of it, fair-sized forts, probably a dozen in number, built either close behind it or actually abutting on it, and a connecting road running from end to end. An ancient writer states that the rampart was built of regularly laid sods, the same method which had probably been employed by Hadrian, and excavations in 18,911,893 have verified the statement. The work still survives visibly, though in varying preservation, except in the agricultural districts near its two ends occasionally, as on Croyhill near Kilsyth at Westerwood, and in the covers of Bonaside 3 Roman 1,000 west of Falkirk. Wall and ditch, and even road, can be distinctly traced, and the sites of many of the forts are plain to practiced eyes. 3 of these forts have been excavated. All 3 show the ordinary features of Roman castella, though they differ more than one would expect in forts built at one time by one General Bar Hill. The most completely explored covers 3 acres, nearly 5 times as much as the earlier fort of Agricola. On the same site, it had ramparts of turf, barrackrooms of wood, and a headquarters building, storehouse and bath in stone. It stands a few yards back from the wall. Castle Kerry covers nearly 4 acres. Its ramparts contain massive and well-dressed masonry. Its interior buildings, though they agree in material, do not altogether agree in plan with those of Bar Hill, and its north face falls in line with the frontier wall. Rough Castle near Falkirk is very much smaller. It is remarkable for the astonishing strength of its turf-built and earthen ramparts and ravelins, and for a remarkable series of defensive pits, reminiscent of Caesar's Lilia at Alesia, plainly intended to break an enemy's charge, and either provided with stakes to impale the assailant, or covered over with hurdles, or the like to deceive him. Besides the dozen forts on the wall, 1 or 2 outposts may have been held at Ardagh and Abernethy, along the natural route which runs by Stirling and Perth to the lowlands of the east coast. This frontier was reached from the south by 2 roads, one known in medieval times as Dara Street and misnamed Watling Street by modern antiquaries, ran from Corbridge on the Tyne, past Otterburn, crossed Cheviot near Macondon Camps, and passed by an important fort at Newstead near Melrose, and another at Inveresk outside of Edinburgh, to the eastern end of the wall. The other, starting from Carlisle, ran to Burns, a Roman fort near Ecclefechan, and thence by a line not yet explored, and indeed not at all certain, to Carstairs and the west end of the wall. This wall was in addition to, and not instead of, the wall of Hadrian. Both barriers were held together, and the district between them was regarded as a military area outside the range of civilization. The work of Pewes brought no long peace. 16 years later, disorder broke out in North Britain, apparently in the district between the Cheviots and the Derbyshire Hills, and was repressed with difficulty after 4 or 5 years, fighting 18 or 20 years later. 180,185. A new war broke out with a different issue. The Romans lost everything. Beyond Cheviot, and perhaps even more, the government of Commodus, feeble in itself and vexed by many troubles, could not repair the loss, and the civil wars which soon raged in Europe, 193,197, gave the Caledonians further chance. It was not till 208 that Septimius Severus, the ablest emperor of his age, could turn his attention to the island. He came thither in person, invaded Caledonia, commenced the reconstruction of the wall of Hadrian, rebuilding it from end to end in stone, and then in the 4th year of his operations died at York amid much that is uncertain and even legendary about his work in Britain. This is plain that he fixed on the line of Hadrian's wall as his substantive frontier. His successors, Caracalla and Severus Alexander, 211,235, accepted the position, and many inscriptions refer to building or rebuilding executed by them for the greater efficiency of the frontier defenses. The conquest of Britain was at last over. The wall of Hadrian remained for nearly 200 years, more the northern limit of Roman power in the extreme west. Roman II, the province of Britain and its military system. Geographically, Britain consists of 2 parts: 1, the comparatively flat lowlands of the southeast, and Midlands suitable to agriculture and open to easy intercourse with the continent. Roman I, with the rest of the Roman Empire. 2, the district consisting of the hills of Devon and Cornwall, of Wales, and of northern England regions, lying more and often very much more than 600 ft above the sea, scarred with gorges and deep valleys, mountainous in character, difficult for armies to traverse, ill-fitted to the peaceful pursuits in agriculture. These 2 parts of the province differ also in their history. The lowlands, as we have seen, were conquered easily and quickly. The uplands were hardly subdued completely till the end of the 2nd century. They differ, thirdly, in the character of their Roman occupation. The lowlands were the scene of civil life. Towns, villages, and country houses were their prominent features. Troops were hardly seen in them, save in some fortresses on the edge of the hills, and in a chain of forts built in the 4th century to defend the southeast coast, the so-called Saxon shore. The uplands of Wales and the north presented another spectacle. Here civil life was almost wholly absent. No country town or country house has been found more than 20 Roman 1,000 north of York or west of Monmouthshire. The hills were one extensive military frontier, covered with forts and strategic roads connecting them, and devoid of town life, country houses, farms, or peaceful civilized industry. This geographical division was not reproduced by Rome in any administrative partitions of the province. At first the whole was governed by one legatus Augusti of consular standing. Roman 5p. Septimius Severus made it 2 provinces, superior and inferior, with a boundary which probably ran from Humber to Mersey, but we do not know how long this arrangement lasted. In the 5th century there were 5 provinces: Britannia Prima and Secunda, Flavia and Maxima Caesariensis, and for a while Valentia, ruled by presides and consulars under a vicatus, but the only thing known of them is that Britannia Prima included Cirencester. Fig. 1 Plan of Housesteads. Fig. 1 Plan of Housesteads, Borcovicium, on Hadrian's wall. The army which guarded or coerced the province consisted from the time of Hadrian onwards of 1 legions, the 2nd at Iscus Silorum Caerleonem usque Curomen, 5 the 9th at Eburacum Curomen, 5 now York, the 20th at Deva Curomen, 5 now Chester, a total of some 15,000 heavy infantry, and 2, a large but uncertain number of auxiliaries, troops of the 2nd grade, organized in infantry cohorts or cavalry, each 500 or 1,000 strong, and posted in Casella Nera. The frontiers, then the legions, the legionary fortresses, were large rectangular enclosures of 50 or 60 acres, surrounded by strong walls of which traces can still be seen in the lower courses of the north and east town walls of Chester, in the Abbey Gardens at York, and on the south side of Caerleon. The auxiliary Casella were hardly a tenth of the size varying generally from 3 to 6 acres, according to the size of the regiment and the need for stabling. These upwards of 70 are known in England, and some 20 more in Scotland. Of the English examples, a few have been carefully excavated, notably Jelliger, between Cardiff and Brecon, one of the most perfect specimens to be found anywhere in the Roman Empire, of a Roman fort dating from the end of the 1st century, a Roman 500 Hardknot, on a Cumberland moor overhanging Upper Eskdale and Housesteads on Hadrian's Wall in Scotland. Excavation has been more active, particular at the forts of Burns, Newstead near Melrose Line near Peebles Ardagh, between Stirling and Perth, and Castle, Kerry Rough Castle and Bar Hill on the Wall of Pewes. The internal arrangements of all these forts follow one general plan, but in some of them the internal buildings are all of stone, while in others, principally, it seems forts built before 150 wood is used freely, and only the few principal buildings seem to have been constructed throughout of stone. We may illustrate their character from Housesteads, which in the form in which we know it perhaps dates from Septimius Severus. This fort measures about 360 by 600 ft, and covers a trifle less than 5 acres. Its ramparts are of stone, and its north rampart coincides with the Great Wall of Hadrian. Its interior is filled with stone buildings, chief among these see Fig. 1, and in the center of the whole fort is the headquarters in Lat Principia, or as it is often, though perhaps less correctly styled by moderns, Praetorium. This is a rectangular structure with only one entrance, which gives access first to small cloistered court Roman 10, then to a second open court Roman 10, and finally to a row of 5 rooms Roman 10-12, containing the shrine for official worship. Treasury and other offices close by were officers' quarters, generally built round a tiny cloistered court Roman 9, Roman 11, Roman 12, and substantially built storehouses with buttresses and dry basements Roman 8. These filled the middle third of the fort. At the two ends were barracks for the soldiers Roman 1, Roman 6, Roman 13, Roman 18. No space was allotted to private religion or domestic life. The shrines which voluntary worshippers might visit, the public bathhouse, and the cottages of the soldiers' wives' camp. Followers Roman 100 lay outside the walls. Such were nearly all the Roman forts in Britain. They differ somewhat from Roman forts in Germany or other provinces, though most of the differences arise from the different usage of wood and of stone in various places. Forts of this kind were dotted all along the military roads of the Welsh and northern hill districts in Wales. A road ran from Chester, past a fort at Caerhyn near Conway, to a fort at Carnarvon Sagontium. A similar road ran along the south coast from Caerleon and Usk, past a fort at Cardiff and perhaps others to Carmarthen. A third, roughly parallel to the shore of Cardigan Bay, with forts at Llanillo and Tomonimmer near Festiniog, connected the northern and southern roads, while Roman 5p the interior was held by a system of roads and forts, not yet well understood, but discernible at such points as Caergai on Bala Lake, Castle Carlin, near Landrindod, Wells the Gare near Brecon, Merthyr, and Jelliger in the north of Britain. We find 3 principal roads. 1 led due north from York, past forts at Catterick, Bridge Piers, Bridge Binechester, Lanchester, Ebchester, to the Wall and to Scotland, while branches through Chesterle Street reached the Tyne Bridge Ponds alias at Newcastle, and the Tyne Mouth at South Shields. A second road, turning northwest from Catterick Bridge, mounted the Pennine Chain by way of forts at Rokeby Bows and Bruff under Stainmore, descended into the Eden Valley, reached Hadrian's Wall near Carlisle Luguvalium, and passed on to Burns. The third route, starting from Chester and passing up the western coast, is more complex and exists in duplicate, the result perhaps of 2 different schemes of road-making forts. In plenty can be detected along it, notably Manchester Mancunium, or Mamusium Ribchester, Bremetenacum, Brewham Castle, Brockhevum, Old Penrith Vorda, and on a western branch Watercrook near Kendal Waterhead, near the hotel of that name on Ambleside Hardknot, above Eskdale Meriport, Uxalagunum, and Old Carlisle, possibly Petriana. In addition, 2 or 3 cross roads, not yet sufficiently explored, maintained communication between the troops in Yorkshire and those in Cheshire and Lancashire. This road system bears plain marks of having been made at different times and with different objectives, but we have no evidence that any one part was abandoned when any other was built. There are signs, however, that various forts were dismantled as the country grew quieter. Thus Jelliger in South Wales and Hardknot in Cumberland have yielded nothing later than the opening of the 2nd century. Fig. 2 Hadrian's Wall. Fig. 2 Hadrian's Wall. From Social England, by permission of Cassell Co. Limited. Besides these detached forts and their connecting roads, the north of Britain was defended by Hadrian's Wall. Figs 2 and 3. The history of this wall has been given above. The actual works are threefold. First, there is that which today forms the most striking feature in the whole, the wall of stone 68 ft thick, and originally perhaps 14 ft high, with a deep ditch in front and forts and mile castles and turrets. Connecting road behind it on the high moors between Collerford and Gilsland. Its traces are still plain, as it climbs from hill to hill and winds along perilous precipices. Secondly, there is the so-called vallum, in reality no vallum at all, but a broad flat-bottomed ditch, out of which the earth has been cast up on either side into regular and continuous mounds that resemble ramparts. Thirdly, nowhere very clear on the surface, and as yet detected only at a few points, there are the remains of the turf wall constructed of sods laid in regular courses with a ditch in front. This turf wall is certainly older than the stone wall, and as our ancient writers mention two wall builders, Hadrian and Septimius Severus, the natural inference is that Hadrian built his wall of turf, and Severus reconstructed it in stone. The reconstruction probably followed in general the line of Hadrian's wall in order to utilize the existing ditch, and this explains why the turf wall itself survives only at special points. In general, it was destroyed to make way for the new wall in stone. Occasionally, as at Birdoswald, there was a deviation, and the older work survived. This conversion of earthwork into stone in the age of Severus can be paralleled from other parts of the Roman Empire. Fig. 3 Section of Hadrian's Wall. Fig. 3 Section of Hadrian's Wall. The meaning of the vallum is much more doubtful. John Hodgson and Bruce, the local authorities of the 19th century, supposed that it was erected to defend the wall from southern insurgents. Others have ascribed it to Agricola, or have thought it to be the wall of Hadrian, or even assigned it to pre-Roman natives. The two facts that are clear about it are that it is a Roman work no older than Hadrian, if so old, and that it was not intended like the wall for military defense. Probably, it is contemporaneous with either the turf wall or the stone wall, and marked some limit of the civil province of Britain. Beyond this we cannot at present go. Roman 3. The civilization of Roman Britain. Behind these formidable garrisons, sheltered from barbarians, and in easy contact with the Roman Empire, stretched the lowlands of southern and eastern Britain. Here a civilized life grew up, and Roman culture spread. This part of Britain became Romanized. In the lands looking on to the Thames estuary, Kent, Essex, Middlesex, the process had perhaps begun before the Roman conquest. It was continued after that event, and in two ways. To some extent, it was definitely encouraged by the Roman government, which here as elsewhere founded towns peopled with Roman citizens, generally discharged legionaries, and endowed them with franchise and constitution like those of the Italian municipalities. It developed still more by its own automatic growth. The coherent civilization of the Romans was accepted by the Britons, as it was by the Gauls, with something like enthusiasm, encouraged perhaps by sympathetic Romans, spurred on still more by their own instincts, and led no doubt by their nobles. They began to speak Latin, to use the material resources of Roman civilized life, and in time to consider themselves not the unwilling subjects of a foreign empire, but the British members of the Roman state. The steps by which these results were reached can to some extent be dated within a few years of the Claudian invasion. A colonia or municipality of expired soldiers had been planted in the old native capital of Colchester Camulaginum, and though it served at first mainly as a fortress, and thus provoked British hatred, it came soon to exercise a civilizing influence. At the same time, the British town of Verulamium St. Albans was thought sufficiently Romanized to deserve the municipal status of a municipium, which at this period differed little from that of a colonia. Romanized Britons must now have begun to be numerous. In the Great Revolt of Boadicea 60, the nationalist party seemed to have massacred many thousands of them along with actual Romans. 15 or 20 years later, the movement increases. Towns spring up such as Silchester, laid out in Roman fashion, furnished with public buildings of Roman type, and filled with houses which are Roman in fittings, if not in plan. The baths of Bath Aquisules are exploited. Another colonia is planted at Lincoln Lindum, and a third at Gloucester Glevum in 96. A new chief judge is appointed for increasing civil business. The tax-gatherer and recruiting officer begin to make their way into the hills during the 2nd century. Progress was perhaps slower, hindered doubtless by the repeated risings in the north. It was not till the 3rd century that country houses and farms became common in most parts of the civilized area. In the beginning of the Roman 4th century, the skilled artisans and builders and the cloth and corn of Britain were equally famous on the continent. This probably was the age when the prosperity and Romanization of the province reached its height. By this time, the town populations and the educated among the countryfolk spoke Latin, and Britain regarded itself as a Roman land inhabited by Romans and distinct from outer barbarians. The civilization which had thus spread over half the island was genuinely Roman, identical in kind with that of the other western provinces of the empire, and in particular with that of northern Gaul, but it was defective in quantity. The elements which compose it are marked by smaller size, less wealth, and less splendor than the same elements. Elsewhere it was also uneven in its distribution. Large tracts, in particular Warwickshire and the adjoining Midlands, were very thinly inhabited. Even densely peopled areas like North Kent, the Sussex coast, West Gloucestershire, and East Somerset immediately adjoin areas like the Weald of Kent and Sussex, where Romano-British remains hardly occur. The administration of the civilized part of the province, while subject to the governor of all Britain, was practically entrusted to local authorities. Each Roman municipality ruled itself, and a territory perhaps as large as a small county, which belonged to it. Some districts belonged to the imperial domains and were administered by agents of the emperor. The rest, by far the larger part of the country, was divided up among the old native tribes or cantons, some 10 or 12 in number, each grouped round some country town, where its council ordo met for cantonal business. This cantonal system closely resembles that which we find in Gaul. It is an old native element recast in Roman form, and well illustrates the Roman principle of local government by devolution. In the general framework of Romano-British life, the two chief features were the town and the villa. The towns of the province, as we have already implied, fall into two classes: 5 modern cities, Colchester, Lincoln, York, Gloucester, and St. Albans, stand on the sites and in some fragmentary fashion bear the names of 5 Roman municipalities founded by the Roman government, with special charters and constitutions. All of these reached a considerable measure of prosperity. None of them rivals the greater municipalities of other provinces. Besides them, we trace a larger number of country towns, varying much in size, but all possessing in some degree the characteristics of a town. The chief of these seem to be cantonal capitals, probably developed out of the market centers or capitals of the Celtic tribes before the Roman conquest, such are Isurium, Brigantum, capital of the Brigantes, 12 Roman 1000 northwest of York, and the most northerly Romano-British town, Ratti, now Leicester, capital of the Coritani Viriconium, now Roxeter near Shrewsbury, capital of the Cornovia, Venta, Silorum, now Caerwent near Chepstow, Corinium, now Cirencester, capital of the Dubuni Isca, Dumnonirum, now Exeter, the most westerly of these towns, Durnaveria, now Dorchester, in Dorset, capital of the Duratriges, Venta, Belgarum, now Winchester, Caliva Atrabatum, now Silchester, 10 Roman 1000 south of Reading, Durovernum, Cantiacorum, now Canterbury, and Venta, Isnorum, now Caestorby, Norwich. Besides these country towns, Londinium, London, was a rich and important trading town centre of the road system, and the seat of the finance officials of the province, as the remarkable objects discovered in it abundantly prove, while Aquae Sulis Bath was a spa provided with splendid baths, and a richly adorned temple of the native patron deity Sul, or Sulis, whom the Romans called Minerva. Many smaller places too, for example Magna, or Kenchester, near Hereford, Durabrivy, or Rochester, in Kent, another Durabrivy near Peterborough, a site of uncertain name near Cambridge, another of uncertain name near Chesterford, exhibited some measure of town life. As a specimen we may take Silchester, remarkable as the one town in the whole Roman Empire which has been completely and systematically uncovered. As we see it today, it is an open space of 100 acres set on a hill, with a wide prospect east and south, and west in shape and irregular. Hexagon enclosed in a circuit of 1.5 miles by the massive ruins of a city wall, which still stands here, and there's some 20 ft high Fig 4 outside on the northeast, is the grassy hollow of a tiny amphitheater on the west. A line of earthworks runs in wider circuit than the walls the area. Within the walls is a vast expanse of cultivated land, unbroken by any vestige of antiquity, yet the soil is thick with tile and potsherd, and in hot summers the unevenly growing corn reveals the remains of streets beneath the surface. Casual excavations were made here in 1744 and 1833, more systematic ones intermittently between 1864 and 1884 by the Rev. J.G. Joyce, and others finally in May 1890. The complete uncovering of the whole site was begun by Mr. G. Fox, and others. The work was carried on with splendid perseverance, and the uncovering of the interior was completed in 1908. Fig 4 General Plan of Silchester. Fig 4 General Plan of Silchester Caliva Atrabatum. The chief results concern the buildings, though these have vanished wholly from the surface. The foundations and lowest courses of their walls survive fairly perfect below ground. Thus the plan of the town can be minutely recovered, and both the character of the buildings, which make up a place like Caliva, and the character of Romano-British buildings generally become plainer of the buildings. The chief forum near the middle of the town was a rectangular block covering 2 acres. It comprised a central open court, 132 ft by 140 ft in size, surrounded on 3 sides by a corridor or cloister, with rooms opening on the cloister. Fig 5 on the 4th side was a great hall, with rooms opening into it. From behind this hall was 270 ft long and 58 ft wide. 2 rows of Corinthian columns ran down the middle, and the clerestory roof may have stood 50 ft above the floor. The walls were frescoed or lined with marble, and for ornament there were probably statues. Finally, a corridor ran round outside the whole block. Here the local authorities had their offices. Justice was administered. Traders, trafficked citizens, and idlers gathered, though we cannot apportion the rooms to their precise uses. The great hall was plainly the basilica for meetings and business. The rooms behind it were perhaps law courts, and some of the rooms on the other 3 sides of the quadrangle may have been shops. Similar municipal buildings existed in most towns of the Western Empire, whether they were full municipalities or, as probably Caliva was of lower rank. The Calivan Forum seems in general simpler than others, but its basilica is remarkably large. Probably the British climate compelled more indoor life than the sunnier south. Temples. 2 small square temples of a common Western provincial type were in the east of the town. The cellar of the larger measured 42 ft sq and was lined with Purbeck marble. A 3rd circular temple stood between the forum and the south gate. A 4th, a smaller square shrine found in 1907, a little east of the Roman 5 forum, yielded some interesting inscriptions which relate to a guild collegium and incidentally confirm the name Caliva. Fig 5 Plan of Forum Basilica and surroundings Silchester. Fig 5 Plan of Forum Basilica and surroundings Silchester. Christian church close outside the southeast angle of the forum was a small edifice 42 ft by 27 ft, consisting of a nave and 2 aisles, which ended at the east in a porch as wide as the building, and at the west in an apse, and 2 flanking chambers. The nave and porch were floored with plain red tesserae. In the apse was a simple mosaic panel in red, black, and white. Round the building was a yard fenced with wooden palings. In it were a well near the apse, and a small structure of tile with a pit near the east end. No direct proof of date or use was discovered, but the ground plan is that of an early Christian church of the basilican type. This type comprised nave and aisles ending at one end in an apse, and 2 chambers resembling rudimentary transepts, and at the other end in a porch. Narthex previous to about A. Roman 500. The porch was often at the east end, and the apse at the west, and the altar, often movable, stood in the apses at Silchester. Perhaps on the mosaic panel, a court enclosed the whole. Near the porch was a laver for the ablutions of intending worshippers. Many such churches have been found in other countries, especially in Roman Africa. No other satisfactory instance is known in Britain. Town baths. A suite of public baths stood a little east of the Forum. At the entrance were a peristyle court for loungers, and a latrine. Hence, the bather passed into the apoditerium dressing room, the frigidarium cold room, fitted with a cold bath for use at the end of the bathing ceremony, and a series of hot rooms whole, resembling many modern Turkish baths in their first form. The baths of Silchester were about 160 ft by 80 ft, but they were later considerably extended. Private houses. The private houses of Silchester are of two types. They consist either of a row of rooms with a corridor along them, and perhaps one or two additional rooms at one or both ends, or of three such corridors and rows of rooms, forming three sides of a large square open yard. They are detached houses, standing each in its own garden, and not forming terraces or rows. The country houses of Roman Britain have long been recognized as embodying these or allied types. Now, it becomes plain that they were the normal types throughout Britain. They differ widely from the town houses of Rome and Pompeii. They are less unlike some of the country houses of Italy and Roman Africa, but their real parallels occur in Gaul, and they may be Celtic types modified to Roman use, like Indian bungalows. Their internal fitting shipacousts, frescoes, mosaics are everywhere Roman. Those at Silchester are average specimens, and except for one mosaic, not individually striking, the largest Silchester house, with a special annex for baths, is usually taken to be a guest house or inn for travelers between London and the West. Fig. 6. Altogether, the town probably did not contain more than 70 or 80 houses of any size, and large spaces were not built over at all. This fact, and the peculiar character of the houses, must have given to Silchester rather the appearance of a village with scattered cottages, each in its own plot, facing its own way, than a town with regular and continuous streets. Industry shops are conjectured in the Forum and elsewhere, but were not numerous. Many dyers' furnaces, a little silver refinery, and perhaps a bakery have also been noticed. Fig. 6. Plan of supposed inn and baths at Silchester. Fig. 6. Plan of supposed inn and baths at Silchester. Streets. Roads. Roman 100. The streets were paved with gravel. They varied in width, up to 28-12 ft. They intersect regularly at right angles, dividing the town into square blocks like modern Mannheim or Turin, according to Roman system, usual in both Italy and the provinces. Plainly, they were laid out all at once, possibly by Agricola Tac Agr 21, and most probably about his time. There were four chief gates, not quite symmetrically placed. Town walls are built of flint and concrete, bonded with ironstone, and are backed with earth in the plans, though not in the reports of the excavations. They are shown as built later than the streets. No traces of meat market, theatre, or aqueduct have come to light. Water was got from wells lined with wooden tubs, and must have been scanty in dry summers. Smaller objects abound: canes, pottery, window and bottle, and cup, glass, bronze ornaments, iron tools. Roman 100, and many belong to the beginnings of Caliva, but few pieces are individually notable. Traces of late Celtic art are singularly absent. Roman fashions rule supreme, and inscriptions show that even the lower classes here spoke and wrote Latin. Outside the walls were the cemeteries not yet explored of suburbs. We have as yet no hint, nor indeed is the neighborhood of Caliva at all rich in Roman remains, in fact as well as in Celtic. Etymology. It was the town in the forest. A similar absence of remains may be noticed outside other Romano-British towns, and is significant of their economic position. Such, doubtless, were most of the towns of Roman Britain, thoroughly Romanized, peopled with Roman-speaking citizens, furnished with Roman appurtenances, living in Roman ways, but not very large, not very rich, a humble witness to the assimilating power of the Roman civilization in Britain. The country, as opposed to the towns of Roman Britain, seems to have been divided into estates, commonly, though perhaps incorrectly, known as villas. Many examples survive, some of them large and luxurious country houses, some mere farms, constructed usually on one of the two patterns described in the account of Silchester above. The inhabitants were plainly, as various, a few of them, great nobles and wealthy landowners, others small farmers or possibly bailiffs. Some of these estates were worked on the true villa system, by which the lord occupied the great house and cultivated the land close round it by slaves, while he let the rest to half-free colony. But other systems may have prevailed as well. Among the most important country houses are those of Bignor in West Sussex and Woodchester and Chedworth in Gloucestershire. The wealth of the country was principally agrarian. Wheat and wool were exported in the 4th century, when, as we have said, Britain was especially prosperous. But the details of the trade are unrecorded. More is known of the lead and iron mines, which at least in the first 2 centuries were worked in many districts. Lead, Somerset, Shropshire, Flintshire, and Derbyshire iron in the West Sussex wheeled the Forest of Dean, and to a slight extent elsewhere other minerals were less notable. The gold mentioned by Tacitus proved scanty. The Cornish tin, according to present evidence, was worked comparatively little, and perhaps most in the later empire. Lastly, the roads. Here we must put aside all idea of 4 great roads. That category is probably the invention of Roman 5 Pantiquaries, and certainly unconnected with Roman Britain. See Ermine Street. Instead, we may distinguish 4 main groups of roads radiating from London, and a 5th, which runs obliquely. One road ran southeast to Canterbury and the Kentish ports, of which Richborough-Rutupie was the most frequented. A 2nd ran west to Silchester, and thence, by various branches, to Winchester, Exeter, Bath, Gloucester, and South Wales. A 3rd, known afterwards to the English as Watling Street, ran by St. Albans Wall, near Lichfield, Ledostam, to Wroxeter and Chester. It also gave access by a branch to Leicester and Lincoln. A 4th served Colchester, the eastern counties Lincoln and York. The 5th is that known to the English as the Fosse, which joins Lincoln and Leicester with Cirencester, Bath, and Exeter. Besides these 5 groups, an obscure road, called by the Saxons Akeman Street, gave alternative access from London through Alchester outside of Bicester to Bath, while another obscure road winds south from near Sheffield past Derby and Birmingham and connects the lower Severn with the Humber. By these roads and their various branches, the Romans provided adequate communications throughout the lowlands of Britain. Roman 4. The end of Roman Britain. Early in the 4th century, it was necessary to establish a special coast defense, reaching from the Wash to Spithead against Saxon pirates. There were forts at Brancaster Borough Castle, near Yarmouth, Bradwell, at the mouth of the Colney and Blackwater, Reculver, Richborough, Dover, and Lymm, all in Kent. Pevensey in Sussex, Porchester, near Portsmouth, and perhaps also at Felixstowe in Suffolk. After about 350 barbarian assaults, not only of Saxons, but also of Irish Scodi and Picts, became commoner and more terrible at the end of the century. Magnus Maximus, claiming to be emperor, withdrew many troops from Britain, and a later pretender did the same early in the 5th century. The Teutonic conquest of Gaul cut the island off from Rome. This does not mean that there was any great departure of Romans. The central government simply ceased to send the usual governors and high officers. The Romano-British were left to themselves. Their position was weak. Their fortresses lay in the north and west, while the Saxons attacked the east and south. Their trained troops, and even their own numbers, must have been few. It is intelligible that they followed a precedent set by Rome in that age and hired Saxons to repel Saxons, but they could not command the fidelity of their mercenaries, and the Saxon peril only grew greater. It would seem as if the Romano-Britons were speedily driven from the east of the island. Even Wroxeter on the Welsh border may have been finally destroyed before the end of the 5th century. It seems that the Saxons, though apparently unable to maintain their hold so far to the west, were able to prevent the natives from recovering the lowlands, thus driven from the centers of Romanized life, from the region of walled cities and civilized houses into the hills of Wales and the northwest. The provincials underwent an intelligible change, the Celtic element never quite extinct in those hills, and like most forms of barbarism reasserting itself in this wild agenot without reinforcement from Ireland, challenged the remnants of Roman civilization, and in the end absorbed them. The Celtic language reappeared. The Celtic art emerged from its shelters in the west to develop in new and medieval fashions. Authorities. The principal references to early Britain in classical writers occur in Strabo, Diodorus, Julius Caesar, the elder Pliny, Tacitus, Ptolemy, and Cassius Dio, and in the lists of the Antonine Itinerary, probably about A. Roman 500,230, ed. Parthi 1840, 8. The Notitia Dignitatum, about A. Roman 500, ed. Sikh 1876, and the Ravenna's 7th century Reschauf, ed. Parthi 1860. The chief passages are collected in Petrie's Monumenta Hist. Britain 1848, and alphabetically in Holder's Altkultisch Sprachschatz 18,961,900. 8. The Roman inscriptions have been collected by Hubner Corpus Inscriptionum, Latin Roman 71,873, and in supplements by Hubner and Haverfield in the periodical Ephemeris Epigraphica. See also Hubner Inscript Britann. Christiani 1876, now out of date, and J. Rees on Pictish Roman 100 inscriptions, proceedings, Soc Antic Scotland Roman 26, Roman 32 of modern works the best summary for Roman Britain, and for Caesar's invasions is T.R. Holmes' Ancient Britain 1907, who cites numerous authorities. See also Sir John Evans Stone, Implements, Bronze Implements, and Ancient British Coins with Suppleboyd Dawkins' Early Man in Britain 1880, J. Rees Celtic Britain 3rd ed. 1904, for Late Celtic Art C. J. Roman 1000 Kemble, and R. Franks Horry Farrell's 1863, and Arthur J. Evans in Archaeologia Vols Roman 52, Roman 55, Celtic Ethnology and Philology C. Celt, are still in the age of discussion for ancient earthworks. C. A Hadrian Allcroft Earthwork of England 1909. For Roman Britain C. in General Prof. F. Haverfield The Romanization of Roman Britain Oxford 1906, and his articles in the Victoria County History, also the chapter in Mommsen's Roman Provinces, and an article in the Edinburgh Review 1899, for the Wall of Hadrian C. John Hodgson History of Northumberland 1840 J. Roman 100 Bruce Roman Wall 3rd ed. 1867, reports of excavations by Haverfield in the Cumberland Archaeological Society Transactions 18,940,1904, and R. Roman 100 Bosanquet Roman Camp at Housesteads Newcastle 1904, for the Scottish Excavations C. Proceedings of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland Roman 20 Roman 40, and especially J. MacDonald Bar Hill reprint Glasgow 1906, for other forts C. R. S. Ferguson Cumberland Arch. Soc Trans Roman 12 on Hardknott, and J. Ward Roman Fort of Jelligare London 1903, for the Roman occupation of Scotland C. Haverfield in Antonine Wall Report 1899, J. MacDonald Roman Stones in Hunterian Mews 1897, and though an older work Stuart's Caledonia Romana 1852, for Silchester Archaeologia 18,901,908, for Kerwent Ib 19,011,908, for London Charles Roach Smith Roman London 1859, for Christianity in Roman Britain Engel Hist, Rev 1896, for the villages Gen Petrivers Excavations in Cranbourne Chase, Roman 1004 vols, 18,871,908, and Proc Soc of Ant Roman 18 for the end of Roman Britain C. Engel Hist, Rev 1904, Prof. Barry's Life of St. Patrick 1905, Haverfield's Romanization cited above, and P. Vinogradov Growth of the Manor 1905, BK Roman 1 FJH. Anglo-Saxon Britain. History. The history of Britain after the withdrawal of the Roman troops is extremely obscure, but there can be little doubt that for many years the inhabitants of the provinces were exposed to devastating raids by the Picts and Scots. According to Gilders, it was for protection against these incursions that the Britons decided to call in the Saxons. Their allies soon obtained a decisive victory, but subsequently they turned their arms against the Britons themselves, alleging that they had not received sufficient payment for their services. A somewhat different account, probably of English origin, may be traced in the Historia Brittonum, according to which the first leaders of the Saxons, Hengist and Horsa, came as exiles seeking the protection of the British King Vortigern. Having embraced his service, they quickly succeeded in expelling the northern invaders. Eventually, however, they overcame the Britons through treachery by inducing the king to allow them to send for large bodies of their own countrymen. It was to these adventurers, according to tradition, that the Kingdom of Kent owed its origin. The story is in itself by no means improbable, while the dates assigned to the first invasion by various Welsh, Gaulish, and English authorities, with one exception, all fall within about a quarter of a century, viz., between the year 428 and the joint reign of Marcian and Valentinian Roman 3,450,455. For the subsequent course of the invasion, our information is of the most meager and unsatisfactory character. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, The kingdom of Sussex was founded by a certain Ella, or who landed in 477, while Wessex owed its origin to Cerdic, who arrived some 18 years later. No value, however, can be attached to these dates. Indeed, in the latter case, the story itself is open to suspicion on several grounds. See Wessex. For the movements which led to the foundation of the more northern kingdoms, we have no evidence worth consideration, nor do we know even approximately when they took place. But the view that the invasion was effected throughout by small bodies of adventurers acting independently of one another, and that each of the various kingdoms owes its origin to a separate enterprise, has little probability in its favor. Bede states that the invaders belonged to 3 different nations, Kent and southern Hampshire, being occupied by Jutes Curoman V, while Essex, Sussex, and Wessex were founded by the Saxons, and the remaining kingdoms by the Angli-Curoman V. The peculiarities of social organization in Kent certainly tend to show that this kingdom had a different origin from the rest, but the evidence for the distinction between the Saxons and the Angli is of a much less satisfactory character. See Anglo-Saxons Roman V. P. The royal family of Essex may really have been of Saxon origin. See Essex. But on the other hand, the West Saxon royal family claimed to be of the same stock as that of Bernicia, and their connections in the past seem to have lain with the Angli. We need not doubt that the first invasion was followed by a long period of warfare between the natives and the invaders, in which the latter gradually strengthened their hold on the conquered territories. It is very probable that by the end of the 5th century, all the eastern part of Britain, at least as far as the Humber, was in their hands. The first important check was received at the siege of Mons Badonicus in the year 517, and Camber, or perhaps rather some 15 or 20 years earlier according to Gilders. This event was followed by a period of peace for at least 4 to 4 years in the latter part of the 6th century. However, the territories occupied by the invaders seem to have been greatly extended in the south. The West Saxons are said to have conquered first Wiltshire, and then all the upper part of the Thames Valley, together with the country beyond as far as the Severn. The northern frontier also seems to have been pushed considerably farther forward, perhaps into what is now Scotland, and it is very probable that the basin of the Trent, together with the central districts between the Trent and the Thames, was conquered about the same time, though of this we have no record. Again, the destruction of Chester, about 615, was soon followed by the overthrow of the British kingdom of Elmet in southwest Yorkshire, and the occupation of Shropshire and the Lothians took place perhaps about the same period. That of Herefordshire, probably somewhat later. In the South, Somerset is said to have been conquered by the West Saxons shortly after the middle of the 7th century. Dorset had probably been acquired by them before this time, while part of Devon seems to have come into their hands soon afterwards. The area thus conquered was occupied by a number of separate kingdoms, each with a royal family of its own. The districts north of the Humber contained 2 kingdoms, Bernicia Curoman V and Dara Curoman V, which were eventually united in Northumbria south of the Humber. Lindsey seems to have had a dynasty of its own, though in historical times it was apparently always subject to the kings of Northumbria or Mercia. The upper basin of the Trent formed the nucleus of the kingdom of Mercia Curoman V, while farther down the east coast was the kingdom of East Anglia Curoman V. Between these two lay a territory called Middle Anglia, which is sometimes described as a kingdom, though we do not know whether it ever had a separate dynasty. Essex, Kent, and Sussex, see articles on these kingdoms, preserved the names of ancient kingdoms, while the old diocese of Worcester grew out of the kingdom of the Etwix Curoman V, with which it probably coincided in area. South of England, between Sussex and West Wales, eventually reduced to Cornwall, was occupied by Wessex, which originally also possessed some territory to the north of the Thames. Lastly, even the Isle of Wight appears to have had a dynasty of its own, but it must not be supposed that all these kingdoms were always or even normally independent. When history begins, Thelba, king of Kent, was supreme over all the kings south of the Humber. He was followed by the East Anglian King Redwald, and the latter again by a series of Northumbrian kings with an even wider supremacy. Before Thelba, a similar position had been held by the West Saxon king Ceawlin, and at a much earlier period, according to tradition, by Ella, or the first king of Sussex. The nature of this supremacy has been much discussed, but the true explanation seems to be furnished by that principle of personal allegiance, which formed such an important element in Anglo-Saxon society. Government internally, the various states seem to have been organized on very similar lines. In every case, we find kingly government from the time of our earliest records, and there is no doubt that the institution goes back to a date anterior to the invasion of Britain c. Offa Wermund. The royal title, however, was frequently borne by more than one person. Sometimes we find one supreme king together with a number of underkings, subregularly sometimes again, especially in the smaller kingdoms Essex, Sussex, and Hwicks, we meet with two or more kings, generally brothers reigning together. Apparently on equal terms, during the greater part of the 8th century, Kent seems to have been divided into two kingdoms, but as a rule, such divisions did not last beyond the lifetime of the kings, between whom the arrangement had been made. The kings were, with very rare exceptions, chosen from one particular family in each state, the ancestry of which was traced back not only to the founder of the kingdom, but also in a remoter degree to a god. The members of such families were entitled to special wergilds, apparently 6 times as great as those of the higher class of nobles see below. The only other central authority in the state was the King's Council, or Court aud Witan Plebs Concilium. This body consisted partly of young warriors in constant attendance on the king and partly of senior officials whom he called together from time to time. The terms used for the two classes by Bede are milit's ministry and comites, for which the Anglo-Saxon version has egnas and gejas respectively. Both classes alike consisted in part of members of the royal family, but they were by no means confined to such persons or even to born subjects of the king. Indeed, we are told that popular kings like Oswine attracted young nobles to their service from all quarters. The functions of the council have been much discussed, and it has been claimed that they had the right of electing and deposing kings. This view, however, seems to involve the existence of a greater feeling for constitutionalism than is warranted by the information at our disposal. The incidents which have been brought forward as evidence to this effect may with at least equal probability be interpreted as cases of profession or transference of personal allegiance. In other respects, the functions of the council seem to have been of a deliberative character. It was certainly customary for the king to seek their advice and moral support on important questions, but there is nothing to show that he had to abide by the opinion of the majority. For administrative purposes, each of the various kingdoms was divided into a number of districts under the charge of royal reeve synninges, gerepha prefectus prepositus. These officials seem to have been located in royal villages synninges, tun villa regales, or fortresses synninges burg urbs regis, which served as centers and meeting places markets Roman 100 for the inhabitants of the district, and to which their dues both in payments and services had to be rendered. The usual size of such districts in early times seems to have been 300, 600, or 1200 hides. In addition to these districts, we find mention also of much larger divisions containing 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, or 7,000 hides. To this category belong the shires of Wessex, Hampshire, Wiltshire, Berkshire, Roman 100 each, of which had an alderman princeps dux of its own. At all events, from the 8th century onwards, many if not all of these persons were members of the royal family, and it is not unlikely that they originally bore the kingly title. At all events, they are sometimes described as subreguli. Social organization. The officials mentioned above, whether of royal birth or not, were probably drawn from the king's personal retinue in Anglo-Saxon society. As in that of all Teutonic nations in early times, the two most important principles were those of kinship and personal allegiance. If a man suffered injury, it was to his relatives and his lord rather than to any public official that he applied first for protection and redress. If he was slain, a fixed sum wergild varying according to his station had to be paid to his relatives, while a further but smaller sum manbot was due to his lord. These principles applied to all classes of society alike, and though strife within the family was by no means unknown, at all events in royal families, the actual slaying of a kinsman was regarded as the most heinous of all offenses. Much the same feeling applied to the slaying of a lord, an offense for which no compensation could be rendered. How far the armed followers of a lord were entitled to compensation when the latter was slain Roman 5 pies uncertain. But in the case of a king, they received an amount equal to the wergild, another important development of the principle of allegiance is to be found in the custom of heriots in later times. This custom amounted practically to a system of death duties payable in horses and arms, or in money to the lord of the deceased. There can be little doubt, however, that originally it was a restoration to the lord of the military outfit with which he had presented his man when he entered his service. The institution of thenhood Roman 1e membership of the comitatus or retinue of a prince offered the only opening by which public life could be entered. Hence, it was probably adopted almost universally by young men of the highest classes. The thane was expected to fight for his lord, and generally to place his services at his disposal in both war and peace. The lord, on the other hand, had to keep his thanes and reward them from time to time with arms and treasure. When they were of an age to marry, he was expected to provide them with the means of doing so. If the lord was a king, this provision took the form of a grant, perhaps normally 10 hides from the royal lands. Such estates were not strictly hereditary, though as a mark of favor, they were not unfrequently regranted to the sons of deceased holders. The structure of society in England was of a somewhat peculiar type. In addition to slaves, who in early times seem to have been numerous, we find in Wessex, and apparently also in Mercia, 3 classes described as 12hind, 6hind, and 2hind from the amount of their wergilds, viz. 1200, 600, and 200 shillings, respectively. It is probable that similar classes existed also in Northumbria, though not under the same names. Besides these terms, there were others which were probably in use everywhere, viz. Jessicund for the 2 higher classes and Seorlisk for the lowest. Indeed, we find these terms even in Kent, though the social system of that kingdom seems to have been of an essentially different character. Here the wergild of the Seorlisk class amounted to 100 shillings each, containing 20 silver coins setas, as against 200 shillings of 4 in Wessex 5 silver coins, and was thus very much greater than the latter. Again, there was apparently but one Gesticund class in Kent, with a wergild of 300 shillings, while on the other hand below the Seorlisk class, we find 3 classes of persons, described as litas, who corresponded in all probability to the lidi or freedmen of the continental laws, and who possessed wergilds of 80, 60, and 40 shillings, respectively. To these, we find nothing analogous in the other kingdoms, though the poorer classes of Welsh freemen had wergilds varying from 120 to 60 shillings. It should be added that the differential treatment of the various classes was by no means confined to the case of wergilds. We find it also in the compensations to which they were entitled for various injuries, in the fines to which they were liable, and in the value attached to their oaths. Generally, though not always, the proportions observed were the same as in the wergilds. The nature of the distinction between the Jessicund and Seorlisk classes is nowhere clearly explained, but it was certainly hereditary and probably of considerable antiquity. In general, we may perhaps define them as nobles and commons, though in view of the numbers of the higher classes, it would probably be more correct to speak of gentry and peasants. The distinction between the 12hind and 6hind classes was also in part at least hereditary, but there is good reason for believing that it arose out of the possession of land. The former consisted of persons who possessed, whether as individuals or families, at least 5 hides of land, which practically means a village, while the latter were landless Roman 1e. Probably without this amount of land within the Seorlisk class, we find similar subdivisions, though they were not marked by a difference in wergild. The Gaffelgelder, or tributarius tributepia, seems to have been a Seorl who possessed at least a hide, while the Jebber was without land of his own, and received his outfit as a loan from his lord. Payments and services. We have already had occasion to refer to the dues which were rendered by different classes of the population, and which the reeves in royal villages had to collect and superintend. The payments seem to have varied greatly according to the class from which they were due. Those rendered by landowners seem to have been known as fium or foster, and consisted of a fixed quantity of articles paid in kind. In Inese Laws cap 70, we find a list of payments specified for a unit of 10 hides, perhaps the normal holding of a 12hind mantho. On the other hand, it may be nothing more than a mere fiscal unit in an aggregate of estates. The list consists of oxen, sheep, geese, hens, honey, ale, loaves, cheese, butter, fodder, salmon, and eels. Very similar specifications are found elsewhere. The payments rendered by the Gaffalgelder tributarius were known as Gaffal tributuni, as his name implies. In Inese laws, we hear only of the whittle or white cloak, which was to be of the value of 6 pence per household hide, and of barley, which was to be 6 pounds in weight for each worker. In later times, we meet with many other payments both in money and in kind, some of which were doubtless in accordance with ancient custom. On the other hand, the Jeber seems not to have been liable to payments of this kind, presumably because the land which he cultivated formed part of the domain inland of his lord. The term gaffal, however, may have been applied to the payments which he rendered to the latter. The services required of landowners were very manifold in character. Probably the most important were military service ferd expeditio, and the repairing of fortifications and bridges, trinoda necessitas of later times. Besides these, we find reference in charters of the 9th century to the keeping of the king's hunters, horses, dogs, and hawks, and the entertaining of messengers and other persons in the king's service. The duties of men of the 6th class, if they are to be identified with the ratnitas radmani of later times, probably consisted chiefly in riding on the king's or their lord's business. The services of the peasantry can only be conjectured from what we find in later times. Presumably, their chief duty was to undertake a share in the cultivation of the domain land. We need scarcely doubt also that the labor of repairing fortifications and bridges, though it is charged against the landowners, was in reality delegated by them to their dependents. Warfare. All classes are said to have been liable to the duty of military service. Hence, since the ceorls doubtless formed the bulk of the population, it has been thought that the Anglo-Saxon armies of early times were essentially peasant forces. The evidence at our disposal, however, gives little justification for such a view. The regulation that every 5 or 6 hides should supply a warrior was not a product of the Danish invasions, as is sometimes stated, but goes back at least to the beginning of the 9th century. Had the fighting material been drawn from the ceorless class, a warrior would surely have been required from each hide, but for military service no such regulation is found. Again, the ferd field was composed of mounted warriors during the 9th century, though apparently they fought on foot, and there are indications that such was the case also in the 7th century. No doubt ceorls took part in military expeditions, but they may have gone as attendants and campfollowers rather than as warriors, their chief business being to make stockades and bridges, and especially to carry provisions. The serious fighting, however, was probably left to the Jessicun classes, who possessed horses and more or less effective weapons. Indeed, there is good reason for regarding these classes as essentially military. The chief weapons were the sword and spear. The former were two-edged, and on the average about 3 ft long. The hilts were often elaborately ornamented, and sometimes these weapons were of considerable value. No definite line can be drawn between the spear proper and the javelin. The spearheads, which have been found in graves, vary considerably in both form and size. They were fitted on to the shaft by a socket, which was open on one side. Other weapons appear to have been quite rare. Bows and arrows were certainly in use for sporting purposes, but there is no reason for believing that they were much used in warfare before the Danish invasions. They are very seldom met with in graves. The most common article of defensive armor was the shield, which was small and circular, and apparently of quite thin limewood, the edge being formed Roman 5p probably by a thin band of iron in the center of the shield, in order to protect the hand which held it. Was a strong iron boss, some 7 in diameter, and projecting about 3 in. It is clear from literary evidence that the helm and coat of chain mail iron were also in common use. They are seldom found in graves, however, whether owing to the custom of Heriot's or to the fact that on account of their relatively high value, they were frequently handed on from generation to generation. As heirlooms, greaves are not often mentioned. It is worth noting that in later times the Heriot of an ordinary thane medema Eggenby, which is meant apparently not a king's thane, but a man of the 12th class, consisted of his horse, with its saddle Roman 100, and his arms, or 2 pounds of silver, as an equivalent of the whole. The arms required were probably a sword, helmet, coat of mail, and one or two spears and shields, there are distinct indications that a similar outfit was fairly common in Inis' time, and that its value was much. The same one would scarcely be justified, however, in supposing that it was anything like universal, for the purchasing power of such a sum was at that time considerable, representing, as it did, about 1620 oxen, or 100,120 sheep. It would hardly be safe to credit men of the six-hind class in general with more than a horse, spear, and shield. Agriculture and village life. There is no doubt that a fairly advanced system of agriculture must have been known to the Anglo-Saxons before they settled in Britain. This is made clear above all by the representation of a plough drawn by two oxen in one of the very ancient rock carvings at Tegnaby in Bohuslan in Domesday Book. The heavy plough with 8 oxen seems to be universal, and it can be traced back in Kent to the beginning of the 9th century in this kingdom. The system of agricultural terminology was based on it. The unit was the sulung aratrum or ploughland from sul plough, the fourth part of which was the geocled or geocjugum, originally a yoke of oxen. An analogy is supplied by the carrucata of the Danelug, the eighth part of which was the boita or oxland in the 10th century. The sulung seems to have been identified with the hide, but in earlier times it contained apparently 2 hides. The hide itself, which was the regular unit in the other kingdoms, usually contained 120 acres in later times, and was divided into 4 gurta vergati or yardlands. But originally, it seems to have meant simply the land pertaining to a household, and its area in early times is quite uncertain, though probably far less for the acre. Also, there was in later times a standard length and breadth, the former being called furlong, and reckoned at 1/8 of a mile, while the iserbridu or acre-breadth chain was also a definite measure. We need not doubt, however, that in practice, the form of the acre was largely conditioned by the nature of the ground. Originally, it is thought to have been the measure of a day's ploughing, in which case the dimensions given above would scarcely be reached. Account must also be taken of the possibility that in early times lighter teams were in general use. If so, the normal dimensions of the acre may very well have been quite different. The husbandry was of a cooperative character. In the 11th century, it was distinctly unusual for a peasant to possess a whole team of his own, and there is no reason for supposing the case to have been otherwise in early times, for though the peasant might then hold a hide, the hide itself was doubtless smaller and not commensurate in any way with the ploughland. The holdings were probably not compact, but consisted of scattered strips in common fields, changed perhaps from year to year, the choice being determined by lot or otherwise. As for the method of cultivation itself, there is little or no evidence. Both the 2-course system and the 3-course system may have been in use, but on the other hand, it is quite possible that in many cases the same ground was not sown more than once in 3 years. The prevalence of the cooperative principle, it may be observed, was doubtless due in large measure to the fact that the greater part of England, especially towards the east, was settled not in scattered farms or hamlets, but in compact villages with the cultivated lands lying round them. The mill was another element which tended to promote the same principle. There can be little doubt that before the Anglo-Saxons came to Britain they possessed no instrument for grinding corn except the quern siwiorn, and in remote districts this continued in use. Until quite late times, the grinding seems to have been performed chiefly by female slaves, but occasionally we hear also of a donkamill esselquiorn, the mill proper, however, which was derived from the Romans as its name. Milan from Lat. Melina indicates, must have come into use fairly early in the 11th century. Every village of any size seems to have possessed one. While the earliest references go back to the 8th century, it is not unlikely that they were in use during the Roman occupation of Britain, and consequently that they became known to the invaders almost from the first. The mills were presumably driven for the most part by water, though we have a reference to a windmill as early as the year 833. All the ordinary domestic animals were known. Cattle and sheep were pastured on the common lands appurtening to the village, while pigs, which especially in Kent seem to have been very numerous, were kept in the woods. Beekeeping was also practiced in all these matters. The invasion of Britain had brought about no change. The cultivation of fruit and vegetables, on the other hand, was probably almost entirely new. The names are almost all derived from Latin, though most of them seem to have been known soon after the invasion at all events by the 7th century. From the considerations pointed out above, we can hardly doubt that the village possessed a certain amount of corporate life, centered perhaps in an alehouse, where its affairs were discussed by the inhabitants. There is no evidence, however, which would justify us in crediting such gatherings with any substantial degree of local authority, so far as the limited information at our disposal enables us to form an opinion. The responsibility both for the internal peace of the village and for its obligations to the outside world seems to have lain with the lord or his steward Gerapha Villicus from the beginning. A quite opposite view has, it is true, found favor with many scholars, viz., that the villages were originally settlements of free kindreds, and that the lord's authority was superimposed on them at a later date. This view is based mainly on the numerous place names ending in ing, ingam, ingtan. Roman 100, in which the syllable ing is thought to refer to kindreds of cultivators. It is more probable, however, that these names are derived from persons of the 12th class, to whom the land had been granted in many cases. Indeed, there is good reason for doubting whether the name is a patronymic at all. The question how far the villages were really new settlements is difficult to answer, for the terminations ham tun Roman 100 cannot be regarded as conclusive evidence. Thus, according to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, and 571, Bensington and Eynsham were formerly British villages, even if the first part of Egonesham is English, which is by no means certain. It is hardly sufficient reason for discrediting this statement, for Canterbury, Cantuaraburg, and Rochester Hrof Seaster were without doubt Roman places, in spite of their English names. On the whole, it seems likely that the cultivation of the land was not generally interrupted for more than a very few years hence. The convenience of utilizing existing sites of villages would be obvious even if the buildings themselves had been burnt. Towns Gilders states that in the time of the Romans, Britain contained 28 cities civitates, besides a number of fortresses. Castetta. Most of these were situated within the territories eventually occupied by the invaders, and reappear as towns in later times. Their history in the intervening period, however, is wrapped in obscurity. Chester appears to have been deserted for 3 centuries after its destruction early in the 7th century, and in most of the other cases, there are features observable in the situation and plan of the medieval town, which suggest that its occupation had not been continuous. Yet London and Canterbury must have recovered a certain amount of importance quite early, at all events, within 2 centuries after the invasion, and the same is probably true of York Roman 5p Lincoln, and a few other places. The term applied to both the cities and the fortresses of the Romans was Seaster lat castra. Less frequently, the English word burg. There is little or no evidence for the existence of towns other than Roman in early times, for the word urbs is merely a translation of burg, which was used for any fortified dwelling place, and it is improbable that anything which could properly be called a town was known to the invaders before their arrival in Britain. The Danish settlements at the end of the 9th century and the defensive system initiated by King Alfred gave birth to a new series of fortified towns, from which the boroughs of the Middle Ages are mainly descended. Houses. Owing to the fact that houses were built entirely of perishable materials, wood and wattle, we are necessarily dependent almost wholly upon literary evidence for knowledge of this subject. Stone seems to have been used first for churches, but this was not before the 7th century, and we are told that at first masons were imported from Gaul. Indeed, wood was used for many churches, as well as for most secular buildings, until a much later period. The walls were formed either of stout planks laid together vertically or horizontally, or else of posts at a short distance from one another, the interstices being filled up with wattlework daubed with clay. It is not unlikely that the houses of wealthy persons were distinguished by a good deal of ornamentation. In carving and painting, the roof was high-pitched and covered with straw, hay, reeds, or tiles. The regular form of the buildings was rectangular, the gable sides probably being shorter than the others. There is little evidence for partitions inside, and in wealthy establishments, the place of rooms seems to have been supplied by separate buildings within the same enclosure. The windows must have been mere openings in the walls or roof, for glass was not used for this purpose. Before the latter part of the 7th century, stoves were known, but most commonly heat was obtained from an open fire in the center of the building of the various buildings. In a wealthy establishment, the chief with a hall heel, which was both a dining and reception room, and the ladies' bower bridbe, which served also as a bedroom for the master and mistress. To these, we have to add buildings for the attendants' kitchen, bakehouse, Roman 100, and farm buildings. There is little or no evidence for the use of two-storied houses in early times, though in the 10th and 11th centuries they were common. The whole group of buildings stood in an enclosure tun, surrounded by a stockade burg, which perhaps rested on an earthwork, though this is disputed. Similarly, the homestead of the peasant was surrounded by a fence edor. Clothes. The chief material for clothing was at first no doubt wool, though linen must also have been used, and later became fairly common. The chief garments were the coat rock, the trousers brek, and the cloak, for which there seem to have been a number of names: Lois Hasel Sixing, Pad Hwittel too. These we may add the hat, heat belt, geodel stockings, hosa shoes, sko jesse rifling, and gloves glaff. The crucine was a fur coat, while the cirque or smock seems to have been an undergarment and probably sleeveless. The whole attire was of national origin and had probably been in use long before the invasion of Britain. In the great bog deposit at Thorsbjerg in Angel, which dates from about the 4th century, there were found a coat with long sleeves in a fair state of preservation, a pair of long trousers with remains of socks, attached several shoes and portions of square cloaks, one of which had obviously been dyed green. The dress of the upper classes must have been of a somewhat gorgeous character, especially when account is taken of the brooches and other ornaments which they wore. It is worth noting that according to Jordanes, the Swedes in the 6th century were splendidly dressed. Trade. The few notices of this subject which occur in the early laws seem to refer primarily to cattle dealing, but there can be no doubt that a considerable import and export trade with the continent had sprung up quite early in Bed's time, if not before. London was resorted to by many merchants, both by land and by sea. At first, the chief export trade was probably in slaves. English slaves were to be obtained in Rome even before the end of the 6th century, as appears from the well-known story of Gregory the Great. Since the standard price of slaves on the continent was in general 3 or 4 times as great as it was in England, the trade must have been very profitable. After the adoption of Christianity, it was gradually prohibited by the laws. The nature of the imports during the heathen period may be learned chiefly from the graves, which contain many brooches and other ornaments of continental origin, and also a certain number of silver, bronze, and glass vessels. With the introduction of Christianity, the ecclesiastical connection between England and the continent, without doubt, brought about a large increase in the imports of secular as well as religious objects, and the frequency of pilgrimages by persons of high rank must have had the same effect. The use of silk sialak and the adoption of the manka c below point to communication, direct or indirect, with more distant countries. In the 8th century, we hear frequently of tolls on merchant ships at various ports, especially London. Coinage. The earliest coins, which can be identified with certainty, are some silver pieces which bear in runic letters the name of the Mercian king Thelred 675,704. There are others, however, of the same type, and standard, about 21 grains, which may be attributed with probability to his father Penda Roman 500, but it is clear from the laws of Thelbert that a regular silver coinage was in use at least half a century before this time, and it is not unlikely that many unidentified coins may go back to the 6th century. These are fairly numerous and are either without inscriptions, or if they do bear letters at all, they seem to be mere corruptions of Roman legends. Their designs are derived from Roman or Frankish coins, especially the former, and their weight varies from about 10 to 21 grains, though the very light coins are rare anonymous gold coins resembling Frankish trints in type, and standard 21 grains are also fairly common, though they must have passed out of use very early, as the laws give no hint of their existence. Larger gold coins solidi are very rare in the early laws. The money actually in use appears to have been entirely silver. In Offa's time, a new gold coin, the mancus, resembling in standard the Roman solidus, about 70 grains, was introduced from Mohammedan countries. The oldest extant specimen bears a faithfully copied Arabic inscription in the same reign. the silver coins underwent a considerable change in type, being made larger and thinner, while from this time onwards they always bore the name of the king or queen or archbishop for whom they were issued. The design and execution also became remarkably good. Their weight was at first unaffected, but probably towards the close of Offa's reign it was raised to about 23 grains, at which standard it seems to have remained nominally. At least until the time of Alfred, it is to be observed that with the exception of Burgred's coins and a few anonymous pieces, the silver was never adulterated. No bronze coins were current, except in Northumbria, where they were extremely common in the 9th century. Originally shilling, and seat seem to have been the terms for gold and silver coins, respectively. By the time of Ini, however, penny had already come into use for the latter, while owing to the temporary disappearance of a gold coinage shilling had come to denote a mere unit of account. It was, however, a variable unit, for the Kentish shilling contained 20 seaters pence, while the Mercian contained only 4. The West Saxon shilling seems originally to have been identical with the Mercian, but later it contained 5 pence lar. Payments were generally made by weight, 240,250 pence, being reckoned to the pound perhaps. From the 7th century onwards, the mancus was equated with 30 pence, probably from the time of its introduction. This means that the value of gold relatively to silver was 101 from the end of Offa's reign. There is reason, however, for thinking that in earlier times it was as low as 61 or even 51 in Northumbria. A totally different monetary system prevailed, the unit being the trims, which contained 3 seaters or pence. As to the value of the bronze coins, we are without information. Roman 5p. The purchasing power of money was very great. The sheep was valued at a shilling in both Wessex and Mercia from early times till the 11th century. £1 was the normal price of a slave, and half a pound that of a horse. The price of a pig was twice, and that of an ox 6 times as great as that of a sheep. Regarding the prices of commodities other than livestock, we have little definite information, though an approximate estimate may be made of the value of arms. It is worth noticing that we often hear of payments in gold and silver vessels in place of money. In the former case, the mancus was the usual unit of calculation. Ornaments of these, the most interesting are the brooches, which were worn by both sexes, and of which large numbers have been found in heathen cemeteries. They may be classed under 8 leading types: 1 circular or ring-shaped, 2 cruciform, 3 square-headed, 4 radiated, 5 S-shaped, 6 bird-shaped, 7 disc-shaped, 8 cupuliform or saucer-shaped. Of these, nose 5 and 6 appear to be of continental origin, and this is probably the case also with no 4 and in part with no 7, but the last-mentioned type varies greatly from rude and almost plain discs of bronze to magnificent gold specimens studded with gems. No 8 is believed to be peculiar to England, and occurs chiefly in the southern Midlands, specimens being usually found in pairs. The interiors are gilt, often furnished with detachable plates, and sometimes set with brilliants. The remaining types were probably brought over by the Anglo-Saxons at the time of the invasion. Nose 1 and 3 are widespread outside England, but no 2, though common in Scandinavian countries, is hardly to be met with south of the Elbe. It is worth noting that a number of specimens were found in the cremation cemetery at Borgstedtefeld near Rendsburg in England. It occurs chiefly in the more northern counties. Nose 2 and 3 vary greatly in size, from 212 to 7 in or more. The smaller specimens are quite plain, but the larger ones are gilt, and generally of a highly ornamental character. In later times, we hear of brooches worth as much as 6 mancuses, Roman 1, equivalent to 6 oxen. Among other ornaments, we may mention hairpins, rings, and earrings, and especially buckles, which are often of elaborate workmanship. Bracelets and necklets are not very common, a fact which is rather surprising, as in early times before the issuing of a coinage, these articles, begas, took the place of money to a large extent. The glass vessels are finely made and of somewhat striking appearance, though they closely resemble contemporary continental types, since the art of glassworking was unknown, according to Bede, until nearly the end of the 7th century. It is probable that these were all of continental or Roman British origin. Amusement sit is clear from the frequent references to dogs and hawks in the charters that hunting and falconry were keenly pursued by the kings, and their retinues. Games, whether indoor or outdoor, are much less frequently mentioned, but there is no doubt that the use of dice tiefel was widespread at court. Much time was given to poetic recitation, often accompanied by music, and accomplished poets received liberal rewards. The chief musical instrument was the harp, which is often mentioned less frequently. We hear of the flute pipe, and later also of the fiddle. Field trumpets, horn, swegelhorn, bime, appear to have been used chiefly as signals. Writing the runic alphabet seems to have been the only form of writing known to the Anglo-Saxons before the invasion of Britain, and indeed until the adoption of Christianity in its earliest form, as it appears in inscriptions on various articles found in Schleswig and in Scandinavian countries. It consisted of 24 letters, all of which occur in Abecedaria in England in actual use. However, 2 letters soon became obsolete, but a number of others were added from time to time, some of which are found also on the continent, while others are peculiar to certain parts of England. Originally, the runic alphabet seems to have been used for writing on wooden boards, though none of these have survived. The inscriptions which have come down to us are engraved partly on memorial stones, which are not uncommon in the north of England, and partly on various metal objects ranging from swords to brooches. The adoption of Christianity brought about the introduction of the Roman alphabet, but the older form of writing did not immediately pass out of use, for almost all the inscriptions which we possess date from the 7th or following centuries. Coins with runic legends were issued at least until the middle of the 8th century, and some of the memorial stones date probably even from the 9th. The most important of the latter are the column at Bewcastle, Cumberland, believed to commemorate Ulfrith, the son of Oswio, who died about 670, and the cross at Ruthwell, Dumfriesshire, which is probably about a century later. The Roman alphabet was very soon applied to the purpose of writing the native language, for example, in the publication of the Laws of Thelbert. Yet the type of character in which even the earliest surviving MSS are written is believed to be of Celtic origin. Most probably it was introduced by the Irish missionaries who evangelized the north of England, though Welsh influence is scarcely impossible. Eventually, this alphabet was enlarged probably before the end of the 7th century by the inclusion of 2 runic letters for th and w. Marriage. This is perhaps the subject on which our information is most inadequate. It is evident that the relationships which prohibited marriage were different from those recognized by the Church, but the only fact which we know definitely is that it was customary, at least in Kent, for a man to marry his stepmother. In the Kentish laws, marriage is represented as hardly more than a matter of purchase, but whether this was the case in the other kingdoms also, the evidence at our disposal is insufficient to decide. We know, however, that in addition to the sum paid to the bride's guardian, it was customary for the bridegroom to make a present morgingifu to the bride herself, which in the case of queens often consisted of a residence and considerable estates. Such persons also had retinues and fortified residences of their own. In the Kentish laws, provision is made for widows to receive a proportionate share in their husband's property. Funeral rites, both inhumation and cremation, were practiced in heathen times. The former seems to have prevailed everywhere. The latter, however, was much more common in the more northern counties than in the south, though cases are fairly numerous throughout the valley of the Thames. In Beowulf, cremation is represented as the prevailing custom. There is no evidence that it was still practiced when the Roman and Celtic missionaries arrived, but it is worth noting that according to the tradition given in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Oxfordshire, where the custom seems to have been fairly common, was not conquered before the latter part of the 6th century. The burnt remains were generally, if not always, enclosed in urns and then buried. The urns themselves are of clay, somewhat badly baked, and bear geometrical patterns applied with a punch. They vary considerably in size, from 4 to 12 in or more in diameter, and closely resemble those found in northern Germany. Inhumation graves are sometimes richly furnished. The skeleton is laid out at full length, generally with the head towards the west or north, a spear at one side, and a sword and shield obliquely across the middle. Valuable brooches and other ornaments are often found in many other cases. However, the grave contained nothing except a small knife and a simple brooch or a few beads. Usually both classes of graves lie below the natural surface of the ground, without any perceptible trace of a barrow. Religion. Here again, the information at our disposal is very limited. There can be little doubt that the heathen Angli worshipped certain gods, among them Tig, Woden, Thunner, and a goddess Frigg, from whom the names Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are derived. T was probably the same god of whom early Roman writers speak under the name Mars C. Tyr, while Thunner was doubtless the thunder god C. Thor, from Woden Roman. 5. Most of the royal families traced their descent. Sigismund, the ancestor of the East Saxon dynasty, was also in all probability a god. See Essex Kingdom of Roman. 5p. Of anthropomorphic representations of the gods, we have no clear evidence, though we do hear of shrines in sacred enclosures at which sacrifices were offered. It is clear also that there were persons specially set apart for the priesthood who were not allowed to bear arms or to ride, except on mares. Notices of sacred trees and groves, springs, stones. Roman 100 are much more frequent than those referring to the gods. We hear also a good deal of witches and valkyries, and of charms and magic. As an instance, we may cite the fact that certain runic letters were credited, as in the north, with the power of loosening bonds. It is probable also that the belief in the spirit world and in a future life was of a somewhat similar kind to what we find in Scandinavian religion. See Teutonic peoples. 6. The chief primary authorities are Gildas de Excidio Britanniae and Nennius Historia Brittonum ed. St. Mart, Berlin 1844, Th. Mommsen, in Mon Germ Hist. Oct Antiquis Tom Roman 13, Berlin 1898, Bede Hist. Eckel ed Roman 100 Plummer, Oxford 1896. The Saxon Chronicle ed Roman 100 Plummer, Oxford 18,921,899. And the Anglo-Saxon Laws ed. F. Lieberman. Halle 1903. And Charters W. de G. Birch, Carcellarium Saxonicum, London 18,851,893. Modern Authorities. S. H. Turner, History of the Anglo-Saxons, London 17,990,1805. 7th ed. 1852. Sir F. Palgrave. Rise and Progress of the English Commonwealth, London 18,311,832. J. Roman 1000. Kemble, The Saxons in England, London 1849. 2nd ed. 1876. K. Mora Kritisch Überschau. Roman 500. Deutschen Gesetzgebung Urich Swissenschaft Vals, Roman 1, Roman 3, Munich 18,530. 1855. J. Roman 1000. Lappenberg Geschichte von England, Hamburg 1834. History of England under the Anglo-Saxon Kings, London 1845. 2nd ed. 1881. J. R. Green, The Making of England, London 1881. T. Hodgkin, History of England from the earliest times to the Norman Conquest, Vol. Roman 1 of the Political History of England, London 1906. F. Seebohm, The English Village Community, London 1883. A Maetzen Siedelung und Agrarwesen, Roman 500. Westgermanen U. Ostgermanen, Roman 100. Berlin 1895. Sir F. Pollock and F. W. Maitland, History of English Law, Cambridge 1895. 2nd ed. 1898. F. W. Maitland, Doomsday Book and Beyond. Cambridge 1897. F. Seebohm, Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law, London 1903. P. Vinogradov, The Growth of the Manor, London 1905. H. Roman 1000. Chadwick, Studies on Anglo-Saxon Institutions, Cambridge 1905. The Origin of the English Nation, Ib 1907. Roman 1000. Hein über die Lage und Construction der Halle Heorot, Paderborn 1864. R. Henning does. Deutschhausquellen U. Forschungen 47. Strasbourg 1882. Roman 1000. Hein Deutsch, Haushaltertümer, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Leipzig 19,1903. G. Baldwin Brown, The Arts in Early England, London 1903. Roman 100. F. Curie, Catalogue of Anglo-Saxon Coins in the British Museum, Vol. Roman 1, London 1887. Roman 100. Roach Smith, Collectanea Antiqua, London 18,480. 1868. A Roman 100. Neville Saxon Obsequies, London 1852. J. Y. Ackerman, Remains of Pagan Saxondom, London 1855. Baron J. de Bay, Industrie Anglo-Saxon, Paris 1889. The Industrial Arts of the Anglo-Saxons, London, 1893. G. Stevens, The Old Northern Runic Monuments, London and Copenhagen, 18,661,901. W. Vieter die Northumbrischen Runestein, Marburg, 1895. Reference must also be made to the articles on Anglo-Saxon antiquities in the Victoria County Histories, and to various papers in Archaeologia, the Archaeological Journal, the Journal of the British Archaeological Society, the Proceedings of the Society of Antiquaries, the Associated Architectural Societies, reports, and other antiquarian journals. H. Roman 1000 Roman 100. Britannicus, son of the Roman Emperor Claudius, by his third wife Messalina, was born probably a Roman 500. He was originally called Claudius Tiberius Germanicus, and received the name Britannicus from the Senate on account of the conquest made in Britain about the time of his birth. Till 48, the date of his mother's execution, he was looked upon as the heir presumptive. Agrippina, the new wife of Claudius, soon persuaded the feeble emperor to adopt Lucius Domitius, known later as Nero, her son, by a previous marriage. After the accession of Nero, Agrippina, by playing on his fears, induced him to poison Britannicus. At a banquet a Roman 500, a golden statue of the young prince was set up by the Emperor Titus. Britannicus is the subject of a tragedy by Racine. Tacitus Annals, Roman 1241, Roman 1316, Suetonius, Nero 33, Dio Cassius, Roman 6034 works quoted under Nero. British Central Africa, the general name given to the British protectorates in South Central Africa, north of the Zambezi River, but more particularly to a large territory lying between 825s on Lake Tanganyika and 176s on the River Shire near its confluence with the Zambezi, and between 3610 E district of Mlange and 2630 E River Luangwa, Kafukwi. Originally, the term British Central Africa was applied by Sir H. H. Johnston to all the territories under British influence north of the Zambezi, which were formerly intended to be under one administration. But the course of events, having prevented the connection of Baratzeland, C. Barotse, and the other Rhodesian territories with the more direct British administration north of the Zambezi, the name of British Central Africa was confined officially in 1893 to the British Protectorate on the Shire and about Lake Nyasa. In 1907, the official title of the Protectorate was changed to that of Nyasaland Protectorate, while the titles Northeastern Rhodesia and Northwestern Rhodesia Baratzeland have been given to the two divisions of the British South Africa Company's territory north of the Zambezi. The western boundary, however, of the territory here described has been taken to be a line drawn from near the source of the Lualaba on the south boundary of Belgian Congo to the western source of the Luanga River, and thence the course of the Luanga to its junction with the Luangwa Kafukwi, after which the main course of the Kafukwi delimits the territory down to the Zambezi. Thus, besides the Nyasaland Protectorate and Northeastern Rhodesia, part of Northwestern Rhodesia is included, and for the whole of this region British Central Africa is the most convenient designation. Physical features within these limits: we have a territory of about 250,000 sq Roman 1000, which includes two-thirds of Lake Nyasa, the south end of Lake Tanganyika, more than half Lake Mweru, and the whole of Lake Bangweulu, nearly the whole courses of the rivers Shire and Luangwa or Longwa, the whole of the river Chambezi, the most remote of the headwaters of the river Congo, the right or east bank of the Luapula or Upper Congo. From its exit from Lake Bangweulu to its issue from the north end of Lake Mweru, also the river Luanga, and the whole course of the Kafu or Kafukwi. One other lesser sheets of water included within the limits of this territory are the Great Mweru Swamp between Tanganyika and Mweru Moise, like a small mountain, Tarnpassibly, a crater lake lying between the Luangwa and the Luapula, Lake Malam on the Upper Shire, and the Salt Lake Chilwa, wrongly styled Sherwa, being the Bantu word Kilwa, which lies on the borders of the Portuguese province of Mozambique. The southern border of this territory is the north bank of the Zambezi, from the confluence of the Kafukwi to that of the Luangwa at Zumbo eastwards of Zumbo. British Central Africa is separated from the river Zambezi by the Portuguese possessions. Nevertheless, considerably more than two-thirds of the country lies within the Zambezi Basin and is included within the subordinate basins of Lake Nyasa and of the rivers Luangwa and Luangwa Kafukwi. The remaining portions drain into the basins of the river Congo and of Lake Tanganyika and also into the small lake or half-dried swamp called Chilwa, which at the present time has no outlet, though in past ages it probably emptied itself into the Lugenda River, and thence into the Indian Ocean. As regards orographical features, much of the country is high plateau, with an average altitude of 3,500 ft above sea level. Only a very minute portion of its area of country along the banks of the river Shire lies at anything like a low elevation, though the Luangwa Valley may not be more than about 900 ft above sea level. Lake Nyasa lies at an elevation of 1,700 ft above the sea, is about 350 Roman 1,000 long, with a breadth varying from 15 to 40 Roman 1,000. Lake Tanganyika is about 2,600 ft above sea level, with a length of about 400 Roman 1,000, and an average breadth of nearly 40 Roman 1,000. Lake Mweru and Lake Bangweulu are respectively 3,000 and 3,760 ft above sea level. Lake Chilwa is 1946 ft in altitude. The highest mountain found within the limits previously laid down is Mount Mlange, in the extreme southeastern corner of the protectorate. This remarkable and picturesque mass is an isolated chunk of the Archean Plateau through which at a later date there has been a volcanic outburst of basalt. The summit and sides of this mass exhibit several craters. The highest peak of Mlange reaches an altitude of 9683 ft in German territory near the north end of Lake Nyasa, and close to the British frontier is Mount Rungwe, the altitude of which exceeds 10,000 ft. Other high mountains are Mounts Chongan and Dedza in Angoniland, which reach an altitude of 7,000 ft and points on the Nirka Plateau, and in the Kand Mountains to the northwest of Lake Nyasa, which probably exceed height of 8,000 ft. There are also Mounts Zomba 6,900 ft and Karadzulu 5,500 ft. In the Shire Highlands. The principal plateaus, or high ridges, are 1. The Shire Highlands, a clump of mountainous country lying between the river Shire, the River Riu, Lake Chilwa, and the south end of Lake Nyasa. 2. Angonalanda, stretch of elevated country to the west of Lake Nyasa and the northwest of the River Rome. 5. Shire. 3. The Nirka Plateau, which lies to the north of Angoniland. And 4. The Nyasa-Tanganyika Plateau between the basin of the River Luangwa, the vicinity of Tanganyika, and the vicinity of Lake Mweru. Highest point 70,008,000 ft. Finally may be mentioned the tract of elevated country between Lake Bangweulu and the River Luapula, and between Lake Bangweulu and the basin of the Luangwa, and also the Lukinga-Mushinga or Aguara Mountains of northwestern Rhodesia, which attain perhaps to altitudes of 6,000 ft. The whole of this part of Africa is practically without any stretch of desert country, being on the whole favored with an abundant rainfall. The nearest approach to a desert is the rather dry land to the east and northeast of Lake Mweru here, and in parts of the lower Shire district, the annual rainfall probably does not exceed an average of 35 in. Elsewhere in the vicinity of the highest mountains, the rainfall may attain an average of 75 in parts of Mount Mlange, possibly often reaching to 100 in. In the year, the average may be put at 50 in per annum, which is also about the average rainfall of the Shire Highlands, that part of British Central Africa, which at present attracts the greatest number of European settlers. Geology. The whole formation is Archean and primary, with a few modern plutonic outbursts, and chiefly consists of granite, feldspar, quartz, gneiss, schists, amphibolite, and other Archean rocks, with primary sandstones and limestones in the basin of Lake Nyasa, a great rift depression, the River Shire, and the regions within the northern watershed of the Zambezi River. Sandstones of Karoo age occur in the basin of the Luangwa and Rhodesia. There are evidences of recent volcanic activity on the summit of the small Mlange Plateau, SE corner of the protectorate. Here, there are 2 extinct craters with a basaltic outflow, and at the north end of Lake Nyasa and the eastern edge of the Tanganyika Plateau, here there are many craters and much basalt or even lava, also hot springs. Metals and minerals. Gold has been found in the Shire Highlands, in the hills along the Nyasa-Zambezi waterparting, and in the mountainous region west of Lake Nyasa. Silver. Galena, silver. Lead in the hills of the Nyasa-Zambezi waterparting. Lead in the same district. Graphite in the western basin of Lake Nyasa. Copper. Pyrites and pure ore in the West Nyasa region. and in the hills of northwestern and northeastern Rhodesia. Iron, or almost universally mica, almost universally coal, occurs in the North and West Nyasa districts, especially in the Karoo sandstones of the Rukuru Valley, and perhaps along the Zambezi Nyasa waterparting limestone in the Shire Basin malachite in southwest Angoniland and northwestern Rhodesia, and perhaps petroleum in places along the Nyasa Zambezi waterparting, see also Rhodesia. Florino part of the country comes within the forest region of West Africa. The whole of it may be said to lie within the savanna or park-like division of the continent. As a general rule, the landscape is of a pleasing and attractive character, well covered with vegetation, and fairly well watered. Actual forests of lofty trees, forests of a West African type, are few in number, and are chiefly limited to portions of the Nyika, Angoniland and Shire Highlands plateaus, and to few nooks in valleys near the south end of Tanganyika. Patches of forest of tropical luxuriance may still be seen on the slopes of Mounts Mlange and Kairazulu. On the upper plateaus of Mount Mlange, there are forests of a remarkable conifer Widringtonia, white-eye, a relation of the cypress which in appearance resembles much more the cedar, and is therefore wrongly styled the Mlange cedar. This tree is remarkable as being the most northern form of a group of yew-like conifers, confined otherwise to South Africa Cape Colony. Immense areas in the lower lying plains are covered by long coarse grass, sometimes reaching 10 ft in height. Most of the West African forest trees are represented in British Central Africa. A full list of the known flora has been compiled by Sir W. Thistleton Dyer and his assistants at Q and is given in the first and second editions of Sir H. H. Johnston's work on British Central Africa. Amongst the principal vegetable products of the country interesting for commercial purposes may be mentioned tobacco, partly native varieties, and partly introduced coffee. Wild coffee is said to grow in some of the mountainous districts, but the actual coffee cultivated by the European settlers has been introduced from abroad, rubber derived, chiefly from the various species of Landolphia ficus, Clitandra carpedinus, and Canophorigia, and from other apocynaceous plants, the Strophanthus pod furnishing a valuable drug, groundnuts, arachis, and Vonesia, the cotton plant, all African cultivated cereals, sorghum, penistum, maize, rice, wheat cultivated chiefly by Europeans and Lucerne, and 6 species of palms, the oil palm on the northwest, near Lake Nyasa at the south end of Tanganyika, and on the Luapula, the Boracious and Hyphene phoenix or wild date raffia, and the coconut palm. The last named was introduced by Arabs and Europeans, and is found on Lake Nyasa, and on the lower Shire. Most of the European vegetables have been introduced and thrive exceedingly well, especially the potato. The mango has also been introduced from India and has taken to the Shire Highlands as to a second home. Oranges, lemons, and limes have been planted by Europeans and Arabs. In a few districts, European fruit trees do not ordinarily flourish, though apples are grown to some extent at Blantyre. The vine hitherto has proved a failure. Pineapples give the best result among cultivated fruit, and strawberries do well in the higher districts. In the mountains, the native wild brambles give blackberries of large size and excellent flavor. The vegetable product through which this protectorate first attracted trade was coffee, the export of which, however, has passed through very disheartening fluctuations. In 19,051,906, 773,919 lb of coffee, value 16,123, were exported, but during this 12 months, the crop of cotton, quite a newly developed product, rose to 776,621 lb from 285,185 lb in 19,041,905. An equally marked increase in tobacco and groundnuts, arachis, has taken place. Beeswax is a rising export. Fauna. The fauna is on the whole very rich. It has affinities in a few respects with the West African forest region, but differs slightly from the countries to the north and south by the absence of such animals as prefer drier climates, as for instance the oryx, antelopes, gazelles, and the ostrich. There is a complete blank in the distribution of this last between the districts to the south of the Zambezi and those of East Africa, between Victoria Nyanza and the Indian Ocean. The giraffe is found in the Luenga Valley. It is also met with in the extreme northeast of the country. The ordinary African rhinoceros is still occasionally, but very rarely seen in the Shire Highlands. The African elephant is fairly common throughout the whole territory. Lions and leopards are very abundant, the zebra is still found in great numbers and belongs to the Central African variety of Burchell's zebra, which is completely striped down to the hoofs and is intermediate in many particulars between the true zebra of the mountains and Burchell's zebra of the plains. The principal antelopes found are the sable and the roan hippotragus, 5 species of cobus, or waterbuck, the puku, the senga puku, the lechui crochet's waterbuck, and the common waterbuck, the pallet cecibe damiliscus hartebeest, brindled gnu, perhaps 2 species, several dikers, including the large Cephalophus silvicultrix, klipspringer, Oraby steinbach, and reedbuck. Tragelaphs are 2 or more bushbucks, the inyala, the water tragelaff, limnotragus selausi, the kudu and Livingstone's eland. The only buffalo is the common Cape species. The hyena is the spotted kind. The hunting dog is present. There are some 7 species of monkeys, including 2 baboons and 1 colobus. The hippopotamus is found in the lakes and rivers, and all these sheets of water are infested with crocodiles, apparently belonging to but 1 species, the common Nile crocodile. Inhabitants. The human race is represented by only 1 indigenous native type, the Negro. No trace is anywhere found of a Hamitic intermixture, unless perhaps at the north end of Lake Nyassa, where the physique of the native Awankond recalls that of the Nilotic Negro. Arabs from Zanzibar have settled in the country, but not as far as is known earlier than the beginning of the 19th century, as the present writer takes the general term Negro to include equally the Bantu Hottentot Bushman and Congo Pygmy. This designation will cover all the natives of British Central Africa. The Bantu races, however, exhibit in some parts signs of Hottentot or Bushman intermixture, and there are legends in some mountain districts, especially Mount Mlange, of the former existence of unmixed Bushman tribes, while Bushman stone implements are found at the south end of Tanganyika. At the present day, the population is as a rule of a black or chocolate-colored Negro type, and belongs linguistically entirely and exclusively to the Bantu family. The languages spoken offer several very interesting forms of Bantu speech, notably in the districts between the north end of Lake Nyassa, the south end of Lake Tanganyika, and the river Luapula in the more or less plateau country. Included within these geographical limits, the Bantu dialects are of an archaic type, and to the present writer it has seemed as though one of them, Kibemba or Kiwemba, came near to the original form of the Bantu mother language, though not nearer than the interesting Subia of southern Barotseland. Through dialects spoken on the west and north of Tanganyika, these languages of northeastern Rhodesia and northern Nyasaland and of the Kafukwi Basin are connected with the Bantu languages of Uganda. They also offer a slight resemblance to Zulu Kaffa, and it would seem as though the Zulu Kaffa race must have come straight down from the countries to the northeast of Tanganyika across the Zambezi to their present home. Curiously enough, some hundreds of years after this southward migration, intestine wars and conflicts actually determined a northeastward return migration of Zulus from Matabeleland. Zulu tribes crossed the Zambezi at various periods commencing from about 1820 and gradually extended their ravages and dominion over the plateaus to the west, north, and northeast of Lake Nyassa. The Zulu language is still spoken by the dominating caste in West Roman 5 Nyasaland. See further Zululand ethnology, Rhodesia ethnology, and Yaos. As regards foreign settlers in this part of Africa, the Arabs may be mentioned first, though they are now met with only in very small numbers. The Arabs undoubtedly first heard of this rich country, rich not alone in natural products such as ivory, but also in slaves of good quality from their settlements near the delta of the river Zambezi, and these settlements may date back to an early period and might be coeval with the suggested pre-Islamite Arab settlements in the gold-bearing regions of Southeast Africa. But the Arabs do not seem to have made much progress in their penetration of the country in the days before firearms, and when firearms came into use, they were for a long time forestalled by the Portuguese, who ousted them from the Zambezi. But about the beginning of the 19th century, the increasing power and commercial enterprise of the Arab Sultanate of Zanzibar caused the Arabs of Muscat and Zanzibar to march inland from the east coast. They gradually founded strong Slavi-trading settlements on the east and west coasts of Lake Nyassa, and thence westwards to Tanganyika and the Luapula. They never came in great numbers, however, and except here and there on the coast of Lake Nyasa, have left no mixed descendants in the population. The total native population of all British Central Africa is about 2 million, that of the Nyasaland Protectorate being officially estimated in 1907 at 927,355. Of Europeans, the Protectorate possesses about 600 to 700 settlers, including some 100 officials. For the European population of the other territories, see Rhodesia, the Europeans of British Central Africa are chiefly natives of the United Kingdom or South Africa, but there are a few Germans, Dutchmen, French, Italians, and Portuguese. The Protectorate has also attracted a number of Indian traders, over 400 besides, whom about 150 British Indian soldiers Sikhs are employed as the nucleus of an armed force too. Trade and communications. The total value of the trade of the Protectorate in the year 18,991,900 was 255,384, showing an increase of 75 on the figures for the previous year. 18,980,1,899 imports were valued at 176,035, an increase of 62, and exports at 79,449, an increase of 109. In 19,051,906, the imports reached 222,581, and the exports 56,778. The value of imports into the Rhodesian provinces during the same period was about 50,000, excluding railway material, and the exports 18,000. The principal exports are, besides minerals, coffee, cotton, tobacco, rubber, and ivory. A number of Englishmen and Scotsmen, perhaps 200, are settled mainly in the Shire Highlands as coffee planters. From the Chind mouth of the Zambezi to Port Herald on the Lower Shire, communication is maintained by light draft steamers, though in the dry season April-November steamers cannot always ascend as far as Port Herald, and barges have to be used to complete the voyage. A railway runs from Port Herald to Blantyre, the commercial capital of the Shire Highlands, the Cape to Cairo Railway, which crossed the Zambezi in 1905, and the Kafukwi in 1906, reached the Broken Hill Mine in 1907, and in 1909 was continued to the frontier of Belgian Congo. There are regular services by steamer between the ports on Lakes Nyasa and Tanganyika. The African Transcontinental Telegraph Line, founded by Cecil Rhodes, runs through the Protectorate, and a branch line has been established from Lake Nyasa to Fort Jameson, the present headquarters of the Chartered Company in northeastern Rhodesia. Towns. The principal European settlement, or town, is Blantyre, Curoman 5, at a height of about 3,000 ft above the sea in the Shire Highlands. This place was named after Livingstone's birthplace and was founded in 1876 by the Church of Scotland Mission. The government capital of the Protectorate, however, is Zomba at the base of the mountain of that name. Other townships or sites of European settlements are Port Herald on the Lower Shire, Kairomo at the junction of the Riu, and the Shire Fort Anderson on Mount Emlange, Fort Johnston near the outlet of the River Shire from the south end of Lake Nyasa, Kotakota, and Bando on the west coast of Lake Nyasa, Likoma on an island off the east coast of Lake Nyasa, Karonga on the northwest coast of Lake Nyasa, Fife on the Nyasa Tanganyika Plateau, Fort Jameson, capital of Eni, Rhodesia, near the River Luangwa, Abercorn on the south end of Lake Tanganyika, Kalingwisi on the east coast of Lake Mweru, and Fort Rosebery near the Johnston Falls on the Luapula, Upper Congo. Administration. The present political divisions of the country are as follows: the Nyasaland Protectorate, Roman I, the districts surrounding Lake Nyasa and the Shire Province are administered directly under the imperial government by a governor who acts under the orders of the colonial office. The governor is assisted by an executive council and by a nominated legislative council, which consists of at least 3 members. The districts to the westward, forming the provinces of northeastern and northwestern Rhodesia, are governed by 2 administrators of the British South Africa Chartered Company in consultation with the governor of Nyasaland and the colonial office. History. The history of the territory dealt with above is recent and slight apart from the vague Portuguese wanderings during the 16th and 17th centuries. the first European explorer of any education who penetrated into this country was the celebrated Portuguese official doctor F.J. Roman 1000 de Lacerda e Almeida, who journeyed from Tete on the Zambezi to the vicinity of Lake Mweru. But the real history of the country begins with the advent of David Livingstone, who in 1859 penetrated up the Shire River and discovered Lake Nyasa. Livingstone's subsequent journeys to the south end of Tanganyika, to Lake Mweru and to Lake Bangweulu, where he died in 1873, opened up this important part of South-Central Africa and centered in it British interests in a very particular manner. Livingstone's death was soon followed by the entry of various missionary societies who commenced the evangelization of the country. And these missionaries, together with a few Scottish settlers, steadily opposed the attempts of the Portuguese to extend their sway in this direction from the adjoining provinces of Mozambique and of the Zambezi. From out of the missionary societies grew a trading company, the African Lakes Trading Corporation. This body came into conflict with a number of Arabs who had established themselves on the north end of Lake Nyasa about 1885. A struggle began between Arab and Britain for the possession of the country, which was not terminated until the year 1896. The African Lakes Corporation, in its unofficial war, enlisted volunteers, amongst whom were Captain afterwards Sir F. Roman 500 Lugard and Mr. afterwards Sir Alfred Sharp. Both these gentlemen were wounded, and the operations they undertook were not crowned with complete success. In 1889, Mr. afterwards Sir H. Johnston was sent out to endeavor to effect a possible arrangement of the dispute between the Arabs and the African Lakes Corporation, and also to ensure the protection of friendly native chiefs from Portuguese aggression. Beyond a certain point, the outcome of these efforts and the treaties made was the creation of the British Protectorate and Sphere of Influence north of the Zambezi Sea, Africa. 5. In 1891, Johnston returned to the country as Imperial Commissioner and Consul General. In the interval between 1889 and 1891, Mr. Alfred Sharp, on behalf of Cecil Rhodes, had brought a large part of the country into treaty with the British South Africa Company. These territories, northern Rhodesia, were administered for 4 years by Sir Harry Johnston in connection with the British Central Africa Protectorate between 1891 and 1895. A long struggle continued between the British authorities on the one hand and the Arabs and Mohammedan Yaos on the other regarding the suppression of the slave trade. By the beginning of 1896, the last Arab stronghold was taken, and the Yaos were completely reduced to submission. Then followed, during 18,961,898, wars with the Zulu Angoni tribes, who claimed to dominate and harass the native populations to the west of Lake Nyasa, the Angoni having been subdued, and the British South Africa Company having also quelled the turbulent Omba and Bashukulambwe. There is a reasonable hope of the country enjoying a settled peace and considerable prosperity. This prospect has been indeed already realized to a considerable extent, though the increase of commerce has scarcely been as rapid as was anticipated in 1897 on the transference of Sir Harry Johnston to Tunis. The commissionership was conferred on Mr. Alfred Sharp, who was created a K Roman 100 Roman 1000 G in 1903. In 1904, the administration of the Protectorate, originally directed by the Foreign Office, was transferred to the Colonial Office in 1907. On the change in the title of the Protectorate, the designation of the chief official was altered from commissioner to governor, and executive and legislative councils were established. The mineral Roman 5 surveys and railway construction commenced under the Foreign Office were carried on vigorously under the Colonial Office. The increased revenue from 51,000 in 19,011,902 to 76,000 in 19,051,906 for the Protectorate alone. See also Rhodesia is an evidence of increasing prosperity. Expenditure in excess of revenue is met by grants in aid from the Imperial Exchequer. So far as the Nyasaland Protectorate is concerned, the British South Africa Company finances the remainder. The native population is well disposed towards European rule, having indeed at all times furnished the principal contingent of the armed force with which the African Lakes Company, British South Africa Company, or the British government endeavored to oppose Arab Zulu or Omber aggression. The Protectorate government maintains 3 gunboats on Lake Nyasa, and the British South Africa Company an armed steamer on Lake Tanganyika. Unfortunately, though so rich and fertile, the land is not as a rule very healthy for Europeans. Though there are signs of improvement in this respect, the principal scourges are blackwater fever and dysentery. Besides ordinary malarial fever, malarial ulcers, pneumonia, and bronchitis, the climate is agreeable, and except in the low-lying districts, is never unbearably hot, while on the high mountain plateaus, frost frequently occurs during the dry season. See Narrative of an Expedition to the Zambezi Roman 100 by David and Charles Livingstone, 1865. Last Journals of David Livingstone, edited by the Rev. Horace Waller, 1874, Roman 50 Monteith. Fotheringham Adventures in Nyasaland, 1891, Henry Drummond Tropical. Africa 4th ed. 1891, Rev. Roman 500 Roman 100 Scott, an encyclopedic dictionary of the Manganya language, as spoken in British Central Africa, 1891. Sir H. H. Johnston, British Central Africa, 2nd ed., 1898. Miss A. Werner, The Natives of British Central Africa, 1906. John Buchanan, The Shire Highlands, 1885. Lionel de Clare, 3 Years in Savage Africa, 1898. H. Roman 50 Duff Nyasaland, Under the Foreign Office, 1903. J.S. Moore, The Tanganyika Problem, 1904, articles on northeastern and northwestern Rhodesia, chiefly by Frank Melland. In the Journal of the African Society, 19,021,906, Annual Reports on British Central Africa, published by the Colonial Office, various linguistic works by Miss A. Werner, the Rev. Gavin Robertson, Dr. R. Laws, A. Roman 100 Madden Father Torrend, and Monsieur E. Jacatet. H.H.J. British Columbia, the western province of the Dominion of Canada, it is bounded on the east by the continental watershed in the Rocky Mountains, until this in its northwesterly course intersects 120W, which is followed north to 60N, thus including within the province a part of the Peace River country to the east of the mountains. The southern boundary is formed by 49N and the strait separating Vancouver Island from the state of Washington. The northern boundary is 60N, the western, the Pacific Ocean, upon which the province fronts for about 600 Roman 1,000, and the coast strip of Alaska for a further distance of 400 Roman 1,000. Vancouver Island and the Queen Charlotte Islands, as well as the smaller islands lying off the western coast of Canada, belong to the province of British Columbia. Physical features: British Columbia is essentially a mountainous country for the Rocky Mountains, which in the United States lie to the east of the Great Basin, on running to the North Bear toward the west, and approach the ranges which border the Pacific coast. Thus, British Columbia comprises practically the entire width of what has been termed the Cordillera or Cordilleran Belt of North America. Between the parallels of latitude above indicated, there are 2 ruling mountain systems in this belt: Rocky Mountains proper on the northeast side, and the Coast Range on the southwest or Pacific side. Between these are subordinate ranges to which various local names have been given, as well as the interior plateau, an elevated tract of hilly country, the hill summits having an accordant altitude, which lies to the east of the Coast Range, the several ranges having been produced by successive foldings of the Earth's crust in a direction parallel to the border of the Pacific Ocean, have a common trend, which is southeast and northwest. Vancouver Island and the Queen Charlotte Islands are remnants of still another mountain range, which runs parallel to the coast, but is now almost entirely submerged beneath the waters of the Pacific. The province might be said to consist of a series of parallel mountain ranges with long, narrow valleys lying between them. The Rocky Mountains are composed chiefly of Paleozoic sediments ranging in age from the Cambrian to the Carboniferous, with subordinate enfolded areas of Cretaceous, which hold coal. The average height of the range along the United States boundary is 8,000 ft, but the range culminates between the latitudes of 51 and 53, the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies being Mount Robson 13,700 ft, although the highest peak in British Columbia is Mount Fairweather on the international boundary, which rises to 15,287 ft. Other high peaks in the Rocky Mountains of Canada are Columbia 12,740 ft, Forbes 12,075, Assiniboine 11,860, Bryce 11,686, Temple 11,626, Lyell 11,463. There are a number of passes over the Rocky Mountains, among which may be mentioned beginning from the South Kootenay or Boundary Pass 7,100 ft, the Crow's Nest Pass 5,500. This is traversed by the southern branch of the Canadian Pacific Railway and crosses Great Fields, the Kicking Horse or Wapta Pass 5,300, which is traversed by the main line of the Canadian Pacific Railway, the Athabasca Pass 6025, the Yellowhead Pass 3733, which will probably be used by the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway, the Pine River Pass 2850, and the Peace River Pass 2000, through which the Peace River flows. The Coast Range, sometimes called the Cascade Range, borders the Pacific coast for 900 Roman 1000, and gives to it its remarkable character. To its partially submerged transverse valleys are due the excellent harbors on the coast, the deep sounds and inlets which penetrate far inland at many points, as well as the profound and gloomy fjords, and the stupendous precipices which render the coastline an exaggerated reproduction of that of Norway. The coast is in fact one of the most remarkable in the world, measuring with all its indentations 7,000 Roman 1,000 in the aggregate, and being fringed with an archipelago of innumerable islands, of which Vancouver Island and the Queen Charlotte Islands are the largest. Along the southwestern side of the Rocky Mountains is a very remarkable valley of considerable geological antiquity, in which some 7 of the great rivers of the Pacific slope, among them the Kootenay, Columbia, Fraser, and Finlay, flow for portions of their upper courses. This valley, which is from 1 to 6 Roman 1,000 in width, can be traced continuously for a length of at least 800 Roman 1,000. One of the most important rivers of the province is the Fraser, which, rising in the Rocky Mountains, flows for a long distance to the northwest, and then turning south eventually crosses the Coast Range by a deep canton-like valley and empties into the Strait of Georgia a few miles south of the city of Vancouver. The Columbia, which rises farther south in the same range, flows north for about 150 Roman 1,000, crossing the main line of the Canadian Pacific Railway at Donald, and then bending abruptly back upon its former course, flows south, recrossing the Canadian Pacific Railway at Revelstoke, and on through the Arrow Lakes in the Kootenay country into the United States, emptying into the Pacific Ocean at Astoria in the state of Oregon. These lakes, as well as the other large lakes in southern British Columbia, remain open throughout the winter in the northwestern part of the province. The Skeena flows southwest into the Pacific, and still farther to the north, the Stikine rises in British Columbia, but before entering the Pacific crosses the coast strip of Alaska. The Liard, rising in the same district, flows east and falls into the Mackenzie, which empties into the Arctic Ocean. The headwaters of the Yukon are also situated in the northern part of the province. All these rivers are swift and are frequently interrupted by rapids, so that as means of communication for commercial purposes, they are of indifferent value. Wherever lines of railway are constructed, they lose whatever importance they may have held in this respect previously. At an early stage in the glacial period, British Columbia was covered by the Cordilleran Glacier, which moved southeastwards and northwestwards in correspondence with the ruling features of the country, from a gathering ground situated in the vicinity of the 57th parallel ice. From this glacier poured through passes in the Coast Ranges, and to a lesser extent debouched upon the edge of the Great Plains beyond the Rocky Mountain Range. The Great Valley between the Coast Ranges and Vancouver Island was also occupied by a glacier that moved in both directions from a central point in the vicinity of Valdez Island. The effects of this glacial action and of the long periods of erosion preceding it, and of other physiographic changes connected with its passing away, have most important bearings on the distribution and character of the gold-bearing alluviums of the province. Climate. The subjoined figures relating to temperature and precipitation are from a table prepared by Mr. R.F. Stupart, Director of the Meteorological Service. The station at Victoria may be taken as representing the conditions of the southern part of the coast of British Columbia, although the rainfall is much greater on exposed parts of the outer coast. Agassiz represents the Fraser Delta and Kamloops the southern interior district. The mean temperature naturally decreases to the northward of these selected stations, both along the coast and in the interior, while the precipitation increases. The figures given for Port Simpson are of interest, as the Pacific terminus of the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway will be in this vicinity. Mean temp far. Absolute temperature. Rainfall inches. Coldest month. Warmest month. Average annual. Highest. Lowest. Wettest month. Driest month. Average annual. Victoria 1. Jan 37. July 60. Dec 7. July 4. Agassiz 2. Jan 33. Aug 64. Dec 9. July 1. Kamloops 3. Jan 24. Aug 68. July 1. April 37. Port Simpson 4. Jan 34. Aug 56. Oct 12. June 4. Fauna. Among the larger mammals are the bighorn or mountain sheep Ovis canadensis, the Rocky Mountain goat Mazama montana, the grizzly bear moose, woodland caribou, black-tailed or mule deer, white-tailed deer, and coyote. All these are to be found only on the mainland. The black bear, wolf, puma, lynx, wapiti, and Columbian or coast deer are common to parts of both mainland and islands of marine mammals. The most characteristic are the sea lion, fur seal, sea otter, and harbor seal. About 340 species of birds are known to occur in the province, among which as of special interest may be mentioned the burrowing owl of the dry interior region, the Roman 5P American magpie Steller's jay, and a true nutcracker Clark's crow Piscicorvus columbianus. True jays and orioles are also represented. The gallinaceous birds include the large blue grouse of the coast, replaced in the Rocky Mountains by the dusky grouse. The western form of the spruce partridge of eastern Canada is also abundant, together with several forms referred to the genus Banassa, generally known as partridges or ruffed grouse. Ptarmigans also abound in many of the higher mountain regions of the Annatidae. Only passing mention need be made during the spring and autumn migrations. Many species are found in great abundance, but in the summer a smaller number remain to breed, chief among which are the teal, mallard, wood duck, spoonbill, pintail, bufflehead, redhead, canvasback, scaup-duck. Roman 100 area and population. The area of British Columbia is 357,600 sq. Roman 1000, and its population by the census of 1901 was 190,000. Since that date, this has been largely increased by the influx of miners and others consequent upon the discovery of precious metals in the Kootenay boundary and Atlin districts. Much of this is a floating population, but the opening up of the valleys by railway and new lines of steamboats, together with the settlements made in the vicinity of the Canadian Pacific Railway, has resulted in a considerable increase of the permanent population. The white population comprises men of many nationalities. There is a large Chinese population, the census of 1901 returning 14,201. The influx of Chinamen has, however, practically ceased owing to the tax of 500 per head imposed by the government of the Dominion. Many Japanese have also come in. The Japanese are engaged chiefly in lumbering and fishing, but the Chinese are found everywhere in the province. Great objection is taken by the white population to the increasing number of Mongolians, owing to their competition with whites in the labor markets. The Japanese do not appear to be so much disliked, as they adapt themselves to the ways of white men, but they are equally objected to on the score of cheap labor. And in 19,071,908, considerable friction occurred with the Dominion government over the anti-Japanese attitude of British Columbia, which was shown in some rather serious riots. In the census of 1901, the Indian population is returned at 25,400 88 of these 20,351 are professing Christians, and 5137 are pagans. The Indians are divided into very many tribes under local names, but fall naturally on linguistic grounds into a few large groups. Thus the southern part of the interior is occupied by the Salish and Kootenai, and the northern interior by the Tinne or Athapascan people. On the coast are the Haida Chimchi and Kwakiutl Nootka, and about the Gulf of Georgia various tribes related to the Salish proper. There is no treaty with the Indians of British Columbia, as with those of the Plains, for the relinquishment of their title to the land, but the government otherwise assists them. There is an Indian superintendent at Victoria, and under him are 9 agencies throughout the province to attend to the Indians relieving their sick and destitute, supplying them with seed and implements, settling their disputes, and administering justice. The Indian fishing stations and burial grounds are reserved, and other land has been set apart for them for agricultural and pastoral purposes. A number of schools have been established for their education. They were at one time a dangerous element, but are now quiet and peaceable. The chief cities are Victoria, the capital, on Vancouver Island, and Vancouver on the mainland, New Westminster on the Fraser, and Nanaimo on Vancouver Island, Rossland and Nelson in West Kootenay, as well as Fernie in East Kootenay, and Grand Forks in the Boundary District, are also places of importance. Mining is the principal industry of British Columbia. The country is rich in gold, silver, copper, lead, and coal, and has also iron deposits. From 1894 to 1904, the mining output increased from 4,225,717 to 18,977,359. In 1905, it had reached 22,460,295. The principal minerals in order of value of output are gold, copper, coal, lead, and silver. Between 1858, the year of the placer discoveries on the Fraser River, and in the Caribou District, and 1882, the placer yields were much heavier than in subsequent years, running from $1 to nearly $4 million annually. But there was no quartz mining. Since 1899, placer mining has increased considerably, although the greater part of the return has been from lode mining. The Rossland, the Boundary, and the Kootenay districts are the chief centers of vein mining, yielding auriferous and cupriferous sulfide ores, as well as large quantities of silver-bearing lead ores of copper, and the precious metals are being prospected and worked also in several places along the coast, and on Vancouver Island. The mining laws are liberal and being based on the experience gained in the adjacent mining centers of the western states are convenient and effective. The most important smelting and reducing plants are those at Trail and Nelson in the West Kootenay country, and at Grand Forks and Greenwood in the Boundary District. There are also numerous concentrating plants. Mining machinery of the most modern types is employed wherever machinery is required. The province contains enormous supplies of excellent coal, most of which are as yet untouched. It is chiefly of Cretaceous age. The producing collieries are chiefly on Vancouver Island and on the western slope of the Rockies near the Crow's Nest Pass in the extreme southeastern portion of the province's immense beds of high-grade bituminous coal and semi-anthracite are exposed in the Bulkley Valley south of the Skeena River, not far from the projected line of the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway. About one-half the coal mined is exported to the United States. Fisheries. A large percentage of the commerce is derived from the sea, the chief product being salmon, halibut, cod, several varieties, oolachin, sturgeon, herring, shad, and many other fishes are also plentiful. But with the exception of the halibut, these have not yet become the objects of extensive industries. There are several kinds of salmon, and they run in British Columbia waters. At different seasons of the year, the quinnet or spring salmon is the largest and best table fish, and is followed in the latter part of the summer by the sockeye, which runs in enormous numbers up the Fraser and Skeena rivers. This is the fish preferred for canning. It is of brighter color, more uniform in size, and comes in such quantities that a constant supply can be reckoned upon by the canneries about the mouth of the Fraser River. From 1,800 to 2,600 boats are occupied during the run. There is an especially large run of sockeye salmon in the Fraser River every 4th year, while in the year immediately following there is a poor run. The silver salmon or coho arrives a little later than the sockeye, but is not much used for packing, except when required to make up deficiencies. The dog salmon is not canned, but large numbers are caught by the Japanese, who salt them for export to the Orient. The other varieties are of but little commercial importance at present, although, with the increasing demand for British Columbia salmon, the fishing season is being extended to cover the runs of all the varieties of this fish found in the waters of the province. Great Britain is the largest, but not the only market for British Columbia salmon. The years vary in productiveness, 1901 having been unusually large, and 1903 the smallest in 11 years. But the average pack is about 700,000 cases of 48 1lb tins, the greater part of all returns being from the Fraser River, canneries the Skeena River, and the river's inlet coming next in order. There are between 60 and 70 canneries, of which about 40 are on the banks of Roman 5 Peath Fraser River. There is urgent need for the enactment of laws restricting the catch of salmon, as the industry is now seriously threatened. The fish oils are extracted chiefly from several species of dogfish, and sometimes from the basking shark, as well as from the oolachin, which is also an edible fish. The fur seal fishery is an important industry, though apparently a declining one owing to the scarcity of seals and international difficulties. Concerning pelagic sealing in Bering Sea, where the greatest number have been taken, the business of seal hunting is losing favor. Salmon fish hatcheries have been established on the chief rivers frequented by these fish. Oysters and lobsters from the Atlantic coast have been planted in British Columbia waters. Timber. The province is rich in forest growth, and there is a steady demand for its lumber in the other parts of Canada, as well as in South America, Africa, Australia, and China. The following is a list of some of the more important tree sludge: leaved maple, Acer macrophyllum, red alder ulneus, rubra, western larch, Larix occidentalis, white spruce picea, Alba Engelmann's spruce picea, Engelmannii mensis spruce picea sichensis, white mountain pine Pinus monticola, black pine Pinus murrayana, yellow pine Pinus ponderosa, Douglas fir Pseudotsuga douglasi, western white oak Quercus garryana, giant cedar Thuya gigantea, yellow cypress, or cedar Thuya excelsa, western hemlock Tsuga mertensiana. The principal timber of commerce is the Douglas fir. The tree is often found 300 ft high, and from 8 to 10 ft in diameter. The wood is tough and strong and highly valued for ship spars, as well as for building purposes. Red or giant cedar, which rivals the Douglas fir in girth, is plentiful, and is used for shingles as well as for interior work. The western white spruce is also much employed for various purposes. There are about 80 sawmills, large and small, in the province. The amount of timber cut on Dominion government lands in 1904 was 22,760,222 ft, and the amount cut on provincial lands was 325,271,568 ft, giving a total of 348,031,790 ft. In 1905, the cut on Dominion lands exceeded that in 1904, while the amount cut on provincial lands reached 450,380,554 ft. The cargo shipments of lumber for the years 1904 and 1905 were as follows: ft. United Kingdom, South America, Australia, South Africa, China and Japan, Germany, Fiji Islands, France. There is a very large market for British Columbia lumber in the western provinces of Canada. Agriculture. Although mountainous in character, the province contains many tracts of good farming land. These lie in the long valleys between the mountain ranges of the interior, as well as on the lower slopes of the mountains, and on the deltas of the rivers running out to the coast on Vancouver Island. Also, there is much good farming land. The conditions are in most places best suited to mixed farming. The chief crops raised are wheat, oats, potatoes, and hay. Some areas are specially suited for cattle and sheep raising, among which may be mentioned the Yale district, and the country about Kamloops. Much attention has been given to fruit raising, especially in the Okanagan Valley. Apples, plums, and cherries are grown, as well as peaches, apricots, grapes, and various small fruits, notably strawberries. All these are of excellent quality. Hops are also cultivated. A large market for this fruit is opening up in the rapidly growing provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan. Imports and exports for the year ending June 30th, 1905. The total exports and imports, showing a slight gradual increase on the two preceding years, were valued at 16,677,882 and 12,565,019. Respectively, the exports were classified as follows: mines 9,777,423, fisheries 2,101,533, forests 1,046,718, animals 471,231, agriculture 119,426, manufactures 1,883,777, miscellaneous 1,106,643, coin and bullion 171,131. Railways. The Pacific Division of the Canadian Pacific Railway enters British Columbia through the Rocky Mountains on the east and runs for about 500 Roman 1,000 across the province before reaching the terminus at Vancouver. A branch of the same railway leaves the main line at Medicine Hat and, running to the southwest, crosses the Rocky Mountains through the Crow's Nest Pass and thus enters British Columbia a short distance north of the United States boundary. This continues across the province, running approximately parallel to the boundary as far as Midway in what is known as the Boundary District. The line has opened up extensive coal fields and crosses a productive mining district on Vancouver Island. There are two railways: the Esquimalt-Nanaimo Railway 78 Roman 1000, connecting the coal fields with the southern ports, and the Victoria-Sydney Railway, about 16 Roman 1000 in length. The Great Northern has also a number of short lines in the southern portion of the province, connecting with its system in the United States. In 1905, there were 1627 m of railway in the province, of which 1187 were owned or controlled by the Canadian Pacific Railway. Shipping. The Canadian Pacific Railway Company has two lines of mail steamer running from Vancouver and Victoria. The Empress Line, which runs to Japan and China once in 3 weeks, and two, the Australian Line to Honolulu, Fiji and Sydney once a month. The same company also has a line of steamers running to Alaska, as well as a fleet of coasting steamers. Government. The province is governed by a lieutenant governor appointed by the Governor-General in Council for 5 years, but subject to removal for cause, an executive council of 5 ministers, and a single legislative chamber. The Executive Council is appointed by the Lieutenant Governor on the advice of the First Minister and retains office so long as it enjoys the support of a majority of the legislature. The powers of the Lieutenant Governor in regard to the provincial government are analogous to those of Governor-General in respect of the Dominion government. The British North America Act 1867, confederating the colonies, defines the jurisdiction of the provincial legislature as distinguished from that of the federal parliament. But within its own jurisdiction, the province makes the laws for its own governance. The act of the legislature may be disallowed within 1 year of its passage by the Governor-General in Council, and is also subject to challenge as to its legality in the Supreme Court of Canada or on appeal to the Juridical Committee of the Privy Council of the United Kingdom. British Columbia sends 3 senators and 7 members to the lower house of the federal parliament, which sits at Ottawa. Justice. There is a Supreme Court of British Columbia presided over by a Chief Justice and 5 puisne judges, and there are also a number of county courts in British Columbia. The Supreme Court has jurisdiction in divorce cases, this right having been invested in the colony before Confederation. Religion and education. In 1901, the population was divided by creeds as follows: Church of England 40,687, Methodist 25,047, Presbyterian 34,081, Roman Catholic 33,639, others 40,197, not stated 5,003 total, 178,654. The educational system of British Columbia differs slightly from that of other provinces of Canada. There are 3 classes of schools: common, graded, and high-all, maintained by the government, and all free and undenominational. there is only one college in the province, the McGill University College of British Columbia at Vancouver, which is one of the colleges of McGill University, whose chief seat is at Montreal. The schools are controlled by trustees selected by the ratepayers of each school district, and there is a superintendent of education acting under the provincial secretary. Finance under the terms of union with Canada, British Columbia receives from the Dominion government annually a certain contribution, which in 1905 amounted to $307,076. This, with provincial taxes on real property, personal property, income tax. Sales of public land, timber dues Roman 100, amounted in the year 1905 to $2,920,461. The expenditure for the year was $2,302,417. The gross debt of the province in 1905 was $13,252,097, with assets of $4,463,869, or a net debt of $8,788,228. These assets do not include new legislative buildings or other public works. The income tax is on a sliding scale in 1899. A fairly close estimate was made of the capital invested in the province, which amounted to $307,385,000, including timber 100 million, railways and telegraphs 47,500,000, mining plant and smelters 10,500,000, municipal assessments 45 million, provincial assessments 51,500,000. In addition to private wealth 280 million, there are branch offices of one or more of the Canadian banks in each of the larger towns. British Columbia. History. The discovery of British Columbia was made by the Spaniard Perez in 1774. With Cook's visit, the geographical exploration of the coast began in 1778. Vancouver, in 17,921,794, surveyed almost the entire coast of British Columbia. With much of that to the north and south for the British government, the interior about the same time was entered by Mackenzie and traders of the N.W. Company, which in 1821 became amalgamated with the Hudson's Bay Company. For the next 28 years, the Hudson's Bay Company ruled this immense territory with beneficent despotism. In 1849, Vancouver Island was proclaimed a British colony in 1858, consequent on the discovery of gold and the large influx of miners. The mainland territory was erected into a colony under the name of British Columbia, and in 1866, this was united with the colony of Vancouver Island under the same name. In 1871, British Columbia entered the Confederation and became part of the Dominion of Canada, sending 3 senators and 6, now 7 members to the House of Commons of the Federal Parliament. One of the conditions under which the colony entered the Dominion was the speedy construction of the Canadian Pacific Railway, and in 1876, the non-fulfillment of this promise and the apparent indifference of the government at Ottawa to the representations of British Columbia created Roman V peace-strained relations, which were only ameliorated when the construction of a transcontinental road was begun in subsequent years, the founding of the city of Vancouver by the Roman 100 PR, the establishment of the first Canadian steamship line to China and Japan, and that to Australia, together with the disputes with the United States on the subject of pelagic sealing, and the discovery of the Kootenay and Boundary mining districts, have been the chief events in the history of the province. Authorities. Cook's voyage to the Pacific Ocean, London 1784, Vancouver voyage of discovery to the Pacific Ocean, London 1798, H. Bancroft's works, Vol. Roman 32, History of British Columbia, San Francisco 1887, Beggs, History of British Columbia. Toronto 1894, Gosnell Yearbook, Victoria, British Columbia 1897 and 1903, Annual Reports, British Columbia, Board of Trade, Victoria, Annual Reports of Minister of Mines, and other departmental reports of the provincial and Dominion governments. Catalogue of Provincial Museum, Victoria, reports Geological Survey of Canada from 1871 to date, reports of Canadian Pacific Government surveys 18,721,880, Reports of Committee of Brit. Assen Adv Science, on NW Tribes, 18,841,895, Lord Naturalist in Vancouver Island, London, 1866, Bering Sea Arbitration Reprint of Letters to Times, London, 1893, Report of Bering Sea Commission, London Government, 1892, A Metin la Colombie Britannique, Paris, 1908 c. Also various works of reference under Canada. G. Roman 1000, Roman 500, Roman 1000, J.F. Roman 500a. British East Africa, a term in its widest sense, including all the territory under British influence on the eastern side of Africa, between German East Africa on the south and Abyssinia, and the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan on the north. It comprises the protectorates of Zanzibar, Uganda, and East Africa. Apart from a narrow belt of coastland, the continental area belongs almost entirely to the Great Plateau of East Africa, rarely falling below an elevation of 2,000 ft, while extensive sections rise to a height of 6,000 to 8,000 ft from the coast lowlands. A series of steps with intervening plateaus leads to a broad zone of high ground remarkable for the abundant traces of volcanic action. This broad upland is furrowed by the eastern rift valley formed by the subsidence of its floor, and occupied in parts by lakes without outlet towards the west. A basin of lower elevation is partially occupied by Victoria Nyanza, drained north to the Nile, while still farther inland the ground again rises to a second volcanic belt, culminating in the Ruwenzori Range, see Zanzibar. And for Uganda Protectorate, see Uganda. The present article treats of the East Africa Protectorate only. British East Africa. Topography: the southern frontier, coterminous with the northern frontier of German East Africa, runs northwest from the mouth of the Umba River in 440 s to Victoria Nyanza, which it strikes at 1s, deviating, however, so as to leave Mount Kilimanjaro wholly in German territory. The eastern boundary is the Indian Ocean, the coastline being about 400. Roman 1000 on the north. The protectorate is bounded by Abyssinia and Italian Somaliland, on the west by Uganda. It has an area of about 240,000 sq Roman 1000, and a population estimated at from 2 million to 4 million, including some 25,000 Indians and 3,000 Europeans. Of the Europeans, many are emigrants from South Africa. They include some hundreds of Boer families. The first of the parallel zones, the coast plain, or temporarize, generally of insignificant width, varying from 2 to 10 Roman 1000. Except in the valleys of the main rivers, the shoreline is broken by bays and branching creeks, often cutting off islands from the mainland, such as Mvita or Mombasa in 4s, and the larger islands of Lamu Manda and Pata, the Lamu archipelago, between 220 and 2s farther north. The coast becomes straighter, with the one indentation of Port Durnford in 110s, but skirted seawards by a row of small islands beyond the coast plain. The country rises in a generally well-defined step or steps to an altitude of some 800 ft, forming the wide level plain called Nyika Uplands, largely composed of quartz. It contains large waterless areas such as the Taru Desert in the Mombasa district. The next stage in the ascent is marked by an intermittent line of mountains, gneisos, or schistose, running generally north-northwest, sometimes in parallel chains, and representing the primitive axis of the continent. Their height varies from 5,000 to 8,000 ft. Farther inland, grassy uplands extend to the eastern edge of the Rift Valley, though varied with cultivated ground and forest, the former, especially in Kikuyu, the latter between 0 and 040 s. The most extensive grassy plains are those of Kapt or Kapot and Athay between 1 and 2 s. The general altitude of these uplands, the surface of which is largely composed of lava, varies from 5,000 to 8,000 ft. This zone contains the highest elevations in British East Africa, including the volcanic pile of Kenya, Kuroman 5, 17,007 ft, Satima 13,214 ft, and Nandarua about 12,900 ft. The Satima-Setima Range, or Aberdare Mountains, has a general elevation of fully 10,000 ft to the west. The fall to the Rift Valley is marked by a line of cliffs, of which the Bistefan portions are the Kikuyu Escarpment 8,000 ft just south of 1S, and the Laikipia Escarpment on the equator, one of the main watersheds of East Africa, runs close to the eastern wall of the rift valley separating the basins of inland drainage from the rivers of the east coast, of which the two largest wholly within British East Africa are the Sabaki and Tana, both separately noticed. The Gwaso Nyiro rises in the hills northwest of Kenya and flows in a northeast direction. After a course of over 350 Roman 1000, the river in about 1N3930 E is lost in a marshy expanse known as the Lorien Swamp. The Rift Valley, though with a generally level floor, is divided by transverse ridges into a series of basins, each containing a lake without outlet. The southernmost section within British East Africa is formed by the arid Dajilani Plains. Drained south towards German territory at their north end rise the extinct volcanoes of Suswa 7800 ft and Longonot 8700, the latter on the ridge, dividing off the next basin, that of Lake Naivasha. This is a small freshwater lake 6135 ft. Above the sea, measuring some 13 m each way, its basin is closed to the north by the ridge of Mount Buru beyond, which is the basin of the Roman 5P. Still smaller lakes Nakuro 5845 ft and Elmontata 5860 ft, followed in turn by that of Lakes Hannington and Beringo Kuroman 5. Beyond Beringo, the valley is drained north into Lake Sugota in 2N, some 35 Roman 1000 long, while north of this lies the much larger Lake Rudolf Kuroman 5, the valley becoming here somewhat less defined. On the west of the Rift Valley, the wall of cliffs is best marked between the equator and 1S, where it is known as the Mau Escarpment, and about 1N, where the LJO Escarpment falls to a longitudinal valley separated from Lake Beringo by the ridge of Kamasia opposite Lake Naivasha. The Mau Escarpment is over 8,000 ft high. Its crest is covered with a vast forest to the south. The woods become more open and the plateau falls to an open country drained towards the Dajilani Plains on the west. The cultivated districts of Sodik and Lumbwa, broken by wooded heights, fall towards Victoria Nyanza. The Mau Plateau reaches a height of 9,000 ft on the equator, north of which is the somewhat lower Nandi country, well watered and partly forested. In the treeless plateau of Uasin Gishu west of LGO, the land again rises to a height of over 8,000 ft, and to the west of this is the great mountain mass of Elgun Kuroman 5. East of Lake Rudolph and south of Lake Stephanie is a large waterless steppe, mainly volcanic in character, from which rise mountain ranges. The highest peak is Mount Kanjura 6,900 ft high. South of this arid region, strewn with great lava stones, are the Rendell uplands, affording pasturage for thousands of camels. Running northwest and southeast between Lake Stephanie and the Dor tributary of the Juba is a mountain range with a steep escarpment. Towards the south it is known as the Goro Escarpment, and at its eastern end it forms the boundary between the Protectorate and Abyssinia. Southeast of it, the country is largely level bush-covered plain, mainly waterless. Geology. The geological formations of British East Africa occur in 4 regions possessing distinct physiographical features. The coast plain, narrow in the south and rising somewhat steeply, consists of recent rocks. The Foot Plateau, which succeeds, is composed of sedimentary rocks dating from Trias to Jurassic. The ancient plateau, commencing at Taru, extends to the borders of Kikuyu and is composed of ancient crystalline rocks on which immense quantities of volcanic rocks post-Jurassic to recent have accumulated to form the volcanic plateau of Central East Africa. The formations recognized are given in the following table. Sedimentary, recent, left brace, alluvium and superficial sands. Modern lake deposits, living coral rock, raised coral rock conglomerate of Mombasa Island. Pleistocene, left brace, gravels with flint implements. Glacial beds of Kenya. Jurassic, shales and limestones of Changamwe. Karoo, left brace, flags and sandstones. Grits and shales of Masara and Taru. Carboniferous, Shales of the Sabaki River. Archean. Left brace. Schists and quartzites of Nandi. Gneisses, schists, granites. Igneous and volcanic. Recent. Active, dormant, and extinct volcanoes. Post-Jurassic to Pleistocene. Left brace. Kibo and volcanoes of the Rift Valley. Kimonzi, Kenya, and plateau eruptions. Archean. These rocks prevail in the districts of Taru Nandi and throughout Ukamba. A coarse gneiss is the predominant rock, but is associated with garnetiferous micaskists and much intrusive granite hornblende schists, and beds of metamorphic limestone. Are rare cherty quartzites interbedded with mylonites occur on the flanks of the Nandi Hills, but their age is not known. Carboniferous. From shales on the Sabaki River, Dr. Gregory obtained fish scales and specimens of Paleonodonta fishery. Karu. The grits of Masara near Rabbi Mission Station and Mombasa have yielded specimens of Glossopteris browniana var indica, thus indicating their Karu age. Jurassic shales and limestones of this age are well seen along the railway near Changamwe. They contain gigantic ammonites. According to Dr. Wajan, the ammonites show a striking analogy to forms from the Acanthicus zone of East India. Belemnites are plentiful. Pleistocene. These are feebly represented by some boulder beds on the higher slopes of Kilimanjaro and Kenya. They show that in Pleistocene times the glaciers of Kilimanjaro and Kenya extended much farther down the mountain slopes. Recent. The ancient and more modern lake deposits have so far yielded no mammalian or other organic remains of interest. Igneous and volcanic. A belt of volcanic rocks over 150,000 sq Roman 1,000 in area extends from beyond the southern to beyond the northern territorial limits. They belong to an older and a newer set. The older group commenced with a series of fissure eruptions along the site of the present Rift Valley, and parallel with it, from these fissures, immense and repeated flows of lava spread over the Kapt and Laikipia plateaus at about the same time or a little later. Kenya and Kimonzi, Elgon, and Chibcharagnani were in eruption. The age of these volcanic outbursts cannot be more definitely stated than that they are post-Jurassic and probably extended through Cretaceous into early Tertiary times. This great volcanic period was followed by the eruptions of Kibo and some of the larger volcanoes of the Rift Valley. The flows from Kibo include nepheline and lucite basanite lavas rich in soda feldspars. They bear a close resemblance to the Norwegian Raman porphyrs, the chain of volcanic cones along the northern lower slopes of Kilimanjaro, those of the Kulu Mountains, Danio Longonot, and numerous craters in the Rift Valley region are of a slightly more recent date. A few of the volcanoes in the latter region have only recently become extinct. A few may be only dormant. Danio Buru still emits small quantities of steam, while Mount Teleki in the neighborhood of Lake Rudolph was in eruption at the close of the 19th century. Climate. Flora and fauna. In its climate and vegetation, British East Africa again shows an arrangement of zones parallel to the coast. The coast region is hot, but is generally more healthy than the coastlands of other tropical countries, this being due to the constant breeze from the Indian Ocean and to the dryness of the soil. The rainfall on the coast is about 35 in a year. The temperature tropical. The succeeding plains and the outer plateaus are more arid. Farther inland, the highlands, in which term may be included all districts over 5,000 ft higher. Very healthy. Fever being almost unknown. The average temperature is about 66 F in the cool season and 73 F in the hot season. Over 7,000 ft, the climate becomes distinctly colder and frosts are experienced. The average rainfall in the highlands is between 40 and 50. In the country bordering Victoria Nyanza is typically tropical. The rainfall exceeds 60 in the year, and this region is quite unsuitable to Europeans. The hottest period throughout the protectorate is December to April, the coolest July to September. The greater rains fall from March to June, the smaller rains in November and December. The rainfall is not, however, as regular as is usual in countries within the tropics, and severe droughts are occasionally experienced. In the districts bordering Victoria Nyanza, the flora resembles that of Uganda. Kuroman 5. The characteristic trees of the coast regions are the mangrove and coconut palm. Ebony grows in the scrub jungle. Vast forests of olives and junipers are found on the Mau Escarpment, the cotton fig and bamboo on the Kikuyu Escarpment, and in several regions are dense forests of great trees whose lowest branches are 50 ft from the ground. Two varieties of the valuable rubber vine, Landolphia florida and Landolphia kirkii, are found near the coast, and in the forests, the higher mountains preserve distinct species, the surviving remnants of the flora of a cooler period. The fauna is not abundant, except in large mammals, which are very numerous on the drier steppes. They include the camel, confined to the arid northern regions, elephant more, and more restricted to unfrequented districts, rhinoceros, buffalo, many kinds of antelope, zebra, giraffe, hippopotamus, lion, and other carnivora, and numerous monkeys in many parts. The rhinoceros is particularly abundant, and dangerous crocodiles are common in the larger rivers, and in Victoria Nyanza snakes are somewhat rare, the most dangerous being the puff-adder, centipedes, and scorpions, as well as mosquitoes, and other insects are also less common than in most tropical countries. In some districts, bees are exceedingly numerous. The birds include the ostrich, stork, bustard, and secretary bird. Among the larger varieties, the guinea fowl, various kinds of spur fowl, and the lesser bustard, the wild pigeon, weaver, and hornbill. By the banks of lakes and rivers are to be seen thousands of cranes, pelicans, and flamingos. Inhabitants: the white population is chiefly in the Kikuyu uplands, the Rift Valley, and in the Kenya region, the whites are mostly agriculturists. There are also numbers of Indian settlers in the same districts. The African races include representatives of various stocks, as the country forms a borderland between the Negro and Hamitic peoples, and contains many tribes of doubtful affinities. The Bantu division of the Negroes is represented chiefly in the south, the principal tribes being the Wakamba, Wakikuyu, and Waniaka. By the northeast shores of Victoria Nyanza dwell the Kavirondo Kuroman 5, a race remarkable among the tribes of the Protectorate for their nudity. Nilotic tribes, including the Nandi Kuroman 5, Lumbwa, Suk, and Turkana, are found in the northwest of Hamitic strain. Are the Maasai Kuroman 5, a race of cattle rearers speaking a Nilotic language who occupy part of the uplands bordering on the eastern Rift Valley. A branch of the Maasai, which has adopted the settled life of agriculturists, is known as the Wakuafi. The Gala section of the Hamites is represented among others by Borani, living Roman 5 south of the Goro Escarpment, though the true Boran countries are Liban and Diri in Abyssinian territory, while Somali occupy the country between the Tana and Juba rivers of the Somali tribes. The Herdi dwell near the coast and are more or less stationary. Further inland is the nomadic tribe of Ogaden Somali. The Gur, another Somali tribe, occupy the country south of the lower Dor. Primitive hunting tribes are the Wandorobo in Masaland and scattered tribes of small stature in various parts. The coastland contains a mixed population of Swahili, Arab, and Indian immigrants, and representatives of numerous interior tribes. Provinces and towns. The Protectorate has been divided into the provinces of Sayidi, the South Coast Province capital, Mombasa, Ukamba, which occupies the center of the Protectorate capital, Nairobi, Kenya, the district of Mt. Kenya capital, Fort Hall, Tanaland, to the north of the two provinces. First named capital, Lamu, Jubaland, the northern region capital, Kismayu, Naivasha capital, Naivasha, and Kisumu capital, Kisumu, each being in turn divided into districts and subdistricts. Naivasha and Kisumu, which adjoin the Victoria Nyanza, formed at first the eastern province of Uganda, but were transferred to the East Africa Protectorate on the 1st of April 1902. The chief port of the Protectorate is Mombasa Kuroman 5, with a population of about 30,000. The harbor on the southwest side of Mombasa Island is known as Kilindini, the terminus of the Uganda Railway. On the mainland, nearly opposite Mombasa town, is the settlement of freed slaves named Freertown, after Sir Bartle Frere. Freertown, called by the natives Kisiani, is the headquarters in East Africa of the Church Missionary Society. It is the residence of the Bishop of the Diocese of Mombasa, and possesses a fine church and mission house. Lamu, on the island of the same name, 150 Roman 1000 northeast of Mombasa, is an ancient settlement, and the headquarters of the coast Arabs. Here are some Portuguese ruins, and a large Arab city is buried beneath the sands. The other towns of note on the coast are Malindi, Pata, Kapini, and Kismayu at Malindi. The Melon of Paradise Lost is the pillar erected by Vasco da Gama when he visited the port in 1490. The harbor is very shallow. Kismayu, the northernmost port of the Protectorate 320 Roman 1000 northeast of Mombasa, is the last sheltered anchorage on the east coast and is invaluable as a harbor of refuge. Flourishing towns have grown up along the Uganda Railway, the most important Nairobi Roman 5 327 Roman 1000, from Mombasa 257, from Port Florence, was chosen in 1907 as the administrative capital of the Protectorate. Naivasha, 64 Roman 1000 north-northwest of Nairobi, lies in the Rift Valley close to Lake Naivasha and is 6230 ft above the sea. It enjoys an excellent climate and is the center of a European agricultural settlement. Kisumu, or Port Florence, a term confined to the harbor, is a flourishing town built on a hill overlooking Victoria Nyanza. It is the entrepot for the trade of Uganda. Communications. Much has been done to open up the country by means of roads, including a trunk road from Mombasa by Kibwezi in the upper Sabaki Basin and Lake Naivasha to Berkeley Bay on Victoria Nyanza, but the most important engineering work undertaken in the Protectorate was the construction of a railway from Mombasa to Victoria Nyanza, for which a preliminary survey was executed in 1892, and on which work was begun in 1896. The line chosen roughly coincides with that of the road until the equator is reached, after which it strikes by a more direct route across the Mau Plateau to the lake, which it reaches at Port Florence on Kavirondo Gulf. The railway is 584 Roman 1000 long and is of meter 3 ft gauge, the Sudan and South and Central African lines being of 3 ft 6 in gauge. The Uganda Railway is essentially a mountain line with gradients of 1 in 50 and 1 in 60 from Mombasa. It crosses to the mainland by a bridge half a mile long and ascends the plateau till it reaches the edge of the Rift Valley. 346 Roman 1000 from its starting point at the Kikuyu Escarpment, where it is 7600 ft above the sea. It then descends across ravines bridged by viaducts to the valley floor, dropping to a level of 6011 ft, and next ascending the opposite Mau Escarpment to the summit 8321 ft above sea level, highest point on the line. In the remaining 100 Roman 1000 of its course, the level sinks to 3738 ft, the altitude of the station at Port Florence. The railway was built by the British government at a cost of 5,331,000, or about 9,500 per mile. The first locomotive reached Victoria Nyanza on the 26th of December 1901, and the permanent way was practically completed by March 1903, when Sir George Whitehouse, the engineer who had been in charge of the construction from the beginning, resigned his post. The railway, by doing away with the carriage of goods by men, gave the final death blow to the slave trade in that part of East Africa. It also facilitated the continued occupation and development of Uganda, which was previous to its construction an almost impossible task owing to the prohibitive cost of the carriage of goods from the coast per ton. The two avowed objects of the railway's destruction of the slave trade and the securing of the British position in Uganda have been attained. Moreover, the railway, by opening up land suitable for European settlement, has also done much towards making a prosperous colony of the Protectorate, which was regarded before the advent of the line as little better than a desert sea below. History. The railway also shows a fair return on the capital expenditure, the surplus, after defraying all working expenses, being 56,000 in 19,051,906 and 76,000 in 19,061,907. Mombasa is visited by the boats of several steamship companies, the German East Africa Line maintaining a fortnightly service from Hamburg. There is also a regular service to and from India. A cable connecting Mombasa with Zanzibar puts the Protectorate in direct telegraphic communication with the rest of the world. There is also an inland system of telegraphs connecting the chief towns with one another and with Uganda. Agriculture and other industries in the coast region and by the shores of Victoria Nyanza, the products are tropical, and cultivation is mainly in the hands of the natives or of Indian immigrants. There are, however, numerous plantations owned by Europeans. Rice, maize, and other grains are raised in large quantities. Cotton and tobacco are cultivated the coconut palm. Plantations yield copra of excellent quality, and the bark of the mangrove trees is exported for tanning purposes. In some inland districts, beans of the castor oil plant, which grows in great abundance, are a lucrative article of trade. The sugarcane, which grows freely in various places, is cultivated by the natives. The collection of rubber likewise employs numbers of people. Among the European settlers in the higher regions, much attention is devoted to the production of vegetables, and very large crops of potatoes are raised. Oats, barley, wheat, and coffee are also grown. The uplands are peculiarly adapted for the raising of stock, and many of the white settlers possess large flocks and herds. Merino sheep have been introduced from Australia. Ostrich farms have also been established. Clover, lucerne, ryegrass, and similar grasses have been introduced to improve and vary the fodder. Other vegetable products of economic value are many. Varieties of timber trees and fiber-producing plants, which are abundant in the scrub regions between the coast and the higher land bordering the Rift Valley over the greater part of the country. The soil is light reddish loam in the eastern plains. It is a heavy black loam. As a rule, it is easily cultivated, while the majority of the African tribes in the territory are not averse from agricultural labor. The number of men available for work on European holdings is small. Moreover, on some of the land most suited for cultivation by white men, there is no native population. In addition to the fiber industry and cotton ginning, there are factories for the curing of bacon. Native industries include the weaving of cloth and the making of mats and baskets. Stone and lime quarries are worked, and copper is found in the Tsavo district. Diamonds have been discovered in the Thika River, one of the headstreams of the Tana. Trade. The imports consist largely of textiles, hardware, and manufactured goods from India and Europe, Great Britain and India between them, supplying over 50 of the total imports of other countries. Germany has the leading share in the trade. The exports, which include the larger part of the external trade of Uganda, are chiefly copra, hides and skins, grains, potatoes, rubber, ivory, chilies, beeswax, cotton, and fiber. The retail trade is largely in the hands of Indians. The value of the exports rose from 89,858 in 19,001,901 to 234,664 in 19,040,1905, in which year the value of the imports for the first time exceeded 500,000 in 19,061,907. The volume of trade was 1,194,352, imports being valued at 753,647, and exports at 440,705. The United States takes 33 of the exports, Great Britain coming next with 15. Government. The system of government resembles that of a British Crown colony. At the head of the administration is a governor who has a deputy styled lieutenant governor. Provincial commissioners presiding over each province. There are also executive and legislative councils, unofficial nominated members serving on the last-named council. In the 10-mile strip, see below. History. The Sultan of Zanzibar being territorial sovereign. The laws of Islam apply to the native and Arab population. Extraterritorial jurisdiction granted by the Sultan to various powers was in 1907 transferred to Great Britain. Domestic slavery formerly existed, but on the advice of the British government, a decree was issued by the Sultan on the 1st of August, 1890, enacting that no one born after that date could be a slave, and this was followed in 1907 by a decree abolishing the legal status of slavery in the rest of the protectorate. Slavery is not recognized in any form. Legislation is by ordinances made by the governor with the assent of the Legislative Council. The judicial system is based on Indian models, though in cases in which Africans are concerned, regard is had to Roman 5p. Native customs. Europeans have the right to trial by jury in serious cases. There is a police force of about 2,000 men, and 2 battalions of the King's African Rifles are stationed in the protectorate. Revenue is derived chiefly from customs licenses and excise, railway earnings, and posts and telegraphs. Natives pay a hut tax since the completion of the Uganda railway trade, and consequently revenue has increased greatly. In 19,001,901, the revenue was 64,275, and the expenditure 193,438, in 19,041,905. The figures were revenue 154,756, expenditure 302,559, in 19,051,906. The totals were 270,362 and 418,839, and in 19,061,907, when the railway figures were included, for the first time 461,362 and 616,088. The deficiencies were made good by grants and aid from the imperial exchequer. The standard coin used is the rupee 16d. Education is chiefly in the hands of the missionary societies, which maintain many schools where instruction is given in handicrafts, as well as in the ordinary branches of elementary education. There are Arab schools in Mombasa and government schools for Europeans and Indians at Nairobi. History from the 8th century to the 11th. Arabs and Persians made settlements along the coast and gained political supremacy at many places, leading to the formation of the so-called Zenge Empire. The history of the coast towns from that time until the establishment of British rule is identified with that of Zanzibar. Roman 5. The interior of what is now British East Africa was first made known in the middle of the 19th century by the German missionaries Ludwig Krapf and Johannes Ribmann, and by Baron Karl von der Decken, 18,330,1865, and others. Von der Decken and 3 other Europeans were murdered by Somali at a town called Bardera in October 1865, whilst exploring the Juba River. The countries east of Victoria, Nyanza, Maslin, Roman 100, were however first traversed throughout their whole extent by the Scottish traveller Joseph Thomson. Roman 5, in 18,830,1884. In 1888, Count Esteliki, a Hungarian, discovered Lakes Rudolph and Stephanie. The growth of British interests in the country, now forming the Protectorate, arises from its connection with the Sultanate of Zanzibar. At Zanzibar, British influence was very strong in the last quarter of the 19th century, and the Sayyid or Sultan Bargash depended greatly on the advice of the British representative Sir John Kirk. In 1877, Bargash offered to Mr. afterwards Sir William Mackinnon 18,230,1893, chairman of the British India Steam Navigation Company, a merchant in whom he had great confidence, or to a company to be formed by him, a lease for 70 years of the customs and administration of the whole of the mainland dominions of Zanzibar, including, with certain reservations, rights of sovereignty. This was declined owing to a lack of support by the Foreign Office and concessions obtained in 1884 by Mr. afterwards Sir H. H. Johnston in the Kilimanjaro district, were at the time disregarded the large number of concessions acquired by Germans in 18,841,885 on the East African coast, aroused, however, the interest of those who recognized the paramount importance of the maintenance of British influence in those regions. A British claim, ratified by an agreement with Germany in 1886, was made to the districts behind Mombasa, and in May 1887, Bargash granted to an association formed by Mackinnon a concession for the administration of so much of his mainland territory as lay outside the region which the British government had recognized as the German sphere of operations. By international agreement, the mainland territories of the Sultan were defined as extending 10 Roman 1,000 inland from the coast. Mackinnon's association, whose object a chartered company formed was to open up the hinterland, as well as this 10-mile strip, became the Imperial British East Africa Company by a founders' agreement of April 1888, and received a royal charter in September of the same year too. This company, the Sultan, made a further concession dated October 1888 on the faith of these concessions, and the charters, a sum of 240,000, was subscribed, and the company received formal charge of their concessions. The path of the company was speedily beset with difficulties which in the first instance arose out of the aggressions of the German East African Company. This company had also received a grant from the Sultan in October 1888, and its appearance on the coast was followed by grave disturbances among the tribes which had welcomed the British. This outbreak, led to a joint British and German blockade, which seriously hampered trade operations. It had also been anticipated, in reliance on certain assurances of Prince Bismarck emphasized by Lord Salisbury, that German enterprise in the interior of the country would be confined to the south of Victoria Nyanza. Unfortunately, this expectation was not realized. Moreover, German subjects put forward claims to coast districts, notably Lamu, within the company's sphere, and in many ways obstructed the company's operations. In all these disputes, the German government countenanced its own subjects, while the British Foreign Office did little or nothing to assist the company, sometimes directly discouraging its activity. Moreover, the company had agreed by the concession of October 1888 to pay a high revenue to the Sultan. Bargash had died in the preceding March, and the Germans were pressing his successor to give them a grant of Lamu in lieu of the customs collected at the ports. They took over. The disturbance caused by the German claims had a detrimental effect on trade and put a considerable strain on the resources of the company. The action of the company in agreeing to onerous financial burdens was dictated partly by regard for imperial interests, which would have been seriously weakened had Lamu gone to the Germans. By the hinterland doctrine, accepted both by Great Britain and Germany, in the diplomatic correspondence of July 1887, Uganda would fall within Great Britain's sphere of influence, but German public opinion did not so regard the matter. German maps assigned the territory to Germany, while in England public opinion as strongly expected British influence to be paramount. In 1889, Karl Peters, a German official, led what was practically a raiding expedition into that country after running a blockade of the ports. An expedition under F.J. Jackson had been sent by the company in the same year to Victoria Nyanza, but with instructions to avoid Uganda. In consequence of representations from Uganda and of tidings he received of Peters' doings, Jackson, however, determined to go to that country. Peters retired at Jackson's approach, claiming nevertheless to have made certain treaties which constituted effective occupation. Peters' treaty was dated the 1st of March 1890. Jackson concluded another in April. Meantime, negotiations were proceeding in Europe, and by the Anglo-German agreement of the 1st of July 1890, Uganda was assigned to the British sphere to consolidate their position in Uganda. French missionaries, they were hostile to Great Britain. The company sent thither Captain F. Roman 500 Lugard, who reached Mengo, the capital, in December 1890, and established the authority of the company despite French intrigues. In July 1890, representatives of the powers assembled at Brussels had agreed on common efforts for the suppression of the slave trade. The interference of the company in Uganda had been a material step towards that object which they sought to further, and at the same time to open up the country by the construction of a railway from Mombasa to Victoria Nyanza. But their resources being inadequate for such an undertaking, they sought imperial aid, although Lord Salisbury, then Prime Minister, paid the highest tribute to the company's labors, and a preliminary grant for the survey had been practically agreed upon. The scheme was wrecked in Parliament. At a later date, however, the railway was built entirely at government cost. Supra Communications, owing to the financial strain imposed upon it, the company decided to withdraw Captain Lugard and his forces in August 1891, and eventually the British government assumed a protectorate over the country. See Uganda. Further difficulties now arose, which led finally to the extinction of the company. Its pecuniary interests sustained a severe the company and the crown blow owing to the British government, which had taken Zanzibar under its protection in November 1890, declaring June 1892 the dominions of the Sultan within the free trade zone. This act extinguished the treaties regulating all tariffs and duties with foreign powers, and gave free trade all along the coast. The result for the company was that dues were now swept away without compensation, and the company was left saddled with the payment of the rent, and with the cost in addition of administration, Roman 5p necessary revenue, for which had been derived from the dues thus abolished. Moreover, a scheme of taxation, which it drew up, failed to gain the approval of the Foreign Office. In every direction, the company's affairs had drifted into an impasse. Plantations had been taken over on the coast, and worked at a loss. Money had been advanced to native traders and lost. and expectations of trade had been disappointed at this crisis. Sir William Mackinnon, the guiding spirit of the company, died June 1893 at a meeting of shareholders on the 8th of May 1894. An offer to surrender the charter to the government was approved, though not without strong protests. Negotiations dragged on for over 2 years, and ultimately the terms of settlement were that the government should purchase the property rights and assets of the company in East Africa for $250,000. Although the company had proved unprofitable for the shareholders, when its accounts were wound up, they disclosed a total deficit of $193,757. It had accomplished a great deal of good work, and had brought under British sway not only the headwaters of the Upper Nile, but a rich and healthy upland region admirably adapted for European colonization. To the judgment, foresight, and patriotism of Sir William Mackinnon, British East Africa practically owes its foundation. Sir William and his colleagues of the company were largely animated by humanitarian motives, desire to suppress slavery, and to improve the condition of the natives. With this aim, they prohibited the drink traffic, started industrial missions, built roads, and administered impartial justice. In the opinion of a later administrator, Sir Roman 100, Eliot, their work, and that of their immediate successors, was the greatest philanthropic achievement of the latter part of the 19th century. On the 1st of July 1895, the formal transfer to the British Crown of the territory administered by the company took place at Mombasa, the Foreign Office assuming responsibility for its administration. The territory, hitherto known as Ibia from the initials of the company, was now styled the East Africa Protectorate. The small Sultanate of Widu Kuroman V on the mainland opposite Lamu. From 1885 to 1890, a German protectorate was included in the British Protectorate. Coincident with the transfer of the administration to the imperial government, a dispute as to the succession to a chieftainship in the Mazrui, the most important Arab family on the coast, led to a revolt which lasted 10 months and involved much hard fighting. It ended in April 1896 in the flight of the rebel leaders to German territory, where they were interned. The rebellion marks an important epoch in the history of the Protectorate, as its suppression definitely substituted European for Arab influence. Before the rebellion, says Sir Roman 100 Eliot, the coast was a protected Arab state. Since its suppression, it has been growing into a British colony. From 1896, when the building of the Mombasa-Victoria-Nyanza Railway was begun, until 1903, when the line was a white man's country, practically completed, the energies of the administration were largely absorbed in that great work, and in establishing effective control over the Maasai, Somali, and other tribes. The coastlands apart the Protectorate was regarded as valuable, chiefly as being the high road to Uganda. But as the railway reached the high plateaus, the discovery was made that there were large areas of land very sparsely peopled, where the climate was excellent and where the conditions were favorable to European colonization. The completion of the railway, by affording transport facilities, made it practicable to open the country to settlers. The first application for land was made in April 1902 by the East Africa Syndicatia Company, in which financiers belonging to the Chartered Company of South Africa were interested, which sought a grant of 500 SQ Roman 1,000, and this was followed by other applications for considerable areas, a scheme being also propounded for a large Jewish settlement. During 1903, the arrival of hundreds of prospective settlers, chiefly from South Africa, led to the decision to entertain no more applications for large areas of land, especially as questions were raised concerning the preservation for the Maasai of their rights of pasturage. In the carrying out of this policy, a dispute arose between Lord Lansdowne, Foreign Secretary, and Sir Charles Eliot, who had been Commissioner since 1900. The Foreign Secretary, believing himself bound by pledges given to the syndicate, decided that they should be granted the lease of the 500 SQ Roman 1,000 they had applied for, but after consulting officials of the Protectorate then in London, he refused Sir Charles Eliot permission to conclude leases for 50 SQ Roman 1,000 each to 2 applicants from South Africa. Sir Charles thereupon resigned his post, and in a public telegram to the Prime Minister dated Mombasa, the 21st of June, 1904, gave, as his reason Lord Lansdowne ordered me to refuse grants of land to certain private persons, while giving a monopoly of land on unduly advantageous terms to the East Africa Syndicate, I have refused to execute these instructions, which I consider unjust and impolitic. 1. On the day Sir Charles sent this telegram, the appointment of Sir Donald W. Stewart, the Chief Commissioner of Ashanti, to succeed him, was announced. Sir Donald induced the Maasai, whose grazing rights were threatened, to remove to another district, and a settlement of the land claims was arranged. An offer to the Zionist Association of Land for colonization by Jews was declined in August 1905 by that body after the receipt of a report by a commissioner sent to examine the land. 6,000 SQ Roman 1,000 offered. Sir Donald Stewart died on the 1st of October 1905 and was succeeded by Colonel Hayes Sadler, the Commissioner of Uganda. Meantime, in April 1905, the administration of the Protectorate had been transferred from the Foreign to the Colonial Office. By the close of 1905, considerably over 1 million acres of land had been leased or sold by the Protectorate authorities, about half of it for grazing purposes. In 1907, to meet the demands of the increasing number of white inhabitants who had formed a colonists' association too for the promotion of their interests, a legislative council was established, and on this council representatives of the settlers were given seats. The style of the chief official was also altered, governor being substituted for commissioner in the same year. A scheme was drawn up for assisting the immigration of British Indians to the regions adjacent to the coast and to Victoria Nyanza districts not suitable for settlement by Europeans. In general, the relations of the British with the tribes of the interior have been satisfactory. The Somali in Jubaland have given some trouble, but the Maasai, notwithstanding their warlike reputation, accepted peaceably the control of the whites. This was due in great measure to the fact that at the period in question plague carried off their cattle wholesale and reduced them for years to a state of want and weakness, which destroyed their warlike habits. One of the most troublesome tribes proved to be the Nandi, who occupied the southern part of the plateau west of the Mau Escarpment. They repeatedly raided their less warlike neighbors and committed wholesale thefts from the railway and telegraph lines. In September 1905, an expedition was sent against them, which reduced the tribe to submission in the following November. And early in 1906, the Nandi were removed into a reserve. The majority of the natives, unaccustomed to regular work, showed themselves averse from taking service under the white farmers. The inadequacy of the labor supply was an early cause of trouble to the settlers, while the labor regulations enforced led during 19,071,908 to considerable friction between the colonists and the administration. For several years after the establishment of the Protectorate, the northern region remained very little known, and no attempt was made to administer the district. The natives were frequently raided by parties of Gallas and Abyssinians, and in the absence of a defined frontier, Abyssinian government posts were pushed south to Lake Rudolph. The Abyssinians also made themselves masters of the Boran country after long negotiations. An agreement as to the boundary line between the lake and Roman 5 Peath River Juba was signed at Addis Ababa on the 6th of December 1907, and in 19,081,909 the frontier was delimited by an Anglo-Abyssinian commission, Major Roman 100 W. Gwyn being the chief British representative, save for its northeastern extremity. Lake Rudolph was assigned to the British, Lake Stephanie falling to Abyssinia, while from about 420 N, the Daw to its junction with the Juba became the frontier. Bibliography. The most comprehensive account of the Protectorate to the close of 1904, especially of its economic resources, is the East Africa Protectorate by Sir Charles Eliot, London, 1905. The progress of the Protectorate is detailed in the reports by the Governor issued annually by the British government since 1896, and in Drumkey's Yearbook for East Africa, Bombay, first issued in 1908. The Précis of Information concerning the British East Africa Protectorate issued by the War Office, London, 1901, is chiefly valuable for its historical information. The work of the Imperial British East Africa Company is concisely and authoritatively told from official documents in British East Africa, or Ibia, by P. Roman 50 McDermott, New Ed. London 1895. Another book valuable for its historical perspective is The Foundation of British East Africa by J. W. Gregory, London 1901, Bishop A. R. Tucker's 18 Years in Uganda and East Africa, London 1908, contains a summary of missionary labors of the works of explorers through Massa Land by Joseph Thomson, London 1886, is specially valuable for the Northern Frontier Sea, Capt. P. Maud's Report in Africa, No. 13, 1904. For Geology C, besides Thomson's book, The Great Rift Valley, by J. W. Gregory, London 1896. Across an East African Glacier, by Hans Mayer, London, and Leipzig 1890, and Report relating to the geology of the East Africa Protectorate, by H. B. Muff, Colonial Office, London 1908. For Big Game and Ornithology C on Safari, by Chapman, London 1908. The story of the building of the Uganda Railway is summarized in the final report of the Uganda Railway Committee, Africa No. 11, 1904, published by the British government. F. R. Roman 100. British Empire, the name now loosely given to the whole aggregate of territory, the inhabitants of which under various forms of government ultimately look to the British Crown. As the supreme head, the term empire is in this connection obviously used rather for convenience than in any sense equivalent to that of the older or despotic empires of history. The land surface of the earth is estimated to extend over about 52,500,000 sq Roman 1000 of this area. The British Empire occupies extent nearly 1/4, extending over an area of about 12 million sq Roman 1000. By far the greater portion lies within the temperate zones and is suitable for white settlement. The notable exceptions are the southern half of India and Burma, east-west, and Central Africa, the West Indian colonies, the northern portion of Australia, New Guinea, British Borneo, and that portion of North America which extends into Arctic regions. The area of the territory of the empire is divided almost equally between the southern and the northern hemispheres. The great divisions of Australasia and South Africa, covering between them in the southern hemisphere 5,308,506 sq Roman 1000, while the United Kingdom, Canada, and India, including the native states, cover between them in the northern hemisphere 5,271,375 sq Roman 1000. The alternation of the seasons is thus complete. One half of the empire enjoying summer, while one half is in winter. The division of territory between the eastern and western hemispheres is less equal, Canada occupying alone in the western hemisphere 3,653,946 sq Roman 1000, while Australasia, South Africa, India, and the United Kingdom occupy together in the eastern hemisphere 6,925,975 sq Roman 1000. As a matter of fact, however, the eastern portions of Australasia border so nearly upon the western hemisphere that the distribution of day and night throughout the empire is like the alternations of the seasons, almost complete. One half enjoying daylight, the other half is in darkness. These alternations of time and of seasons, combined with the variety of soils and climates, are calculated to have an increasingly important effect upon the material and industrial, as well as upon the social and political developments of the empire. This will become evident in considering the industrial productions of the different divisions and the harvest seasons, which permit the summer produce of one portion of the empire to supply the winter requirements of its other markets, and conversely. The British Empire. The empire contains or is bounded by some of the highest mountains, the greatest lakes, and the most important rivers of the world. Its climates may be said to include all the known climates of the world. Its soils are no less various in the prairies of central Canada. It possesses some of the most valuable wheat-producing land in the grasslands of the interior of Australia, the best pasture country, and in the uplands of South Africa, the most valuable gold and diamond-bearing beds, which exist. The United Kingdom at present produces more coal than any other single country, except the United States. The effect of climate throughout the empire in modifying the type of the Anglo-Saxon race has as yet received only partial attention, and conclusions regarding it are of a somewhat empiric nature. The general tendency in Canada is held to be towards somewhat smaller size, and a hardy active habit in Australia to a tall, slight pale development locally known as cornstalkers, characterized by considerable nervous and intellectual activity in New Zealand. The type preserves almost exactly the characteristics of the British Isles. The South African, both Dutch and British, is readily recognized by an apparently sundried lank and hard habit of body. In the tropical possessions of the empire, where white settlement does not take place to any considerable extent, the individual alone is affected. The type undergoes no modification. It is to be observed in reference to this interesting aspect of imperial development that the multiplication and cheapening of channels of communication and means of travel throughout the empire will tend to modify the future accentuation of race difference, while the variety of elements in the vast area occupied should have an important, though as yet not scientifically traced, effect upon the British imperial type. The white population of the Empire I reached in 1901 a total of over 53 million, or something over 1/8 of its entire population, which including native races is estimated at about 400 million. The white population includes some French, Dutch, and Spanish peoples, but is mainly of Anglo-Saxon race. It is distributed roughly as follows: United Kingdom and home dependencies, Australasia, British North America, Africa Dutch and British too, India, West Indies and Bermuda. The native population of the empire includes types of the principal black, yellow, and brown races, classing with these the high-type races of the East, which may almost be called white. The native population of India, mainly high-type brown, was returned at the census of 1901 as 294,190,1379. The population of India is divided into 118 groups on the basis of language. These may, however, be collected into the following principal groups: A Malayo-Polynesian, B Indo-Chinese, Roman 1 Mon Khmer, Roman 2 Tibeto-Burman, Roman 3 Siamese Chinese, C Dravido Munda, Roman 1 Munda Kolarians, Roman 2 Dravidian, D Indo-European, Indo-Aryan subfamily, A Semitic, F Hamitic, G unclassed, for example Gypsy, Eastern colonies, Ceylon high-type, brown and mixed, Straits settlements brown mixed and Chinese, Hong Kong Chinese and brown, North Borneo mixed brown and Sarawak, Roman 5p. Of the various races which inhabit these eastern dependencies, the most important are the 2 million Sinhalese and the 954,000 Tamil that make up the greater part of the population of Ceylon. The rest is made up of Arabs, Malays, Chinese in the Straits settlements, and Hong Kong Dayaks, Eurasians, and others. West Indies. The West Indies, including the continental colonies of British Guiana and Honduras, and 17 islands or groups of islands, have a total colored population of about 1,912,655. The colonies of this group, which have the largest colored populations, are Jamaica, chiefly black, some brown and yellow, Trinidad and Tobago black and brown, British Guiana black and brown. The populations of the West Indies are very various, being made up largely of imported African Negroes. In Jamaica, these contribute 4/5 of the population. There are also in the islands a considerable number of imported East Indian coolies, and some Chinese. The aboriginal races include American Indians of the mainland and Caribs. With these there has been intermixture of Spanish and Portuguese blood, and many mixed types have appeared. The total European population of this group of colonies amounts to upwards of 80,000, to which 15,000 on account of Bermuda may be added. Africa, chiefly black, estimated. South, Central. The aboriginal races of South Africa were the Bushmen and Hottentots, Both these races are rapidly diminishing in numbers, and in British South Africa, it is expected that they will in the course of the 20th century become extinct. Besides these primitive races, there are the dark-skinned Negroids of Bantu stock, commonly known in their tribal groups as Kaffirs, Zulu, Bechuana, and Damara, which are again subdivided into many lesser groups. The Bantu compose the greater part of the native population. There are also in South Africa Malays and Indians and others who during the last 200 years have been introduced from Java, Ceylon, Madagascar, Mozambique, and British India, and by intermarriage with each other and with the natives have produced a hybrid population generally classed together under the heading of the mixed races. These are of all colors varying from yellow to dark brown. The tribes of Central Africa are as yet less known. Many of them exhibit racial characteristics allied to those of the tribes of South Africa, but with in some cases an admixture of Arab blood. East Africa. Protectorate black and brown. Natives estimated. Asiatics estimated. Zanzibar black and brown. Uganda. Total. West Africa. Estimated. Nigeria, including Lagos black and brown. Gold Coast and hinterland chiefly black. Sierra Leone chiefly black. Gambia chiefly black. From east to west across Africa, the aboriginal nations are mostly of the black Negroid type, their varieties being only imperfectly known. The tendency of some of the lower Negroid types has been to drift towards the west coast, where they still practice cannibalistic and fetish rites. On the east coast are found much higher types approaching to the Christian races of Abyssinia, and from east to west, there has been a wide admixture of Arab blood, producing a light brown type in Uganda and Nigeria. A large proportion of the population is Arab and relatively light-skinned. Australasia. Australia black, very low type. Chinese and half-castes yellow. New Zealand Maoris, brown Chinese and half-castes. Fiji Polynesian, black and brown. Papua Polynesian, black and browns. The native races of Australia and the Polynesian groups of islands are divided into two main types, known as the dark and light Polynesian. The dark type, which is black, is of a very low order, and in some of the islands still retains its cannibal habits. The Aboriginal tribes of Australia are of a lockless black race, but generally peaceful and inoffensive in their habits. The white Polynesian races are of a very superior type and exhibit, as in the Maoris of New Zealand, characteristics of a high order. The natives of Papua New Guinea are in a very low state of civilization. The estimate given of their numbers is approximate, as no census has been taken. Canada. Indians brown. The only colored native races of Canada are the Red Indians, many in tribal variety, but few in number. Summary. Native populations. India. Ceylon and Eastern colonies. West Indies. South Africa. British Central Africa. East Africa. West Africa. Australasia and islands. Canada. White populations. Total. This is without taking into account the population of the lesser crown colonies, or allowing for the increase likely to be shown by later censuses throughout the empire, and notably in the United Kingdom, there is among the white races a considerable sprinkling of Jewish blood. The latest calculation of the entire population of the world, including a liberal estimate of 650 million for peoples not brought under any census, gives a total of something over 1,500,000,000. The population of the empire may therefore be calculated as amounting to something more than 1/5 of the population of the world. It is a matter of first importance in the geographical distribution of the empire that the 5 principal divisions, the United Divisions Kingdom, South Africa, India, Australia, and Canada, are separated from each other by the 3 great oceans of the world. The distance, as usually calculated in nautical miles, from an English port to the Cape of Good Hope, is 5840. Roman 1000 from the Cape of Good Hope to Bombay is 4610. From Bombay to Melbourne is 5630. From Melbourne to Auckland is 1830. From Auckland to Vancouver is 6210. From Halifax to Liverpool is 2744. From a British port direct to Bombay by way of the Mediterranean, it is 6272. From a British port by the same route to Sydney, 11,548. Roman 1000. These great distances have necessitated the acquisition of intermediate ports suitable for coaling stations on the trade routes, and have determined the position of many of the lesser crown colonies, which are held simply for military and commercial purposes. Such are the Bermudas, Gibraltar, Malta, Aden, Ceylon, the Straits settlements, Labuan, Hong Kong, which complete the Roman 5P chain of connection on the eastern route, and such on other routes are the lesser West African stations Ascension, St. Helena, the Mauritius, and Seychelles, the Falklands, Tristan da Cunha, and the groups of the Western Pacific. Other annexations of the British Empire have been rocky islets of the Northern Pacific, required for the purpose of telegraph stations in connection with an all-British cable. For purposes of political administration, the empire falls into the three sections of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, with the dependencies of the Channel Islands and the Isle of Man, the Indian Empire consisting of British India and the feudatory native states, and the colonial empire comprising all other colonies and dependencies. In the modern sense of extension beyond the limits of the United Kingdom, the growth of the empire is of comparatively recent date. The Channel Islands became British as a part of the Norman inheritance of William the Conqueror. The Isle of Man, which was for a short time held in conquest by Edward Roman I and restored, was sold by its titular sovereign to Sir William Scrope, Earl of Wiltshire, in 1393, and by his subsequent attainder for high treason and the confiscation of his estates, became a fief of the English crown. It was granted by Henry Roman IV in 1406 to Sir John Stanley K. Roman 100, ancestor of the Earls of Derby, by whom it was held till 1736, when it passed to James Murray, 2nd Duke of Atholl, as heir general of the 10th Earl. It was inherited by his daughter Charlotte, wife of the 3rd Duke of Atholl, who sold it to the Crown for 70,000 and an annuity of 2,000, with these exceptions, and the nominal possession taken of Newfoundland by Sir Humphrey Gilbert in 1583. All the territorial acquisitions of the empire have been made in the 17th and subsequent centuries. The following is a list of the British colonies and dependencies other than those belonging to the Indian Empire together, with a summary statement of the date and method of their acquisition, arranged in chronological order. They give some idea of the rate of growth of the empire. The dates are not, however, in all cases those in which British sovereignty was established. They indicate in some instances only the first definite step, such as the building of a fort, the opening of a trading station, or other act which led later to the incorporation in the empire of the country, indicated in the case of Australian states or Canadian provinces, originally part of other states or provinces. The date is that approximately of the first settlement of British in the district named. For example, there were British colonists in Saskatchewan in the last half of the 18th century, but the province was not constituted until 1905 save, where otherwise stated British authority has been continuous from the first date mentioned in the table. Reference should be made to the articles on the various colonies. Name, date, method of acquisition. Newfoundland. Possession taken by Sir H. Gilbert for the Crown. th century. Barbados. Settlement. Bermudas. Gambia. Roman 100. A second time in 1816. St. Christopher. Did not become wholly British until 1713. Nova Scotia. Ceded to France 1632, recovered 1713. Nevis. Montserrat. Antigua. Honduras. St. Lucia. Finally passed to Great Britain in 1803. Gold Coast. Roman 100. Settlement Danish forts, bought 1850 Dutch forts, 1871, Northern Territories added 1897. St. Helena, settled by East India Co-Government, vested in British Crown 1833. Jamaica, conquest. Bahamas, settlement. Virgin Islands, settlement and conquest. NW Territories of Canada, settlement under Royal Charter of Hudson's Bay Co. purchased from Imp Gov 1869 and transferred to Canada 1870. Turks and Caicos is settlement. Th century. Gibraltar, capitulation. New Brunswick, cession. Prince Edward is conquest. Ontario, with New Brunswick and Nova. Quebec, Scotia constituted Dominion of Canada 1867. Prince Edward enters the Confederation 1873. In 1880, all British possessions other than Newfoundland in North America annexed to the Dominion. Dominica, conquest. St. Vincent, capitulation. Grenada, Tobago, cession afterwards in French possession, reconquered 1803. Falkland is settlement reoccupied 1832. Saskatchewan, settlement separation from NW Territories of Canada 1905. Pitcairn Roman 1, settlement. Strait settlements 1786 to 1824. Settlement and cession vested 1858 in Crown by E. Roman I co-transferred from Indian to colonial possessions 1867. Malacca in British occupation 17,951,818. Sierra Leone, settlement. Alberta, Roman 100. Separated from NW Territories of Canada, 1905. New South Wales, settlement. Ceylon, capitulation. Trinidad, Malta, Th century. British Guiana, capitulation. Tasmania, settlement. Cape of Good Hope, capitulation, present limits not attained until 1895. First British occupation, 17,951,803. Seychelles, capitulation. Mauritius, Manitoba, settlement by Red River or Selkirk Colony, created Province of Canada, 1870. Ascension and Tristan da Cunha, military occupation. B. Columbia and Vancouver Island, settlement under Hudson's Bay Co., entered Canadian Confederation, 1871. Natal, settlement Natal Boers, submit 1843. Queensland, separated from New South Wales, 1859. West Australia, settlement. Victoria, separated from New South Wales, 1851. South Australia, settlement. New Zealand, settlement and treaty. Hong Kong, treaties Kowloon on the mainland added in 1860, additional area leased 1898. Labuan, cession incorporated in Straits Settlements 1906. Lagos, cession South Nigeria amalgamated with Lagos under style of colony and Protectorate of Southern Nigeria 1906. Basutoland, annexation. Fiji, cession Roman 5p. W Pacific Islands, including Union Ellis Gilbert Southern Solomon and other groups. High Commission created by order in council, giving jurisdiction over islands not included in other colonial governments, nor within jurisdiction of other civilized powers protectorates, declared over all these islands by 1900. Federated Malay States. Treaty. Cyprus. Occupied by treaty. North Borneo. Treaty and settlement under Royal Charter Protectorate assumed 1888. Papua. Protectorate declared. Nigeria. Treaty conquest and settlement under Royal Charter chartered caste territory transferred to Crown and whole, divided into North and South Nigeria, 1900. Somaliland. Occupation and Cession Protectorate declared 1887. Bechuanaland. Protectorate declared southern portion, annexed to Cape Colony, 1895. Zululand. Annexation, incorporated in Natal 1897. Sarawak. Protectorate declared. Brunei. British East Africa. Treaty conquest and settlement under Royal Charter transferred to Crown 1895. Rhodesia. Treaty conquest and settlement under Royal Charter. Zanzibar. Protectorate declared. Uganda. Treaty and Protectorate. Nyasaland. Protectorate declared. Ashanti. Military occupation. Waihee. Lease from China. Pacific Islands. Christmas Fanning, Penrhyn Suvarov. Annexed for purposes of projected Pacific cable. Choiseul and Isabel is Solomon Group. Session. Tonga and Niue. Protectorate declared. Orange Free State. Annexation formerly British, 18,480,1854. Transvaal and Swaziland. Annexation formerly British, 18,771,881. Th century. Kelantan Terengganu Roman 100. Cession from Siam. In the Pacific are also Bird Island, Bramble Key, Kato Island, Cook Islands, Danger Islands, Ducie Island, Dudosa Howland Island, Jarvis Island, Kermadec Islands, Macquarie Island, Manaki Islands, Nassau Island, Palmerston Island, Palmyra Island, Phoenix Group, Purdy Group, Rain Island, Rakunga Island, Rotuma Island, Surprise Island, Washington, or New York Island, Willis Group, and Wreck Reef. In the Indian Ocean, there are besides the colonies already mentioned, Rodriguez, the Chagos Islands, St. Brandon Islands, Emirante Islands, Aldabra Curia, Muria Islands, Maldive Islands, and some other small groups. In certain dependencies, the sovereignty of Great Britain is not absolute. The island of Cyprus is nominally still part of the Turkish Empire, but in 1878 was handed over to Great Britain for occupation and administration. Great Britain now making to the port on account of the island an annual payment of $5,000. The administration is in the hands of an official-styled High Commissioner, who is invested with the powers usually conferred on a colonial governor in Zanzibar and other regions of equatorial Africa. The native rulers retain considerable powers in the Far East. Certain areas are held on lease from China. Egypt, without forming part of the British Empire, came under the military occupation of Great Britain in 1882 by right of conquest. Great Britain subsequently claimed a share in the administration of the former Sudan provinces of Egypt, and an agreement of the 19th of January 1899 established the joint sovereignty of Great Britain and Egypt over what is now known as the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. The Indian section of the empire was acquired during the 17th-19th centuries under a royal charter granted to the East India Company by Queen Elizabeth in 1600. It was transferred to the imperial government in 1858, and Queen Victoria was proclaimed Empress under the Royal Titles Act in 1877. The following list gives the dates and method of acquisition of the centers of the main divisions of the Indian Empire. They have in most instances grown by general process of extension to their present dimensions. Name. Date. Method of acquisition. Madras, 1639 to 1748. By treaty and subsequent conquest, Fort St. George, the foundation of Madras, was the first territorial possession of the Roman I Co. in India. It was acquired by treaty with its Indian ruler. Madras was raised into a presidency in 1683, ceded to France 1746, recovered 1748. Bombay, 1608 to 1685. Treaty and cession trade, first established 1608, ceded to British Crown by Portugal 1661, transferred to Roman I Co. 1668 presidency, removed from Surat 1687. Bengal, 1633 to 1765. Treaty and subsequent conquests, first trade settlement, established by treaty at Pipli in Orissa 1633, erected into presidency by separation from Madras 1681, virtual sovereignty, announced by Roman I Co. as result of conquests of Clive 1765. United Provinces of Agra and Oudh, 1764 to 1856. By conquests and treaty through successive stages, of which the principal dates were 180,130,1415. In 1832, the nominal sovereignty of Delhi, till then retained by the Great Mogul, was resigned into the hands of the Roman I Co. Oudh, of which the conquest may be said to have begun with the Battle of Buxar in 1764, was finally annexed in 1856. Central Provinces. By conquest and treaty. Eastern Bengal and Assam. Conquest and cession, the Bengal portion of the province, by separation from Bengal in 1905. Burma. Conquest and cession. Punjab. Conquest and annexation, made into distinct province, 1859. NW, Frontier Province. Subdivision. Ajmer and Mewar. By conquest and cession. Coorg. Conquest and annexation. British Baluchistan. Conquest and treaty. Andaman Islands. Annexation. The following is a list of some of the principal Indian states which are more or less under the control of the British government. In direct political relations with the Governor-General in Council. Hyderabad, Baroda, Mysore, Kashmir, under the Rajputana Agency. Udaipur, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Jaipur and feudatories. Bharatpur, Dhalpur, Alwar, Tong, under the Central Indian Agency. Indore, Rewa, Bhopal, Gwalior, under the Bombay government. Kaju, Kolhapur and dependencies. Karpur Sindh, Bonagar, Roman 5p, under the Madras government. Travancore, Cochin, under the Central Provinces government. Bastar, under the Bengal government. Cooch Behar, Sikkim, under United Provinces government. Rampur, Garhwal, under the Punjab government. Patiala, Bahawalpur, Jinda, Nabha, Kapurthala, Mandi, Surmur Nahan, Faridkot, Chamber, under the government of Burma. Jan states, Karen states. In addition to these, there are British tracts known as the Upper Burma Frontier, and the Burma Frontier. There is also a sphere of British influence in the border of Afghanistan. The state of Nepal, though independent as regards its internal administration, has been since the campaign of 181,415 in close relations with Great Britain. It is bound to receive a British resident, and its political relations with other states are controlled by the government of India. All these native states have come into relative dependency upon Great Britain as a result of conquest or of treaty consequent upon the annexation of the neighboring provinces, the settlement of Aden with its dependencies of Perim and Socotra Island forms part of the government of Bombay. This vast congeries of states widely different in character and acquired by many different methods holds together under administration, supreme headship of the crown, on a generally acknowledged triple principle of self-government, self-support, and self-defense. The principle is more fully applied in some parts of the empire than in others. There are some parts which have not yet completed their political evolution, some others in which the principle is temporarily or for special reasons in abeyance, others agging chiefly those of very small extent, which are held for purposes of the defense or advantage of the Halido, which it is not applicable, but the principle is generally acknowledged as the structural basis upon which the constitution of the empire exists. In its relation to the empire, the home section of the British Isles is distinguished from the others as the place of origin of the British race, and the residence of the crown. The history and constitutional development of this portion of the empire will be found fully treated under separate headings. See England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland, United Kingdom, English history, India, Africa, Australia, Canada, Roman 100. It is enough to say that for purposes of administration, the Indian Empire is divided into 9 great provinces and 4 minor commissionerships. The 9 great provinces are presided over by 2 governors, Bombay and Madras, 5 lieutenant-governors, Bengal, Eastern Bengal, and Assam, United Provinces, Agra and Oudh. The Punjab and Burma, a chief commissioner, the central provinces, and an agent to the Governor-General, the NW Frontier Province. The 4 minor commissionerships are presided over each by a chief commissioner. Above these, the supreme executive authority in India is vested in the Viceroy. In council, the council consists of 6 ordinary members besides the existing commander-in-chief. For legislative purposes, the Governor-General's Council is increased by the addition of 15 members nominated by the Crown and has power under certain restrictions to make laws for British India, for British subjects in the native states and for native Indian subjects of the Crown in any part of the world. The administration of the Indian Empire in England is carried on by a Secretary of State for India, assisted by a council of not less than 10 members. The expenditure of the revenues is under the control of the Secretary in Council. The colonial empire comprises over 50 distinct governments. It is divided into colonies of 3 classes and dependencies. These again are in some instances associated for administrative purposes in federated groups. The 3 classes of colonies are crown colonies, colonies possessing representative institutions, but not responsible government, and colonies possessing representative institutions and responsible government. In crown colonies, the crown has entire control of legislation, and the public officers are under the control of the home government. In representative colonies, the crown has only a veto on legislation, but the home government retains control of the public officers. In responsible colonies, the crown retains a veto upon legislation, but the home government has no control of any public officer except the governor. In crown colonies, with the exception of Gibraltar and St. Helena, where laws may be made by the governor alone, laws are made by the governor with the concurrence of a council nominated by the crown. In some crown colonies, chiefly those acquired by conquest or cession, the authority of this council rests wholly on the crown. In others, chiefly those acquired by settlement, the council is created by the crown under the authority of local or imperial laws. The Crown Council of Ceylon may be cited as an example of the first kind, and the Crown Council of Jamaica of the second. In colonies possessing representative institutions without responsible government, the Crown cannot generally legislate by order in council, and laws are made by the governor with the concurrence of the legislative body or bodies, one at least of these bodies, in cases where a second chamber exists possessing a preponderance of elected representatives. The Bahamas, Barbados, and Bermuda have 2 legislative bodesone elected, and 1 nominated by the Crown. Malta and the Leeward Islands have but 1 which is partly elected and partly nominated. Under responsible government, legislation is carried on by parliamentary means exactly as at home, with a cabinet responsible to Parliament. The Crown reserving only a right of veto which is exercised at the discretion of the governor. In the case of certain bills, the executive councils in those colonies designated as at home by parliamentary choice are appointed by the governor alone, and the other public officers only nominally by the governor on the advice of his executive council. Colonial governors are classed as governors-general, governors, lieutenant-governors, administrators, high commissioners, and commissioners, according to the status of the colony and dependency or group of colonies and dependencies over which they preside. Their powers vary according to the position which they occupy. In all cases, they represent the crown. As a consequence of this organization, the finance of crown colonies is under the direct control of the imperial government. The finance of representative colonies, though not directly controlled, is usually influenced in important departures by the opinion of the imperial government. In responsible colonies, the finance is entirely under local control, and the imperial government is dissociated from either moral or material responsibility for colonial debts. In federated groups of colonies and dependencies, matters which are of common interest to a given number of separate governments are by mutual consent of the federating communities adjudged to the authority of a common government, which in the case of self-governing colonies is voluntarily created for the purpose. The associated states form, under the federal government, one federal body, but the parts retain control of local matters and exercise all their original rights of government. In regard to these, the two great self-governing groups of federated colonies within the empire are the Dominion of Canada and the Commonwealth of Australia. In South Africa, unification was preferred to federation, the then self-governing colonies being united in 1910 into one Stateth Union of South Africa, India, of which the associated provinces are under the control of the central government, may be given as an example of the practical federation of dependencies. Examples: Roman V POF, federated crown colonies and lesser dependencies, are to be found in the Leeward Island group of the West Indies and the federated Malay states. This rough system of self-government for the empire has been evolved, not without some strain and friction, by the recognition through the vicissitudes of 300 years of the value of independent initiative in the development of young countries. Queen Elizabeth's first patent to Sir Walter Raleigh permitted British subjects to accompany him to America with guarantee of a continuance of the enjoyment of all the rights which her subjects enjoyed at home. This guarantee may presumably have been intended at the time only to assure the intending settlers that they should lose no rights of British citizenship at home by taking up their residence in America. Its mutual interpretation in a wider sense, serving at once to establish in the colony rights of citizenship equivalent to those enjoyed in England, and to preserve for the colonist the status of British subject at home and abroad, has formed in application to all succeeding systems of British colonization the unconscious charter of union of the empire. The first American colonies were settled under royal grants, each with its own constitution. The immense distance in time which in those days separated America from Great Britain secured them from interference by the home authorities. They paid their own most moderate governing expenses, and they contributed largely to their own defense. From the middle of the 17th century, their trade was not free, but this was the only restriction from which they suffered. The Great War with France, in the middle of the 18th century, temporarily destroyed this system. That war which resulted in the conquest of Canada and the delivery of the North American colonies from French antagonism cost the imperial exchequer 90 million. The attempt to avert the repetition of such expenditure by the assertion of a right to tax the colonies through the British Parliament led to the one great rupture which has marked the history of the empire. It has to be noted that at home, during the latter half of the 17th century and the earlier part of the 18th century, parliamentary power had to a great extent taken the place of the divine right of kings, but parliamentary power meant the power of the English people, and taxpayers the struggle which developed itself between the American colonies and the British Parliament was in fact a struggle on the part of the people and taxpayers of one portion of the empire to resist the domination of the people and taxpayers of another portion. In this light, it may be accepted as having historically established the fundamental axiom of the Constitution of the Empire, that the Crown is the supreme head from which the parts take equal dependence. The Crown, requiring advice in the ordinary and constitutional manner, receives it in matters of colonial administration from the Secretaries of State for the colonies, and for India, after the great rupture, separate provision in the home government for the administration of colonial affairs was at first judged to be unnecessary, and the Council III of Trade and Plantations, which up to that date had supplied the place now taken by the two offices of the colonies and India, was suppressed in 1782. There was a reaction from the liberal system of colonial self-government, and an attempt was made to govern the colonies simply as dependencies. In 1791, not long after the extension of the range of parliamentary authority in another portion of the empire, by the creation in 1784 of the Board of Control for India, Pitt made the step forward of granting to Canada representative institutions, of which the home government kept the responsible control. Similar institutions were also given at a later period to Australia and South Africa, but the long peace of the early part of the 19th century was marked by great colonial developments. Australia, Canada, and South Africa became important communities. Representative institutions controlled by the home government were insufficient, and they reasserted the claim for liberty to manage their own affairs. Fully responsible government was granted to Canada in 1840 and gradually extended to the other colonies in 1854. A separate Secretary of State for the colonies was appointed at home, and the colonial office was established on its present footing in India. As in the colonies, there came with the growing needs of empire a recognition of the true relations of the parts to each other and of the whole to the Crown. In 1858, on the complete transference of the territories of the East India Company to the Crown, the Board of Control was abolished, and the India Council, under the presidency of a Secretary of State for India, was created. It was especially provided that the members of the Council may not sit in Parliament. Thus, although it has not been found practicable in the working of the British Constitution to carry out the full theory of the direct and exclusive dependence of colonial possessions on the Crown, the theory is recognized as far as possible. It is understood that the principal sections of the empire enjoy equal rights under the Crown, and that none is subordinate to another. The intervention of the imperial parliament in colonial affairs is only admitted theoretically insofar as the support of Parliament is required by the constitutional advisers of the Crown to bring the practice of the empire into complete harmony with the theory. It would be necessary to constitute, for the purpose of advising the Crown on imperial affairs, a council in which all important parts of the empire should be represented. The gradual recognition of the constitutional theory of the British Empire and the assumption by the principal imperialism colonies of full self-governing responsibilities has cleared the way for a movement in favor of a further development, which should bring the supreme headship of the empire more into accord with modern ideas. It was during the period of domination of the Manchester School, of which the most effective influence in public affairs was exerted for about 30 years, extending from 1845 to 1875, that the fullest development of colonial self-government was attained, the view being generally accepted at that time that self-governing institutions were to be regarded as the preliminary to inevitable separation, a general inclination to withdraw from the acceptance of imperial responsibilities throughout the world gave to foreign nations at the same time an opportunity by which they were not slow to profit, and contributed to the force of a reaction of which the part played by Great Britain in the scramble for Africa marked the culmination. Under the increasing pressure of foreign enterprise, the value of a federation of the empire for purposes of common interest began to be discussed. Imperial federation was openly spoken of in New Zealand. As early as 1852, a similar suggestion was officially put forward by the General Association of the Australian Colonies in London in 1857. The Royal Colonial Institution, of which the motto United Empire illustrates its aims, was founded in 1868, first among leading British statesmen to repudiate the old interpretation of colonial self-government as a preliminary to separation. Lord Beaconsfield, in 1872, spoke of the constitutions accorded to the colonies as part of a great policy of imperial consolidation. In 1875, W. E. Forster, afterwards a member of the Liberal government, made a speech in which he advocated imperial federation as a means by which it might become practicable to replace dependence by association, the foundation of the Imperial Federation, Leaguing 1884, with Forster for its first president shortly to be succeeded by Lord Rosebery, remarked, a distinct step forward, the colonial conferences of 1887, and subsequent years, the title being changed to Imperial Conference in 1907, in which colonial opinion was sought and accepted in respect of important questions of imperial organization and defense, and the enthusiastic loyalty displayed by the colonies towards the Crown on the occasion of the Jubilee manifestations of Queen Victoria's reign, were further indications of progress in the same direction. Coincidentally with this development, the achievements of Sir George Goldie and Cecil Rhodes, who the one in West Africa and the other in South Africa, added between them to the empire, in a space of less than 20 years, a dominion of greater extent than the whole of British Roman 5 India, followed by the action of a host of distinguished disciples in other parts of the world, effectually stemmed the movement initiated by Cobden and Bright, a tendency which had seemed temporarily to point towards a complacent dissolution of the empire was arrested, and the closing years of the 19th century were marked by a growing disposition to appreciate the value and importance of the unique position which the British Empire has created for itself in the world. No stronger demonstration of the reality of imperial union could be needed than that which was afforded by the support given to the imperial forces by the colonies and India in the South African War. It remained only to be seen by what process of evolution the further consolidation of the empire would find expression in the machinery of government. A step in this direction was taken in 1907 when at the Colonial Conference held in London. That year it was decided to form a permanent secretariat to deal with the common interests of the self-governing colonies and the mother country. It was further decided that conferences to be called in future imperial conferences between the home government and the governments of the self-governing dominions should be held every 4 years, and that the Prime Minister of Great Britain should be ex officio president of the conference. No executive power was, however, conferred upon the conference. The movement in favor of tariff reform, initiated by Mr. Chamberlain Curoman V in 1903, with the double object of giving a preference to colonial goods and of protecting imperial trade by the imposition, in certain cases, of retaliative duties on foreign goods, was a natural evolution of the imperialist idea and of the fact that by this time the trade statistics of the United Kingdom had proved that trade with the colonies was forming an increasingly large proportion of the whole, in spite of the defeat of the Unionist Party in England in 1906 and the accession to power of a liberal government opposed to anything which appeared to be inconsistent with free trade. The movement for colonial preference based on tariff reform continued to make headway in the United Kingdom and was definitely adopted by the Unionist Party, and at the Imperial Conference of 1907, it was advocated by all the colonial premiers who could point to the progress made in their own states towards giving a tariff preference to British goods and to those of one another. The question of self-government is closely associated with the question of self-support. Plenty of good land and the liberty to manage their own affairs were the causes assigned by Adam Smith for the marked prosperity of the British colonies towards the end of the 18th century. The same causes are still observed to produce the same effects, and it may be pointed out that since the date of the latest of Adam Smith's writings, upwards of 6 million sq Roman 1,000 of virgin soil rich, with possibilities of agricultural, pastoral, and mineral wealth, have been added to the empire. In the same period, the white population has grown from about 12 million to 53 million, and the developments of agricultural and industrial machinery have multiplied almost beyond computation the powers of productive labor. It is scarcely possible within this article to deal with so widely varied a subject as that of the productions and industry of the imperial factor in industry and trade empire. For the purposes of a general statement, it is interesting to observe that, concurrently with the acquisition of the vast continental areas during the 19th century, the progress of industrial science, in application to means of transport and communication, brought about a revolution of the most radical character in the accepted laws of economic development. Railways did away with the old law that the spread of civilization is necessarily governed by facilities for water carriage, and is consequently confined to river valleys and seashores. Steam and electricity opened to industry the interior of continents previously regarded as unapproachable. The resources of these vast inland spaces, which have lain untouched since history began, became available to individual enterprise, and over a great portion of the Earth's surface were brought within the possessions of the British Empire. The production of raw material within the empire increased at a rate which can only be appreciated by a careful study of figures, and by a comparison of the total of these figures with the total figures of the world. The tropical and temperate possessions of the empire include every field of production which can be required for the use of man. There is no main staple of human food which is not grown. There is no material of textile industry which is not produced. The British Empire gives occupation to more than 1/3 of the persons employed in mining and quarrying in the world. It may be interesting as an indication of the relative position in this respect of the British Empire to the world to state that at present it produces 1/3 of the coal supply of the world, 1/6 of the wheat supply, and very nearly 2/3 of the gold supply. But while these figures may be taken as in themselves satisfactory, it is far more important to remember that as yet the potential resources of the new lands open to enterprise have been barely conceived, and their wealth has been little more than scratched. Population as yet has been only very sparsely sprinkled over the surface of many of the areas most suitable for white settlement in the wheat lands of Canada, the pastoral country of Australasia, and the mineral fields of South Africa and Western Canada. Alone, the undeveloped resources are such as to ensure employment to the labor and satisfaction to the needs of at least as many millions as they now contain thousands of the British race. In respect of this promise of the future, the position of the British Empire is unique. It is not too much to say that trade has been at once the most active cause of expansion and the most potent bond of union in the development of the empire. Trade with the tropical and settlement in the temperate regions of the world formed the basis upon which the foundations of the empire were laid. Trading companies founded most of the American and West Indian colonies. A trading company won India. A trading company colonized the northwestern districts of Canada. Commercial wars during the greater part of the 18th century established the British command of the sea, which rendered the settlement of Australasia possible. The same wars gave Great Britain South Africa, and chartered companies in the 19th century carried the British flag into the interior of the African continent from south and east and west. Trading companies developed Borneo and Fiji. The bonds of prosperous trade have kept the Australasian colonies within the empire. The protection of colonial commerce by the Imperial Navy is one of the strongest of material links which connect the crown with the outlying possessions of the empire. The trade of the empire, like the other developments of imperial public life, has been profoundly influenced by the variety of imperial trade polysyllabical conditions under which it has flourished. In the early settlement of the North American colonies, their trade was left practically free, but by the famous Navigation Act of 1660, the importation and exportation of goods from British colonies were restricted to British ships, of which the master and 3/5 of the mariners were English. This act, of which the intention was to encourage British shipping and to keep the monopoly of British colonial trade for the benefit of British merchants, was followed by many others of a similar nature up to the time of the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846 and the introduction of free trade into Great Britain. The Navigation Acts were repealed in 1849. Thus, for very nearly 200 years, British trade was subject to restrictions of which the avowed intention was to curtail the commercial intercourse of the empire with the world during this period. The commercial or mercantile system, of which the fallacies were exposed by the economists of the latter half of the 18th century, continued to govern the principles of British trade. Under this system, monopolies were common, and among them few were more important than that of the East India Company in 1813. The trade of India was, however, thrown open to competition, and in 1846, after the introduction of free trade at home, the principal British colonies, which had not yet at that date received the grant of responsible government, were specially empowered to abolish differential duties upon foreign trade, a first result of the commercial emancipation of the Roman 5p colonies. Was the not altogether unnatural rise in the manufacturing centres of the political school, known as the Manchester School, which was disposed to question the value to Great Britain of the retention of colonies, which were no longer bound to give her the monopoly of their commercial markets, an equally natural desire on the part of the larger colonies to profit by the opportunity which was open to them of establishing local manufactures of their own, combined with the convenience in new countries of using the customs as an instrument of taxation, led to something like a reciprocal feeling of resentment, and there followed a period during which the policy of Great Britain was to show no consideration for colonial trade, and the policy of the principal colonies was to impose heavy duties upon British trade by a gradual process of better understanding, largely helped by the development of means of communication. The antagonistic extreme was abandoned, and a tendency towards a system of preferential duties within the empire displayed itself. At the Colonial Conference held in London in 1887, a proposal was formally submitted by the South Colonial Preference African delegate for the establishment within the empire of a preferential system, imposing a duty of 2 upon all foreign goods, the proceeds to be directed to the maintenance of the imperial navy. To this end, it was requested that certain treaties with foreign nations which imposed restrictions on the trade of various parts of the empire with each other should be denounced. Some years later, a strong feeling having been manifested in England against any foreign engagement standing in the way of new domestic trade arrangements between a colony and the mother country, the German and Belgian treaties in question were denounced. 1897. Meanwhile, simultaneously with the movement in favor of reciprocal fiscal advantages to be granted within the empire by the many local governments to each other, there was a growth of the perception that an increase of the foreign trade of Great Britain, carried on chiefly in manufactured goods, was accompanied by a corresponding enlargement of the home markets for colonial raw material, and consequently that injury to the foreign trade of Great Britain. While as yet it so largely outweighed the trade between the United Kingdom and the colonies must necessarily react upon the colonies, this view was definitely expressed at the Colonial Conference at Ottawa in 1894, and was one of the factors which led to the relinquishment of the demand that in return for colonial concessions, there should be an imposition on the part of Great Britain of differential duty upon foreign goods. Canada was the first important British colony to give substantial expression to the new imperial sentiment in commercial matters by the introduction in 1897 of an imperial tariff, granting without any reciprocal advantage a deduction of 25 upon customs duties imposed upon British goods. The same advantage was offered to all British colonies trading with her upon equal terms. In later years, the South African states, Australia and New Zealand also granted preferential treatment to British goods. Meanwhile, in Great Britain, the system of free imports, regarded as free trade, though only one-sided free trade, had become the established policy, customs duties being only imposed for purposes of revenue on a few selected articles, and about half the national income was derived from customs and excise. In most of the colonies, customs form of necessity one of the important sources of revenue. It is, however, worthy of remark that in the self-governing colonies, even those which are avowedly protectionist, a smaller proportion of the public revenue was derived from customs and excise than was derived from these sources in the United Kingdom. The proportion in Australasia before Federation was about 1/4. In Canada, it is more difficult to estimate it, as customs and excise form the principal provision made for federal finance, and note must therefore be taken of the separate sources of revenue In the provinces with these reservations, it will still be seen that customs, or in other words, a tax upon the movements of trade, forms one of the chief sources of imperial revenue. The development of steam shipping and electricity gave to the movements of trade a stimulus no less remarkable than that given by the introduction of railroads and industrial machinery to production and manufactures, whereas at the beginning of the 19th century, the journey to Australia occupied 8 months and business communications between Sydney and London could not receive answers within the year. At the beginning of the 20th century, the journey could be accomplished in 31 days, and telegraphic dispatches enabled the most important business to be transacted within 24 hours for one cargo carried in the year. At the beginning of the 19th century, at least 6 could now be carried by the same ship, and from the point of view of trade, the difference of a venture which realizes its profits in 2 months, as compared with one which occupied a whole year, does not need to be insisted on the increased rapidity of the voyage and the power of daily communication by telegraph with the most distant markets have introduced a wholly new element into the national trade of the empire, and commercial intercourse between the southern and the northern hemispheres has received a development from the natural alternation of the seasons of which, until quite recent years, the value was not even conceived. Fruit, eggs, butter, meat, poultry, and other perishable commodities pass in daily increasing quantities between the northern and the southern hemispheres, with an alternate flow which contributes to raise in no inconsiderable degree the volume of profitable trade. Thus, the butter season of Australasia is from October to March, while the butter season of Ireland and Northern Europe is from March to October. In 3 years after the introduction of ice chambers into the steamers of the great shipping lines, Victoria and New South Wales built up a yearly butter trade of 1 million with Great Britain, without seriously affecting the Irish and Danish markets, whence the summer supply is drawn. These facilities, combined with the enormous additions made to the public stock of land and labor, contributed to raise the volume of trade of the empire from a total of less than 100 million in the year 1800 to a total of nearly 1,500 million in 1900. The declared volume of British exports to all parts of the world in 1800 was 38,120,120, and the value of British imports from all parts of the world was 30,570,605, total 68,690,725. As in those days, the colonies were not allowed to trade with any other country. This must be taken as representing imperial trade. The exact figures of the trade of India, the colonies, and the United Kingdom for 1900 were: imports 809,178,209, exports 657,899,363, total 1,467,077,572. A question of sovereign importance to the continued existence of the empire is the question of defense. A country of which imperial defense's main thoroughfares are the oceans of the world demands, in the first instance, a strong navy. It has of late years been accepted as a fundamental axiom of defense that the British Navy should exceed in strength any reasonable combination of foreign navies which could be brought against it, the accepted formula being the 2-power standard Roman 1e, a 10 margin over the joint strength of the 2 next powers. The expense of maintaining such a floating armament must be colossal, and until within the decade 18,901,900, it was borne exclusively by the taxpayers of the United Kingdom, as the benefits of United Empire have become more consciously appreciated in the colonies, and the value of the fleet as an insurance for British commerce has been recognized. A desire has manifested itself on the part of the self-governing colonies to contribute towards the formation of a truly imperial navy. In 1895, the Australasian colonies voted a subsidy of 126,000 per annum for the maintenance of an Australasian squadron, and in 1897, the Cape Colony also offered a contribution of 30,000 a year to be used at the discretion of the imperial government for naval purposes. The Australian contribution was in 1902 increased to 240,000, and that of the Cape to 50,000, while Natal voted 35,000 a year, and Newfoundland 3,000. But apart from these comparatively slight contributions, and the local upkeep of colonial fortification sand, the beginning, in 19,081,909, of an Australian torpedoboat flotilla provided by the Commonwealth whole cost of the Imperial Navy, on which ultimately the security of the Empire rested, remained to be Roman 5p borne by the taxpayers in the British Islands. The extent of this burden was emphasized in 1909 by the revelations as to the increase of the German and the Allied Austrian fleet. At this crisis in the history of the two-power standard, a wave of enthusiasm started in the colonies, resulting in the offer of dreadnoughts from New Zealand and elsewhere, and the British government called an imperial conference to consider the whole question afresh. Land defense, though a secondary branch of the great question of imperial defense, has been intimately connected with the development and internal growth of the empire. In the case of the first settlement of the American colonies, they were expected to provide for their own land defense. To some extent in the early part of their career, they carried out this expectation, and even on occasion, as in the taking of Louisburg, which was subsequently given back at the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, as the price of the French evacuation of Madras, rendered public service to the empire at large in India. The principle of local self-defense was from the beginning carried into practice by the East India Company. But in America, the claim of the French wars proved too heavy for local resources. In 1755, Great Britain intervened with troops sent from home under General Braddock, and up to the outbreak of the American War, the cost of the defense of the North American colonies was borne by the imperial exchequer. To meet this expense, the imperial parliament took upon itself the right to tax the American colonies in 1765. A quartering act was passed by which 10,000 imperial troops were quartered in the colonies. As a result of the American War, which followed and led to the loss of the colonies, affected the imperial authorities, accepted the charge of the land defenses of the empire, and with the exception of India and the Hudson Bay territories where the trading companies determined to pay their own expenses, the whole cost of imperial defense was borne, like the cost of the navy, by the taxpayers of the United Kingdom. This condition of affairs lasted till the end of the Napoleonic Wars. During the 30 Years' Peace, which followed, there came time for consideration the fiscal changes which towards the middle of the 19th century gave to the self-governing colonies the command of their own resources. Very naturally carried with them the consequence that a call should be made on colonial exchequers to provide for their own governing expenses of these defense is obviously one of the most essential. Coincidentally, therefore, with the movements of free trade at home, the renunciation of what was known as the mercantile system, and the accompanying grants of constitutional freedom to the colonies, a movement for the reorganization of imperial defense was set on foot in the decade which elapsed between 1846 and 1856. The movement as regards the colonies was confined chiefly to calls made upon them to contribute to their own defense by providing barracks fortifications, Roman 100, for the accommodation of imperial troops, and in some cases paying for the use of troops not strictly required for imperial purposes. In 1857, the Australian colonies agreed to pay the expenses of the imperial garrison quartered in Australia. This was a very wide step from the imperial attempt to tax the American colonies for a similar purpose in the preceding century. Nevertheless, in evidence given before a departmental committee in 1859, it was shown that at that time the colonies of Great Britain were free from almost every obligation of contributing either by personal service or money payment towards their own defense, and that the cost of military expenditure in the colonies in the preceding year had amounted in round figures to $4 million. A committee of the House of Commons sat in 1861 to consider the question, and in 1862 it was resolved without a division that colonies exercising the right of self-government ought to undertake the main responsibility of providing for their own internal order and security, and ought to assist in their own external defense. The decision was accepted as the basis of imperial policy. The first effect was the gradual withdrawing of imperial troops from the self-governing colonies, together with the encouragement of the development of local military systems by the loan, when desired, of imperial military experts. A call was also made for larger military contributions from some of the Crown colonies. The Committee of 1859 had emphasized in its report the fact that the principal dependence of the colonies for defense is necessarily upon the British Navy, and in 1865, exactly 100 years after the Quartering Act, which had been the cause of the troubles that led to the independence of the United States, a Colonial Naval Defense Act was passed, which gave power to the colonies to provide ships of war, steamers, and volunteers for their own defense, and in case of necessity, to place them at the disposal of the Crown. In 1868, the Canadian Militia Act gave the fully organized nucleus of a local army to Canada. In the same year, the Imperial troops were withdrawn from New Zealand, leaving the colonial militia to deal with the native war still in progress. In 1870, the last Imperial troops were withdrawn from Australia, and in 1873, it was officially announced that military expenditure in the colonies was almost wholly for imperial purposes. In 1875, an imperial officer went to Australia to report for the Australian government upon Australian defence. The appointment in 1879 of a royal commission to consider the question of imperial defence, which presented its report in 1882, led to a considerable development and reorganization of the system of imperial fortifications. Coaling stations were also selected with reference to the trade routes. In 1885, rumours of war roused a very strong feeling in connection with the still unfinished, and in many cases unarmed condition of the fortifications. Recommended by the Commission of 1879, military activity was stimulated throughout the empire, and the Colonial Defence Committee was created to supply a much-felt need for organized direction and advice. The colonial administrations acting necessarily in independence of each other, the question of colonial defense was among the most important of the subjects discussed at the Colonial Conference held in London in 1887, and it was at this conference that the Australasian colonies first agreed to contribute to the expense of their own naval defense. From this date, the principle of local responsibility for self-defense has been fully accepted. India has its own native army and pays for the maintenance within its frontiers of an imperial garrison. Early in the summer of 1899, when hostilities in South Africa appeared to be imminent, the governments of the principal colonies took occasion to express their approval of the South African policy pursued by the imperial government, and offers were made by the governments of India, the Australasian colonies, Canada, Hong Kong, the Federal Malay States, some of the West African and other colonies, to contingents for active service in the event of war. On the outbreak of hostilities, these offers on the part of the self-governing colonies were accepted, and colonial contingents upwards of 30,000 strong were among the most efficient sections of the British fighting force. The manner in which these colonial contingents were raised, their admirable fighting qualities, and the service rendered by them in the field disclosed altogether new possibilities of military organization. Within the empire, and in subsequent years, the subject continued to engage the attention of the statesmen of the empire. Progress in this field lay chiefly in the increased support given in the colonial states to the separate local movements for self-defense. But in 1909, a scheme was arranged by Mr. Haldane by which the British War Office should cooperate with the colonial governments in providing for the training of officers and an interchange of views on a common military policy. The important questions of justice, religion, and instruction will be found dealt with in detail under the headings of separate justice. Roman 100 sections of the empire. Systems of justice throughout the empire have a close resemblance to each other, and the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, on which the self-governing colonies and India are represented, constitutes a Supreme Court of Appeal. Roman 5 for the entire empire in the matter of religion. While no imperial organization in the strict sense is possible, the progress made by the Lambeth Conferences and otherwise see Anglican Communion has done much to bring the work of the Church of England in different parts of the world into a cooperative system. Religion, of which the forms are infinitely varied, is however everywhere free. Roman 5 except in cases where the exercise of religious rites leads to practices foreign to accepted laws of humanity. It is perhaps interesting to state that the number of persons in the empire nominally professing the Christian religion is 58 million, of Mohammedans 94 million of Buddhists, 12 million of Hindus, 208 million of pagans, and others 25 million systems of instruction, of which the aim is generally similar in the white portions of the empire, and is directed towards giving to every individual the basis of a liberal education, are governed wholly by local requirements. Native schools are established in all settled communities under British rule. Literature in recent years, the subject of British imperialism, has inspired a growing literature, and it is only possible here to name a selected number of the more important works, which may usefully be consulted on different topics. So Roman 100p, Lucas' Historical Geography of the British Colonies, 1888, et sec. H.E. Egerton Short. History of British Colonial Policy, 1897, H.J. Mackinder Britain and the British Seas, 1902, Sir J.R. Seeley Expansion of England, 1883, Growth of British Policy, 1895, Sir Charles Dilke Greater Britain, 1869, Problems of Greater Britain, 1890, The British Empire, 1899, G.R. Parkin Imperial Federation, 1892, Sir John Columb Imperial Federation. Naval and Military, 1886, Sir G.S. Clarke Imperial Defence, 1897, Sidney Goldman, and others. The Empire and the Century, 1905, J. Roman 50, Garvin Imperial Reciprocity, 1903, J.W. Welsford The Strength of a Nation, 1907, Compatriots Club Essays, 1906, Sir H. Jenkins British Rule and Jurisdiction, Beyond the Seas, 1902, Bernard Holland Imperium et Libertas, 1901, For an Anti-Imperialist View, J. A. Hobson Imperialism, 1902. See also the reports of the various colonial conferences, especially that of the Imperial Conference of 1907. And for trade statistics, J. Holt Schooling's British Trade Book for the Tariff Reform Movement in England. See the articles Free Trade and Protection. F. Roman 50, Roman 50. British Honduras, formerly called Belize or Belize, a British crown colony in Central America, bounded on the N and NW by the Mexican province of Yucatan, NE and E, by the Bay of Honduras, an inlet of the Caribbean Sea, and S and W by Guatemala. For map, see Central America, Pop 1905, 40,372, area 7562, SQ Roman 1000, the frontier of British Honduras, as defined by the conventions of 1859 and 1893. Between Great Britain and Guatemala, begins at the mouth of the river Sarstún or Sarstun in the Bay of Honduras, ascends that river as far as the rapids of Gracias a Dios, and thence turning to the right, runs in a straight line to Garbutt's Rapids on the Belize River. From this point, it proceeds due north to the Mexican frontier, where it follows the river Hondo to its mouth in Chetumal Bay. British Honduras differs little from the rest of the Yucatan Peninsula. The approach to the coast is through the islets known as keys and through coral reefs. It is both difficult and dangerous. For some miles inland, the ground is low and swampy, thickly covered with mangroves and tropical jungle. Next succeeds a narrow belt of rich alluvial land, not exceeding a mile in width, beyond which and parallel to the rivers are vast tracts of sandy arid land called pine ridges from the red pines with which they are covered. Farther inland, these give place first to the less elevated broken ridges, and then to what are called Cahoon ridges, with a deep rich soil covered with myriads of palm trees. Next come broad savannas studded with clumps of trees, through which the streams descending from the mountains wind in every direction. The mountains themselves rise in a succession of ridges parallel to the coast. The first are the Manatee Hills from 800 to 1,000 ft high, and beyond these are the Coxcomb Mountains, which are about 4,000 ft high. No less than 16 streams large enough to be called rivers descend from these mountains to the sea between the Hondo and Sarstún. The uninhabited country between Garbutt's Rapids and the coast south of Deep River was first explored in 1879 by Henry Fowler, the colonial secretary of British Honduras. It was then found to consist of open and undulating grasslands affording fine pasturage in the west, and of forests full of valuable timber in the east. Its elevation varies from 1,200 to 3,300 ft. Auriferous quartz and traces of other minerals have been discovered, but not in sufficient quantity to repay the cost of mining. The geology, fauna, and flora of British Honduras do not materially differ from those of the neighboring regions. See Central America. Although the colony is in the tropics, its climate is subtropical. The highest shade temperature recorded is 98. The lowest 50 easterly sea winds prevail during the greater part of the year. The dry season lasts from the middle of February to the middle of May. Rain occurs at intervals during the other months, and almost continuously in October, November, and December. The annual rainfall averages about 81.12 in, but rises in some districts to 150 in or more. Cholera, yellow fever, and other tropical diseases occur sporadically. But on the whole, the country is not unhealthy by comparison with the West Indies or Central American states. Inhabitants. British Honduras is a little larger than Wales and has a population smaller than that of Chester, England. In 1904, the inhabitants of European descent numbered 1,500, the Europeans 253, and the white Americans 118. The majority belonged to the hybrid race, descended from Negro slaves, Aboriginal Indians, and white settlers. At least 6 distinct racial groups can be traced. These consist of 1 native Indians, to be found chiefly in forest villages in the west and north of the colony, away from the sea coast; 2 descendants of the English buccaneers, mixed with Scottish and German traders; 3 the woodcutting class known as Belize Creoles, of more or less pure descent from African Negroes, imported as slaves or as laborers from the West Indies; 4 the Caribs of the southern districts, descendants of the population deported in 1796 from St. Vincent, who were of mixed African and Carib origin; 5 a mixed population in the south of Spanish Indian origin from Guatemala and Honduras; and 6 in the north another Spanish Indian group, which came from Yucatan in 1848. The population tends slowly to increase. About 45 of the births are illegitimate, and males are more numerous than females. Many tracts of fallow land and forest were once thickly populated, for British Honduras has its ruined cities and other traces of a lost Indian civilization in common with the rest of Central America. Natural products. For more than 2 centuries, British Honduras has been supported by its trade in timber, especially in mahogany, logwood, cedar, and other dyewoods and cabinetwoods, such as lignum vitae, fustic, bulletwood, Santa Maria, ironwood, rosewood. Roman 100. The colored inhabitants are unsurpassed as woodmen and averse from agriculture, so that there are only about 90 sq. Roman 1000 of tilled land. Sugarcane, bananas, coconut palms, plantains, and various other fruits are cultivated. Vanilla, sarsaparilla, sapodilla, or chewing gum, rubber, and the cahoon or coil palm, valuable for its oil, grow wild in large quantities. In September 1903, all the pine trees on Crown lands were sold to Mr. B. Chipley, a citizen of the United States, at 1 cent 12 Roman 500 per tree, the object of the sale being to secure the opening up of undeveloped territory. Unsuccessful attempts have been made to establish sponge fisheries on a large scale. Chief towns and communications. Belize, Pop in 1904, 9969. The capital and principal seaport is described in a separate article. Other towns are Stan Creek, 2459, Corozal, 1696, Orange Walk, 1244, Punta Gorda, 706, the Caya, 421, Monkey River, 384, and Mullins River, 243. All these are administered by local boards, whose aggregate revenue amounts to some 7,000. Telegraph and telephone lines connect the capital with Corozal in the north and Punta Gorda in the south, but there are no railways and few good roads beyond municipal limits. Thus, the principal means of communication are the steamers, which ply along the coast. Mail steamers from New Orleans, Liverpool, Colon, and Puerto Cortes in Honduras regularly visit Belize. Commerce and finance. Between 1901 and 1905, the tonnage of vessels accommodated at the ports of British Honduras rose from 300,000 to 496,465. The imports rose from 252,500 to 386,123. The exports from 285,500 to 377,623. The exports consist of the timber, fruit, and other vegetable products already mentioned, besides rum, deerskins, tortoiseshell, turtles, and sponges, while the principal imports are cotton goods, hardware, beer, wine, spirits, groceries, and specie. The seaborne trade is mainly shared by Great Britain and the United States. On the 14th of October 1894, the American gold dollar was adopted as the standard coin in place of the Guatemalan dollar, and the silver of North, South, and Central America ceased to be legal tender. Government notes are issued to the value of 125, 10.50, and $100, and there is a local currency of 1-cent bronze pieces and of 5, 10, 25, and 50-cent silver pieces. The British sovereign and half-sovereign are legal tender in 1846. The government savings bank was founded in Belize. Branches were afterwards opened in the principal towns, and in 1903, the British Bank of Honduras was established at Belize. The revenue chiefly derived from customs rose from $60,150 in 1901 to $68,335 in 1905. The expenditure, in which the cost of police Roman V and education are important items, rose during the same period from $51,210 to $61,800. Public debt amounting in 1905 to $34,736 represents the balance due on 3 loans which were raised in 1885, 1887, and 1891. For public works in Belize, the loans are repayable between 1916 and 1923. Constitution and administration. From 1638 to 1786, the colonists were completely independent and elected their own magistrates, who performed all judicial and executive functions. The customs and precedents thus established were codified and published under the name of Burnaby's Laws after the visit of Admiral Sir W. Burnaby in 1756, and were recognized as valid by the Crown in 1786. A superintendent was appointed by the Home Government, and although this office was vacant from 1790 to 1797, it was revived until 1862. An executive council was established in 1839, and a legislative assembly of 3 nominated and 18 elected members in 1853. British Honduras was declared a colony in 1862, with a lieutenant governor subject to the governor of Jamaica as its chief magistrate. In 1870, the Legislative Assembly was abolished, and a legislative council substituted. Constitution of this body being fixed in 1892 at 3 official and 5 unofficial members. In 1884, the lieutenant governor was created governor and commander-in-chief, and rendered independent of Jamaica. He is assisted by an executive council of 3 official and 3 unofficial members. For administrative purposes, the colony is divided into 6 districts: Belize, Corozal, Orange Walk, the Cayo Stan Creek, and Toledo. The capital of the last named is Punta Gorda. The other districts take the names of their chief towns. English common law is valid throughout British Honduras, subject to modification by local enactments, and to the operation of the consolidated laws of British Honduras. This collection of ordinances, customs Roman 100, was officially revised and published between 1884 and 1888. Appeals may be carried before the Privy Council or the Supreme Court of Jamaica. Religion and education. The churches represented are Roman Catholic, Anglican, Wesleyan, Baptist, and Presbyterian, but none of them receives assistance from public funds. The Bishopric of British Honduras is part of the West Indian province of the Church of England. Almost all the schools, secondary as well as primary, are denominational. School fees are charged, and grants and aid are made to elementary schools. Most of these, since 1894, have been under the control of a board, on which the religious bodies managing the schools are represented. Defense. The Belize Volunteer Light Infantry Corps, raised in 1897, consists of about 200 officers and men. A mounted section numbering about 40 was created in 1904. For the whole colony, the police number about 120. There is also a volunteer fire brigade of 335 officers and men. History. His Majesty's settlement in the Bay of Honduras, as the territory was formerly styled in official documents, owes its origin in 1638 to logwood cutters, who had formerly been buccaneers. These were afterwards joined by agents of the Chartered Company, which exploited the pearl fisheries of the Mosquito Coast. Although thus industriously occupied, the settlers so far retained their old habits as to make frequent descents on the logwood establishments of the Spaniards, whose attempts to expel them were generally successfully resisted. The most formidable of these was made by the Spaniards in April 1754, when, in consequence of the difficulty of approaching the position from the sea, an expedition consisting of 1,500 men was organized inland at the town of Piton. As it neared the coast, it was met by 250 British, and completely routed the logwood cutters were not again disturbed for a number of years, and their position had become so well established that in the Treaty of 1763 with Spain, Great Britain, while agreeing to demolish all fortifications which English subjects had erected in the Bay of Honduras, insisted on a clause in favor of the cutters of logwood that they or their workmen were not to be disturbed or molested under any pretext whatever in their said places of cutting and loading logwood. Strengthened by the recognition of the Crown, the British settlers made fresh encroachments on Spanish territory, the Spaniards asserting that they were engaged in smuggling and other illicit practices, organized a large force, and on the 15th of September 1779 suddenly attacked and destroyed the establishment at Belize, taking the inhabitants prisoners to Merida in Yucatan and afterwards to Havana, where most of them died. The survivors were liberated in 1782 and allowed to go to Jamaica. In 1783, they returned with many new adventurers and were soon engaged in cutting woods. On the 3rd of September in that year, a new treaty was signed between Great Britain and Spain, in which it was expressly agreed that His Britannic Majesty's subjects should have the right of cutting, loading, and carrying away logwood in the district lying between the river Wallis or Belize and Rio Hondo, taking the course of these two rivers for unalterable boundaries. These concessions were not to be considered as derogating from the rights of sovereignty of the King of Spain over the district in question, where all the English dispersed in the Spanish territories were to concentrate themselves within 18 months. This did not prove a satisfactory arrangement, for in 1786 a new treaty was concluded in which the King of Spain made an additional grant of territory embracing the area between the rivers Sibon or Jabon and Belize, but these extended limits were coupled with still more rigid restrictions. It is not to be supposed that a population composed of so lawless a set of men was remarkably exact in its observance of the treaty. They seem to have greatly annoyed their Spanish neighbors, who eagerly availed themselves of the breaking out of war between the two countries in 1796. To concert a formidable attack on Belize, they concentrated a force of 2,000 men at Campeche, which under the command of General O'Neill set sail in 13 vessels for Belize, and arrived on the 10th of July 1790. The settlers, aided by the British sloop of war Merlin, had strongly fortified a small island in the harbor called St. George's Key. They maintained a determined resistance against the Spanish forces, which were obliged to retire to Campeche. This was the last attempt to dislodge the British. The defeat of the Spanish attempt of 1798 has been adduced as an act of conquest, thereby permanently establishing British sovereignty. But those who take this view overlook the important fact that in 1814, by a new treaty with Spain, the provisions of the earlier treaty were revived. They forget also that for many years, the British government never laid claim to any rights acquired in virtue of the successful defense for so late as 18,171,819. The Acts of Parliament relating to Belize always refer to it as a settlement for certain purposes under the protection of His Majesty after Central America had attained its independence. 18,191,822. Great Britain secured its position by incorporating the provisions of the Treaty of 1786 in a new treaty with Mexico 1826, and in the drafts of treaties with New Granada 1825 and the United States of Central America 1831. The territories between the Belize and Sarstoon rivers were claimed by the British in 1836. The subsequent peaceful progress of the country under British rule, the exception of Belize, from that provision of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty Curoman V of 1850, which forbade Great Britain and the United States to fortify or colonize any point on the Central American mainland, and the settlement of the boundary disputes with Guatemala in 1859 finally confirmed the legal sovereignty of Great Britain over the whole colony, including the territories claimed in 1836. The Bay Islands were recognized as part of the Republic of Honduras in 1859. Between 1849, when the Indians beyond the Hondo rose against their Mexican rulers, and 1901, when they were finally subjugated, rebel bands occasionally attacked the northern and northwestern marches of the colony. The last serious raid was foiled in 1872. Bibliography for all statistical matter relating to the colony. See the Annual Reports to the British Colonial Office, London, for the progress of exploration. See A Narrative of a Journey across the unexplored portion of British Honduras by H. Fowler, Belize 1879, and An Expedition to the Coxcomb Mountains by J. Bellamy in Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, Vol. Roman, 11 London. 1889, a good general description is given in the Handbook of British Honduras by Roman 50 W. Bristow and P. B. Wright, Edinburgh, 1892, and the local history is recounted in the History of British Honduras by A. R. Gibbs, London, 1883, in Notes on Central America by E. J. Squeer, New York, 1855, and in Belize or British Honduras, a paper read before the Society of Arts by Chief Justice Temple, London, 1847. Quigny Jo. Britamarty's sweet maiden, an old Cretan goddess later identified with Artemis, according to Callimachus' hymn to Diana 190. She was a nymph, the daughter of Zeus and Carm, and a favorite companion of Artemis. Being pursued by Minos, king of Crete, who was enamored of her, she sprang from a rock into the sea, but was saved from drowning by falling into some fishermen's nets. She was afterwards made a goddess by Artemis under the name of Dictynna, a Roman 5. Penet, she was the patroness of hunters, fishermen, and sailors, and also a goddess of birth and health. The center of her worship was Cydonia, whence it extended to Sparta and Aegina, where she was known as Aphia, and the islands of the Mediterranean. By some, she is considered to have been a Mungodes, her flight from Minos, and her leap into the sea signifying the revolution and disappearance of the moon Pausanias, Roman 2, Roman 3, Antoninus Liberalis 40. Britonferry, a seaport in the mid-parliamentary division of Glamorganshire, Wales, on the eastern bank of the estuary of the Neath River in Swansea Bay, with stations on the Great Western and the Rhondda-Swansea Bay Railways, being 174 Roman. 1000 by rail from London Pop of Urban District 1901-6973. A tramline connects it with Neath 2 Roman 1000 distant, and the Vale of Neath Canal, made in 1797, has its terminus here. The district was formerly celebrated for its scenery, but this has been considerably marred by industrial development, which received its chief impetus from the construction in 1861 of a dock of 13 acres, the property of the Great Western Railway Company, and the opening up about the same time of the mining districts of Glencurrug and Maesteg by means of the South Wales Mineral Railway, which connects them with the dock and supplies it with its chief export. Coal, steel, and tin plates are manufactured here on a large scale. There are also ironworks and a foundry. The name La Britain was given by the Norman settlers of the 12th century to its ferry across the estuary of the Neath, where Archbishop Baldwin and Geraldus crossed in 1188, and which is still used, but the Welsh name of the town from at least the 16th century has been Lansall. Brittany or Brittany, Fr. Britannia, known as Armorica Q Roman 5, until the influx of Celts from Britain, an ancient province and duchy of France, consisting of the northwest peninsula, and nearly corresponding to the departments of Finisterre, Côtes du Nord, Morbihan, Elite, Vilaine, and Lower Loire. It is popularly divided into Upper or Western and Lower or Eastern Brittany. Its greatest length between the English Channel and the Atlantic Ocean is 250 kilometers, about 155 English miles, and its superficial extent is 30,000 sq kilometers, about 18,630 English sq Roman 1,000. It comprises two distinct zones, a maritime zone and an inland zone. In the center, there are two plateaus partly covered with lands. Unproductive moorland, the southern plateau is continued by the Montagnes Noirs, and the northern is dominated by the Monts d' Arrée. These ranges nowhere exceed 1150 ft in height, but from their wild nature, they recall the aspect of high mountains. The waterways of Brittany are for the most part of little value owing to their torrent-like character. The only river basin of any importance is that of the Vilaine, which flows through Rents. The coast is very much indented, especially along the English Channel, and is rocky and lined with reefs and islets. The mouths of the rivers form deep estuaries. Thus nature itself condemned Brittany to remain for a long time shut out from civilization. But in the 19th century, the development of railways and other means of communication drew Brittany from its isolation. In the 19th century, also agriculture developed in a remarkable manner. Many of the lands were cleared and converted into excellent pasturage, and on the coast market gardening made great progress in the fertile districts. Cereals, too, are cultivated. Industrial pursuits, except in a few seaport towns, which are rather French than Breton, have hitherto received but little attention. The Bretons are by nature conservative. They cling with almost equal attachment to their local customs and their religious superstitions. It was not till the 17th century that paganism was even nominally abolished in some parts, and there is probably no district in Europe where the popular Christianity has assimilated more from earlier creeds. Witchcraft and the influence of fairies are still often believed in the costume of both sexes, is very peculiar both in cut and color, but varies considerably in different districts. Bright red, violet, and blue are much used not only by the women, but in the coats and waistcoats of the men. The reader will find full illustrations of the different styles in Bowet's Breezel, Ovides Brayans de l'Armorique, 1840. For the Celtic language is still spoken in Lower Brittany. 4 dialects are pretty clearly marked. See the article Celt language, Breton, p. 328. Nowhere has the taste for marvelous legends been kept so green as in Brittany, and an entire folk literature still flourishes there, as is manifested by the large number of folktales and folk songs which have been collected of late years. The whole duchy was formerly divided into 9 bishoprics: Rents dul Nantes, St. Malo and St. Brieuc in Upper Brittany, and Treguier Vans Quimper and St. Paul de Leon in Lower. History of Brittany before the coming of the Romans. We have no exact knowledge. The only traces left by the primitive populations are the megalithic monuments, dolmens, menhirs, and cromlechs, which remain to this day in great numbers. See stone monuments in 56 B. Roman 100. The Romans destroyed the fleet of the Veneti, and in 52 the inhabitants of Armorica took part in the great insurrection of the Gauls against Caesar, but were subdued finally by him. In 51, Roman civilization was then established for several centuries in Brittany. In the 5th century, numbers of the Celtic inhabitants of Britain, flying from the Angles and Saxons, emigrated to Armorica and populated a great part of the peninsula. Converted to Christianity, the newcomers founded monasteries, which helped to clear the land, the greater part of which was barren and wild. The Celtic immigrants formed the counties of Vannes, Cornwall, Leon, and Domnany. A powerful aristocracy was constituted, which owned estates, and had them cultivated by serfs or villeins. The Celts sustained a long struggle against the Frankish kings, who only nominally occupied Brittany. Louis the Pious placed a native chief, Nomno, at the head of Brittany. There was then a fairly long period of peace, but Nomno rebelled against Charles the Bald, defeated him, and forced him in 846 to recognize the independence of Brittany. The end of the 9th century and the beginning of the 10th were remarkable for the invasions of the Northmen. On several occasions they were driven back by Salomon, Roman 500, and afterwards by Elaine, Count of Vannes, Roman 500, but it was Elaine Barbatort, Roman 500, who gained the decisive victory over them. In the second half of the 10th century and in the 11th century, the Counts of Rents were predominant in Brittany. Geoffrey, son of Conan, took the title of Duke of Brittany in 992. Conan, Roman II, Geoffrey's grandson, threatened by the revolts of the nobles, was attacked also by the Duke of Normandy. Afterwards, William, Roman I of England, Elaine, Fergent, one of his successors, defeated William in 1085 and forced him to make peace. But in the following century, the Plantagenets succeeded in establishing themselves in Brittany. Conan, Roman IV, defeated by the revolted Breton nobles, appealed to Henry, Roman II of England, who in reward for his help forced Conan to give his daughter in marriage to his son Geoffrey. Thus Henry, Roman II, became master of Brittany, and Geoffrey was recognized as Duke of Brittany. But this new dynasty was not destined to last long. Geoffrey's posthumous son Arthur was assassinated by John of England in 1203, and Arthur's sister Alix, who succeeded to his rights, was married in 1212 to Pierre de Dreux, who became duke. This was the beginning of a ducal dynasty of French origin, which lasted till the end of the 15th century. From that moment, the ducal power gained strength in Brittany and succeeded in curbing the feudal nobles. Under French influence, civilization made notable progress. For more than a century, peace reigned undisturbed in Brittany. But in 1341, the death of John Roman III, without direct heir, provoked a war of succession between the houses of Blois and Montfort, which lasted till 1364. This war of succession was in reality an incident of the 100 Years' War, the partisans of Blois and Montfort supporting respectively the kings of France and England. In 1364, John of Montfort, Roman 500, was recognized as Duke of Brittany under the style of John Roman 41, but his reign Roman 5p was constantly troubled, notably by his struggle with Olivier de Clisson 13,361,407. John Roman 5 Roman 500, on the other hand, distinguished himself by his able and pacific policy during his reign, and the reigns of his successors Francis Roman 1, Peter Roman 2, and Arthur Roman 3, the ducal authority. Developed in a remarkable manner, the dukes formed a standing army and succeeded in levying hearth taxes fauges throughout Brittany. Francis Roman 214,351,488 fought against Louis Roman 11, notably during the War of the Public Weal, and afterwards engaged in the struggle against Charles Roman 8, known as the Mad War La Guerre. Fall after the death of Francis Roman II, the King of France invaded Brittany and forced Francis' daughter Anne of Brittany to marry him in 1491. Thus the reunion of Brittany and France was prepared. After the death of Charles Roman 8, Anne married Louis Roman 12, Francis Roman 1, who married Claude, the daughter of Louis Roman 12, and Anne settled the definitive annexation of the duchy by the Contract of 1532, by which the maintenance of the privileges and liberties of Brittany was guaranteed. Until the Revolution, Brittany retained its own estates. The royal power, however, was exerted to reduce the privileges of the province as much as possible. It often met with vigorous resistance, notably in the 18th century. The struggle was particularly keen between 1760 and 1769, when E.A. de Roman 5 Duplessis, Richelieu Duc d'Aiguillon, had to fight simultaneously the estates and the parliament, and had a formidable adversary in Roman 50 R de Roman 100 de la Chalatais. But under the monarchy, the only civil war in Brittany in which blood was shed was the revolt of the Duc de Mercœur Roman 500 against the crown at the time of the troubles of the League, a revolt which lasted from 1589 to 1598. Mention, however, must also be made of a serious popular revolt, which broke out in 1675, the revolt of the stamped paper. See Bertrand d'Argentat, Histoire de Bretagne, Paris, 1586, Dom Lobineau, Histoire de Bretagne, Paris, 1702, Dom Morris, Histoire de Bretagne, 17,421,756, T. A Trollope, A Summer in Brittany, 1840, A du Chatelier à l'Agriculture, et les classes agricoles de la Bretagne, 1862, F. Roman 1000, Louzel Legends Crescens. De la Basse Bretagne, Paris, 1881, and Veilles Bretons, Paris, 1879, A Dupai la Réunion de la Bretagne à la France, Paris, 1880, and Études sur l'administration municipale en Bretagne au XV siècle, 1891, J. Loth L'Immigration Bretonne en Armorique du vie au vie siècle, Rennes, 1883, H. du Clousieu Bretagne. Artistique et Pittoresque, Paris, 1886, Arthur de la Borderie, Histoire de Bretagne, Rennes, 1896, Sec J. Lemon, La Revolte du Papier Timbre aux des Bonnets, Rouge en Bretagne, in 1675, 1898, Roman 1000, Marion La Bretagne, et le Duc d'Aiguillon, Paris, 1898, Bipaquet le Duc d'Aiguillon, et la Chalatais, Paris. 19,01902, Anatole Brasville's Histoires du Pays Breton, 1897, and La Legende de la Mort, Paris, 1902, Ernest Lavis Histoire de France, Vol Roman 1, Paris, 1903, Henry C. Études sur les classes rurales en Bretagne au Moyen Âge, 1896, and Les classes rurales en Bretagne du XV siècle et la Révolution, 1906. Among other works with which Britain was associated either as author or editor are Historical Account of Redcliffe Church, Bristol, 1813, Illustrations of Fonthill Abbey, 1823, Architectural Antiquities of Normandy, with illustrations by Pugin. 18,251,827, Picturesque Antiquities of English Cities, 1830, and History of the Palace and Houses of Parliament at Westminster, 18,341,836. The joint work of Britton and Brayley, he contributed much to the Gentleman's Magazine and other periodicals. His autobiography was published in 1850. A descriptive account of his literary works was published by his assistant T.E. Jones. Written the title of the earliest summary of the law of England in the French tongue, which purports to have been written by command of King Edward Roman I, the origin and authorship of the work have been much disputed. It has been attributed to John Le Breton, Bishop of Hereford, on the authority of a passage found in some MSS of the History of Matthew of Westminster. There are difficulties, however, involved in this theory inasmuch as the Bishop of Hereford died in 1275, whereas allusions are made in Britain to several statutes passed after that time, and more particularly to the well-known statute Quia Emptors Terrarum, which was passed in 1290. It was the opinion of Selden that the book derived its title from Henry de Bracton, the last of the chief justiciaries, whose name is sometimes spelled in the fine rolls Bratton and Breton, and that it was a royal abridgment of Bracton's great work on the customs and laws of England, with the addition of certain subsequent statutes. The arrangement, however, of the two works is different, and but a small proportion of Bracton's work is incorporated in Britain. The work is entitled, in an early MS of the 14th century, which was once in the possession of Selden, and is now in the Cambridge University Library, Summa de Legibus Anglique Vocature Breton, and it is described as a book called Breton in the will of Andrew Horne, the learned chamberlain of the City of London, who bequeathed it to the Chamber of the Guildhall in 1329, together with another book called Miroir des Justices. Britain was first printed in London by Robert Redman, without a date, probably about the year 1530. Another edition of it was printed in 1640, corrected by E. Wingate. A third edition of it, with an English translation, was published at the University Press, Oxford, 1865, by F. Roman 1000 Nickel. An English translation of the work, without the Latin text, had been previously published by R. Kellam in 1762. Britska or Britska, from the Polish Bryczka, a diminutive of Bryka, a goodswagon, a form of carriage, copied in England from Austria early in the 19th century. As used in Poland and Russia, it had 4 wheels with a long wickerwork body constructed for reclining, and a calash hooded top. Brive or Brivesla, Gaillard, a town of south-central France, capital of an arrondissement in the department of Corrèze, 62 Roman 1000 SSC of Limoges, on the main line of the Orleans Railway from Paris to Montauban-Pop. 1906 town, 14,954, commune 20,636. It lies on the left bank of the Corrèze, in an ample and fertile plain, which is the meeting place of important roads and railways. The enceinte, which formerly surrounded the town, has been replaced by shady boulevards, and a few wide thoroughfares have been made, but many narrow winding streets and ancient houses still remain. Outside the boulevards lie the modern quarters, also the fine promenade planted with plane trees, which stretches to the Corrèze, and contains the chief restaurants, and the theatre. Here also is the statue of Marshal Guillaume Marie and Brune, who is a native of Brive. A fine bridge leads over the river to suburbs on its right bank. The public buildings are of little interest apart from the Church of St. Martin, which stands in the heart of the old town. It is a building of the 12th century in the Romanesque style of Limousin, with 3 narrow naves of almost equal height. The ecclesiastical seminary occupies a graceful mansion of the 16th century with a facade, a staircase, and fireplaces of fine Renaissance workmanship. Brive is the seat of a subprefect. Roman 5 Pand has a tribunal of first instance, a tribunal of commerce, a communal college, and a school of industry. Its position makes it a market of importance, and it has a very large trade in the early vegetables and fruit of the valley of the Corrèze, and in grain, livestock, and truffles. Table delicacies, paper, wooden shoes, hats, wax, and earthenware are manufactured, and there are slate and millstone workings and dyeworks. In the vicinity are numerous rock caves, many of them having been used as dwellings in prehistoric times. The best known are those of Lamoureux, excavated in stages in a vertical wall of rock, and 4 grotto chapels resorted to by pilgrims in memory of St. Anthony of Padua, who founded a Franciscan monastery at Brive in 1226. Under the Romans, Brive was known as Briva Caresci, Bridge of the Corrèze. In the Middle Ages, it was the capital of Lower Limousin. Brixen Ital, Bressanon, a small city in the Austrian province of Tyrol, and the chief town of the administrative district of Brixen-Pop, 1957-67, it is situated in the valley of the Isaac, at the confluence of that stream with the Rheims, and is a station on the Brenner Railway, being 34 Roman 1000 southeast of that pass, and 24 Roman 1000 northeast of Botzen. The aspect of the city is very ecclesiastical. It is still the see of a bishop, and contains an 18th century cathedral church, an episcopal palace, and seminary, 12 churches, and 5 monasteries. The see was founded at the end of the 8th century, possibly of the 6th century, at Sabin, on the rocky heights above the town of Clausen, some way to the south of Brixen, but in 992 was transferred to Brixen, which perhaps a Roman station became later a royal estate under the name of Prichna, and in 901 was given by Louis the Child to the bishop. In 1027, the bishop received from the Emperor Conrad, Roman II, very extensive temporal powers which he only lost to Austria in 1803. The town was surrounded in 1030 by walls in 1525. It was the scene of the first outbreak of the Great Peasants' Revolt. About 512 Roman 1000 north of Brixen is the great fortress of Franzensfest, built 18,331,838 to guard the route over the Brenner and the way to the east up the Pusterthal. W.A.B. Roman 100. Brixham, a seaport and market town in the Torquay parliamentary division of Devonshire, England, 33 Roman 1000 s of Exeter, on a branch of the Great Western Railway POP of Urban District 1901-1892. The town is irregularly built on the cliffs to the south of Torbay, and its harbour is sheltered by a breakwater. Early in the 19th century, it was an important military post with fortified barracks on Berry Head. It is the headquarters of the Devonshire Sea Fisheries, having also a large coasting trade, shipbuilding, and the manufacture of ropes, paint, and sails are industries. There is excellent bathing, and Brixham is in favour as a seaside resort. St. Mary's, the ancient parish church, has an elaborate 14th century font, and some monuments of interest at the British seamen's orphans' home. Boys are fed, clothed, and trained as apprentices for the merchant service. A statue commemorates the landing in 1688 of William of Orne. Brixham Cave, called also Windmill Hill Cavern, is a well-known ossiferous cave situated near Brixham on the brow of a hill, composed of Devonian limestone. It was discovered by chance in 1858, having been, until then, hermetically sealed by a mass of limestone breccia. Dr. Hugh Falconer, with the assistance of a committee of geologists, excavated it. The succession of beds in descending order is as follows: 1 shingle consisting of pebbles of limestone, slate, and other local rocks with fragments of stalagmite, and containing a few bones and worked flints. The thickness varies from 5 to 16 feet. 2 red cave earth, with angular fragments of limestone bones and worked flints, and having a thickness of 3 to 4 ft. 3 remnants in situ of an old stalagmitic floor, about 9 inches thick. 4 black peaty soil, varying in thickness, the maximum being about 1 foot 5 angular, debris fallen from above varying in thickness, from 1 to 10 feet. 6 stalagmite, with a few bones and antlers of reindeer. The thickness, varying from 1 to 15 inches. Of particular interest is the presence of patches or ledges of an old stalagmitic floor 3 to 4 feet above the present floor. On the underside, there are found attached fragments of limestone and quartz, showing that the shingle bed once extended up to it, and that it then formed the original floor. The shingle therefore stood some feet higher than it does now, and it is supposed that a shock or jar, such as that of an earthquake, broke up the stalagmite, and the pebbles and sand composing the shingle sunk deeper into the fissures in the limestone. This addition to the size of the cave was partially filled up by the cave earth. At a later period, the fall of angular fragments at the entrance finally closed the cave, and it ceased to be accessible except to a few burrowing animals, whose remains are found above the second and newer stalagmite floor. The fauna of Brixham Cavern closely resembles that of Kent's. Hold the bones of the bear, horse, rhinoceros, lion, elephant, hyena, and of many birds and small rodents were unearthed. Altogether, 1621 bones, nearly all broken and gnawed, were found. Of these, 691 belonged to birds and small rodents of more recent times. The implements are of a roughly chipped type, resembling those of the Mousterian period. From these structural and paleontological evidences, geologists suppose that the formation of the cave was carried on simultaneously with the excavation of the valley, that the small streams flowing down the upper ramifications of the valley entered the western opening of the cave, and traversing the fissures in the limestone, escaped by the lower openings in the chief valley, and that the rounded pebbles found in the shingle bed were carried in by these streams. It would be only at times of drought that the cave was frequented by animals, a theory which explains the small quantity of animal remains in the shingle. The implements of man are relatively more common, 17 chipped flints having been found, as the excavation of the valley preceded the level of the stream was lowered and its course diverted. The cave consequently became drier and was far more frequently inhabited by predatory animals. It was now essentially an animal den, the occasional visits of man being indicated by the rare occurrence of flint implements. Finally, the cave became a resort of bears, the remains of 334 specimens in all stages of growth, including even sucking cubs, being discovered. See Sir Joseph Prestwich, Geology, 1888, Sir John Evans, Ancient Stone Implements of Great Britain, p. 512, Report on the Cave Filled, Trans Royal Society, 1873. Brixton, a district in the south of London, England, included in the metropolitan borough of Lambeth, Roman 5. Brizux Julian Auguste Pellage, 1830–1858, French poet, was born at Lorient-Morbihan on the 12th of September 1803. He belonged to a family of Irish origin long settled in Brittany and was educated for the law, but in 1827 he produced at the Theatre Franchise a one-act verse comedy Racine in collaboration with Philippe Busoni. A journey to Italy in company with Auguste Barbier made a great impression on him, and a second visit, 1834, resulted in 1841 in the publication of a complete translation of the Divina Commedia in terza rima with Primul Nola, 1852. He included poems written under Italian influence, entitled Les Tournaires, 1841, but in the rustic idyll of Marie, 1836, turned to Breton country life in Les Bretons, 1845. He found his inspiration in the folklore and legends of his native province, and in Tel en Aror, 1844, he used the Breton dialect. His Histoires Poétiques, 1855, was crowned by the French Academy. His work is small in bulk, but is characterized by simplicity and sincerity. Brizux was an ardent student of the philology and archaeology of Brittany, and had collected materials for a dictionary of Breton place names. He died at Montpellier on the 3rd of May, 1858. His Oeuvres completes 2 vols, 1860, were edited with a notice of the author by Saint René Taillandier. Another edition appeared in 18,801,884, 4 vols. A long list of articles on his work may be consulted in an exhaustive monograph, Brizux, Sa vie et ses Oeuvres, 1898, by the Abb Roman 100 Lessines. Brizo, an ancient goddess worshipped in Delos, she delivered oracles in dreams to those who consulted her about fishery and seafaring. The women of Delos offered her presents consisting of little boats filled with all kinds of eatables, with the exception of Roman 5 fish, in order to obtain her protection for those engaged on the sea. Athenaeus, Roman 8p. 335. Broch or Bharuch, an ancient city and modern district of British India, in the northern division of Bombay. The city is on the right bank of the Narbada, about 30 Roman 1000 from the sea, and 203 Roman 1000 n of Bombay. The area, including suburbs, occupies 216 sq Roman 1000 pop 19, 142,896. The seaborne trade is confined to a few coasting vessels. Handloom weaving is almost extinct, but several cotton mills have been opened. There are also large flour mills. Broch is the Barakasheva of the Chinese traveler H. Suen Tsang, and the Barigaza of Ptolemy and Arrian upon the conquest of Gujarat by the Mohammedans and the formation of the state of that name. Broch formed part of the New Kingdom on its overthrow by Akbar in 1572. It was annexed to the Mughal Empire and governed by a Nawab. The Marathas became its masters in 1685, from which period it was held in subordination to the Peshwa until 1772, when it was captured by a force under General Wedderburn, brother to Lord Loughborough, who was killed in the assault in 1783. It was ceded by the British to Sindhia in acknowledgement of certain services. It was stormed in 1803 by a detachment commanded by Colonel Woodington, and was finally ceded to the East India Company by Scindia under the Treaty of Sargi-Anjingayam. The district of Broach contains an area of 1467 sq Roman 1000, consisting chiefly of the alluvial plain at the mouth of the river Nurbuda. The land is rich and highly cultivated, and though it is without forests, it is not wanting in trees. The district is well supplied with rivers, having in addition to the Nurbuda the Mahai in the north and the Kim in the south. The population comprises several distinct races or castes, who, while speaking a common dialect Gujarati, inhabit separate villages. Thus there are Koli Kunbai or Voro Bora villages, and others whose lands are almost entirely held and cultivated by high castes such as Rajputs, Brahmins, or Parsis. In 1901, the population was 291,763, showing a decrease of 15, compared with an increase of 5. In the preceding decade, the principal crops are cotton, millet, wheat, and pulse. Dealing in cotton is the chief industry, the dealers being organized in a guild besides the cotton mills in Broach City. There are several factories for ginning and pressing cotton, some of them on a very large scale. The district is traversed throughout its length by the Bombay-Baroda Railway, which crosses the Nurbuda opposite Broach City on an iron girder bridge of 67 spans. The district suffered severely from the famine of 18,991,900. Broach fr. Broch appointed instrument med lat bracha cf, the Latin adjective brachus or brachus, projecting used of teeth, a word of which the doublet broach Roman 5 has a special meaning for many forms of pointed instruments, such as a bodkin, a wooden needle, used in tapestry making a spit for roasting meat, and a tool also called a rimer, used with a wrench for enlarging or smoothing holes. See tool. From the use of a similar instrument to tap casks comes to broach or tap a cask. A particular use in architecture is that of broach spire, a term employed to designate a particular form of spire found only in England, which takes its name from the stone roof of the lower portion, the stone spire being octagonal, and the tower square on plan. There remained 4 angles to be covered over. This was done with a stone roof of slight pitch compared with that of the spire, and it is the intersection of this roof with the octagonal faces of the spire which forms the broach. Broadside, sometimes termed broadsheet, a single sheet of paper containing printed matter on one side. Only the broadside seems to have been employed from the very beginning of printing for royal proclamations, papal indulgences, and similar documents. England appears to have been its chief home, where it was used chiefly for ballads, particularly in the 16th century, but also as a means of political agitation and for personal statements of all kinds, especially for the dissemination of the dying speeches and confessions of criminals. It is prominent in the history of literature, because particularly during the later part of the 17th century, several important poems by Dryden Butler and others originally appeared printed on the broad side of a sheet. The term is also used of the simultaneous discharge of the guns on one side of a ship of war. Broadstairs, a watering place in the Isle of Thanet, Parliamentary Division of Kent, England, 3 Roman 1000 SE of Margate, on the southeastern Chatham Railway pop of Urban District. Broadstairs, and St. Peter's 1901-64-66. From 1837 to 1851, Broadstairs was a favorite summer resort of Charles Dickens, who in a sketch called Our English Watering Place described it as a place left high and dry by the tide of years. This seaside village, with its semicircular sweep of houses, grew into a considerable town, owing to the influx of summer visitors for whose entertainment there are, besides the Albion mentioned by Dickens, numerous hotels and boarding houses, libraries, a bathing establishment, and a fine promenade. Dickens' residence was called Fort House, but it became known as Bleak House through association with his novel of that name, though this was written after his last visit to Broadstairs in 1851. Broadstairs has a small pier for fishing boats, first built in the reign of Henry Roman. An archway leading down to the shore bears an inscription showing that it was erected by George Culmer in 1540, and not far off is the site of a chapel of the Virgin to which ships were accustomed to lower their topsails as they passed St. Peter's Parish, lying on the landward side of Broadstairs, and included in the urban district, has a church dating from the 12th to the end of the 16th century. Kingsgate, on the North Foreland north of Broadstairs on the coast, changed its name from St. Bartholomew's Gate in honor of Charles Roman II's landing here with the Duke of York in 1683 on his way from London to Dover. Stonehouse Close, by now a preparatory school for boys, was the residence of Archbishop Tate, whose wife established the orphanage here. Broca Paul 18,240,1880, French surgeon and anthropologist, was born at Sainte-Foy-la-Grande, on the 28th of June, 1824. He early developed a taste for higher mathematics, but circumstances decided him in adopting medicine as his profession. Beginning his studies at Paris in 1841, he made rapid progress, becoming house surgeon in 1844, assistant anatomical lecturer in 1846, and 3 years later professor of surgical anatomy. He had already gained a reputation by his pathological researches. In 1853, he was named Fellow of the Faculty of Medicine, and in 1867 became member of the Academy of Medicine and Professor of Surgical Pathology to the faculty. During the years occupied in winning his way to the head of his profession, he had published treatises of much value on cancer, aneurysm, and other subjects. It was in 1861 that he announced his discovery of the seat of articulate speech in the left side of the frontal region of the brain, since known as the convolution of Broca. But famous as he was as a surgeon, his name is associated most closely with the modern school of anthropology, establishing the Anthropological Society of Paris in 1859, of which he was secretary till his death. He was practically the inventor of the modern science of craniology. He rendered distinguished service in the Franco-German War, and during the Commune, by his organization and administration of the public hospitals. He founded La Revue d'Anthropologie in 1872, and it was in its pages that the larger portion of his writings appeared. In his last years, Broca turned from his labors in the region of craniology to the exclusive study of the brain, in which his greatest triumphs were achieved. See aphasia. He was decorated with the Legion of Honor in 1868 and was honorary fellow of the leading anatomical, biological, and anthropological societies of the world. He died on the 9th of July, 1880. A statue of him by Chopin was erected in 1887 in front of the Faculty of Medicine in Paris. Brocade, the name usually given to a class of richly decorative shuttle-woven fabrics, often made in colored silks, and with or without gold and silver threads. Ornamental features in brocade are emphasized and wrought as additions to the main fabric, sometimes stiffening it, though more frequently producing on its face the effect of low relief. These additions present a distinctive appearance on the back of the stuff, where Roman 5-pied weft or floating threads of the brocaded or broached parts hang in loose groups or are clipped away. Fig 2, part of a seculo-saracenic brocade. Fig 2, part of a seculo-saracenic brocade woven in the 12th century, L in wide. Fig 1, brocade woven in red and olive green silks. Fig 1, brocade woven in red and olive green silks and gold thread on a cream-colored ground. Along the top is the Kufic inscription, Araman the Merciful, several times repeated in olive green on a gold thread ground. Pairs of seated animals, Adorst regardant and geese vis-a-vis, are worked within the lozenge-shaped compartments of the trellis framework, which regulates the pattern. Both animals and birds are separated by conventional trees, and the latter are enclosed in inscriptions of Kufic characters. Seculo-Saracenic 11th or 12th century, 512, in SQ. Fig 3, brocaded with red silk and gold thread. Fig 3, piece of stuff woven or brocaded with red silk and gold thread, with an ogival framing, enclosing alternately pairs of parrots, Adorst regardant, and a well-known Persian or Sasanian leaf-shaped fruit, device probably of Rhenish Byzantine manufacture in the 12th or 13th century, 9 in long. The Latin word brocas is related equally to the Italian broccato, the Spanish broca, and the French brocats and brocha, and implies a form of stitching or broaching, so that textile fabrics woven with an appearance of stitching or broaching have consequently come to be termed brocades. Spanish document, dated 1375, distinguishes between los draps d'or y d'argent o de seda and brocats d'or y d'argent, a difference which is readily perceived upon comparing, for instance, cloths of gold Indian kinkabs with Lyon silks that are broaches with threads of gold silk or other material. Notwithstanding this, many Indian kinkabs and dainty gold and colored silk weavings of Persian workmanship, both without floating threads, are often called brocades, although in neither is the ornamentation really broch or brocaded. Contemporary, in use with the Spanish brocats, is the word brocade. In addition to brocats, the French now use the word brocher in connection with certain silk stuffs, which however are not brocades in the same sense as the brocats. A wardrobe account of King Edward Roman 40 1480 has an entry of satin brocked with gold, a description that fairly applies to such an enriched satin as that, for instance, shown in Fig 4, but some 3 centuries earlier than the date of that specimen. Decorative stuffs were partly broches with gold threads by Oriental weavers, especially those of Persia, Syria, and parts of southern Europe and northern Africa under the domination of the Saracens, to whom the earlier germs, so to speak, of brocading may be traced. Of such is the 11th or 12th century Siculo-Saracenic specimen in Fig 1, in which the heads only of the pairs of animals and birds are brocked with gold thread. Another sort of brocaded material is indicated in Fig 2, taken from a part of a sumptuous Siculo-Saracenic weaving, produced in colored silks and gold threads at the famous Hotel des Terres in Palermo, for an official robe of Henry Roman 411,651,197 as Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and still preserved in the Cathedral of Regensburg. Fig 3 is a further variety of textile that would be classed as brocade. This is of the 12th or 13th century manufacture, possibly by German or Rhenish Byzantine weavers, or even by Spanish weavers, many of whom at Almeria, Malaga, Granada, and Seville rivaled those at Palermo in the 14th century. The making of satins heavily brocaded with gold threads was associated conspicuously with such Italian towns as Lucca, Genoa, Venice, and Florence. Fig 4 is from a piece of 14th century dark blue satin broached in relief with gold thread, in a design the like of which appears in the background of Orcagna's Coronation of the Virgin, now in the National Gallery, London. During the 17th century, Genoa, Florence, and Lyon vied with each other in making brocades, in which the enrichments were as frequently of colored silks as of gold intermixed with silken threads. Fig 5 is from a piece of crimson silk damask flatly brocaded with flowers, scroll forms, fruit, and birds in gold. This is probably of Florentine workmanship, rather more closely allied to modern brocades, is the Lyon specimen given in Fig 6, in which the brocading is done not only with silver, but also with colored silks. Early in the 18th century, Spitalfields was busy as a competitor with Lyon in manufacturing many sorts of brocades specified in a collection of designs preserved in the National Art Library of the Victoria and Roman 5P Albert Museum under such trade titles as brocade lutstring, brocade tabby, brocade tissue, brocade damask, brocade satin, Venetian brocade, and India figured brocade. Brocading in China seems to be of considerable antiquity, and Dr. Bushell, in his valuable handbook on Chinese art, cites a notice of 5 rolls of brocade with dragons woven upon a crimson ground, presented by the Emperor Ming Ti of the Wei dynasty in the year A Roman 500 to the reigning Empress of Japan, and varieties of brocade patterns are recorded as being in use during the Sung dynasty 9,601,279. The first edition of an illustrated work upon tillage and weaving was published in China in 1210 and contains an engraving of a loom constructed to weave flower red silk brocades, such as are woven at the present time at Sacha and Hangzhou and elsewhere. On the other hand, although they are described usually as brocades, certain specimens of imperial Chinese robes, sumptuous in ornament, sheen of colored silks, and the glisten of golden threads, are woven in the tapestry weaving manner, and without any floating threads. It seems reasonable to infer that Persians and Syrians derived the art of weaving brocades from the Chinese, and, as has been indicated, passed it on to Saracens as well as Europeans. A.S. Roman 100. Fig 6 piece of brocaded pink silk. Fig 6 piece of pink silk, brocaded in silver and white, and colored silks, French middle 18th century, about 15 in square. Fig 5 piece of crimson silk damask. Fig. 5 piece of crimson silk damask, brocaded in gold thread, with symmetrically arranged flowers, scrolls, birds, Roman, 100 Italian, Florentine, late 17th century, about 2 ft 6 in long. Fig. 4 piece of blue satin, brocaded with gold threads. Fig. 4 piece of blue satin brocaded with gold threads. The unit of the pattern is a symmetrical arrangement of fantastic birds, vine leaves, and curving stems. The bird shapes are remotely related to, if not derived, from the Chinese mystical Fanghong North Italian weaving of the 14th century, about 11 in square. Bréquigny Giovanni Battista, 17,721,826, Italian mineralogist and geologist, was born at Bassano on the 18th of February 1772. He studied at the University of Pisa, where his attention was turned to mineralogy and botany. In 1802, he was appointed professor of botany in the new Lyceum of Brescia. But he more especially devoted himself to geological researches in the adjacent districts. The fruits of these labors appeared in different publications, particularly in his Trattato Mineralogico e Chimico sul Miniere di Ferro del Dipartimento del Mela, 1808 treatise on the iron mines of Mela. These researches procured him the office of Inspector of Mines in the recently established Kingdom of Italy, and enabled him to extend his investigations over great part of the country. In 1811, he produced a valuable essay entitled Memoria Mineralogica sulla Val di Fassa in Tirolo, but his most important work is the Conchiologia fossile subapennina con osservazioni geologiche sugli Apennini e sul suolo adiacent, 2 vols 4 to Milan, 1814, containing accurate details of the structure of the Apennine Range and an account of the fossils of the Italian tertiary strata. Compared with existing species, these subjects were further illustrated by his geognostic map and his Catalogo Ragionato di una raccolta di rocks disposto con ordine geografico per servire alla geognosia dell'Italia, Milan, 1817, his work Dello Stato Fisico del Suolo di Roma, 1820, with its accompanying map, is likewise noteworthy. In it, he corrected the erroneous views of Braislac, who conceived that Rome occupies the site of a volcano, to which he ascribed the volcanic materials that cover the 7 hills. Bréquigny pointed out that these materials were derived either from Mont Albano, Roman 5 Pan, extinct volcano 12 Roman 1000 from the city, or from Mont Cimini, still farther to the north. Several papers by him on mineralogical subjects appeared in the Biblioteca Italiana from 1816 to 1823. In the latter year, Bréquigny sailed for Egypt in order to explore the geology of that country and report on its mineral resources. Every facility was granted by Mehemet Ali, who in 1823 appointed him one of a commission to examine the district of Sennar. But Bréquigny, unfortunately for science, fell a victim to the climate and died at Khartoum on the 25th of September, 1826. Brachant de Villiers André Jean François Marie, 17,721,840, French mineralogist and geologist, was born at Villiers near Nantes on the 6th of August, 1772. After studying at the École Polytechnique, he was in 1794 the first pupil admitted to the École des Mines. In 1804, he was appointed professor of geology and mineralogy in the École des Mines, which had been temporarily transferred to Pézé in Savoy, and he returned with the school to Paris in 1815. Later on, he became Inspector General of Mines and a member of the Academy of Sciences. He investigated the transition strata of the Tarentaise, wrote on the position of the granite rocks of Mont Blanc, and on the lead minerals of Derbyshire and Cumberland. He was charged with the superintendence of the construction of the geological map of France, undertaken by his pupils Dufresnoy and Elie de Beaumont. He died in Paris on the 16th of May, 1840. His publications include Traité élémentaire de minéralogie, 2 vols, 18,011,802 second, ed. 1808, and Traité abrégé de cristallographie, Paris, 1818. Brachantite crystal. Brachantite, a mineral species consisting of a basic copper sulfate, Cu4O6, SO4, crystallizing in the orthorhombic system. The crystals are usually small, and are prismatic or acicular in habit. They have a perfect cleavage parallel to the face. Lettered in the adjoining figure, they are transparent to translucent, with a vitreous luster, and are of an emerald green to blackish green color, specific gravity 3. Hardness 3124. The mineral was first found associated with malachite and native copper in the copper mines of the Urals, and was named by a levy in 1824, after A.J. Roman 1000 Brochet de Villiers. Several varieties differing somewhat in crystalline form have been distinguished, some of them having originally been described as distinct species, but afterwards proved to be essentially identical with brochentite. These are conigine from the Urals, brongnartine from Mexico, chrysovigite from Iceland, and warringtonite from Cornwall. Of other localities mention may be made of Rottengill, Coldbeck, Fells, Cumberland, where small brilliant crystals are associated with malachite and chrysocolla, in a quartzose rock Risbania, in the Bihar Mountains, Hungary, Atacama in Chile, with atacamite, which closely resembles brochentite. General appearance: the Tintic district in Utah, a microscopical examination of the green copper ores of secondary origin in the Clifton and Mornside district of Arizona, proves brochentite to be of extremely common occurrence, mostly intergrown with malachite, which effectually masks its presence. It is not unlikely that the malachite of other localities will on examination be found to be intergrown with brochentite. Mention may be here made of another orthorhombic basic copper sulfate, not unlike brochentite in general characters, but differing from it in containing water of crystallization, and in its fine blue color. This is the Cornish mineral langite, which has the composition Cu, So 43 H2O. Roman 50 J.S. Brock Sir Isaac 17,691,812, British soldier and administrator, was born at St. Peter, Port Guernsey, on the 6th of October 1769, joining the army at the age of 15. As an ensign of the 8th Regiment, he became a lieutenant colonel in 1797. After less than 13 years' service, he commanded the 49th Regiment in the expedition to North Holland in 1799, was wounded at the Battle of Egmont op Zee, and subsequently served on board the British fleet at the Battle of Copenhagen from 1802 to 1805. He was with his regiment in Canada. Returning thither in 1806, in view of the imminence of war between Great Britain and the United States, from September 1806 till August 1810, he was in charge of the garrison at Quebec. In the latter year, he assumed the command of the troops in Upper Canada, and soon afterwards took over the civil administration of that province as provisional lieutenant governor. On the outbreak of the War of 1812, Brock had to defend Upper Canada against invasion by the United States in the face of many difficulties and not a little disaffection. He organized the militia of the province, drove back the invaders, and on the 16th of August 1812, with about 730 men and 600 Indians commanded by their chief Tecumseh, compelled the American force of 2,500 men under General William Hull, 17,530,1825, to surrender at Detroit, an achievement which gained him a knighthood of the Bath and the popular title of the Hero of Upper Canada. From Detroit, he hurried to the Niagara frontier, but on the 13th of October in the same year was killed at the Battle of Queenston Heights. The House of Commons voted a public monument to his memory, which was erected in St. Paul's Cathedral, London, on the 13th of October 1824, the 12th anniversary of his death. His remains were removed from the bastions of Fort George, where they had been originally interred, and placed beneath a monument on Queenston Heights, erected by the provincial legislature. This was blown up by a fanatic in 1840, but as the result of a mass meeting of over 8,000 citizens held on the spot, a new and more stately monument was erected. His Life and Correspondence, by his nephew Ferdinand Brock Tupper, 2nd edition, London 1847, still remains. The best later lives are by Roman 500 R. Reed, Toronto 1894, and by Lady Edgar, Toronto and London. W. Roman 50 G. Brock Thomas, 1847, English sculptor, was the chief pupil of Foley and later became influenced by the new Romantic movement. His group, The Moment of Peril, was followed by the genius of poetry Eve and other ideal works that mark his development, his busts such as those of Lord Lytton and Queen Victoria, his statues such as Sir Richard Owen and Dr. Philpot, Bishop of Worcester, his sepulchral monuments such as that to Lord Lytton in St. Paul's Cathedral, a work of singular significance, refinement, and beauty, and his memorial. Statues of Queen Victoria at Hove and elsewhere are examples of his power as a portraitist, sympathetic in feeling, sound and restrained in execution, and dignified and decorative in arrangement. The colossal equestrian statue of Edward, the Black Prince, was set up in the City Square in Leeds in 1901, the year in which the sculptor was awarded the commission to execute the vast imperial memorial to Queen Victoria in front of Buckingham Palace. Brock was elected an Associate of the Royal Academy in 1883 and full member in 1891. Brocken, a mountain of Germany in Prussian Saxony, the highest point 3733 ft of the Harz. It is a huge bare granitestrewn, dome-shaped mass, and owing to its being the greatest elevation in North Germany, commands magnificent views in all directions from it. Magdeburg and the Elbe, the towers of Leipzig, and the Thuringian forest are distinctly visible in clear weather. Access to the summit is attained by a mountain railway 12 Roman 1000 from Dreyen and Hohn, a station on the normal gauge line Wernigerode Road Nordhausen, and by 2 carriage roads from the Bodtal and Ilsenburg, respectively. In the folklore of North Germany, the Brocken holds an important place, and to it cling many legends. Long after Christianity had penetrated to these regions, the Brocken remained a place of heathen worship. Annually, on Walpurgis Night, 1st of May, curious rites were here enacted which, condemned by the priests of the Christian Church, led to the belief that the devil and witches here held their orgies. Even to this day, this superstition possesses the minds of many country people around who believe the mountain to be haunted on this night. In literature, Roman 5 pit is represented by the famous Brocken scene in Goethe's Faust. See Jacobs der Brocken in Geschichte Unsage Halle, 1878, and Proel Brockensagen Magdeburg, 1888. Brocken's spectre of the so-named from having been first observed in 1780 on the Brocken, an enormously magnified shadow of an observer cast upon a bank of cloud, when the sun is low in high mountain regions, reproducing every motion of the observer in the form of a gigantic but misty image of himself. Brock's Barthold Heinrich, 16,801,747, German poet, was born at Hamburg on the 22nd of September 1680. He studied jurisprudence at Halle, and after extensive travels in Italy, France, and Holland, settled in his native town in 1704. In 1720, he was appointed a member of the Hamburg Senate and entrusted with several important offices. 6 years from 1735 to 1741, he spent as Amtmann magistrate at Ritzebtudel. He died in Hamburg on the 16th of January 1747. Brock's poetic works were published in a series of 9 volumes under the fantastic title Irdisches Vergnügen in Gott 17,211,748. He also translated Marini's La Strage digli Innocenti 1715, Pope's S. on Man 1740. Thomson's Seasons 1745. His poetry has small intrinsic value, but it is symptomatic of the change which came over German literature at the beginning of the 18th century. He was one of the first German poets to substitute for the bombastic imitations of Marini, to which he himself had begun, by contributing a clear and simple diction. He was also a pioneer in directing the attention of his countrymen to the new poetry of nature, which originated in England. His verses, artificial and crude, as they often are, express a reverential attitude towards nature and a religious interpretation of natural phenomena, which was new to German poetry and prepared the way for Klopstock. Brock's autobiography was published by Jeromen 1000 Lappenberg in the Zeitschrift des Vereins für Hamburger Geschichte, Roman 2, pp. 167, ff. 1847. See also a Brandl B. H. Brock's 1878, and Roman 500 F. Strauss Brock's und H.S. Riamaris Gesamelt Schriffen Roman 2. A short selection of his poetry will be found in Vol 39, 1883 of Kirchner's Deutsche Nationalliteratur. Brockhaus Friedrich Arnold 17,721,823, German publisher, was born at Dortmund on the 4th of May 1772. He was educated at the gymnasium of his native place, and from 1788 to 1793 served an apprenticeship in a mercantile house at Dusseldorf. He then devoted 2 years at Leipzig to the study of modern languages and literature, after which he set up at Dortmund an emporium for English goods. In 1801, he transferred this business to Arnhem, and in the following year to Amsterdam in 1805, having given up his first line of trade, he began business as a publisher. 2 journals projected by him were not allowed by the government to survive for any length of time, and in 1810, the complications in the affairs of Holland induced him to return homewards. In 1811, he settled at Altenburg about 3 years. Previously, he had purchased the copyright of the Conversations lexicon started in 1796, and in 18,101,811, he completed the first edition of this celebrated work, 14th ed. 19,014. A second edition under his own editorship was begun in 1812 and was received with universal favor. His business extended rapidly, and in 1818 Brockhaus removed to Leipzig, where he established a large printing house. Among the more extensive of his many literary undertakings were the critical periodicals Hermes, the Literarisches Konversationsblatt, afterwards the Blatter für literarische Unterhaltung, and the Zeitgenossen, and some large historical and bibliographical works, such as Romer's Geschichte der Hohenstaufen and Ebert's Allgemeines Bibliographisches Lexikon. Brockhaus died at Leipzig on the 20th of August, 1823. The business was carried on by his sons Friedrich Brockhaus, 18,001,865, who retired in 1850, and Heinrich Brockhaus, 18,041,874, under whom it was considerably extended. The latter especially rendered great services to literature and science, which the University of Jena recognized by making him in 1858 honorary Doctor of Philosophy. In the years 18,421,848, Heinrich Brockhaus was member of the Saxon Second Chamber, as representative for Leipzig, was made honorary citizen of that city in 1872, and died there on the 15th of November 1874. Ch. Brockhaus Friedrich, a Brockhaus sein, Leben und Wirken nach Briefen und anderen Aufzeichnungen, 3 vols, Leipzig 18,721,881. Also by the same author Die Firma, F.A. Brockhaus, von der Begründung, bis zum 100-jährigen Jubiläum 18,051,905, Leipzig 1905. Another of Friedrich's sons, Hermann Brockhaus, 18,061,877, German Orientalist, was born at Amsterdam on the 28th of January 1806. While his 2 brothers carried on the business, he devoted himself to an academic career. He was appointed extraordinary professor in Jena in 1838, and in 1841 received a call in a similar capacity to Leipzig, where in 1848 he was made ordinary professor of ancient Semitic. He died at Leipzig on the 5th of January 1877. Brockhaus was an Oriental scholar, in the old sense of the word, devoting his attention not to one language only, but to acquiring a familiarity with the principal languages and literature of the East. He studied Hebrew, Arabic, and Persian, and was able to lecture on Sanskrit, afterwards his specialty, Pali Zend, and even on Chinese. His most important work was the Editio Princeps of the Kathasarit Sagara, the ocean of the streams of story, the large collection of Sanskrit stories made by Soma Deva in the 12th century. By this publication, he gave the first impetus to a really scientific study of the origin and spreading of popular tales, and enabled Prof. Benfey and others to trace the great bulk of Eastern and Western stories to an Indian, and more especially to a Buddhistic source. Among Prof. Brockhaus' other publications were his edition of the curious philosophical play Prabodhachandradaya, The Rise of the Moon of Intelligence, his critical edition of the Songs of Hafiz, and his publication in Latin letters of the text of the Zend-Avesta. Brocklesby Richard, 17,221,797, English physician, was born at Minehead, Somersetshire, on the 11th of August, 1722. He was educated at Ballater in Ireland, where Edmund Burke was one of his schoolfellows, studied medicine at Edinburgh, and finally graduated at Leiden in 1745, appointed physician to the army in 1758. He served in Germany during part of the 7 Years' War, and on his return settled down to practice in London in 1764. He published Economical and Medical Observations, which contained suggestions for improving the hygiene of army hospitals. In his latter years he withdrew altogether into private life. The circle of his friends included some of the most distinguished literary men of the age. He was warmly attached to Dr. Johnson, to whom, about 1784, he offered an annuity of 100 for life, and whom he attended on his deathbed, while in 1788 he presented Burke, of whom he was an intimate friend, with 1,000, and offered to repeat the gift every year until your merit is rewarded as it ought to be at court. He died on the 11th of December 1797, leaving his house and part of his fortune to his grandnephew Dr. Thomas Young. Brockton, a city of Plymouth County, Massachusetts, USA, about 20 Roman 1000 s of Boston, and containing an area of 21 sq Roman 1000 of rolling surface pop, 1878,007, 188,013,608, 1890 27,294, 1940,063, of whom 9484 were foreign-born, including 2667, Irish 2199, English Canadians, and 1973 Swedes. 1910 census, 56,878. It is served by the New York, New Haven, Hartford Railway. Brockton has a public library with 54,000 volumes in 1908 by popular vote, beginning in 1886, except in 1898, the liquor traffic was prohibited. Annually, the death rate, 13 in 1907, is very low for a manufacturing city of its size. Brockton is the industrial center of a large population surrounding it east and west Bridgewater, northeastern Avon, Randolph, Holbrook, and Whitman, and is an important manufacturing place both in 1900 and in 1905. It ranked first among the cities of the United States in the manufacture of boots and shoes. The city's total factory product in 1900 was valued at $24,855,362, and in 1905 at $37,790,982, an increase during the 5 years of 52. The boot and shoe product in 1905 was valued at $30,073,014, of the value of the total boot and shoe product of the United States. The boot Roman 5-pan shoe cut stock at $1,344,977, and the boot and shoe findings at $2,435,137, the three combined representing 89 of the city's total manufactured product. In 1908, there were 35 shoe factories, including the W Roman 50 Douglas, the Ralston, the Walkover, the Eaton, the Keith, and the Packard establishments. And in 1905, 14 million. In 1907, about 17 million pairs of shoes were produced in the city. Among the other products are lasts, blacking paper, and wooden packing boxes, nails and spikes, and shoe fittings and tools. The assessed valuation of the city rose from $6,876,427 in 1881 to $37,408,332 in 1907. Brockton was a part of Bridgewater until 1821, when it was incorporated as the township of North Bridgewater. Its present name was adopted in 1874, and it was chartered as a city in 1881. Brockton was the first city in Massachusetts to abolish all grade crossings, 1896, within its limits. Brockville, a town and port of entry of Ontario, Canada, and capital of Leeds County, named after General Sir Isaac Brock, situated 119 Roman 1000 SW of Montreal on the left bank of the St. Lawrence, and on the Grand Trunk and Brockville-Westport Railways, a branch line connects it with the Canadian Pacific. It has steamer communication with the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario ports, and is a summer resort. The principal manufactures are hardware, furnaces, agricultural implements, carriages, and chemicals. It is the center of one of the chief dairy districts of Canada and ships large quantities of cheese and butter. Pop, 1880-176, 0919, 018940. Brad, a town of Croatia, Slavonia, in the county of Pozga, on the left bank of the river, save 124 Roman 1000 by rail SC, by E of Agram Pop 1973-10. The principal Bosnian railway here crosses the river to meet the Hungarian system. Brad has thus a considerable transit trade, especially in cereals, wine, spirits, prunes, and wood. It is sometimes called Slavonish Brad to distinguish it from Bosna Brad or Bosnish Brad across the river. The town owes its name to a Ford Servian Brad of the Save and dates at least from the 15th century. Brad was frequently captured and recaptured in the wars between Turkey and Austria, and it was here that the Austrian army mustered in 1879 for the occupation of Bosnia. Brodripp William John, 17,890,1859, English naturalist, was born in Bristol on the 21st of November 1789. After graduating at Oxford, he was called to the bar in 1817, and for some years was engaged in law reporting. In 1822, he was appointed a metropolitan police magistrate and filled that office until 1856, first at the Thames Police Court, and then at Westminster. His leisure was devoted to natural history, and his writings did much to further the study of zoology. In England, the zoological articles in the Penny Encyclopaedia were written by him, and a series of articles contributed to Fraser's magazine were reprinted in 1848 as Zoological Recreations, and were followed in 1852 by Leaves from the Notebook of a Naturalist. He was one of the founders of the Zoological Society of London, and a large collection of shells which he formed was ultimately bought by the British Museum. He died in London on the 27th of February, 1859. Brodhead John Roman, 18,141,873, American historical scholar, was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on the 2nd of January, 1814, the son of Jacob Brodhead, 17,821,855, a prominent clergyman of the Dutch Reformed Church. He graduated at Rutgers College in 1831, and in 1835 was admitted to the bar in New York City. After 1837, however, he devoted himself principally to the study of American colonial history, and in order to have access to the records of the early Dutch settlements in America, he obtained in 1839 an appointment as attaché of the American legation at The Hague. His investigations here soon proved that the Dutch archives were rich in material on the early history of New York, and led the state legislature to appropriate funds for the systematic gathering from various European archives of transcripts of documents relating to New York. Brodhead was appointed 1841 by Governor William H. Seward to undertake the work, and within several years gathered from England, France, and Holland some 80 manuscript volumes of transcriptions, largely of documents, which had not hitherto been used by historians. These transcriptions were subsequently edited by Edward O. Callaghan Vols, Roman 1, Roman 11 Incal, and by Berthold Furneaux Vols, Roman 12, Roman 15 Incal, and published by the state under the title Documents Relating to the Colonial History of New York, 15 vols, 18,530,1883, from 1846 to 1849, while George Bancroft was minister to Great Britain. Brodhead held under him the post of Secretary of Legation in 18,530,1857. He was naval officer of the Port of New York. He published several addresses and a scholarly history of the state of New York, 2 vols, 18,530,1871, generally considered the best for the brief period, covered 16,091,690. He died in New York City on the 6th of May, 1873. Brodie Sir Benjamin Collins, first Bart, 17,830,1862, English physiologist and surgeon, was born in 1783 at Winterslow, Wiltshire. He received his early education from his father, then choosing medicine as his profession, he went to London in 1801 and attended the lectures of John Abernethy. 2 years later, he became a pupil of Sir Everard Home at St. George's Hospital, and in 1808 was appointed assistant surgeon at that institution, on the staff of which he served for over 30 years. In 1810, he was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society, to which in the next 4 or 5 years, he contributed several papers describing original investigations in physiology at this period. Also, he rapidly obtained a large and lucrative practice, and from time to time, he wrote on surgical questions, contributing numerous papers to the Medical and Chirurgical Society and to the medical journals. Probably his most important work is that entitled Pathological and Surgical Observations on the Diseases of the Joints, in which he attempts to trace the beginnings of disease in the different tissues that form a joint and to give an exact value to the symptom of pain as evidence of organic disease. This volume led to the adoption by surgeons of measures of a conservative nature in the treatment of diseases of the joints, with consequent reduction in the number of amputations and the saving of many limbs and lives. He also wrote on diseases of the urinary organs and on local nervous affections of a surgical character in 1854. He published anonymously a volume of psychological inquiries to a second volume, which appeared in 1862. His name was attached. He received many honors during his career. He attended George Roman IV, was surgeon to William Roman IV and Queen Victoria, and was made a baronet in 1834. He became a corresponding member of the French Institute in 1844, Roman 500, Roman 100, Roman 50 of Oxford, 1855, and president of the Royal Society in 1858. And he was the first president of the General Medical Council. He died at Broome Park, Surrey, on the 21st of October, 1862. His collected works with autobiography were published in 1865 under the editorship of Charles Hawkins. His eldest son, Sir Benjamin Collins Brodie, 2nd Bart. 18,171,880, was appointed professor of chemistry at Oxford in 1865, and is chiefly known for his investigations on the allotropic states of carbon, and for his discovery of graphitic acid. Brodie Peter Bellinger, 18,151,897, English geologist, son of P.B. Brodie Barrister, and nephew of Sir Benjamin Roman 100 Brodie, was born in London in 1815. While still residing with his father at Lincoln's Inn Fields, he gained some knowledge of natural history and an interest in fossils from visits to the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons at a time when W. Clift was curator. Through the influence of Clift, he was elected a Fellow of the Geological Society early in 1834, proceeding afterwards to Emmanuel College, Cambridge. He came under the spell of Sedgwick and henceforth devoted all his leisure time to geology. Entering the church in 1838, he was curate at Wylye in Wiltshire, and for a short time at Steeple Claydon in Buckinghamshire, becoming later rector of Down Hatherley in Gloucestershire, and finally 1855 vicar of Rowington in Warwickshire, and rural dean. Records of geological observations in all these districts were published by him at Cambridge. He obtained fossil shells from the Pleistocene deposit at Barnwell in the Vale of Warder. He discovered in Purbeck beds the isopod named by Milne Edwards Archaeoniscus Brodii in Buckinghamshire. He described the outliers of Purbeck and Roman 5p Portland beds, and in the Vale of Gloucester, the lias and oolites claimed his attention. Fossil insects, however, formed the subject of his special studies. History. The fossil insects of the secondary rocks of England, 1845, and many of his published papers relate to them. He was an active member of the Cotteswold Naturalists Club and of the Warwickshire Natural History and Archaeological Society, and in 1854 he was chief founder of the Warwickshire Naturalists and Archaeologists Field Club. In 1887, the Murchison Medal was awarded to him by the Geological Society of London. He died at Rowington on the 1st of November, 1897. See memoir by H.B. Woodward in Geological Magazine, 1897, p. 481, with portrait. Brodie, a town of Austria in Galicia, 62 Roman 1000 E of Lemberg, by rail Pop, 1900 17,360, of which about 2/3 are Jews. It is situated near the Russian frontier, and has been one of the most important commercial centers in Galicia, especially for the trade with Russia, but since 1879, when its charter as a free commercial city was withdrawn, its trade has also greatly diminished. Brodie was created a town in 1684 and was raised to the rank of a free commercial city in 1779. Brocuisen Jan van Janus Braucusius, 16,491,707, Dutch classical scholar and poet, was born on the 20th of November 1649 at Amsterdam. Having lost his father when very young, he was placed with an apothecary with whom he lived several years. Not liking this employment, he entered the army, and in 1674 was sent with his regiment to America in the fleet under Admiral de Ruyter, but returned to Holland the same year. In 1678, he was sent to the garrison at Utrecht, where he contracted a friendship with the celebrated Grievous. Here, he had the misfortune to be so deeply implicated in a duel that, according to the laws of Holland, his life was forfeited. Grievous, however, wrote immediately to Nicholas Heinsius, who obtained his pardon. Not long afterwards, he became a captain of one of the companies then at Amsterdam. After the Peace of Ryswick 1697, his company was disbanded, and he retired on a pension to a country house near Amsterdam and pursued his classical and literary studies at leisure. His Dutch poems, in which he followed the model of Pieter Hooft, were first published in 1677. A later edition with a biography by Roman 500 van Hoogstraten appeared in 1712, the last edition. 1883 was edited by Rockalloway. His classical reputation rests on his editions of Propertius 1702 and Tibullus 1707. His Latin poems Carmina appeared in 1684. A later edition, Pomata, by Roman 500 van Hoogstraten, appeared in 1711. The select letters Janni Braucusii Epistolae Selecti, 1889 and 1893, were edited by J. A. Werp, who also wrote his biography, 1891. Brocuisen died on the 15th of December, 1707. Brager Waldemar Christopher, 1851, Norwegian geologist, was born in Christiania on the 10th of November 1851, and educated in that city in 1876. He was appointed curator of the Geological Museum in his native city and assistant on the Geological Survey. He was professor of mineralogy and geology from 1881 to 1890 in the University of Stockholm, and from 1890 in the University of Christiania. He also became rector and president of the Senate of the Royal University of Christiania. His observations on the igneous rocks of South Tyrol, compared with those of Christiania, afford much information on the relations of the granitic and basic rocks, the subject of the differentiation of rock types in the process of solidification as plutonic or volcanic rocks from a particular magma received much attention from him. He dealt also with the Paleozoic rocks of Norway and with the late glacial and post-glacial changes of level in the Christiania region. The honorary degree of Ph. Roman 500 was conferred upon him by the University of Heidelberg, and that of Roman 100 Roman 500 by the University of Glasgow. The Murchison Medal of the Geological Society of London was awarded to him in 1891. Broglie, to the name of a noble French family, which originally Piedmontese, emigrated to France in the year 1643. The head of the family, François-Marie, 16,111,656, then took the title of Comte de Broglie. He had already distinguished himself as a soldier and died as a lieutenant general at the siege of Valenza on the 2nd of July 1656. His son Victor Maurice Comte de Broglie, 16,471,727, served under Conde Turenne and other great commanders of the age of Louis Roman XIV, becoming Marechal de Camp in 1676, Lieutenant General in 1688, and finally Marshal of France in 1724. The eldest son of Victor Marie-François, Marie, afterwards Duc de Broglie, 16,711,745, entered the army at an early age and had a varied career of active service before he was made at the age of 23 lieutenant colonel of the King's Regiment of Cavalry. He served continuously in the War of the Spanish Succession and was present at Malplaquet. He was made lieutenant general in 1710 and served with Villars in the last campaign of the war, and at the Battle of Denain during the peace. He continued in military employment, and in 1719 he was made Director General of Cavalry and Dragoons. He was also employed in diplomatic missions, and was ambassador in England in 1724. The war in Italy called him into the field again in 1733, and in the following year he was made Marshal of France. In the campaign of 1734, he was one of the chief commanders on the French side, and he fought the battles of Parma and Guastalla. A famous episode was his narrow personal escape, when his quarters on the Secchia were raided by the enemy on the night of the 14th of September 1734. In 1735, he directed a war of positions with credit, but he was soon replaced by Marshal de Noailles. He was Governor-General of Alsace when Frederick the Great paid secret visit to Strasbourg 1740. In 1742, de Broglie was appointed to command the French army in Germany, but such powers as he had possessed were failing him, and he had always been the man of small means, safe and cautious, but lacking in elasticity and daring. The only success obtained was in the action of Sahay 25th May 1742, for which he was made a duke. He returned to France in 1743 and died 2 years later. His son Victor François Duc de Broglie, 17,181,804, served with his father at Parma and Guastalla, and in 1734 obtained a colonelcy in the German War. He took part in the storming of Prague in 1742 and was made a brigadier in 1744 and 1745. He saw further service on the Rhine, and in 1756 he was made Marshal de Camp. He subsequently served with Marshal Saxe in the Low Countries and was present at Roqueval and Maastricht at the end of the war. He was made a lieutenant general during the 7 Years' War. He served successively under d'Estrées-Soubise and contains being present at all the battles from Hasenbeck onwards. His victory over Prince Ferdinand at Bergen 1759 won him the rank of Marshal of France from his own sovereign, and that of Prince of the Empire from the Emperor Francis Roman I. In 1760, he won an action at Korbach, but was defeated at Vellinghausen in 1761. After the war, he fell into disgrace and was not recalled to active employment until 1778, when he was given command of the troops designed to operate against England. He played a prominent part in the Revolution, which he opposed with determination. After his emigration, de Broglie commanded the army of the princes for a short time. 1792, he died at Munster in 1804. Another son of the first Duke, Charles François Comte de Broglie, 17,190,1781, served for some years in the army and afterwards became one of the foremost diplomatists in the service of Louis Roman XV. He is chiefly remembered in connection with the secret du Roi, the private as distinct from the official diplomatic service of Louis, of which he was the ablest and most important member. The son of Victor François Victor Claude Prince de Broglie, 17,571,794, served in the army, attaining the rank of Marshal de Camp. He adopted revolutionary opinions, served with Lafayette and Rochambeau in America, was a member of the Jacobin Club, and sat in the Constituent Assembly, constantly voting on the liberal side. He served as chief of the staff to the Republican Army on the Rhine, but in the Terror, he was denounced, arrested, and executed at Paris on the 27th of June 1790. For his dying admonition to his little son was to remain Roman V, faithful to the principles of the Revolution, however unjust and ungrateful. Achille Charles Liance Victor Duc de Broglie, 17,851,870, statesman and diplomatist, son of the last named, was born at Paris on the 28th of November 1785. His mother had shared her husband's imprisonment, but managed to escape to Switzerland, where she remained till the fall of Robespierre. She now returned to Paris with her children and lived there quietly until 1796, when she married a Roman 1000 d'Argenson, grandson of Louis Roman XV's Minister of War. Under the care of his stepfather, young de Broglie received a careful and liberal education and made his entree into the aristocratic and literary society of Paris under the Empire in 1809. He was appointed a member of the Council of State, over which Napoleon presided in person, and was sent by the Emperor on diplomatic missions as attaché to various countries. Though he had never been in sympathy with the principles of the Empire, de Broglie was not one of those who rejoiced at its downfall. In common with all men of experience and sense, he realized the danger to France of the rise to power of the forces of violent reaction with Decazes and Richelieu, he saw that the only hope for a calm future lay in the reconciliation of the Restoration with the Revolution by the influence of his uncle Prince Amedée de Broglie. His right to a peerage had been recognized, and to his own great surprise, he received in June 1814 a summons from Louis Roman XVIII to the Chamber of Peers there after the 100 Days. He distinguished himself by his courageous defense of Marshal Ney, for whose acquittal he alone of all the peers both spoke and voted after this defiant act of opposition. It was perhaps fortunate that his impending marriage gave him an excuse for leaving the country on the 15th of February 1816. He was married at Leghorn to the daughter of Madame de Staël. He returned to Paris at the end of the year, but took no part in politics until the elections of September 1817 broke the power of the ultra-royalists and substituted for the Chamber intriumphable a moderate Assembly. De Broglie's political attitude during the years that followed is best summed up in his own words. From 1812 to 1822, all the efforts of men of sense and character were directed to reconciling the Restoration and the Revolution, the old regime and the new France. From 1822 to 1827, all their efforts were directed to resisting the growing power of the counter-revolution. From 1827 to 1830, all their efforts aimed at moderating and regulating the reaction in a contrary sense. During the last critical years of Charles Roman X's reign, de Broglie identified himself with the doctrinaires, among whom Royer, Collard, and Guizot were the most prominent. The July Revolution placed him in a difficult position. He knew nothing of the intrigues which placed Louis-Philippe on the throne, but the revolution once accomplished, he was ready to uphold the fait accompli with characteristic loyalty, and on the 9th of August took office in the new government as Minister of Public Worship and Education. As he had foreseen, the ministry was short-lived, and on the 2nd of November he was once more out of office. During the critical time that followed, he consistently supported the principles which triumphed with the fall of Lafayette and the accession to power of Casimir Peria in March 1832, after the death of the latter, and the insurrection of June 1832. De Broglie took office once more as Minister for Foreign Affairs. October 11th, his tenure of the Foreign Office was coincident with a very critical period in international relations. But for the sympathy of Great Britain under Palmerston, the July monarchy would have been completely isolated in Europe, and this sympathy, the aggressive policy of France in Belgium and on the Mediterranean coast of Africa, had been in danger of alienating. The Belgian crisis had been settled so far as the two powers were concerned before de Broglie took office, but the concerted military and naval action for the coercion of the Dutch, which led to the French occupation of Antwerp, was carried out under his auspices. The understanding of which this was the symbol characterized also the relations of de Broglie and Palmerston during the crisis of the First War of Mehemet Ali Roman V with the Porte, and in the affairs of the Spanish Peninsula. Their common sympathy with constitutional liberty led to an agreement for common action, which took shape in the Treaty of Alliance between Great Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal, signed at London on the 22nd of April 1834. De Broglie had retired from office in the March preceding and did not return to power till March of the following year, when he became head of the cabinet in 1836. The government having been defeated on a proposal to reduce the 5%, he once more resigned and never returned to official life. He had remained in power long enough to prove what honesty of purpose, experience of affairs, and common sense can accomplish when allied with authority. The debt that France and Europe owed him may be measured by comparing the results of his policy with that of his successors under not dissimilar circumstances. He had found France isolated and Europe full of the rumors of war. He left her strong in the English alliance, and the respect of liberal Europe, and Europe freed from the restless apprehensions which were to be stirred into life again by the attitude of Thiers in the Eastern question, and of Guizot in the affair of the Spanish marriages. From 1836 to 1848, de Broglie held almost completely aloof from politics, to which his scholarly temperament little inclined him, a disinclination strengthened by the death of his wife on the 22nd of September 1838. His friendship for Guizot, however, induced him to accept a temporary mission in 1845, and in 1847 to go as French ambassador to London. The Revolution of 1848 was a great blow to him, for he realized that it meant the final ruin of the liberal monarchy. In his view, the political system best suited to France. He took his seat, however, in the Republican National Assembly, and in the Convention of 1848, and as a member of the section known as the Burgraves did his best to stem the tide of socialism, and to avert the reaction in favor of autocracy, which he foresaw he shared with his colleagues. The indignity of the coup d'etat of the 2nd of December 1851 remained for the remainder of his life one of the bitterest enemies of the imperial regime, though he was heard to remark with that caustic wit for which he was famous that the empire was the government which the poorer classes in France desired, and the rich deserved. The last 20 years of his life were devoted chiefly to philosophical and literary pursuits, having been brought up by his stepfather in the skeptical opinions of the time. He gradually arrived at a sincere belief in the Christian religion. "I shall die," said he, "a penitent Christian and an impenitent liberal." His literary works, though few of them have been published, were rewarded in 1856 by a seat in the French Academy, and he was also a member of another branch of the French Institute, the Academy of Moral and Political Science. In the labors of those learned bodies he took an active and assiduous part. He died on the 25th of January 1870. Besides his souvenirs in 4 vols Paris, 18,851,888, the Duc de Broglie left numerous works of which only some have been published. Of these may be mentioned Écrits et Discours, 3 vols Paris, 1863, Le Libre Échine et l'Impôt Paris, 1879, Vues sur le Gouvernement de la France Paris, 1861. This last was confiscated before publication by the imperial government. See Gazette Le Duc de Broglie Paris, 1870, and Memoirs Paris, 18,580,1867, and the histories of Thureau d'Enghien and Duvergier de Horan. Jacques Victor Albert Duc de Broglie, 18,211,901. His eldest son was born at Paris on the 13th of June 1821. After a brief diplomatic career at Madrid and Rome, the Revolution of 1848 caused him to withdraw from public life and devote himself to literature. He had already published a translation of the religious system of Leibniz, 1846. He now at once made his mark by his contributions to the Revue des Deux Mondes and the Orléanist and clerical organ Le Correspondant, which were afterwards collected under the titles of Études morales et littéraires, 1853, and Questions de religion et d'histoire, 1860. These were supplemented in 1869 by a volume of Nouvelles Études, Littérature et de morale, his l'Église et l'Empire romain au siècle, 18,561,866, brought him the succession to Lacordaire's seat in the Academy in 1862. In 1870, he succeeded his father in the dukedom, having previously been known as the Prince de Broglie. In the following year, he was elected to the National Roman 5p Assembly for the Department of the Jura, and a few days later, on the 19th of February, was appointed ambassador in London. But in March 1872, in consequence of criticisms upon his negotiations concerning the commercial treaties between England and France, he resigned his post and took his seat in the National Assembly, where he became the leading spirit of the monarchical campaign against Thiers. On the replacement of the latter by Marshal MacMahon, the Duc de Broglie became President of the Council and Minister for Foreign Affairs, May 1873. But in the reconstruction of the ministry, on the 26th of November, after the passing of the Septennate, transferred himself to the Ministry of the Interior. His tenure of office was marked by an extreme conservatism, which roused the bitter hatred of the Republicans, while he alienated the Legitimist party by his friendly relations with the Bonapartists, and the Bonapartists by an attempt to effect a compromise between the rival claimants to the monarchy. The result was the fall of the cabinet on the 16th of May 1874. 3 years later, on the 16th of May 1877, he was entrusted with the formation of a new cabinet with the object of appealing to the country and securing a new chamber more favorable to the reactionaries than its predecessor had been. The result, however, was a decisive Republican majority. The Duc de Broglie was defeated in his own district and resigned office on the 20th of November, not being re-elected in 1885. He abandoned politics and reverted to his historical work, publishing a series of historical studies and biographies written in a most pleasing style, and especially valuable for their extensive documentation. He died in Paris on the 19th of January, 1901. Besides editing the Souvenirs of his father 1886 Roman 100, the Memoirs of Talleyrand 1891 Roman 100, and the Letters of the Duchess Albertine de Broglie 1896 he published Le Secret du Roi Correspondance Secrète de Louis Roman 15 avec ses agents diplomatiques 17,521,774, 1878, Frederick Roman II et Marie-Thérèse 1883, Frederick Roman II et Louis Roman 15 1885 Marie-Thérèse Impératrice 1888, Le Père Lacordaire 1889 Maurice de Saxe et le Marquis d'Argenson 1891, La Paix d'Aix-la-Chapelle 1892, l'Alliance Autrichienne 1895, La Mission de Roman 1000 de Gontot, Bayern à Berlin 1896, Voltaire avant et pendant la guerre de Sept Ans 1898, Saint Ambroise, translated by Margaret Maitland, in the Series of the Saints 1899. Brogue 1, a rough shoe of raw leather from the Gael Brog, a shoe worn in the wilder parts of Ireland, and the Scottish Highlands 2, a dialectical accent or pronunciation of uncertain origin, especially used of the Irish accent in speaking English. Rohan Augustine Suzanne 18,071,887, French actress, was born in Paris. On the 22nd of January 1807, she entered the Conservatoire at the age of 11 and took the second prize for comedy in 1820, and the first in 1821. She served her apprenticeship in the provinces, making her first Paris appearance at the Odeon in 1832 as Dorine in Tartuffe. Her success there and elsewhere brought her a summons to the Comédie Française, where she made her debut on the 15th of February 1834 as Madelon in Les Précieuses Ridicules and Suzanne in Le Mariage de Figaro. She retired in 1842 and died on the 16th of August 1887. Her elder daughter Josephine Félicite Augustine Brohan 18,240,1893 was admitted to the Conservatoire when very young, twice taking the second prize for comedy, the soubrette part entrusted for more than 150 years at the Comédie Française to a succession of artists of the first rank, was at the moment without a representative, and Mdile Augustine Brohan made her debut there on the 19th of May 1841 as Dor Tartuffe and lies in Rivaux Duxmimes. She was immediately admitted pensionaire, and at the end of 18 months, unanimously elected sociétaire. She soon became a great favorite not only in the plays of Molière and de Rignard, but also in those of Marivaux. On her retirement from the stage in 1866, she made an unhappy marriage with Edmond David de Geest, Roman 500 secretary to the Belgian legation in Paris. Suzanne Brohan's second daughter, Emily Madeleine Brohan, 18,330,1900, also took first prize for comedy at the Conservatoire 1850. She was engaged at once by the Comédie Française, but instead of making her debut in some play of the repertoire of the theatre, the management put on for her benefit a new comedy by Scribe and Legouve les Contes de la Reine de Navarre, in which she created the part of Marguerite. On the 1st of September 1850, her talents and beauty made her a success from the first, and in less than 2 years from her debut, she was elected sociétaire. In 1853, she married Mario Uchard, from whom she was soon separated, and in 1858, she returned to the Comédie Française in leading parts until her retirement in 1886. Her name is associated with a great number of plays besides those in the classical repertoire, notably Le Monde, Hollande Senui, Par droit de conquête, Les Dieux Vieux, and Le Lion Amoureux, in which as the Marquise de Maupas, she had one of her greatest successes. Broke or Brooke Arthur, Roman 500 English author, wrote the first English version of the story of Romeo and Juliet. The Tragical History of Romeus and Juliet 1562 is a rhymed account of the story taken not directly from Bandello's collection of novels 1554, but from the French translation Histoires tragiques of Pierre Boisteau or Boisteau, surnamed Launay, and François de Belleforest Broke. Add some detail to the story as told by Boisteau, as the poem contains many scenes which are not known to exist elsewhere, but which were adopted by Shakespeare in Romeo and Juliet. There is no reasonable doubt that it may be regarded as the main source of the play. Broke perished by shipwreck in 1563 on his way from Newhaven to join the English troops fighting on the Huguenot side in France. The genesis of the Juliet story and a close comparison of Shakespeare's play with Broke's version are to be found in a reprint of the poem and of William Paynter's prose translation from the Palace of Pleasure edited by Mr. P. A. Daniel for the New Shakespeare Society, 1875. Broke Sir Philip Bowes Veerbart, 17,761,840, one British Rear Admiral, was born at Broke Hall near Ipswich on the 9th of September 1776, a member of an old Suffolk family entering the Navy in June 1792. He saw active service in the Mediterranean from 1793 to 1795 and was with the British fleet at the Battle of Cape St. Vincent, 1797. In 1798, he was present at the defeat and capture of the French squadron off the north coast of Ireland from 1799 to 1801. He served with the North Sea Fleet, and in the latter year was made captain unemployed for the next 4 years. He commanded in 1805 a frigate in the English and Irish Channels in 1806. He was appointed to the command of the Shannon 38-gun frigate, remaining afloat principally in the Bay of Biscay till 1811. The Shannon was then ordered to Halifax, Nova Scotia, free. After the declaration of war between Great Britain and the United States in 1812, the frigate saw no important service, though she captured several prizes. Broke utilized this period of comparative inactivity to train his men thoroughly. He paid particular attention to gunnery, and the Shannon ere long gained a unique reputation for excellence of shooting. Broke's opportunity came in 1813, in May of that year. The Shannon was cruising off Boston watching the Chesapeake, an American frigate of the same nominal force, but heavier armament. On the 1st of June, Broke, finding his water supply getting low, wrote to Lawrence, the commander of the Chesapeake, asking for a meeting between the two ships, stating the Shannon's force, and guaranteeing that no other British ship should take part in the engagement before this letter could be delivered. However, the Chesapeake, under full sail, ran out of Boston harbor. Crowds of pleasure boats accompanying her to witness the engagement. Broke briefly addressed his men. "Don't cheer," he concluded. "Go quietly to your quarters. I feel sure you will all do your duty." As the Chesapeake rounded to on the Shannon's weather quarter, at a distance of about 50 yards, the British frigate received her with a broadside. 100 of the Chesapeake's crew was struck down at once. Lawrence himself, being mortally wounded. A second broadside, equally well aimed, increased the confusion, and artillery being shot away, the American frigate drifted foul of the Shannon. Broke sprang on board, with some 60 of his men following him. After a brief struggle, Roman 5th fight was over within 15 minutes of the firing of the first shot. The Chesapeake struck her flag, but Broke himself was seriously wounded. For his services, he was rewarded with a baronetcy, and subsequently was made a K. Roman 100B. His exploit captivated the public fancy, and his popular title of Brave Broke gives the standard by which his action was judged. Its true significance, however, lies deeper. Broke's victory was due not so much to courage as to forethought. The Shannon, said Admiral Jurien de la Gravière, captured the Chesapeake on the 1st of June, 1813, but on the 14th of September, 1806, when he took command of his frigate, Captain Broke had begun to prepare the glorious termination to this bloody affair. Broke's wound incapacitated him from further service, and for the rest of his life caused him serious suffering. He died in London on the 2nd of January, 1841. Broken Hill, a silver-mining town of Yanquina County, New South Wales, Australia. 925 Roman 1000 directly W by N of Sydney, and connected with Adelaide by rail. Pop 1901 27,518. One of the neighboring mines, the proprietary is the richest in the world. Gold is associated with the silver. Large quantities of lead, good copper, lodes, zinc, and tin are also found. The problem of the profitable treatment of the sulfide ores has been practically solved here. In addition, Broken Hill is the center of one of the largest pastoral districts in Australia. The town is the seat of the Roman Catholic Bishop of Wilcannia. Broker, according to the New English Dictionary, from Lat braca spit spike bracere, to brochenauthor eng form of the same word, hence, ofr vender a broch, to retail, for example, wine from the tap, and thus the general sense of dealing. See also for a discussion of the etymology and early history of the use of the word. J.R. Dews, Passo's Law of Stockbrokers, Chap Roman 1, New York, 1905. In the primary sense of the word, A broker is a mercantile agent of the class known as general agents, whose office is to bring together intending buyers and sellers and make a contract between them for a remuneration called brokerage or commission. For example, cotton brokers, wool brokers, or produce brokers. Originally, the only contracts negotiated by brokers were for the sale or purchase of commodities, but the word in its present use includes other classes of mercantile agents, such as stockbrokers, insurance brokers, shipbrokers, or billbrokers. Pawnbrokers are not brokers in any proper sense of the word. They deal as principals and do not act as agents. In discussing the chief questions of modern legal interest in connection with brokers, we shall deal with them firstly in the original sense of agents for the purchase and sale of goods. Relations between broker and principal. A broker has not like a factor possession of his principal's goods, and unless expressly authorized, cannot buy or sell in his own name. His business is to bring into privity of contract his principal and the third party. When the contract is made, ordinarily he drops out altogether. Brokers very frequently act as factors also, but when they do so, their rights and duties as factors must be distinguished from their rights and duties as brokers. It is a broker's duty to carry out his principal's instructions with diligent skill and perfect good faith. He must see that the terms of the bargain accord with his principal's orders from a commercial point of view. For example, as to quality, quantity, and price, he must ensure that the contract of sale effected by him be legally enforceable by his principal against the third party, and he must not accept any commission from the third party or put himself in any position in which his own interest may become opposed to his principal's. As soon as he has made the contract which he was employed to make, in most respects his duty to and his authority from his principal alike cease, and consequently the law of brokers relates principally to the formation of contracts by them. The most important formality in English law in making contracts for the sale of goods, with which a broker must comply in order to make the contract legally enforceable by his principal against the third party, is contained in Section 4 of the Sale of Goods Act 1893, which in substance, reenacting Section 17 of the Statute of Frauds, provides as follows: a contract for the sale of any goods of the value of £10 or upwards shall not be enforceable by action unless the buyer shall accept part of the goods as sold and actually receive the same, or give something in earnest to bind the contract, or in part payment, or unless some note or memorandum in writing of the contract be made and signed by the party to be charged or his agent in that behalf. From the reign of James Roman I till 1884, brokers in London were admitted and licensed by the corporation and regulated by statute, and it was common to employ one broker only, who acted as intermediary between and was the agent of both buyer and seller. When the Statute of Frauds was passed in the reign of Charles Roman II, it became the practice for the broker acting for both parties to insert in a formal book kept for the purpose a memorandum of each contract effected by him, and to sign such memorandum on behalf of both parties, in order that there might be a written memorandum of the contract of sale signed by the agent of the parties, as required by the statute. He would then send to the buyer a copy of this memorandum called the bought note, and to the seller a sold note, which would run as follows: I have this day bought for you from a B or my principal. Signed, M. Broker. I have this day sold for you to a B or my principal. Signed, M. Broker. There was in the earlier part of the 19th century considerable discussion in the courts as to whether the entry in a broker's book or the bought and sold notes singly or together constituted the statutory memorandum, and judicial opinion was not unanimous on the point. But at the present day, brokers are no longer regulated by statute either in London or elsewhere, and keep no formal book, and as an entry made in a private book kept by the broker for another purpose, even if signed, would probably not be regarded as a memorandum signed by the agent of the parties. In that behalf the old discussion is now of little practical interest. Under modern conditions of business, the written memorandum of the contract of sale effected by the broker is usually to be found in a contract note, but the question whether in the particular circumstances of each case the contract note affords a sufficient memorandum in writing depends upon a variety of considerations, whether the transaction is effected through one or through two brokers, whether the contract notes are rendered by one broker only or by both, and if the latter, whether exchanged between the brokers or rendered by each broker to his own client. For under present practice, any one of these methods may obtain according to the trade in which the transaction is effected and the nature of the particular transaction. Where one and the same broker is employed by both seller and buyer, bought and sold notes rendered in the old form provide the necessary memorandum of the contract. Where two brokers are employed, one by the seller and one by the buyer, sometimes one drops out as soon as the terms are negotiated, and the other makes out signs and sends to the parties the bought and sold notes. The latter then becomes the agent of both parties for the purpose of signing the statutory memorandum, and the position is the same as if one broker only had been employed. On the other hand, if one broker does not drop out of the transaction, each broker remains to the end the agent of his own principal only, and neither becomes the agent of the other party for the purpose of signing the memorandum. In such a case, it is the usual practice for the buyer's broker to send to the seller's broker a note of the contract: I, acting on account of a B, or of my principal, have this day bought from you, acting on account of Roman 100 Roman 500, or of your principaland, to receive a corresponding note from the seller's broker. Thus each of the parties receives through his own agent a memorandum signed by the other party's agent. These contract notes are usually known as and serve the purpose of bought and sold notes. In all the above three cases, the broker's duty of compliance with all formalities necessary to make the contract of sale legally enforceable is performed. Roman 5. And both parties obtain a written memorandum of the contract upon which they can sue. The broker, on performing his duty in accordance with the terms upon which he is employed, is entitled to be paid his brokerage. This usually takes the form of a percentage varying according to the nature and conditions of the business upon the total price of the goods bought or sold through him. When he guarantees the solvency of the other party, he is said to be employed upon del creditor terms and is entitled to a higher rate of remuneration. In some trades, it is the custom for the selling broker to receive payment from the buyer or his broker, and in such case it is his duty to account to his principal for the purchase money. A broker who properly expends money or incurs liability on his principal's behalf in the course of his employment is entitled to be reimbursed the money and indemnified against the liability, not having like a factor possession of the goods. A broker has no lien by which to enforce his rights against his principal. If he fails to perform his duty, he loses his right to remuneration, reimbursement, and indemnity, and further becomes liable to an action for damages for breach of his contract of employment at the suit of his principal. Relations between broker and third party. A broker who signs a contract note as broker on behalf of a principal, whether named or not, is not personally liable on the contract to the third party, but if he makes the contract in such a way as to make himself a party to it, the third party may sue either the broker or his principal, subject to the limitation that the third party, by his election to treat one as the party to the contract, may preclude himself from suing the other. In this respect, the ordinary rules of the law of agency apply to a broker. Generally, a broker has not authority to receive payment, but in trades in which it is customary for him to do so, if the buyer pays the seller's broker and is then sued by the seller for the price by reason of the broker having become insolvent or absconded, he may set up the payment to the broker as a defense to the action by the broker's principal. Brokers may render themselves liable for damages in tort for the conversion of the goods at the suit of the true owner if they negotiate a sale of the goods for a selling principal who has no title to the goods. The influence of exchanges, the relations between brokers and their principals, and also between brokers and third parties, as above defined, have been to some extent modified in practice by the institution since the middle of the 19th century in important commercial centers of exchanges, where persons interested in a particular trade, whether as merchants or as brokers, meet for the transaction of business by the contract of membership of the association in whose hands is vested the control of the exchange. Every person, on becoming a member, agrees to be bound by the rules of the association, and to make his contracts on the market in accordance with them. A governing body or committee, elected by the members, enforces observance of the rules, and members who fail to meet their engagements on the market or to conform to the rules are liable to suspension or expulsion by the committee. All disputes between members on their contracts are submitted to an arbitration tribunal composed of members, and the arbitrators, in deciding the questions submitted to them, are guided by the rules. A printed book of rules is available for reference, and various printed forms of contract, suited to the various requirements of the business, are specified by the rules and supplied by the association for the use of members in order to simplify the settlement of accounts between members, particularly in respect of futures. Roman 1e contracts for future delivery. A weekly or other periodical settlement is effected by means of a clearinghouse, each member paying or receiving in respect of all his contracts, which are still open, the balance of his weekly differences. Roman 1e the difference between the contract price and the market price fixed for the settlement, or between the last and the present settlement prices. As all contracts on the market are made subject to the rules, it follows that so far as the rules alter the rights and liabilities attached by law, the ordinary law is modified. The most important modification in the position of brokers affected by membership of such an exchange is due to the rule that as between themselves all members are principals. On the market, no agents are recognized. A broker employed by a non-member to buy for him on the market is treated by the rules as buying for himself, and is therefore personally liable on the contract. If it be a contract in futures, he is required to conform to the weekly settlement rules. If his principal fails to take delivery, the engagement is his, and he is required to make good to the member who sold to him any difference between the contract and market price at the date of delivery. But whilst this practice alters directly the relations of the broker to the third party, it also affects or tends to affect indirectly the relations of the broker to his own principal. The terms of the contract of employment being a matter of negotiation and agreement between them, it is open to a broker if he chooses to stipulate for particular terms, and it is the usual practice of exchanges to supply printed contract forms for the use of members in their dealings with non-members who employ them as brokers, containing a stipulation that the contract is made subject to the rules of the exchange, and frequently also a clause that the contract is made with the broker as principal. In addition to these express terms, there is in the contract of employment the term implied by law in all trade contracts, that the parties consent to be bound by such trade usages as are consistent with the express terms of the contract, and reasonable. On executing an order, the broker sends to his client a contract note, either in the form of the old bought and sold notes, "I have this day bought sold for you," or when the principal clause is inserted, "I have this day sold to bought from you." These are not bought and sold notes proper, for the broker is not the agent of the third party for the purpose of signing them as statutory memoranda of the sale, but they purport to record the terms of the contract of employment, and the principal may treat himself as bound by their provisions. Sometimes they are accompanied by a detachable form known as the client's return contract note, to be filled in, signed, and returned by the client, but even the client's return contract note is retained by the client's own broker, and is only a memorandum of the terms of employment. The following is a form of contract note rendered by a broker to his client for American cotton bought on the Liverpool Cotton Exchange for future delivery. The client's contract note is attached to it and is in precisely corresponding form. American cotton delivery contract note. Liverpool, Roman 1000. Dear Sirs, we have this day from you lb American cotton, net weight to be contained in American bales, more or less, to be delivered in Liverpool during on the basis of per lb, for on the terms of the rules, bylaws, and clearing house regulations of the Liverpool Cotton Association, Limited, whether endorsed hereon or not. The contract of which this is a note is made between ourselves and yourselves, and not by or with any person, whether disclosed or not, on whose instructions or for whose benefit the same may have been entered into yours faithfully. The contract, of which the above is a note, was made on the date specified within the business hours fixed by the Liverpool Cotton Association Limited. Send to us. Please confirm by signing and returning the contract attached. The above form of contract note illustrates the tendency of exchanges to alter the relations between the broker and his principal, the object of inserting in the printed form the provision that the contract is made subject to the rules of the Roman 5p Liverpool Cotton Association, is to make those rules binding upon the principal, and if he employs his broker upon the basis of the printed form, he does bind himself to any modification of the relations between himself and his broker, which those rules may affect the object of the principal clause in the above and similar printed forms, is apparently to entitle the broker to sell to or buy from his principal on his own account, and not as agent at all, thus disregarding the duty incumbent upon him as broker of making for his principal a contract with a third party. It is not possible, except very generally, to state how far exchanges have succeeded in imposing their own rules and usages on non-members, but it is probably correct to say that in most cases, if the question came before the courts, the outside client would be held to have accepted the rules of the exchange so far as they did not alter the fundamental duties to him of his broker. On the other hand, provisions purporting to entitle the broker in disregard of his duties as broker himself to act as principal would be rejected by the courts as radically inconsistent with the primary object of the contract of brokerage and therefore meaningless. But it is undoubtedly too often the practice of brokers who are members of exchanges to consider themselves entitled to act as principals and sell on their own account to their own clients. Particularly in futures, the causes of this opinion, erroneously though quite honestly held, are probably to be looked for, partly in the habit of acting as principal on the market, in accordance with the rules, partly in the forms of contract notes, containing principal clauses which they send to their clients, and perhaps also in the occasional difficulty of effecting actual contracts on the market at the time when they are instructed so to do. A stockbroker is a broker who contracts for the sale of stocks and shares. Stockbrokers differ from brokers proper chiefly in that stocks and shares are not goods, and the requirement of a memorandum in writing enacted by the Sale of Goods Act 1893 does not apply. Hence, actions may be brought by the principals to a contract for the sale of stocks and shares, although no memorandum in writing exists. For instance, the jobber, on failing to recover from the buyer's broker the price of shares sold by reason of the broker having failed and been declared a defaulter, may sue the buyer whose name was passed by the broker. The employment of a stockbroker is subject to the rules and customs of the stock exchange, in accordance with the principles discussed above, which apply to the employment of brokers proper. A custom which is illegal, such as the stock exchange practice of disregarding Lehman's Act 1867, which enacts that contracts for the sale of joint stock bank shares shall be void, unless the registered numbers of the shares are stated therein, is not binding on the client to the extent of making the contract of sale valid. But if a client choose to instruct his broker to buy bank shares in accordance with that practice, the broker is entitled to be indemnified by his client for money which he pays on his behalf, even though the contract of sale so made is unenforceable. For further information, the reader is referred to the article Stock Exchange and to the treatises on stock exchange law. An insurance broker is an agent whose business is to effect policies of marine insurance. He is employed by the person who has an interest to insure, pays the premiums to the underwriter, takes up the policy, and receives from the underwriter payment in the event of a loss under the policy. By the custom of the trade, the underwriter looks solely to the broker for payment of premiums, and has no right of action against the assured. And on the other hand, the broker is paid his commission by the underwriter. Although he is employed by the assured, usually the broker keeps a current account with the underwriter, and premiums and losses are dealt with in account. It is only in the event of the underwriter refusing to pay on a loss that the broker drops out, and the assured sues the underwriter. Direct agents who effect life, fire, or other policies are not known as insurance brokers. Shipbrokers are firstly commission agents, and secondly very often also ships managers. Their office is to act as agents for owners of ships, to procure purchasers for ships or ships for intending purchasers in precisely the same manner as house agents act in respect of houses. They also act as agents for ship owners in finding charterers for their ships, or for charterers in finding ships available for charter, and in either case, they affect the charter party sea affreightment. Chartering brokers are customarily paid by the ship owner when the charter party is affected, whether originally employed by him or by the charterer. Charter parties affected through brokers often contain a provision on estimated amount of freight to be paid to a B broker on the signing of this charter party, and the ship to be consigned to him for ship's business at the port of X. Inserting the name of the port where a B carries on business, the broker cannot sue on the charter party contract because he is not a party to it, but the insertion of the clause practically prevents his right from being disputed by the ship owner. When the broker does the ship's business in port, it is his duty to clear her at the customs and generally to act as ship's husband. A billbroker was originally an agent who for a commission procured for country bankers the discounting of their bills in London, but the practice arose of the broker guaranteeing the London banker or financier. And finally, the brokers ceased to deposit with the London bankers the bills they received, and at the present day, billbroker as a rule buys bills on his own account at a discount, borrows money on his own account, and upon his own security at interest, and makes his profit out of the difference between the discount and the interest. When acting thus, the billbroker is not a broker at all, as he deals as principal and does not act as agent. Authorities' story commentaries on the law of agency, Boston 1882, Broadhurst Law and Practice of the Stock Exchange, London 1897, Gow Handbook of Marine Insurance, London 1900, Arnaud, on Marine Insurance, edited by Messrs. Hart-Symee 1901, J.R. Dews, Passo's Law of Stockbrokers and Stock Exchanges, New York 1905. Roman 50 F.S. Bromberg, a town of Germany in the Prussian province of Posen, 32 Roman 1000, by rail WNW, from the fortress of Thorn, 7 Roman 1000 W, from the bank of the Vistula, and at the center of an important network of railways, connecting it with the strategical points on the Prusso-Russian frontier. Pop. 1900 52,080, 1905 54,229. Its public buildings comprise 2 Roman Catholic and 3 Protestant churches, a Jewish synagogue, a seminary, high-grade schools, and a theater. The town also possesses a bronze statue of the Emperor William Roman I, a monument of the War of 187,071, and a statue of Benkenhoff, the constructor of the Bromberg Canal. This engineering work, constructed in 17,730,1774, by command of Frederick Roman II, connects the Brach with the Netzsee, and thus establishes communication between the Vistula, the Oder, and the Elbe. The principal industrial works are iron foundries and machine shops, paper factories, and flour mills. The town has moreover an active trade in agricultural and other products. In view of its strategical position, a large garrison is concentrated in and about the town. Bromberg is mentioned as early as 1252. It fell soon afterwards into the hands of the Poles, from whom it was taken in 1327 by the Teutonic Order, which held it till 1343, when the Poles recaptured it, destroyed in the course of these struggles. It was restored by Casimir of Poland in 1346, and down to the close of the 16th century, it continued to be a flourishing commercial city. It afterwards suffered so much from war and pestilence that about 1772, when the Prussians took possession, it contained only from 500 to 600 inhabitants. By the Treaty of Tilsit, it was transferred to the Duchy of Warsaw in 1813. It was occupied by the Russians, and in 1815 was restored to Prussia. Rome. Alexander, 16,201,666, English poet, was by profession an attorney, and was the author of many drinking songs and of satirical verses in favor of the royalists, and against the rump. He published, in 1661, songs and other poems containing songs on various subjects, followed by a series of political songs, ballads, epistles, elegies, and epitaphs, epigrams, and translations. Isaac Walton wrote an introductory eclogue for this volume in praise of the writer, and his gaiety and wit won for him the title of the English Anacreon in Edward Phillips' Theatrum Poetarum Brome, published in 1666, a translation of Horace by himself and others, and was the author of a comedy entitled The Cunning Lovers, 1654. He also edited 2 volumes of Richard Brome's plays. Brome Richard Roman 500 English dramatist was originally a servant of Ben Jonson, and owed much to his master the development of his plots, the strongly marked characters, and the amount of curious information to be found in his work. All show Jonson's influence the relation of master and servant developed into friendship, and our knowledge of Brome's personal character is chiefly drawn from Ben Jonson's lines to him prefixed to the Northern Lass 1632, the play which made Brome's reputation. Brome's genius lay entirely in comedy. He has left 15 pieces. 5 new plays ed. by Alex Brome 1652, contained couple well-matched, acted 1639 Roman 5 Pinovella, acted 1632 Court Beggar, acted 1632 City Wit the Damoiselle, or the New Ordinary. 5 new plays 1659 included The English Moor, or The Mock Marriage, The Lovesick Court, or The Ambitious Politique Covent Garden, Weeded the New Academy, or The New Exchange, and The Queen and Concubine, The Antipodes, acted 1638 PR 1640, The Sparagus Garden, acted 1635 PR 1640, A Jovial Crew, or The Merry Beggars, acted 1641 PR 1652, revised in 1731 as an opera, and The Queen's Exchange PR 1657 were published separately. He collaborated with Thomas Heywood in The Late Lancashire Witches PR 1634. See Allward History of English Dramatic Literature, Vol. Roman 3 pp. 125,130, 1 1899. The dramatic works of Richard Brome were published in 1873. Fig. 2 Tillandsia usnioides. Fig. 2 Tillandsia usnioides, Spanish, moss slightly reduced, 1 small branch, with flower. 2 flower cut, vertically. 3 section of seed of bromelia. From the Botanical Magazine, by permission of Lovell Reeve Co. Fig. 1 Fruit of the pineapple. Fig. 1 Fruit of the pineapple, Ananas sativa, consisting of numerous flowers and bracts united together, so as to form a collective or anthocarpous fruit. The crown of the pineapple C consists of a series of empty bracts prolonged beyond the fruit. Bromeliaceae in botany, a natural order of monocotyledons confined to tropical and subtropical America. It includes the pineapple fig 1 and the so-called Spanish moss fig 2, a rootless plant, which hangs in long gray lichen-like festoons from the branches of trees, a native of Mexico and the southern United States. The water required for food is absorbed from the moisture in the air by peculiar hairs, which cover the surface of the shoots. The plants are generally herbs with a much shortened stem, bearing a rosette of leaves and a spike or panicle of flowers. They are eminently dry country plants. Xerophytes, the narrow leaves are protected from loss of water by a thick cuticle and have a well-developed sheath, which embraces the stem and forms with the sheaths of the other leaves of the rosette, a basin in which water collects with fragments of rotting leaves, and the like peculiar hairs are developed on the inner surface of the sheath, by which the water and dissolved substances are absorbed, thus helping to feed the plant. The leaf margins are often spiny, and the leaf spines of Puya chilensis are used by the natives as fish hooks. Several species are grown as hothouse plants for the bright color of their flowers or flower bracts, for example species of Tillandsia, Bilbergia ichmea, and others. Bromine symbol Br, atomic weight 79, a chemical element of the halogen group, which takes its name from its pungent, unpleasant smell, a stench. It was first isolated by A.J. Ballard in 1826. From the salts in the waters of the Mediterranean, he established its elementary character, and his researches were amplified by K.J. Loig, 18,030,1890, in Des Brom und sen chemischen Verhältnis, 1829. Bromine does not occur in nature in the uncombined condition, but in combination with various metals is very widely but sparingly distributed. Potassium, sodium, and magnesium bromides are found in mineral waters in river and seawater, and occasionally in marine plants and animals. Its chief commercial sources are the salt deposits at Stassfurt in Prussian Saxony, in which magnesium bromide is found associated with various chlorides, and the brines of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, USA. Small quantities are obtained from the mother liquors of Chile saltpeter and kelp in combination with silver. It is found as the mineral bromargyrite bromite. The chief centers of the bromine industry are Stassfurt and the Central District of Michigan. It is manufactured from the magnesium bromide contained in bittern, the mother liquor of the salt industry, by two processes, the continuous and the periodic. The continuous process depends upon the decomposition of the bromide by chlorine, which is generated in special stills. A regular current of chlorine mixed with steam is let in at the bottom of a tall tower filled with broken bricks, and there meets a descending stream of hot bittern. Bromine is liberated and is swept out of the tower together with some chlorine by the current of steam, and then condensed in a worm. Any uncondensed bromine vapor is absorbed by moist iron borings, and the resulting iron bromide is used for the manufacture of potassium bromide. The periodic process depends on the interaction between manganese dioxide, pyrolusite sulfuric acid, and a bromide, and the operation is carried out in sandstone stills heated to 60 Roman 100, the product being condensed, as in the continuous process, the substitution of potassium chlorate for pyrolusite is recommended when calcium chloride is present in the bittern. The crude bromine is purified by repeated shaking with potassium sodium or ferrous bromide, and subsequent redistillation. Commercial bromine is rarely pure, the chief impurities present in it being chlorine hydrobromic acid and bromoform Roman 1000 Hermann aniline, 1855-95 p. 200, 11 E. Gessner, Bericht 1876-9 p. 1507, removes chlorine by repeated shaking with water followed by distillation over sulfuric acid. Hydrobromic acid is removed by distillation with pure manganese dioxide or mercuric oxide, and the product dried over sulfuric acid. J.S. Stars, in his stoichiometric researches, prepared chemically pure bromine from potassium bromide by converting it into the bromate, which was purified by repeated crystallization. By heating the bromate it was partially converted into the bromide, and the resulting mixture was distilled with sulfuric acid. The distillate was further purified by digestion with milk of lime, precipitation with water, and further digestion with calcium bromide and barium oxide, and was finally redistilled. Characters bromine at ordinary temperatures is a mobile liquid of fine red color, which appears almost black in thick layers. It boils at 59 Roman 100, according to Sir W. Ramsay and S. Young. Bromine, when dried over sulfuric acid, boils at 57 Roman 100, and when dried over phosphorus pentoxide, boils at 58 Roman 100, under a pressure of 755 Roman 2000, forming a deep red vapor, which exerts an irritating and directly poisonous action on the respiratory organs. It solidifies at 21 Roman 100 quink to a dark brown solid. Its specific gravity is 3,4 latent heat of fusion, 16 calories latent heat of vaporization, 45 calories specific heat. The specific heat of bromine vapor at constant pressure is 0, and at constant volume is 0 K. Strecker bromine is soluble in water to the extent of 3 grams of bromine per 100 grams of solution at 15 Roman 100. The solubility being slightly increased by the presence of potassium bromide. The solution is of an oranged color and is quite permanent in the dark, but on exposure to light gradually becomes colorless owing to decomposition into hydrobromic acid and oxygen. By cooling, the aqueous solution hyacinthid octahedra of a crystalline hydrate of composition Br4H2O or Br28H2O are obtained. Bacui's Rusibum Zeitz Chem 1880 82P449. Bromine is readily soluble in chloroform alcohol and ether. Its chemical properties are in general intermediate between those of chlorine and iodine. Thus it requires the presence of a catalytic agent or a fairly high temperature to bring about its union with hydrogen. It does not combine directly with oxygen, nitrogen, or carbon. With the other elements, it unites to form bromides, often with explosive violence. Phosphorus detonates in liquid bromine and inflames in the vapor iron. is occasionally used to absorb bromine vapor. Potassium reacts energetically, but sodium requires to be heated to 200 Roman 100. The chief use of bromine in analytical chemistry is based upon the oxidizing action of bromine water, and bromine water, both bleach organic coloring matters. Roman 5. P. The use of bromine in the extraction of gold. Q. Roman 5 was proposed by R. Wagner Dingler's Journal 218 p. 253, and others, but its cost has restricted its general application. Bromine is used extensively in organic chemistry as a substituting and oxidizing agent, and also for the preparation of addition compounds reactions in which it is used in the liquid form in vapor in solution. And in the presence of the so-called bromine carriers have been studied. Sunlight affects the action of bromine vapor on organic compounds in various ways, sometimes retarding or accelerating the reaction, while in some cases the products are different. J. Schramm Monacheft, Für Chemie 1887 8p. 101. Some reactions which are only possible by the aid of nascent bromine are carried out by using solutions of sodium bromide and bromate with the amount of sulfuric acid calculated according to the equation 5 Na Br 036 H2SO 46 Na HSO 43 H2O6 Br. German patent 26642. The diluents in which bromine is employed are usually ether, chloroform, acetic acid, hydrochloric acid, carbon bisulfide, and water, and less commonly alcohol, potassium bromide, and hydrobromic acid. The excess of bromine being removed by heating by sulfurous acid or by shaking with mercury. The choice of solvent is important for the velocity of the reaction, and the nature of the product may vary according to the solvent used. Thus A. Beer and F. Blom found that on brominating orthocetamidoacetophenone in presence of water or acetic acid, the bromine goes into the benzene nucleus, whilst in chloroform or sulfuric acid, or by use of bromine vapor, it goes into the side chain. As well, the action of bromine is sometimes accelerated by the use of compounds which behave catalytically, the more important of these substances being iodine, iron, ferric, chloride, ferric, bromide, aluminum bromide, and phosphorus. For oxidizing purposes, bromine is generally employed in aqueous and in alkaline solutions, one of its most important applications being by Emil Fischer, Bericht 1889 22 p. 362. In his researches on the sugars, the atomic weight of bromine has been determined by J.S. Stars and Roman 100 Marignac from the analysis of potassium bromide, and of silver bromide. G.P. Baxter Zeit Anorg Chem 190650 p. 389 determined the ratios Ag-Ag-Br and Ag-Cl Ag-Br. Hydrobromic acid. This acid HBr, the only compound of hydrogen and bromine, is in many respects similar to hydrochloric acid, but is rather less stable. It may be prepared by passing hydrogen gas and bromine vapor through a tube containing a heated platinum spiral. It cannot be prepared with any degree of purity by the action of concentrated sulfuric acid on bromides, since secondary reactions take place leading to the liberation of free bromine and formation of sulfur dioxide. The usual method employed for the preparation of the gas consists in dropping bromine on to a mixture of amorphous phosphorus and water. When a violent reaction takes place and the gas is rapidly liberated, it can be obtained also, although in a somewhat impure condition, by the direct action of bromine on various saturated hydrocarbons, for example paraffin wax, while an aqueous solution may be obtained by passing sulfurated hydrogen through bromine water. Alexander Scott, Journal of Chem. Soc. 1977, p. 648, prepares pure hydrobromic acid by covering bromine, which is contained in a large flask, with a layer of water, and passing sulfur dioxide into the water above the surface of the bromine until the whole is of a pale yellow color. The resulting solution is then distilled in a slow current of air, and finally purified by distillation over barium bromide at ordinary temperatures. Hydrobromic acid is a colorless gas which fumes strongly in moist air and has an acid taste and reaction. It can be condensed to a liquid which boils at 64 Roman 100 under a pressure of 738 Roman 2000, and by still further cooling gives colorless crystals which melt at 88 Roman 100. It is readily soluble in water, forming the aqueous acid, which when saturated at 0 has a specific gravity of 1. When boiled, the aqueous acid loses either acid or water, until a solution of constant boiling point is obtained containing 48 of the acid, and boiling at 126 under atmospheric pressure. Should the pressure, however, vary, the strength of the solution boiling at a constant temperature varies. Also, hydrobromic acid is one of the strong acids, being ionized to a very large extent, even in concentrated solution, as shown by the molecular conductivity, increasing by only a small amount over a wide range of dilution. Bromide's hydrobromic acid reacts with metallic oxides, hydroxides, and carbonates to form bromides, which can in many cases be obtained also by the direct union of the metals with bromine. As a class, the metallic bromides are solids at ordinary temperatures, which fuse readily and volatilize on heating. The majority are soluble in water. The chief exceptions being silver bromide, mercurous bromide, palladius bromide, and lead bromide. The last is, however, soluble in hot water. They are decomposed by chlorine, with liberation of bromine and formation of metallic chlorides. Concentrated sulfuric acid also decomposes them, with formation of a metallic sulfate and liberation of bromine and sulfur dioxide. The nonmetallic bromides are usually liquids, which are readily decomposed by water. Hydrobromic acid and its salts can be readily detected by the addition of chlorine water to their aqueous solutions when bromine is liberated, or by warming with concentrated sulfuric acid and manganese dioxide. The same result being obtained. Silver nitrate in the presence of nitric acid gives with bromides a pale yellow precipitate of silver bromide Ag-Br, which is sparingly soluble in ammonia. For their quantitative determination, they are precipitated in nitric acid solution by means of silver nitrate, and the silver bromide well washed, dried, and weighed. No oxides of bromine have as yet been isolated, but 3 oxyacids are known, namely hypobromous acid HBrO-bromous acid HBrO2 and bromic acid HBrO3. Hypobromous acid is obtained by shaking together bromine water and precipitated mercuric oxide, followed by distillation of the dilute solution in vacuo at low temperature, about 40 100. It is a very unstable compound, breaking up on heating into bromine and oxygen. The aqueous solution is light yellow in color and possesses strong bleaching properties. Bromous acid is formed by adding bromine to a saturated solution of silver nitrate. H. Richards, J. Soch Chem, in 1906. 25 p4 bromic acid is obtained by the addition of the calculated amount of sulfuric acid, previously diluted with water, to the barium salt by the action of bromine on the silver salt. In the presence of water, 5 Ag-Br-O3 Br2 3H2O 5 Ag-Br6 HBrO3, or by passing chlorine through a solution of bromine in water. The acid is only known in the form of its aqueous solution. This is, however, very unstable, decomposing on being heated to 100 100 into water. Oxygen and bromine, by reducing agents such, for example, as sulfurated hydrogen and sulfur dioxide, it is rapidly converted into hydrobromic acid. Hydrobromic acid decomposes it according to the equation HBrO5 HBr3H2O3 Br2. Its salts are known as bromates and are, as a general rule, difficultly soluble in water and decomposed by heat with evolution of oxygen. Applications: the salts of bromine are widely used in photography, especially bromide of silver. For antiseptic purposes, it has been prepared as bromum solidificatum, which consists of kieselguhr or similar substance, impregnated with about 75 of its weight of bromine. In medicine, it is largely employed in the form of bromides of potassium, sodium, and ammonium, as well as in combination with alkaloids and other substances. Medicinal use: bromide of potassium is the safest and most generally applicable sedative of the nervous system. Whilst very weak, its action is perfectly balanced throughout all nervous tissue, so much so that Sir Thomas Lauder Brunton has suggested its action to be due to its replacement of sodium chloride, common salt, in the fluids of the nervous system. Hence, bromide of potassium or bromide of sodium, which is possibly somewhat safer still, though not quite so certain in its action, is used as a hypnotic, as the standard anaphrodisiac, as a sedative in mania and all forms of morbid mental excitement. And in hyperesthesia of all kinds, its most striking success is in epilepsy, for which it is the specific remedy. It may be given in doses of from 10 to 50 grains or more, and may be continued without ill effect for long periods in grave cases of epilepsy. Grand mal of the three bromides in common use, the potassium salt is the most rapid and certain in its action, but may depress the heart in morbid states of that organ. In such cases, the sodium saltoff, which the base is inert, may be employed in whooping cough when a sedative is required, but a stimulant is also indicated. Ammonium bromide is often invaluable. The conditions in which bromides are most frequently used are insomnia, epilepsy, whooping cough, delirium tremens, asthma, migraine, laryngismus stridulus. The symptoms often attendant upon the climacteric in women: hysteria, neuralgia, certain nervous disorders of the heart, strychnine poisoning, nymphomania, and spermatoria. Hydrobromic acid is often used to relieve or prevent the headache and singing in the ears that may follow the administration of quinine and of salicylic acid or salicylates. Bromley Sir Thomas, 15,301,587, English Lord Chancellor, was born in Staffordshire in 1530. He was educated at Oxford University and called to the bar at the Middle Temple through family influence, as well as the patronage of Sir Nicholas Bacon. The Lord Keeper, he quickly made progress in his profession. In 1566, he was appointed Recorder of London, and in 1569 he became Solicitor General. He sat in Parliament successively for Bridgnorth, Wigan, and Guildford on the death of Sir Nicholas Bacon. In 1579 he was appointed Lord Chancellor. As an equity judge, he showed great and profound knowledge, and his judgment in Shelley's case, Q. Roman 5, is a landmark in the history of English real property law. He presided over the commission which tried Mary, Queen of Scots, in 1586, but the strain of the trial, coupled with the responsibility which her execution involved upon him, proved too much for his strength, and he died on the 12th of April 1587. He was buried in Westminster Abbey. See Foss, Lives of the Judges; Campbell, Lives of the Lord Chancellors. Bromley, a municipal borough in the Sevenoaks parliamentary division of Kent, England, 1012 Roman 1000 SC by S. of London, by the South Eastern Chatham Railway, Pop 1901, 27,354. It lies on high ground north of the small river Ravensbourne in a well-wooded district, and has become a favorite residential locality for those whose business lies in London. The former palace of the Bishops of Rochester was erected in 1777 in Room Roman 5 Poff, an older structure. The manor belonged to this see as early as the reign of Ethelbert. In the gardens is a chalybeate spring known as St. Blaise's Well, which was in high repute before the Reformation. The Church of St. Peter and St. Paul, mainly perpendicular, retains a Norman font, and other remains of an earlier building. Here is the gravestone of the wife of Dr. Johnson. Bromley College, founded by Bishop Warner in 1666 for 20 poor widows of loyal and orthodox clergymen, has been much enlarged, and 40 widows are in receipt of support. Shepherd College, 1840, is an affiliated foundation for unmarried daughters of these widows. In the vicinity of Bromley Bickley is a similar residential township. Hayes Common is a favorite place of excursion, and at Holwood Hill near Keston are remains of a large encampment known as Caesar's Camp. Bromley was incorporated in 1903 and is governed by a mayor, 6 aldermen, and 18 councillors. Area 4703 acres. Bromlite crystal. Bromlite, a member of the aragonite group of minerals. It consists of an isomorphous mixture of calcium and barium carbonates in various proportions, Ca-Ba-Co-3, and thus differs chemically from barytocalcite Q. Roman 5, which is a double salt of these carbonates in equal molecular proportions. Being isomorphous with aragonite, it crystallizes in the orthorhombic system, but simple crystals are not known. The crystals are invariably complex twins and have the form of doubly terminated pseudohexagonal pyramids like those of witherite, but more acute. The faces are horizontally striated and are divided down their center by a twin suture as represented in the adjoining figure. The examination in polarized light of a transverse section shows that each compound crystal is built up of 6 differently orientated individuals, arranged in 12 segments. The crystals are translucent and white sometimes, with a shade of pink. SPGR3 hardness 4412. The mineral has been found at only 2 localities, both of which are in the north of England, at the Fallowfield Lead Mine near Hexham in Northumberland. It is associated with witherite, and at Bromley Hill near Alston in Cumberland. It occurs in veins with galena. The species was named bromlite by T. Thompson in 1837, and alstonite by a Breathopt in 1841, both of which names derived from the locality have been in common use. Roman 50 J.S. Brompton, a western district of London, England, in the southeast of the metropolitan borough of Kensington. Brompton Road, leading southwest from Knightsbridge, is continued as Old Brompton Road and Richmond Road to join Lilly Road, at which point are the District and West London Railway stations of West Brompton, the Oratory of St. Philip Neri, commonly called Brompton Oratory, close by the Victoria and Albert Museum, the Brompton Consumption Hospital, and the West London or Brompton Cemetery are included in this district, which is mainly occupied by residences of the better class. See Kensington. Bromsgrove, market town, in the Eastern Parliamentary Division of Worcestershire, England. 12 Roman 1000 NNE of Worcester, with a station 1 Roman 1000 from the town on the Bristol-Birmingham line of the Midland Railway. Pop of Urban District 19, 018418. It lies in a pleasant undulating district near the foot of the Lickey Hills, to surmount which the railway towards Birmingham here ascends for 2 Roman 1000, one of the steepest gradients in England. Over such a distance, there remain several picturesque half-timbered houses dating from 1572, and later the Church of St. John is a fine building perpendicular and earlier in date, picturesquely placed on an elevation above the town, with a lofty tower and spire. There are a well-known grammar school, founded by Edward Roman VI, with university scholarships, a college school, a literary institute, and a school of art. Birmingham Sanatorium stands in the parish. Cloth was formerly a staple of trade, but manufactures of nails and buttons are now preeminent, while the River Salwarp works a number of mills in the neighborhood, and near the town are carriage works belonging to the Midland Railway. Bronchiectasis, gr. bronchial tubes, and extension dilatation of the bronchi, a condition occurring in connection with many diseases of the lungs. Bronchitis, both acute and chronic pneumonia and phthisis, acute pneumonia and bronchopneumonia may all leave after them a bronchiectasis whose position is determined by the primary lesion. Other causes acting mechanically are tracheal and bronchial obstruction, as from the pressure of an aneurysm. New growth Roman 100. It used to be considered a disease of middle age, but of late years Dr. Walter Carr has shown that the condition is a fairly common one among debilitated children. After measles, whooping cough Roman 100, the dilatation is commonly cylindrical, more rarely saccular, and it is the medium and smaller sized tubes that are generally affected, except where the cause is mechanical. The affection is usually of one lung only. Emphysema is a very common accompaniment, though at first symptoms somewhat resemble those of bronchitis. Later, they are quite distinctive. Cough is very markedly paroxysmal in character, and though severe is intermittent, the patient being entirely free for many hours at the time. The effect of posture is very marked. If the patient lie on the affected side, he may be free from cough the whole night, but if he turn to the sound side, or if he rises and bends forward, he brings up large quantities of bronchial secretion. The expectoration is characterized by its abundance and manner of expulsion. Where the dilatation is of the saccular variety, it may come up in such quantities, and with so much suddenness as to gush from the mouth. It is very commonly fetid, as it is retained and decomposed. In situ dyspnea and hemoptysis occasionally occur, but are by no means the rule. If pyrexia is present, it is a serious symptom, as it is a sign of septic absorption in the bronchi, and may be the forerunner of gangrene. If gangrene does set in, it will be accompanied by severe attacks of shivering and sweating. Where the disease has lasted long, clubbing of fingers and toes is very common. The diagnosis from putrid bronchitis is usually fairly easily made, but at times it may be a matter of extreme difficulty to distinguish. Between this condition and a tuberculous cavity in the lung, nothing can be done directly to cure this disease, but the patient's condition can be greatly alleviated. Creosote vapor baths are eminently satisfactory. A mechanical treatment, much recommended by some of the German physicians, is that of forced expiration. Bronchitis, the name given to inflammation of the mucous membrane of the bronchial tubes. See respiratory system pathology. Two main varieties are described: specific and nonspecific bronchitis. The bronchitis, which occurs in infectious or specific disorders, as diphtheria, influenza, measles, pneumonia. Roman 100, due to the microorganisms observed in these diseases, is known as specific, whereas that which results from extension from above or from chemical or mechanical irritation is known as nonspecific. It is convenient to describe it, however, under the chemical divisions of acute and chronic bronchitis. Acute bronchitis, like other inflammatory affections of the chest, generally arises as the result of exposure to cold, particularly if accompanied with damp or of sudden change from a heated to a cool atmosphere. The symptoms vary according to the severity of the attack, and more especially according to the extent to which the inflammatory action spreads in the bronchial tubes. The disease usually manifests itself at first in the form of a catarrh or common cold, but the accompanying feverishness and general constitutional disturbance proclaim the attack to be something more severe, and symptoms denoting the onset of bronchitis soon present themselves: a short, painful, dry cough, accompanied with rapid and wheezing respiration, a feeling of rawness and pain in the throat and behind the breastbone, and of oppression or tightness throughout the chest, mark the early stages of the disease. In some cases, from the first symptoms of the form of asthma. Roman 5, known as the bronchitic, are superadded and greatly aggravate the patient's suffering. Roman 5p. After a few days, expectoration begins to come, with the cough at first scanty and viscid or frothy, but soon becoming copious and of purulent character. In general, after free expectoration has been established, the more urgent and painful symptoms abate, and while the cough may persist for a length of time, often extending to 3 or 4 weeks, in the majority of instances convalescence advances, and the patient is ultimately restored to health, although there is not unfrequently left a tendency to a recurrence of the disease on exposure to its exciting causes. When the ear or the stethoscope is applied to the chest of a person suffering from such an attack as that now described, there are heard in the earlier stages snoring or cooing sounds mixed up with others of wheezing or fine whistling quality accompanying respiration. These are denominated dry sounds, and they are occasionally so abundant and distinct as to convey their vibrations to the hand applied to the chest, as well as to be audible to a bystander at some distance. As the disease progresses, these sounds become to a large extent replaced by others of crackling or bubbling character, which are termed moist sounds or ralls. Both these kinds of abnormal sounds are readily explained by a reference to the pathological condition of the parts. One of the first effects of inflammation upon the bronchial mucous membrane is to cause some degree of swelling, which, together with the presence of a tough secretion closely adhering to it, tends to diminish the caliber of the tubes. The respired air, as it passes over this surface, gives rise to the dry or sonorous breath sounds, the coarser being generated in the large, and the finer or wheezing sounds in the small divisions of the bronchi. Before long, however, the discharge from the bronchial mucous membrane becomes more abundant and less glutinous, and accumulates in the tubes till dislodged by coughing. The respired air, as it passes through this fluid, causes the moist ralls above described. In most instances, both moist and dry sounds are heard abundantly in the same case, since different portions of the bronchial tubes are affected at different times in the course of the disease. Such are briefly the main characteristics presented by an ordinary attack of acute bronchitis running a favorable course. The case is, however, very different when the inflammation spreads into, or when it primarily affects, the minute ramifications of the bronchial tubes, which are in immediate relation to the air cells of the lungs, giving rise to that form of the disease known as capillary bronchitis or bronchopneumonia. See respiratory system pathology and pneumonia, When this takes place, all the symptoms already detailed become greatly intensified, and the patient's life is placed in imminent peril in consequence of the interruption to the entrance of air into the lungs, and thus to the due aeration of the blood. The feverishness and restlessness increase, the cough becomes incessant, the respiration extremely rapid, and labored, the nostrils dilating with each effort, and evidence of impending suffocation appears. The surface of the body is pale or dusky, the lips are livid, while breathing becomes increasingly difficult, and is attended with suffocative paroxysms, which render the recumbent posture impossible unless speedy relief is obtained by successful efforts to clear the chest by coughing and expectoration. The patient's strength gives way, somnolence and delirium set in, and death ensues. All this may be brought about in the space of a few days, and such cases, particularly among the very young, sometimes prove fatal within 48 hours. Acute bronchitis must at all times be looked upon as a severe and even serious ailment, but there are certain circumstances under which its occurrence is a matter of special anxiety to the physician. It is preeminently dangerous at the extremes of life, and mortality statistics show it to be one of the most fatal of the diseases of those periods. This is to be explained not only by the well-recognized fact that all acute diseases tell with great severity on the feeble frames alike of infants and aged people, but more particularly by the tendency which bronchitis undoubtedly has in attacking them to assume the capillary form, and when it does so, to prove quickly fatal. The importance, therefore, of early attention to the slightest evidence of bronchitis among the very young or the aged can scarcely be overrated. Bronchitis is also apt to be very severe when it occurs in persons who are addicted to intemperance. Again, in those who suffer from any disease affecting directly or indirectly the respiratory functions, such as consumption or heart disease, the supervention of an attack of acute bronchitis is an alarming complication, increasing as it necessarily does the embarrassment of breathing. The same remark is applicable to those numerous instances of its occurrence in children who are or have been suffering from such diseases as have always associated with them a certain degree of bronchial irritation, such as measles and whooping cough. One other source of danger of a special character in bronchitis remains to be mentioned, viz. Collapse of the lung. Occasionally, a branch of a bronchial tube becomes plugged up with secretion, so that the area of the lung to which this branch conducts ceases to be inflated on inspiration. The small quantity of air imprisoned in the portion of lung gradually escapes, but no fresh air enters, and the part collapses and becomes of solid consistence. Increased difficulty of breathing is the result, and where a large portion of lung is affected by the plugging up of a large bronchus, a fatal result may rapidly follow, the danger being specially great in the case of children. Fortunately, the obstruction may sometimes be removed by vigorous coughing, and relief is then obtained. With respect to the treatment of acute bronchitis in those mild cases, which are more of the nature of a simple catarrh, little else will be found necessary than confinement in a warm room or in bed for a few days, and the use of light diet together with warm diluent drinks. Additional measures are however called for when the disease is more markedly developed. Medicines to allay fever and promote perspiration are highly serviceable in the earlier stages. Later, with the view of soothing the pain of the cough and favoring expectoration, mixtures of tolu with the addition of some opiate, such as the ordinary paregorics, may be advantageously employed. The use of opium, however, in any form should not be resorted to in the case of young children without medical advice, since its action on them is much more potent and less under control than it is in adults. Not a few of the so-called soothing mixtures have been found to contain opium in quantity sufficient to prove dangerous when administered to children, and caution is necessary in using them. From the outset of the attack, the employment of fomentations, or especially a turpentine stoup, gives great relief, and occasionally in the nonspecific form, this treatment combined with a good dose of calomel and salts may render the attack abortive. Some relief is always obtained by inhalations, and theoretically an acute specific bronchitis should be successfully treated by inhalation of antiseptic and soothing remedies. In practice, however, it is found that the strength cannot be sufficiently strong to destroy the bacteria. In the bronchial tubes, however, much relief is obtained from the use of steam atomizers filled with an aqueous solution of compound tincture of benzoin creosote or guaiacol, a still more practicable means of introducing volatile antiseptic oils is the glow nebulizer, which throws oleaginous solutions in the form of a fine fog that can be deeply inhaled. Menthol, eucalyptal, and white pine extract are some of the remedies that may be tried dissolved in benzonal, to which cocaine or opium may be added if the cough is troublesome. When the bronchitis is of the capillary form, the great object is to maintain the patient's strength and to endeavor to secure the expulsion of the morbid secretion from the fine bronchi. In addition to the remedies already alluded to, stimulants are called for from the first, and should the cough be ineffectual in relieving the bronchial tubes, the administration of an emetic dose of sulfate of zinc may produce a good effect. During the whole course of any attack of bronchitis, attention must be paid to the due nourishment of the patient, and during the subsequent convalescence, which particularly in elderly persons is apt to be slow, tonics and stimulants may have to be prescribed. Roman 5p. Chronic bronchitis may arise as the result of repeated attacks of the acute form, or it may exist altogether independently. It occurs more frequently among persons advanced in life than among the young, although no age is exempt from it. The usual history of this form of bronchitis is that of a cough recurring during the colder seasons of the year, and in its earlier stages departing entirely in summer, so that it is frequently called winter cough in many persons subject to it. However, attacks are apt to be excited at any time by very slight causes, such as changes in the weather, and in advanced cases of the disease, the cough is seldom altogether absent. The symptoms and auscultatory signs of chronic bronchitis are on the whole similar to those pertaining to the acute form, except that the febrile disturbance and pain are much less marked. The cough is usually more troublesome in the morning than during the day. There is usually free and copious expectoration, and occasionally this is so abundant as to constitute what is termed bronchoria. Chronic bronchitis leads to alterations of structure in the affected bronchial tubes, their mucous membrane becoming thickened or even ulcerated, while occasionally permanent dilatation of the bronchi takes place, often accompanied with profuse fetid expectoration. In long-standing cases of chronic bronchitis, the nutrition of the lungs becomes impaired, and dilatation of the air tubes, emphysema, and other complications result, giving rise to more or less constant breathlessness. Chronic bronchitis may arise secondarily to some other ailment. This is especially the case in Bright's disease of the kidneys and in heart disease, of both of which maladies it often proves a serious complication. Also in gout and syphilis, the influence of occupation is seen in the frequency in which persons following certain employments suffer from chronic bronchitis. Hurt has shown that the inhalation of vegetable dust is very liable to produce bronchitis through the irritation produced by the dust particles and the growth of organisms carried in with the dust. Consequently, millers and grain-chevelers are especially liable to it, while next in order come weavers and workers in cotton factories. The treatment to be adopted in chronic bronchitis depends upon the severity of the case, the age of the patient, and the presence or absence of complications. Attention to the general health is a matter of prime importance in all cases of the disease, more particularly among persons whose avocations entail exposure, and tonics with cod liver oil will be found highly advantageous. The use of a respirator in very cold or damp weather is a valuable means of protection in those aggravated forms of chronic bronchitis, where the slightest exposure to cold air brings on fresh attacks. It may become necessary, where circumstances permit, to enjoin confinement to a warm room or removal to a more genial climate during the winter months. Bronchotomy, gr. windpipe, and to cut, a medical term used to describe a surgical incision into the throat, now largely superseded by the terms laryngotomy, thyrotomy, and tracheotomy, which indicate more accurately the place of incision. Bronco, usually incorrectly spelt bronco, a Spanish word meaning rough, rude, an unbroken or untamed horse, especially in the United States. a Mustang the word entered America by way of Mexico. Bronsted Peter Olaf, 17,801,842, Danish archaeologist and traveler, was born at Fruering in Jutland on the 17th of November 1780. After studying at the University of Copenhagen, he visited Paris in 1806 with his friend Georges. After remaining there 2 years, they went together to Italy. Both were zealously attached to the study of antiquities, and congeniality of tastes and pursuits induced them in 1810 to join an expedition to Greece, where they excavated the temples of Zeus in Aegina and of Apollo at Bassae in Arcadia. After 3 years of active researches in Greece, Bronsted returned to Copenhagen, where as a reward for his labors, he was appointed professor of Greek in the university. He then began to arrange and prepare for publication the vast materials he had collected during his travels. But finding that Copenhagen did not afford him the desired facilities, he exchanged his professorship for the office of Danish envoy at the papal court in 1818 and took up his abode at Rome in 1820 and 1821. He visited Sicily and the Ionian Isles to collect additional materials for his great work. In 1826, he went to London chiefly with a view of studying the Elgin marbles and other remains of antiquity in the British Museum, and became acquainted with the principal archaeologists of England from 18,280,1832. He resided in Paris to superintend the publication of his travels and then returned to Copenhagen on being appointed director of the Museum of Antiquities and the collection of coins and medals in 1842. He became rector of the university, but a fall from his horse caused his death on the 26th of June. His principal work was the Travels and Archaeological Researches in Greece, in German and French, 18,261,830, of which only 2 volumes were published, dealing with the island of Chios and the metopes of the Parthenon. Brongniart Adolphe Theodore, 18,011,876, French botanist, son of the geologist Alexander Brongniart, was born in Paris on the 14th of January 1801. He soon showed an inclination towards the study of natural science, devoting himself at first more particularly to geology and later to botany, thus equipping himself for what was to be the main occupation of his life, the investigation of fossil plants. In 1826, he graduated as Doctor of Medicine with a dissertation on the Rhamnaceae, but the career which he adopted was botanical, not medical. In 1831, he became assistant to Roman 50 Desfontaines at the Musée d'Histoire Naturelle, and 2 years later succeeded him as professor, a position which he continued to hold until his death in Paris on the 18th of February 1876. Brongniart was an indefatigable investigator and a prolific writer, so that he left behind him, as the fruit of his labors, a large number of books and memoirs. As early as 1822, he published a paper on the classification and distribution of fossil plants, Mem. Mus. Hist. Nat. Roman 8. This was followed by several papers chiefly bearing upon the relation between extinct and existing forms, a line of research, which culminated in the publication of the Histoire des Végétaux Fossiles, which has earned for him the title of Father of Paleobotany. This great work was heralded by a small but most important prodrome contributed to the Grand Dictionnaire d'Hist. Nat. 1828 T. Roman 57, which brought order into chaos by a classification in which the fossil plants were arranged with remarkably correct insight along with their nearest living allies, and which forms the basis of all subsequent progress in this direction. It is of a special botanical interest, because, in accordance with Robert Brown's discoveries, the Cycadae and Coniferae were placed in the new group Phanerogams, Gymnosperms in this book. Attention was also directed to the succession of forms in the various geological periods, with the important result, stated in modern terms, that in the Paleozoic period, the pteridophyta are found to predominate; in the Mesozoic, the gymnosperms; in the Cainozoic, the angiosperms. A result subsequently more fully stated in his Tableau des genres de végétaux fossiles d'Orbigny, Dict Univ d'Hist. Nat. 1849. But the great histoire itself was not destined to be more than a colossal fragment. The publication of successive parts proceeded regularly from 1828 to 1837, when the first volume was completed, but after that only 3 parts of the second volume appeared. Brongniart, no doubt, was overwhelmed with the continually increasing magnitude of the task that he had undertaken apart from his more comprehensive works. His most important paleontological contributions are perhaps his observations on the structure of Sigillaria arch Mus Hist. Nat. Roman 1 1839, and his researches, almost the last he undertook on fossil seeds, of which a full account was published posthumously in 1880. His activity was by no means confined to paleobotany, but extended into all branches of botany, more particularly anatomy and phanerogamic taxonomy. Among his achievements in these directions, the most notable is the Memoire sur la génération et le développement de l'embryon des phanerogams and synat. Roman 12 1827. This is remarkable in that it contains the Roman 5 first account of any value of the development of the pollen, as also a description of the structure of the pollen grain, the confirmation of G. B. Amasis 1823, discovery of the pollentube, the confirmation of R. Brown's views as to the structure of the unimpregnated ovule, with the introduction of the term sac embryonnaire, and in that it shows how nearly Brongniart anticipated Amasis' subsequent 1846 discovery of the entrance of the pollentube into the micropyle, fertilizing the female cell, which then develops into the embryo of his anatomical works. Those of the greatest value are probably the Recherches sur la structure et les fonctions des fuels and synat Roman 21 1830, and the Nouvelles Recherches sur l'épiderme and synat Roman 1 1834, in which, among other important observations, the discovery of the cuticle is recorded, and further, the Recherches sur l'organisation des tigres des cycades and synat Roman 16 1829, giving the results of the first investigation of the anatomy of those plants. His systematic work is represented by a large number of papers and monographs, many of which relate to the flora of New Caledonia, and by his enumeration des genres de plantes cultives au Musée d'Histoire naturelle de Paris, 1843, which is an interesting landmark in the history of classification, in that it forms the starting point of the system modified successively by a Braun or Eichler and a Engler, which is now adopted in Germany. In addition to his scientific and professorial labors, Brongniart held various important official posts in connection with the Department of Education, and interested himself greatly in agricultural and horticultural matters, with J. Roman 5 Audouin and J.B.A. Dumas, his future brother-in-law. He established the Annales des Sciences Naturelles in 1824. He also founded the Société Botanique de France in 1854, and was its first president. For accounts of his life and work, see Bulle de la Société de France, 1876, and La Nature, 1876, the Bulletin de la Société de France, for 1876, Vol. Roman 23, contains a list of his works and the orations pronounced at his funeral. S.H. Roman 5. Brongniart Alexander 17,701,847, French mineralogist and geologist, son of the eminent architect who designed the Bourse and other public buildings of Paris, was born in that city on the 5th of February 1770. At an early age, he studied chemistry under Lavoisier, and after passing through the École des Mines, he took honors at the École de Médecine. Subsequently, he joined the army of the Pyrenees as pharmacien, but having committed some slight political offense, he was thrown into prison and detained there for some time. Soon after his release, he was appointed professor of natural history in the Collège des Quaternations in 1800. He was made director of the Sèvres porcelain factory, a post which he retained to his death, and in which he achieved his greatest work in his hands. Sèvres became the leading porcelain factory in Europe, and the researches of an able band of assistants enabled him to lay the foundations of ceramic chemistry, in addition to his work at Sèvres. Quite enough to engross the entire energy of any ordinary man, he continued his more purely scientific work. He succeeded Hoy as professor of mineralogy in the Museum of Natural History, but he did not confine himself to mineralogy, for it is to him that we owe the division of reptiles into the four orders of saurians, batrachians, chelonians, and ophidians fossil, as well as living animals, engaged his attention. And in his studies of the strata around Paris, he was instrumental in establishing tertiary formations. In 1816, he was elected to the Academy, and in the following year, he visited the Alps of Switzerland and Italy and afterwards Sweden and Norway. The result of his observations was published from time to time in the journal Des Mines and other scientific journals. Wide as was the range of his interests, his most famous work was accomplished at Sevres, and his most enduring monument is his classic trait, Des Arts Céramiques, 1844. He died in Paris on the 7th of October, 1847. His other principal works are Traité élémentaire de minéralogie avec des applications, aux arts 2 vols Paris, 1807, Histoire naturelle des crustacés fossiles Paris, 1822, Classification et caractères minéralogiques des roches homogènes et hétérogènes Paris, 1827, The tableau des terrains qui composent l'écorce du globe aussi sur la structure de la partie connue de la Terre Paris, 1829, and the Trait des Arts Céramiques, 1844. Brongniart was also the coadjutor of Cuvier in the admirable Essai sur la géographie minéralogique des environs de Paris, Paris, 1811, originally published in An Muse Hist. Nat. Paris, Roman 11. Braun Heinrich Georg, 18,1862, German geologist, was born on the 3rd of March, 1800, at Ziegelhausen near Heidelberg, studying at the University at Heidelberg. He took his doctor's degree in the Faculty of Medicine in 1821, and in the following year was appointed professor of natural history. He now devoted himself to paleontological studies and to fieldwork in various parts of Germany, Italy, and France. From its commencement in 1830 to 1862, he assisted in editing the Jahrbuch für Mineralogie Roman 100, continued as News Jahrbuch, his principal work Lethia Geognostica, 2 vols. Stuttgart, 18,340,1830, 8th ed., with F. Römer 3 vols, 18,511,856, has been regarded as one of the foundations of German stratigraphical geology. His Handbuch einer Geschichte der Natur, of which the first part was issued in 1840, one gave a general account of the physical history of the earth, while the second part dealt with the life history, species being regarded as direct acts of creation. The third part included his famous Index Paleontologicus, and was issued in 3 vols, 18,481,849, with the assistance of H. von Meyer and H. R. Goppert. This record of fossils has proved of inestimable value to all paleontologists. An important work on recent and fossil zoology, Die Klassen und Ordnungen des Tierreichs, was commenced by Braun. He wrote the volumes dealing with the Morphozoa, Actinozoa, and Malacozoa, published 18,591,862. The work was continued by other naturalists. In 1861, Braun was awarded the Wollaston Medal by the Geological Society of London. He died at Heidelberg on the 5th of July, 1862. Bronsart von Schellendorf, Pole, 18,321,891, Prussian general, was born at Danzig in 1832. He entered the Prussian Guards in 1849 and was appointed to the General Staff in 1861. As a captain, after 3 years of staff service, he returned to regimental duty, but was soon reappointed to the staff and lectured at the War Academy, becoming major in 1865 and lieutenant colonel in 1869. During the War of 1870, he was chief of a section on the Great General Staff and conducted the preliminary negotiations for the surrender of the French at Sedan. After the war, Bronsart was made a colonel and chief of staff of the Guard Army Corps, becoming Major General in 1876 and Lieutenant General with a division command. In 1881, 2 years later, he became War Minister, and during his tenure of the post, 18,830,1889, many important reforms were carried out in the Prussian army, in particular the introduction of the magazine rifle. He was appointed in 1889 to command the Roman I Army Corps at Königsberg. He died on the 23rd of June, 1891, at his estate near Braunsberg. Bronsart's military writings include 2 works of great importance: Ein Rückblick auf die taktischen, Rückblick 2nd ed. Berlin 1870, a pamphlet written in reply to Captain May's tactical retrospect of 1866, and Der Dienst des Generalstabs, 1st ed. Berlin 1876, 3rd ed. Revised by General Meckel 1893, new ed. By the author's son Major Bronsart von Schellendorf, Berlin 1904, a comprehensive treatise on the duties of the General Staff. The 3rd edition of this work was soon after its publication translated into English and issued officially to the British Army as the Duties of the General Staff. Major Bronsart's new edition of 1904 was reissued in English by the General Staff under the same title in 1905. Bront Charlotte 18,161,855, Emily 18,181,848, and Anne 18,201,849 English novelists were 3 of the 6 children of Patrick Bront, a clergyman of the Church of England, who for the last 41 years of his life was perpetual incumbent of the parish of Haworth in the West Riding of Yorkshire. Patrick Bront was born at Emsdale, Down, Ireland, on the 17th of March 1777. His parents were of the peasant class, their original name of Brunty apparently having been changed by their son on his entry at St. John's College, Cambridge, in 1802. In the intervening years, he had been successively a weaver and schoolmaster in his native country. From Cambridge, Roman 5 fee, became a curate first at Wethersfield in Essex in 1806, then for a few months at Wellington Salop in 1809. At the end of 1809, he accepted a curacy at Dewsbury, Yorkshire, following up this by one at Hartsheadcombe, Clifton, in the same county. At Hartshead, Patrick Bront married in 1812 Maria Branwell, Cornishwoman, and their 2 children were born to him: Maria, 18,130,1825, and Elizabeth, 18,140,1825. Thence Patrick Bront removed to Thornton, some 3 Roman 1,000 from Bradford, and here his wife gave birth to 4 children: Charlotte Patrick Branwell, 18,171,840, 8 Emily Jane, and Anne, 3 of whom were to attain literary distinction. In April 1823, months after the birth of Anne Bront, her father accepted the living of Haworth, a village near Keighley in Yorkshire, which will always be associated with the romantic story of the Bronts. In September of the following year, his wife died. Maria Bront lives for us in her daughter's biography only as the writer of certain letters to her dear saucy Pat, as she calls her lover, and as the author of a recently published manuscript, an essay entitled The Advantages of Poverty in Religious Concerns, full of a sententiousness much affected at the time. Upon the death of Mrs. Bront, her husband invited his sister-in-law, Elizabeth Branwell, to leave Penzance and to take up her residence with his family at Haworth. Miss Branwell accepted the trust and would seem to have watched over her nephew and 5 nieces with conscientious care. The 2 eldest of those nieces were not long in following their mother Maria and Elizabeth. Charlotte and Emily were all sent to the clergy daughters' school at Cowan Bridge in 1824, and Maria and Elizabeth returned home in the following year to die. How far the bad food and drastic discipline were responsible cannot be accurately demonstrated. Charlotte gibbeted the school long years afterwards in Jane Eyre under the thin disguise of Lode and the principal. The Rev. William Carus Wilson, 17,921,859, has been universally accepted as the counterpart of Mr. Naomi Brocklehurst in the same novel, but congenital disease more probably accounts for the tragedy from which happily Charlotte and Emily escaped, both returning in 1825 to a prolonged home life at Haworth. Here the 4 surviving children amused themselves in intervals of study. Under their aunt's guidance, with precocious literary aspirations, the many tiny booklets upon which they labored in the succeeding years have been happily preserved. We find stories, verses, and essays, all in the minutest handwriting, none giving any indication of the genius which, in the case of 2 of the 4 children, was to add to the indisputably permanent in literature. At 16 years of age in 1830, Charlotte Bront became a pupil at the school of Miss Margaret Wooler, 17,921,885, at Roe Head, Dewsbury. She left in the following year to assist in the education of the younger sisters, bringing with her much additional proficiency in drawing, French, and composition. She took with her also the devoted friendship of 2 out of her 10 fellow pupils, Mary Taylor, 18,171,893, and Ellen Nussey, 18,171,897. With Miss Taylor and Miss Nussey, she corresponded for the remainder of her life, and her letters to the latter make up no small part of what has been revealed to us of her life story. Her next 3 years at Haworth were varied by occasional visits to one or other of these friends. In 1835, she returned to Miss Wooler's school at Roe Head as a governess, her sister Emily accompanying her as a pupil, but remaining only 3 months, and Anne then taking her place the year following. The school was removed to Dewsbury in 1838. Charlotte went back to Haworth, and soon afterwards received her first offer of marriage from a clergyman, Henry Nussey, the brother of her friend Ellen. This was followed a little later by a second offer from a curate named Bryce. She refused both, and took a situation as nursery governess, first with the Sidgwicks of Stonegap, Yorkshire, and later with the Whites at Rawdon in the same county. A few months of this, however, filled her with an ambition to try and secure greater independence as the possessor of a school of her own, and she planned to acquire more proficiency in languages on the continent. As a preliminary step, the aunt advanced some money, and accompanied by her sister Emily, she became in February 1842 a pupil at the pensionat Hedger, Brussels. Here both girls worked hard and won the goodwill and indeed admiration of the principal teacher, Roman 1000 Hedger, whose wife was at the head of the establishment. But the 2 girls were hastily called back to England before the year had expired by the announcement of the critical illness of their aunt. Miss Branwell died on the 29th of October 1842. She bequeathed sufficient money to her nieces to enable them to reconsider their plan of life. Instead of a school at Bridlington, which had been talked of, they could now remain with their father, utilize their aunt's room as a classroom, and take pupils. But Charlotte was not yet satisfied with what the few months on Belgian soil had done for her, and determined to accept Roman 1000 Hedger's offer that she should return to Brussels as a governess. Hence, the year 1843 was passed by her at the pensionat Hedger in that capacity, and in this period she undoubtedly widened her intellectual sphere by reading the many books in French literature that her friend Roman 1000 Hedger lent her. But life took on a very somber shade. In the lonely environment in which she found herself, she became so depressed that on one occasion she took refuge in the confessional, precisely as did her heroine Lucy Snow in Villette in 1844. She returned to her father's house at Haworth, and the 3 sisters began immediately to discuss the possibilities of converting the vicarage into a school. Prospectuses were issued, but no pupils were forthcoming. Matters were complicated by the fact that the only brother, Patrick Branwell, had about this time become a confirmed drunkard. Branwell had been the idol of his aunt, and of his sisters educated under his father's care. He had early shown artistic leanings, and the slender resources of the family had been strained to provide him with the means of entering at the Royal Academy as a pupil. This was in 1835. Branwell, it would seem, indulged in a glorious month of extravagance in London, and then returned home. His art studies were continued for a time at Leeds, but it may be assumed that no commissions came to him, and at last he became tutor to the son of a Mr. Postlethwaite at Barrow-in-Furness. 10 months later, he was a booking clerk at Sowerby Bridge Station on the Leeds-Manchester Railway, and later at Ludington Foot. Then he became tutor in the family of a clergyman named Robinson at Thorpe Green, where his sister Anne was governess. Finally, he returned to Haworth to loaf at the village inn, shock his sisters by his excesses, and to fritter his life away in painful sottishness. He died in September 1848, having achieved nothing reputable, and having disappointed all the hopes that had been centered in him. My poor father naturally thought more of his only son than of his daughters, is one of Charlotte's dreary comments on the tragedy. In early years he had himself written both prose and verse, and a foolish story, invented long afterwards, attributed to him some share in his sister's novels, particularly in Emily Brandt's Wuthering Heights. But Charlotte distinctly tells us that her brother never knew that his sisters had published a line. He was too much under the effects of drink, too besotted and muddled in that last year or 2 of life, to have any share in their intellectual enthusiasms. The literary life had, however, opened bravely for the 3 girls during those years. In 1846, a volume of verse appeared from the shop of Ilott Jones of Paternoster Row. Poems by Currer Ellis and Acton Bell was on the title page. These names disguised the identity of Charlotte Emily, and Anne Bront the venture cost. Sisters, about 50 in all, but only 2 copies were sold. There were 19 poems by Charlotte, 21 by Emily, and the same number by Anne. A consensus of criticism has accepted the fact that Emily's verse alone revealed true poetic genius. This was unrecognized then, except by her sister Charlotte. It is obvious now to all. The failure of the poems did not deter the authors from further effort. They had each a novel to dispose of. Charlotte Bront's was called The Master, which before it was sent off to London was retitled The Professor. Emily's story was entitled Roman 5 P. Wuthering Heights, and Anne's Agnes Grey. All these stories traveled from publisher to publisher. At last, The Professor reached the firm of Smith Elder Co. of Cornhill. The reader for that firm, R. Smith Williams, 18,001,875, was impressed, as were also his employers. Charlotte Bront received in August 1847 letter informing her that whatever the merits of the Professor, and it was hinted that it lacked varied interest, it was too short for the 3-volume form, then counted imperative. The author was further told that a longer novel would be gladly considered. She replied in the same month with this longer novel, and Jane Eyre appeared in October 1847 to be wildly acclaimed on every hand, although enthusiasm was to receive a counterblast when more than a year later, in December 1848, Miss Rigby, afterwards Lady Eastlake, 18,091,893, reviewed it in the Quarterly. Meanwhile, the novels of Emily and Anne had been accepted by T. Roman 100 Newby. They were published together in 3 volumes in December 1847, 2 months later than Jane Eyre. Although the proof sheets had been passed by the authors before their sister's novel had been sent to the publishers, the dilatoriness of Mr. Newby was followed up by considerable energy when he saw the possibility of the novels by Ellis and Acton Bell sailing on the wave of Currer Bell's popularity, and he would seem very quickly to have accepted another manuscript by Anne Bront for The Tenant of Wildfell Hall was published by Newby in 3 volumes in June 1848. It was Newby's clever efforts to persuade the public that the books he published were by the author of Jane Eyre that led Charlotte and Anne to visit London this summer and interview Charlotte's publishers in Cornhill with a view to establishing their separate identity. Soon after their return home, Branwell died the 24th of September 1848, and less than 3 months later, Emily died also at Haworth, the 19th December 1848. Then Anne became ill, and on the 24th of May 1849, Charlotte accompanied her to Scarborough in the hope that the sea air would revive her. Anne died there on the 28th of May and was buried in Scarborough churchyard. Thus, in exactly 8 months, Charlotte Bront lost all the 3 companions of her youth and returned to sustain her father, fast becoming blind, in the now desolate home at Haworth. In the interval between the death of Branwell and of Emily, Charlotte had been engaged upon a new novel. Surely 2/3 were written, but the story was then laid aside while its author was nursing her sister, and she completed the book after Anne's death, and it was published in October 1849. The following winter she visited London as the guest of her publisher Mr. George Smith, and was introduced to Thackeray, to whom she had dedicated Jane Eyre. The following year she repeated the visit, sat for her portrait to George Richmond, and was considerably lionized by a host of admirers. In August 1850, she visited the English Lakes as the guest of Sir James K. Shuttleworth, and met Mrs. Gaskell, Miss Martineau, Matthew Arnold, and other interesting men and women. During this period, her publishers assiduously lent her books, and her criticisms of them, contained in many letters to Mr. George Smith and Mr. Smith Williams, make very interesting reading. In 1851, she received a 3rd offer of marriage, this time from Mr. James Taylor, who was in the employment of her publishers, a visit to Miss Martineau at Ambleside, and also to London, to the great exhibition made up the events of this year. On her way home, she visited Manchester and spent 2 days with Mrs. Gaskell. During the year 1852, she worked hard with a new novel, Villette, which was published in January of 1853. In September of that year, she received a visit from Mrs. Gaskell at Haworth. In May 1854, she returned it, remaining 3 days at Manchester, and planning with her hostess the details of her marriage, for at this time she had promised to unite herself with her father's curate Arthur Bell Nicholls, 18,171,906, who had long been a pertinacious suitor for her hand, but had been discouraged by Mr. Bront. The marriage took place in Haworth Church on the 29th of June, 1854, the ceremony being performed by the Rev. Sutcliffe Soden, Miss Wooler, and Miss Nussey acting as witnesses. The wedded pair spent their honeymoon in Ireland, returning to Haworth, where they made their home with Mr. Bront. Mr. Nicholls, having pledged himself to continue in his position as curate to his father-in-law after less than a year of married life. However, Charlotte Nicholls died of an illness incidental to childbirth on the 31st of March, 1855. She was buried in Haworth Church by the side of her mother Branwell, and Emily the father followed in 1861, and then her husband returned to Ireland, where he remained some years afterwards, dying in 1906. The bare recital of the Bront story can give no idea of its undying interest, its exceeding pathos. Their life, as told by their biographer Mrs. Gaskell, is as interesting as any novel. Their achievement, however, will stand on its own merits. Anne Bront's two novels, it is true, though constantly reprinted, survive. Principally through the exceeding vitality of the Bront tradition. As a hymn writer, she still has a place in most religious communities. Emily is great alike as a novelist and as a poet. Her Old Stoic and Last Lines are probably the finest achievement of poetry that any woman has given to English literature. Her novel Wuthering Heights stands alone as a monument of intensity, owing nothing to tradition, nothing to the achievement of earlier writers. It was a thing apart, passionate, unforgettable, haunting in its grimness, its grey melancholy. Among women writers, Emily Bront has a sure and certain place for all time as a poet or maker of verse. Charlotte Bront is undistinguished, but there are passages of pure poetry of great magnificence in her four novels, and particularly in Villette. The novels Jane Eyre and Villette will always command attention, whatever the future of English fiction, by virtue of their intensity, their independence, their rough individuality. The Life of Charlotte Bront by Mrs. Gaskell was first published in 1857, owing to the many controversial questions it aroused, as to the identity of Lode in Jane Eyre with Cowan Bridge School, as to the relations of Branwell Bront with his employer's wife, as to the supposed peculiarities of Mr. Bront, and certain other minor points. The third edition was considerably changed. The life has been many times reprinted, but may be read in its most satisfactory form in the Haworth edition 1902, issued by the original publishers, Smith Elder Co. To this edition are attached a great number of letters written by Miss Bront to her publisher George Smith. The first new material supplied to supplement Mrs. Gaskell's life was contained in Charlotte Bront, a monograph by T. Wemyss Reid, 1877. This book inspired Mr. A. Roman 100 Swinburne to issue separately a forcible essay on Charlotte and Emily Bront under the title of A Note on Charlotte Bront, 1877. A further collection of letters written by Miss Bront was contained in Charlotte Bront and Her Circle by Clement Shorter, 1896. And interesting details can be gathered from the Life of Charlotte Bront by Augustine Birrell, 1887, The Bronts in Ireland by William Wright. Roman 500 Roman 5,001,893, Charlotte Bront and Her Sisters by Clement Shorter, 1906, and the Bront Society Publications, edited by Butler Wood, 18,951,907. Miss Mary F. Robinson, Madame Duclaux, wrote a separate biography of Emily Bront in 1883, and an essay in her Grands Écrivains d'Outre-Manche, The Bront's Life and Letters, by Clement Shorter, 1907, contains the whole of Roman 100 Bront's letters in chronological order. Roman 100 K.S. Bront, a town of the province of Catania, Sicily, on the western slopes of Mt. Etna, 24 Roman 1000 NNW of Catania direct, and 34 Roman 1000 by rail Pop 1901 20,366. It was founded by the Emperor Charles Roman V. The town, with an extensive estate, which originally belonged to the monastery of Maniasium Manias, was granted as a dukedom to Nelson by Ferdinand Roman IV of Naples in 1799. Bronx, the formerly a district comprising several towns in Westchester County, New York, USA. Now, since 1898, the northernmost of the 5 boroughs of New York City, Roman 5, several settlements in the Bronx were made by the English and the Dutch between 1640 and 1650. Bronze and alloy formed wholly or chiefly of copper and tin in variable proportions. The word has been etymologically connected with the same root as appears in brown, but according to Roman 1000 PE Berthelot la Chimie au Moyen Age, it is a place name derived from Is Brundusianum cf. Pliny Nat Hist. Roman 33 ch. Roman 945, Spucula optima, apud majors furant Brundusiana stano, et air mixtes. A Greek MS of about the 11th century in the Library of St. Mark's, Venice, contains Roman 5 form and gives the composition of the alloy as 1 lb of copper with 2 Rs of tin. The product obtained by adding tin to copper is more fusible than copper, and thus better suited for casting. It is also harder and less malleable. A soft bronze or gunmetal is formed with 16 parts of copper to 1 of tin, and a harder gunmetal, such as was used for bronze ordnance, when the proportion of tin is about doubled the steel bronze of Colonel France Achadius 18,111,880. One consisted of copper alloyed with 8 of tin, the tenacity and hardness being increased by cold-rolling bronze, containing about 7 parts of copper to 1 of tin, is hard, brittle, and sonorous, and can be tempered to take a fine edge. Bellmetal varies considerably in composition, from about 3 to 5 parts of copper to 1 of tin. In spuculum metal, there are 2 to 212 parts of copper to 1 of tin. Statuary bronze may contain from 80 to 90 of copper, the residue being tin or tin with zinc, and lead in various proportions. The bronze used for the British and French copper coinage consists of 95 copper 4 tin and 1 zinc many copper tin. Alloys employed for machinery bearings contain a small proportion of zinc, which gives increased hardness. Anti-friction metals also used in bearings are copper tin alloys in which the amount of copper is small, and there is antimony in addition of this class. An example is Babbitt's metal, invented by Isaac Babbitt, 17,991,862. It originally consisted of 24 parts of tin, 8 parts of antimony, and 4 parts of copper, but in later compositions for the same purpose, the proportion of tin is often considerably higher. Bronze is improved in quality and strength when fluxed with phosphorus. Alloys prepared in this way, and known as phosphor bronze, may contain only about 1 of phosphorus in the ingot, reduced to a mere trace after casting, but their value is nevertheless enhanced for purposes in which a hard, strong metal is required, as for pump plungers, valves. The bushes of bearings. Roman 100 bronze again is improved by the presence of manganese in small quantity and various grades of manganese bronze, in some of which there is little or no tin, but a considerable percentage of zinc, are extensively used in mechanical engineering. Alloys of copper with aluminum, though often nearly or completely destitute of tin, are known as aluminum bronze and are valuable for their strength and the resistance they offer to corrosion by the addition of a small quantity of silicon. The tensile strength of copper is much increased. A sample of such silicon bronze used for telegraph wires on analysis was found to consist of 99 of copper, 0 of tin, and traces of iron and silicon. The bronze gr. lat. Eyes of classical antiquity consisted chiefly of copper alloyed with 1 or more of the metals zinc, tin, lead, and silver in proportions that varied as times changed or according to the purposes for which the alloy was required. Among bronze remains, the copper is found to vary from 67 to 95. From the analysis of coins, it appears that for their bronze coins, the Greeks adhered to an alloy of copper and tin till 400 B. Roman 100, after which time they used also lead. With increasing frequency, silver is rare. In their bronze coins, the Romans also used lead as an alloy in their bronze coins, but gradually reduced the quantity, and under Caligula, Nero, Vespasian, and Domitian coined pure copper coins. Afterwards, they reverted to the mixture of lead. So far the words and eyes may be translated as bronze. Originally, no doubt, was the name for pure copper. It is so employed by Homer, who calls it red, glittering, shining, terms which apply only to copper, but instead of its following from this, that the process of alloying copper with other metals was not practiced in the time of the poet, or was unknown to him. The contrary would seem to be the case, from the passage Iliad Roman 18, where he describes Hephaestus as throwing into his furnace copper, tin, silver, and gold to make the shield of Achilles, so that it is not always possible to know whether, when he uses the word, he means copper pure or alloyed. Still more difficult is it to make this distinction when we read of the mythical dactyls of Ida in Crete, or the Telchanes or Cyclopes being acquainted with. The smelting of it is not, however, likely that later Greek writers who knew bronze in its true sense and called it would have employed this word without qualification for objects which they had seen, unless they had meant it to be taken as bronze when Pausanias. Roman 3:6 speaks of a statue, one of the oldest figures he had seen of this material made of separate pieces, fastened together with nails. We understand him to mean literally bronze the more readily, since there exist very early figures and utensils of bronze so made. For the use of bronze in art, see metalwork. Bronze Age, the name given by archaeologists to that stage in human culture, intermediate between the Stone and Iron Ages, when weapons, utensils, and implements were as a general rule made of bronze. The term has no absolute chronological value, but marks a period of civilization through which it is believed that most races passed at one time or another the finds of stone and bronze, of bronze and iron, and even of stone and iron implements. Together in tumuli and sepulchral mounds, suggest that in many countries the three stages in man's progress overlapped, from the similarity of types of weapons and implements of the period found throughout Europe. A relatively synchronous commencement has been inferred for the Bronze Age in Europe, fixed by most authorities at between 2000 B Roman 100 to 1800 B Roman 100, but it must have been earlier in some countries, and is certainly known to have been later in others. While the Mexicans and Peruvians were still in their Bronze Age, in recent times, not a few archaeologists have denied that there ever was a distinct Bronze Age. They have found their chief argument in the fact that weapons of these ages have been found side by side in prehistoric burial places. But when it is admitted that the ages must have overlapped, it is fairly easy to understand the mixed finds. The prevalence and duration of the Bronze Age in each country would have been ordered by the accessibility of the metals, which form the alloy. Thus, in some lands, bronze may have continued to be a substance of extreme value until the Iron Age was reached, and in tumuli in which more than one body was interred, as was frequently the case, it would only be with the remains of the richer tenants of the tomb that the more valuable objects would be placed. There is moreover much reason to believe that sepulchral mounds were opened from age to age and fresh interments made, and in such a practice would be found a simple explanation of the mixing of implements. Another curious fact has been seized on by those who argue against the existence of a Bronze Age. Among all the finds examined in Europe, there is a most remarkable absence of copper implements. The sources of tin in Europe are practically restricted to Cornwall and Saxony. How then are we to explain, on the one hand, the apparent stride made by primitive man, when from a Stone Age civilization he passed to a comparatively advanced metallurgical skill, on the other, how account for a comparatively synchronous commencement of bronze civilization, when one at least of the metals needed for the alloy would have been naturally difficult of access, if not unknown? To many races, the answer is that there can be but little doubt that the knowledge of bronze came to the races of Europe from outside, either by the Phoenicians or by the Greeks. Metallurgy was taught to men who no sooner recognized the nature and malleable properties of copper than they learnt that by application of heat, a substance could be manufactured with tin far better suited to their purposes. Copper would thus have been but seldom used unalloyed, and the relatively synchronous appearance of bronze in Europe and the scanty finds of copper implements are explained. We may conclude then that there was a Bronze Age in most countries, that it was the direct result of increasing intercommunication of races and the spread of commerce, and that the discovery of metals was due to information brought to Stone Age man in Europe by races which were already skillful metallurgists. The Bronze Age in Europe is characterized by weapons, utensils, and implements distinct in design and size from those in use in the preceding or succeeding stage of man's civilization. Moreover, and this has been employed as an argument in favor of the foreign origin of the knowledge of bronzol, the Roman 5 objects in one part of Europe are identical in pattern and size with those found in another part. The implements of the Bronze Age include swords, awls, knives, gouges, hammers, daggers, and arrowheads, a remarkable confirmation of the theory that the Bronze Age culture came from the East is to be found in the patterns of the arms, which are distinctly Oriental, while the handles of swords and daggers are so narrow and short as to make it unlikely that they would be made for use by the larger-handed races of Europe. The Bronze Age is also characterized by the fact that cremation was the mode of disposal of the dead, whereas in the Stone Age burial was the rule. Barrows and sepulchral mounds strictly of the Bronze Age are smaller and less imposing than those of the Stone Age, besides varied and beautiful weapons, frequently exhibiting high workmanship, amulets, coronets, diadems of solid gold, and vases of elegant form and ornamentation in gold and bronze are found in the barrows. These latter appear to have been used as tribal or family cemeteries in Denmark. As many as 70 deposits of burnt bones have been found in a single mound, indicating its use through a long succession of years. The ornamentation of the period is as a rule confined to spirals, bosses, and concentric circles. What is remarkable is that the swords not only show the design of the cross in the shape of the handle, but also in tracery what is believed to be an imitation of the swastika, that ancient Aryan symbol, which was probably the first to be made with a definite intention and a consecutive meaning. The pottery is all handmade, and the bulk of the objects excavated are cinerary urns, usually found full of burnt bones. These vary from 12 to 18 in height. Their decoration is confined to a band round the upper part of the pot, or often only a projecting flange lapped round the whole rim. A few have small handles formed of pierced knobs of clay, and sometimes projecting rolls of clay looped, as it were, all round the urn. The ornamentation consists of dots, zigzags, chevrons, or crosses. The lines were frequently made by pressing a twisted thong of skin against the moist clay, the patterns in all cases being stamped into the pot before it was hardened by fire. See Archaeology, Roman 100. Also Lord Avebury, Prehistoric Times, 1900. Sir J. Evans, Ancient Bronze Implements of Great Britain, 1880. 1 Chartres, Age du Bronze, and France. Bronzing, a process by which a bronze-like surface is imparted to objects of metal. Plaster, wood, Roman 100. On metals, a green-bronze color is sometimes produced by the action of such substances as vinegar, dilute nitric acid, and sal ammoniac. An antique appearance may be given to new bronze articles by brushing over the clean, bright metal with a solution of sal ammoniac and salt of sorrel in vinegar, and rubbing the surface dry, the operation being repeated as often as necessary. Another solution for the same purpose is made with sal ammoniac, cream of tartar, common salt, and silver nitrate, with a solution of platinic chloride. Almost any color can be produced on copper, iron, brass, or new bronze, according to the dilution and the number of applications. Articles of plaster and wood may be bronzed by coating them with size, and then covering them with a bronze powder, such as Dutch metal beaten into fine leaves and powdered. The bronzing of gun barrels may be effected by the use of a strong solution of antimony trichloride. Bronzino, the name given to Angelo Allori, 15,021,572. The Florentine painter, he became the favorite pupil of J. de Pontormo. He painted the portraits of some of the most famous men of his day, such as Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio. Most of his best works are in Florence, but examples are in the National Gallery, London, and elsewhere. Bronzite, a member of the pyroxene group of minerals, belonging with enstatite and hypersthene to the orthorhombic series of the group. Rather than a distinct species, it is really a ferriferous variety of enstatite, which, owing to partial alteration, has acquired a bronze-like submetallic luster on the cleavage surfaces. Enstatite is magnesium metasilicate MgCO3, with the magnesia partly replaced by small amounts up to about 5 of ferrous oxide. In the bronzite variety, MgFeCO3, the ferrous oxide ranges from about 5 to 14, and with still more iron there is a passage to hypersthene. The ferriferous varieties are liable to a particular kind of alteration known as schillerization, which results in the separation of the iron as very fine films of oxide and hydroxides along the cleavage cracks of the mineral. The cleavage surfaces therefore exhibit a metallic sheen or schiller, which is even more pronounced in hypersthene than in bronzite. The color of bronzite is green or brown. Its specific gravity is about 33, varying with the amount of iron present. Like enstatite, bronzite is a constituent of many basic igneous rocks, such as norites, gabbros, and especially peridotites, and of the serpentines which have been derived from them. It also occurs in some crystalline schists. Bronzite is sometimes cut and polished, usually in convex forms, for small ornamental objects, but its use for this purpose is less extensive than that of hypersthene. It often has a more or less distinct fibrous structure, and when this is pronounced, the sheen has a certain resemblance to that of cat's eye. Masses sufficiently large for cutting are found in the norite of the Kupferberg, in the Fichtelgebirge, and in the serpentine of Krobet near Leoben in Styria. In this connection, mention may be made of an altered form of enstatite or bronzite, known as bastite or schillerspar. Here, in addition to schillerization, the original enstatite has been altered by hydration, and the product has approximately the composition of serpentine in color. Bastite is brown or green with the same metallic sheen as bronzite. The typical locality is based in the Rhedothel Harz, where patches of pale grayish-green bastite are embedded in a darker-colored serpentine. This rock, when cut and polished, makes an effective decorative stone, although little used for that purpose. Roman 50 J.S. Broach or brooch, from the fr broch originally, an awl or bodkin. A spit is sometimes called a brooch, and hence the phrase to broach a barrel. See broca, a term now used to denote a clasp or fastener for the dress provided with a pin having a hinge or spring at one end, and a catch or loop at the other. Brooches of the sapphotipin type fibulae were extensively used in antiquity, but only within definite limits of time and place. They seem to have been unknown to the Egyptians and to the Oriental nations, untouched by Greek influence in lands adjacent to Greece. They do not occur in Crete or at Hisarlik. The place of origin cannot as yet be exactly determined, but it would seem to have been in Central Europe, towards the close of the Bronze Age, somewhat before 1000 B. Roman 100. The earliest form is little more than pin bent round for security, with the point caught against the head. One such actual pin has been found in its next simplest form, very similar to that of the modern sapphotipin, in which the coiled spring forces the point against the catch. It occurs in the lower city of Mycenae and in late deposits of the Mycenaean age, such as at Enkomi in Cyprus. It occurs also, though rarely, in the Terra Mare deposits of the Po Valley, in the Swiss lake dwellings of the later Bronze Age, in central Italy, in Hungary, and in Bosnia. Fig. 11. Fig. 1 Early type from Peschiera. Fig. 1 Early type from Peschiera. From the comparatively simple initial form, the fibula developed in different lines of descent into different shapes, varying according to the structural feature, which was emphasized on account of the number of local variations. The subject is extremely complex, but the main lines of development were approximately as follows. Towards the end of the Bronze Age, the sapphotipin was arched into a bow so as to include a greater amount of stuff in its compass. In the older Iron Age or Hallstatt period, the bow and its accessories are thickened and modified in various directions, so as to give greater rigidity and prominences or surfaces for decoration. The chief types have been conveniently classed by Roman 5 P. Montelius in 4 main groups, according to the characteristic forms. Roman 1, the wire of the catchplate is hammered into a flat disc on which the pin rests. Fig. 2. Fig. 2 type Roman 1, with disc for catchplate. Roman 2, the bow is thickened towards the middle so as to assume the late shape, or it is hollowed out underneath into the boat form. The catchplate is only slightly turned up, but it becomes elongated in order to mask the end of a long pin. Fig. 3. Roman 3, the catchplate is flattened out, as in group Roman 1, but additional convolutions are added to the bow. Fig. 4. Roman 4, the bow is convoluted, but the convolutions are sometimes represented by knobs. The catchplate develops, as in group Roman 2. Fig. 5. For further examples of the 4 types, see Antiquities of Early Iron Age in British Museum, p. 32. Among the special variations of the early form mention should be made of the fibulae of the geometric age of Greece, with an exaggerated development of the vertical portion of the catchplate Fig 6. Fig 3 type Roman 2 with turned up and elongated catchplate. Fig 3 type Roman 2 with turned up and elongated catchplate, a leech fibula B boat fibula Roman 100 variation of boat fibula. The example shown in Fig 7 is an ornate development of type Roman 2 above. In the later Iron Age or early Latin period, the prolongation of the catchplate described in the second and fourth groups above has a terminal knob ornament, which is reflexed upwards at first slightly Fig 8, and then, to a marked extent, turning back towards the bow. A far-reaching change in the design was at the same time brought about by a simple improvement in principle apparently introduced within the area of the Latin culture. Instead of a unilateral spring that is of one coiled on one side only of the bow, as commonly in the modern sapphotipinth brooch, became bilateral, the spring was coiled on one side of the axis of the bow, and thence the wire was taken to the other side of the axis, and again coiled in a corresponding manner before starting in a straight line to form the pin. Once invented, the bilateral spring became almost universal, and its introduction serves to divide the whole mass of ancient fibulae into an older and a younger group. Fig 4 type Roman 3 with disc for catchplate and convoluted bow. With the progress of the Latin period 3001 B Roman 100, the reflection of the catchplate terminal became yet more marked, until it became practically merged in the bow. Fig 9 meanwhile, the bilateral spring described above was developing into two marked projections on each side of the axis. In order to give the double spring strength and protection, it was given a metal core and a containing tube. When the core had been provided, the pin was no longer necessarily a continuation of the bow, and it became in fact a separate member, as in a modern brooch of a non-sapphotipin type, and was no longer actuated by its own spring. The T-shaped or crossbow fibula was thus developed during the first centuries of the empire. It attained great size and importance. Figs 10-12. The form is conveniently dated at its highest development by its occurrence on the ivory diptych of Stilicho at Monza Roman 100 A Roman 500. In the tombs of the Frankish and kindred Teutonic tribes between the 5th and 9th centuries, the crossbar of the T becomes a yet more elaborately decorated semicircle, often surrounded by radial knobs and a chased surface. The base of the shaft is flattened out and is no less ornate. Fig 13. At the beginning of this period, the fibula of King Chalderic A Roman 500 has a singularly complicated pin fastening. Fig 7 gold fibula from Naples. Fig 6 Greek geometric fibula. Fig 5 type Roman 4 with turned-up catchplate and convoluted bow. Fig 8 early Latin period reflexed terminal ornament. So far we have traced the history of the sapphotipin form of brooch. Concurrently with it, other forms of brooch were developed in which the sapphotipin principle is either absent or effectually disguised. One such form is that of the circular medallion brooch. It is found in Etruscan deposits of a fully developed style and is commonly represented in Greek and Roman sculptures as a stud to fasten the cloak on the shoulder. In the Roman provinces, the circular brooches are very numerous and are frequently decorated with inlaid stone paste or enamel. Another kind of brooch, also known from early times, is in the form of an animal. In the early types, the animal is a decorative appendage, but in later examples, it forms the body of the brooch, to which a pin like the modern broochpin is attached underneath. Both of these shapes, namely the medallion and the animal form, are found in Frankish cemeteries together with the later variations of the T-shaped brooch described above. Such brooches were made in gold, silver, or bronze, adorned with precious stones, filigree work, or enamel. But whatever the richness of the material, the pin was nearly always of iron. The Scandinavian or northern group of T-shaped brooches are in their early forms indistinguishable from those of the Frankish tombs, but as time went on they became more massive and richly decorated with intricate devices, perhaps brought in by Irish missionary influence, into which animal forms were introduced. The period covered is from the 5th to the 8th centuries. Fig 9 fibula of the Latin period. Fig 9a Roman 500 fibula of the Latin period, showing the development of the reflex terminal and the bilateral spring. Fig 11 fibula with niello work. Fig 11 fibula with niello work 3rd century A Roman 500. Fig 10 military fibula. Fig 10 military fibula 3rd century A Roman 500. The T form, the medallion form, and occasionally the animal forms occur in Anglo-Saxon graves in England, in Kent. The medallion form predominates. The Anglo-Saxon brooches Roman 5 p where exquisite works of art, ingeniously and tastefully constructed. They are often of gold with a central boss, exquisitely decorated, the flat part of the brooch being a mosaic of turquoises, garnets on gold foil, mother of pearl Roman 100, arranged in geometric patterns, and the gold work enriched with filigree or decorated with dragonesque engravings. Fig 12 gold fibula. Fig 12 gold fibula 4th century A Roman 500. The Scandinavian brooches of the Viking period A Roman 5,000,1050 were oval and convex, somewhat in the form of a tortoise. In their earliest form, they occur in the form of a frog-like animal itself, developed from the previous Teutonic T-shaped type. With the introduction of the intricate system of ornament described above, the frog-like animal is gradually superseded by purely decorative lines. The convex bowls are then worked azure with a perforated upper shell of chased work over an under shell of impure bronze gilt on the convex side. These outer cases are at last decorated with open crown-like ornament and massive projecting bosses. The geographical distribution of these peculiar brooches indicates the extent of the conquests of the Northmen. They occur in northern Scotland, England, Ireland, Iceland, Normandy, and Livonia. Fig 13 fibula of the Frankish period. Fig 13 fibula of the Frankish period. The Celtic group is characterized by the penannular form of the ring of the brooch and the greater length of the pin. The penannular ring inserted through a hole at the head of the long pin could be partially turned when the pin had been thrust through the material in such a way that the brooch became in effect a buckle. These brooches are usually of bronze or silver, chased or engraved with intricate designs of interlaced or dragonesque work in the style of the illuminated Celtic manuscripts of the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries. The Hunterston brooch, which was found at Hocking Craig in Ayrshire, is a well-known example of this style. Silver brooches of immense size, some having pins 15 in length, and the penannular ring of the brooch terminating in large knobs resembling thistle heads, are occasionally found in Viking hoards of this period, consisting of bullion brooches and Cufic and Anglo-Saxon coins buried on Scottish soil in medieval times. The form of the brooch was usually a simple flat circular disc, with open center, the pin being equal in length to the diameter of the brooch. They were often inscribed with religious and talismanic formulae. The Highland brooches were commonly of this form, but the disc was broader and the central opening smaller in proportion to the size of the brooch. They were ornamented in the style so common on Highland powderhorns, with engraved patterns of interlacing work and foliage, arranged in geometrical spaces and sometimes mingled with figures of animals. AHSM